it's a dome or what it's made out of. And there's definitely people even on TikTok and flat earthers claiming this and claiming that. But you'll never find that here, right? We're definitely never making claims that we can't back up, right? Um, so it's one of those things that will definitely humble you, right? I mean, honestly, the curvature one was really easy. You can verify that one for yourself. You can do it at different times of day. You can even experience the air turbulence that you would have and see that your horizon does sort of not wobble, but it moves up and down essentially, which again proves that the horizon is an optical phenomenon rather than a physical geometric horizon. I mean, those are just things that it's like once you see the fake Santa Claus coming down the stairs, you're like, "Wait a minute, that's my dad." You don't
Yeah.
just like go back to like, it could have been Santa Claus. What do I know? I was tired. You start making excuses. Um, no, it's one of those moments once you see it for yourself and verify it for yourself. Like you were saying, like, how do you go to space? Damn, like, well, if I just had a lot of money, again, they start making those little excuses for yourself, you know. Well, Elon Musk did it, Virgin Mobile did it. Did they though? Did they go to space or did they just kind of come back down? So,
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's like validate where they went
yeah.
to me, who might not necessarily believe it. It looks like Ramen, another Glober, uh, just
Ramen is
showed up.
back again. Yeah.
I and he's unmuted, so maybe I can give him the floor. I've been talking for
Same.
hours.
Yeah. Same. See. Yeah, he's VC verified. Welcome. Ramen is back again. I don't think I've talked to you before. What is your thoughts on the topic of the server?
The topic of the server or what we're talking about in the voice chat right now? I don't know the second one.
Uh, the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. That's where you are. Yeah, I'm just asking you. Do you think it's a globe? Do you know it's flat? What are your thoughts?
I'd have to say that the thought that it's flat is it seems a bit of a stretch to me. You know, I'd have to say that it's a globe.
Okay. And
Just
what makes you think that it's a globe? Who told you that?
I feel like um I've I've heard enough that like from the server especially because like I'll ask if you guys can provide like a map that can explain multiple phenomena at once, and then I kind of just get brushed off like all the time, and then I never receive this map or model, and it feels like if you don't have a model that can explain the seasons, day and night, and more at the same time, like the globe can, then it's just not
Can it
true.
though? Do you really think the globe can though?
Yeah,
Multiple simultaneous things at once?
a model that stays consistent and can explain several phenomena at once. I feel if you can provide that, then more people would definitely believe in the flat Earth and see it as truth. But I haven't seen
Okay,
that.
good. Okay, good. So I'm wondering if you could then provide your model of the globe Earth with the same parameters. Just go ahead whenever you're ready, because that's what's being taught everywhere in all the schools, basically on the surface.
Yeah, I just have a quick question for you, Ramen. Why is there
Yep.
more time zones in the quote unquote southern hemisphere than there is in the northern hemisphere? How does that work on that globe model?
Right. I don't know because I haven't done as much research as I
Okay,
assume
yeah.
that other people have. There's just some things
No,
that I
and
don't know
that's
about.
that's fine, man. Yeah, no,
You know,
I'm glad you
I,
answered
I came
honestly.
here. I came here and I want to see the other side's point, and it's not like I know everything about about the globe. I don't know everything about what you guys believe, so I'm here to see what you guys have to say, and if it makes sense to me, then maybe I don't know.
No, I appreciate that, man. I'm just trying to assess what you know about the globe, right? So, I mean, do you know about the claimed geometry of this globe? Like its radius, its circumference, diameter, maybe who measured it for the first time?
Do you mean the size, or what are you saying here?
Yeah, the physical dimensions of this globe, right? A sphere would have to have a radius, no?
Right?
Right. Yeah. So, do you know what that radius is, or maybe who actually got that measurement?
I can look it up right now.
That's fine. Yeah.
Right. It says the
So
radius of
you
the globe
don't know?
is. I mean, I'm looking it up right now. If
Okay.
that counts
Okay.
for you, or
But isn't that
you
kind
can.
of strange? Like,
Yeah.
it wouldn't it be one of those things that, like, yeah, it's that, man. That's where we live.
Well, it's a pretty specific number that I haven't exactly memorized.
Okay, fair enough. But yeah, what does it say?
3,958.8 miles.
Nice.
Right.
Right. So
And
that's
I have a question. I have a question here.
sure.
Right. How do you guys explain day and night? What is that?
It happens for me the same it happens for you, man.
Right. I mean, but how
Yeah.
do you guys explain day and night on a flat Earth? Is what I'm asking.
We don't have to explain it. It's right outside your door every day.
Well, if
We're talking about the same Earth that you live on, so it's right outside. That's why we don't need a model.
well, I'm asking you to prove it. Just tell me how
To
it
prove
works.
what? To prove
This
what?
is true, if this is true, then shouldn't you be able to provide a model that shows that it's true?
No, because it's lights in the sky. Nobody knows what they are, where they are, or what they're made of, or what their source of energy is. No one knows that. So you're asking us God questions. We appreciate the raise, but it's really not warranted. We're not the ones that can answer. Well, what I can tell you is this: that on the surface, Earth measures to be flat and stationary by every means detectable.
Yeah.
What are those
So,
means?
well, what we're trying to say is that, we're looking at the ground, the surface of the earth, right? And just like you said, there'd be a radius of a ball, right? So now the next question is can we find how they got this radius measurement? Do you know how they got that said number? 3959 mile radius.
I don't know.
Do you want to look it up or?
Yeah, did Google say? Did Google, I'm curious actually right now. I'm kind of wondering myself.
So, do you think that me Googling it is like, let me try and find the word. Do you think that it's like, I mean, I'm trying to find the word in my head. Just give me a minute.
That's cool,
Do you
man.
think
that it makes it the truth or not?
that it makes it untrustworthy? Do you think that Google is untrustworthy for finding stuff up?
I would
No,
say
not at all.
it depends on the circumstance. It'd be case by case scenario.
Right. So, would you consider like me Googling this as something that's like, oh, well, he Googled it, and they want you to see a globe here, so they're gonna.
Well,
tell you
We're just verifying the story that they're telling us, right?
Yeah, we just are checking in to see like what comes up, because it's fascinating to us like what comes up in the current moment when you just put something in like that and to see what comes up. You'll get all kinds of different stories basically. That's it though. Only stories.
What was it you wanted to look up? What was it?
So who measured the circumference, radius, or diameter of Earth in ancient, like from ancient history to the present?
Yeah.
Eratosthenes was able to measure the radius of the Earth using the difference in measurements of shadow length at two locations directly north and south of each other on the same day.
Okay, so there's a lot of questions we have about Eratosthenes. For one, how did he come up with the idea that he was measuring a circumference? Because that was in his equation, supposedly, or I should say, allegedly, because we can't even confirm this guy was alive.
This is the first time he's heard about it, Sonny, or at least is that right?
Yeah. So let's
I've watched a few videos about debunking this whole thing, and his name did come up. I didn't know what he did, or at least I couldn't remember. But
Right,
I
but
So
I'm glad you found it, right? And you've definitely come across it before. But have you heard that this neither proves a globe nor a flat Earth? Have you heard that before?
that it doesn't prove either. Is that what you're asking?
That it
Yeah.
doesn't prove either, correct.
yeah, that part.
That didn't come across my mind. No.
It shows the path of the sun over a flat plane is what it shows.
Well, it shows that there's light and that it casts shadows, right? But we can't infer its geometry
That's true.
based on
So they
something in the
couldn't-
sky to the ground.
Right. I think
That's
the
the
point
problem.
I think the point Flat Lloyd was trying to make is that this can be done and has been shown to be done on either a flat surface with a more local light source moving across the surface, or on a curved surface. So it can be shown to be done on either. What would you call that in a court of law? You would just say it doesn't prove either, basically.
It would be null and void, right?
Yep.
And actually, I do have a GIF or a GIF, however people say it, that explains this pretty well, right? Because Sonny's saying if there's a local sun, if we assume a local sun, then it works. If we assume a very distant sun and that the light rays are parallel, then it also works, right? Which means that we can't infer the geometry of the ground surface with the sky.
With the lights. Yeah, with the lights in the sky, or anything there above us in the sky, you can't determine what the condition of Earth is by looking at something in the sky. It just doesn't correlate. It's in a logical sequence.
So what Eratosthenes
one thing-
did was basically
Yeah.
make an assumption, right? He assumed,
couple-
well, if the sun is really far away, and well, if I assume that the Earth is a ball in the first place, then yeah, based on measuring these shadows, the ball would have to be this big, right? Is that making sense, Raman? At least that story.
I can see what you're saying here. I can see where you're getting it from. It makes enough sense. Yes.
Yeah.
Now let
fair
me
enough.
let me ask you this real quick, since we're at this little junction point right here, because
Right.
so then you'd pretty much say that you don't really know how it was done as far as the measurement was made because of the presuppositions. Would you agree with that?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, so basically, real simply, based on what you told us, you don't really know like how, if, when, how, who did it. Like you don't know the actuality of like how this was actually done, and was it actually measuring the surface of Earth, or was it making a presupposition based on, like we said, looking at lights in the sky?
I see what you mean.
So
yeah.
So at that point, we would have to say you don't know. Would you agree with that? As far as you don't know exactly how it was done, if it was done, is that fair?
Are you asking me whether or not I believe that Eratosthenes did this and it was accurate, or if he even existed?
Yeah, no, I'm just asking if this is actually, if it actually equates to a measurement in your eyes.
I'd have to
and
say.
And if so, how so?
I do have a few questions, however. I'm going to have to rejoin because I can't hear you guys. Just give me a second.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
step out
Well,
and rejoin, man.
Yeah, no worries. I get that happens. But no, it's a pretty interesting conversation because I think when we walk it through this way, like, because then we find out it's a different kind of sequence when having a conversation. When we just, if they say, I'm just going to look it up, just go ahead and look it up, because we want to see if they're still coming up with the same story that they have, and they absolutely have the same story that they've always had. Eratosthenes. Now, bring it up to modern times, what do they say next after that? Most often, I would say, I don't think I'm going much out on a limb in saying that the next most often thing after the Styx and Shadows from 2200 BC, or 200 BC, is actually going right into the space age, supposed space age, with pictures. There's no in between. Like, where's the actual measurement done? Is my question.
Do you think that like all of the space agencies are like in on it and are trying to deceive everybody, or do you think that the employees think that they're actually putting stuff up into space, but the CEOs know that it's not real?
Most of them, actually, even the CEOs probably are just in. They're not in on it. They just believe it as well. So that information can be that technical data as far as how they're getting these streams of information into their desktops, which is what it basically boils down to. That can be false. That can be falsified.
So then, where are these rockets going that they're allegedly sending up into space?
Well, they're going in a parabolic arch, so they're not going into space. They're in a matter of 3 to 5 minutes.
Hold on, Sonny.
Generally, 3 to 5 minutes, they're going 90 degrees horizontal.
Well, Raman, I know you probably have a lot of questions, right? But we were talking about the curve of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just asking the first question. Don't worry, I just have 2 more, and then we can talk about rockets and where they're going. Right, but it's good to get through these 2 questions, or at least these remaining 2 questions, because it starts to at least help reduce sort of just flailing off questions, right? So, the first one, we asked you, how is the curve measured? Do you know? And you had to Google it on the fly. It's totally fine, right? Most people don't really think about these things, right? Even though we supposedly live on this spinning, wobbling space ball, right? Anyway, second question. Do you know of anyone in history who has measured the rotation of the Earth? Right? Because that's a big claim for the globe that it's spinning. Do you know of anyone who has measured this?
People who have measured the rotation of the Earth?
Yeah, do you know of anybody who has?
As in how the Earth spins in space, or?
Sure. How would we know that it's spinning? Or do you feel movement? Do you feel like you're moving right now?
Well, no, but
okay. Me too. I mean, I don't feel like I'm moving. And yet there's this globe claim that wait, hold up. Nuh-uh, you're actually spinning. Do you know of anyone who has verified that and measured it?
Well, the reason you don't feel like you're moving is so you can be in a truck or a car, and if the lights, or not the lights, if the windows...
That's not what he asked, man. He just asked if anybody's ever measured the motion of the Earth.
And it's okay if you don't know.
No, I don't.
Okay, yeah. I mean, that's fine, because there are some quote-unquote...
Well, you said that you don't feel any movement, and I was trying to, explain why.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And trust me, man, they told me the exact same story. Like, no, hold on. You're actually spinning, and this is how we know, right? But I'm just trying to get, for the panel, what your level of knowledge on this topic is, right? Because let's face it, we were all taught the globe, at least vaguely, right? Especially through elementary, middle school, and high school. So again, none of this is personal attacks. We're just trying to get your knowledge on this. So, and I don't know, absolutely fair. Last question.
Right.
Because they tell us this ball, the space globe spinning, right, at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, is doing it in a vacuum of outer space. Have you heard this story?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The vacuum of space, and we have an atmosphere, and the atmosphere is directly next to the vacuum of space.
Right. So this is what they claim, right? However, in reality, you can't have gas pressure without a container. So what I would ask you is, the third question, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
I actually saw a YouTube video about this. I'll try and pull it up if I can find it.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, because specifically they tell us that, there's even a gradient, and then it rises and it rises up, and eventually it's just zero. right? Or at least very close to zero, as we argued with Simpy just moments ago. But regardless, the
Insanely
claim,
close to zero.
yeah. Regardless, the claim is that they're adjacent to each other without a container. Now, this is very possible with a container, right?
Right.
You can have at least a near vacuum close to gas pressure. But in this case, they tell us that rockets are exiting out into outer space, telling us that this, or at least for what they're telling us, is an open system, right? Not closed. I mean, have you heard that there's a bubble around Earth, and we have to sort of unlatch the door and we leave and then we latch it back again? Is that the case? No, right? We're told that these rockets have to be going so fast and they have to go at a certain angle so that they can have trajectory, release, right? And be sent off into the orbit of all these different things, right? But lo and behold, they forgot to tell you that, well, you went from gas pressure to no gas pressure without a container, right? That was a little bit overlooked. So that's why the question is specific. Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container? You said there was a video.
Yeah, I'll try and pull it up if I can find it. Just give me
And think about this, like the vastness of space and how
Right.
big outer space is supposed to be, and how much like vacuum is out there, right? How close to everything is to zero, except for a little tiny bit on Earth. So,
Well,
like you said, we're trying to demonstrate gas pressure without a container.
majority of the planets in the solar system have an atmosphere, which means there is gas pressure.
Well, that's another story.
That's the claim. That's the claim. He's asking for a demonstration of gas pressure without a container.
Right,
Sorry, I'm
like,
just trying to help out.
well, yeah. For example, Ramen, it would be like I go to the grocery store and I'm about to buy some propane. Are you familiar with what propane is?
Yeah, I know what propane is. I've used it.
Yeah, but it'd be like me going to the clerk and going, "Hey, man, I need some propane, but don't worry about the container. I'm just gonna hold it in my hand. I'm gonna take it with me." Would that work?
No.
No, I would need some sort of container. Otherwise, it would start to disperse everywhere, right?
Mhm. Yeah. Hold on. Just
Sure, man. I unfortunately do have to split myself and go pick up the children, but you're definitely in good hands if you can hear me. Sounded like Sheepdog could take it on.
Either me or Sonny. I'll give Sonny seniority.
Unfortunately, I do have to leave as of late. I should be back in like a.
You're good, man. Same here.
No
But
problem.
I'll be in the background. I'm always here.
Leaving because I don't have like anything to say.
So would you say at the moment you don't have any demonstration of gas pressure without a container?
At the moment, I'm still looking for the video. So no.
Fair enough.
Right. But
So you,
have like an
you
hour or
would
two.
say
I don't
then
really
that
know
you
when,
don't know.
but I should be back before the live stream ends.
I'll be back around then, man. Sounds good.
Yeah, we'll talk to you a little bit later.
He already
Everybody can do
bounced
their
out,
little.
man.
He's like, hold up.
He was like real quick on that. I'm like, oh my gosh, dude. Like, oh, I'll be back. And take me like 2 days to figure out that there's no video demonstrating gas pressure without a container, but I'll be back.
He's like, I've got it. All right.
I know. I got it. Don't worry. I know where it is. Sure you do. We'll be right here waiting for you to come back soon.
Aboard.
There's something interesting. Obviously, this is the first time I was on the outside of this conversation. Something that I observed was that there's that focus on like, oh, well, who's doing the deceiving? And it's like if there is a deception, it doesn't quite matter for somebody to prove who's doing the deceiving, right? If we know we're being deceived, so it's like a weird side quest to find who's lying.
Right.
That was just an interesting thing to hear, and obviously not being under the in the hot seat. Just hearing that, I'm like, it doesn't really fucking matter who's lying.
It doesn't.
If you know you're lying to, or if you know
The
you're
fact
being lied to.
Yeah, or even why you're being lied to. Like if your girlfriend cheats on you, and everybody's telling you your girlfriend's cheating on you, but she chooses not to believe it. Or even if you are presented with the evidence, like here's the video, dude. It's like she's in bed with another guy. You're like, oh no. Why would she do it? That's not her. Why would she do it? It's like, does it matter why she would do it? Like she did it.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Or with who, as if that's relevant to whether or not you got cheated on.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not necessary to determine whether or not.
Yeah, it doesn't exactly
Just like
move
with
the
the
needle
murder,
on
right?
the
Like-
on the conversation. It might move the needle on
You see
feeling
blood
a sense of
everywhere.
justice.
You see a body. You see a hole in the body. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that somebody.
Well, I got to go as well. It's always a pleasure.
What about that now?
Everybody. Sorry, say that again.
I'm glad you got that though, Phil.
Yeah,
I'm glad you see the logic in that.
that was
That's really
that was an
important.
interesting thing to see. Yeah, and to realize, and really the knowing who part is only relevant if you're trying to exact justice on who. So that's a way later conversation. That's 100 years in the future. So
Anybody else
it's
in your
irrelevant
chat?
to know.
You got like 20, 25 minutes before I got to go personally.
Oh, hold on. Hi.
Sorry, it's my kids needing background.
Listen up. Can't exact justice because the
Right.
people who accept the lie are complicit in their acceptance. They've acquiesced to it. So the
Anybody
only
think
person
so?
to enact justice on is yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Which means it's extra irrelevant to figure out who.
Yeah, because you got to think about it this way: the majority of people who are deceived are self-deceived, right?
Right. Yeah, without a doubt.
There
You
you go.
gotta believe the lie. If you're not.
There you go. So who's responsible for the promulgation of the lie? Is the
Yeah.
subject. That's who.
Right. Yeah, that's a great perspective generally, I think, not just even in this context. Cool. And it's good to see you, AI, again. I think last time we talked was my first day here, or my first day verified, so it's cool to see you again. Unfortunately, I have to go. But again, it's always a pleasure, guys. And and by the way, it's Homewrecker Phil, but I got renamed because I lost a bet. All right, have a good one, guys.
My bad, y'all. I guess something was wrong with my mic. I don't know if I was roboting the whole time, so I apologize. Just real quick, Stacy, I don't know if that was you on Twitter. I think I'm your first follower, just so you know. Looks like you just opened up an account on there. I am having serious problems with my microphone, or at least my service. Cloudy out, so I can't see any satellites. Hey, God Rocket, did you change your name to Plum Bob? Hey, what's up,
Okay,
Stacy?
I think my mic's working now. It was just being weird and not wanting to work. Yeah, I did get a Twitter account, but I haven't checked it in ages.
In
But
ages,
I
it's
will
only been a
check.
month.
Oh man, isn't it supposed to be ladies' night in 45 minutes?
That's the plan.
All
If you
right.
guys can bear with me for however long. My
No, they're
plan
not
is
going to bear with you. They're going to assist you in the background, functionally.
yeah, I've actually my plan for ladies' night, if not many ladies come on, or it, so because I'm doing a flat Earth meetup on the solstice, and I have a presentation I'm gonna present. So I'm thinking I might quickly run through that presentation and get everyone's input on if I need to fix things or anything like that. That's gonna be my plan.
Yeah, that's a good plan. What's wrong with that? Nothing. The only problem with that plan is that it's harder to show your presentation in our
Yeah,
live stream because of the restrictions. So you'd have to be creative with how you go about doing it if you want to.
yeah, screenshots.
Yeah. Let me check something here.
Yes, sheepdog, you have successfully followed me. And I saw there was a trend in some of the people in the server. They had Bill and Ted people. So I decided to be one of the Bill and Ted daughters in my profile
So,
picture.
absolutely.
Oh,
So
okay.
in the future, if you want to do something with a presentation, we can create a room just for you temporarily that will only give you terms to use screen share or video, and everyone else won't be able to. So that could be arranged. It won't be able to be done now because there's not enough time. But in the future,
No,
we could do something like that.
I'm happy to just like share some screenshots.
Yeah, and then it makes them, thirsty for the actual thing when it comes down, and then they don't miss out on that. I like it. So this is like a taste test, revision, and then when it actually happens, then they'll want to see it again. So what's wrong with that? Nothing. I just got my new contact lens prescription. Now I can see crystal clear.
About 5 weeks until it gets a little worse.
I'm at Home Depot and this floor is flat, bro. Flat.
You can
Have
see
you
it
checked
now?
the lights and the shadows they cast? I think it might be circular.
Now, if you need contact.
I have to tell you this, though. There's a weird illusion with my phone screen, and my phone screen looks concave. I'm not sure why. It's kind of weird. I think it's the screen protector. It's like has a built-in screen protector, which I think is actually a little bowed. So it's giving me the illusion that my phone is curved when it ain't. Then again, I have sat on it a few times, so who knows? There you go, friends. Concave Earth. Proven undeniably.
And there's a person that shows up to Flat Earth Fridays every week. He's a concave earther. He swears by it.
Gandalf?
No, no, it's like cellular Earth. Have you ever heard of cellular Earth?
I've never heard of it.
Like, if anybody's ever played the Halo video game, it's kind of like that, where like everything's stuck to the inside of the ring. And I don't know. I guess there's like something in the center that everything kind of goes around. It's really weird. But so your avatar on Twitter, Stacy, that's like Bill and Ted's daughter, or Bill or Ted's daughter, or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to let them know so that way they can follow you. They're gonna love that.
Well, Bill and Ted's a pretty good movie, in my opinion. I like it.
I thought it was great that those characters, those guys on Twitter, man, they decided to run with it and just, they have that positive attitude, like be excellent to each other. Pretty awesome.
That is most bodacious. Well, the other day, my sister had a boards game night, so she invited a few people over. And then, because the day before the boards game night, I saw some super cool light movement in the sky. So on the day the board game night was there, when it got a bit late, I just rushed out of the house saying, "Oh no, I have to go. And everyone was super confused because I just ran outside to look at the stars. So everyone followed me. And then everyone ended up stargazing with me for a while. And I found it hilarious because then someone said something and then they realized, oh, Stacy does not think that the stars are just like these weird things light years away in this heliocentric model. And then one guy's like, so we see a shooting star, and then he's like, well, how far away do you think it was? Give me a guess. Like, tell me how far away it was. And he was really trying to push a number out of me. And I'm saying, well, I can't give you a number. Stop wanting a number from me. Like, the number is so redundant. And just how, like, annoyed he got that I wouldn't present him with a number. And then the other people thought that me not giving them numbers was ignorant. It was a reminder of, like, how people aren't logical.
No, yeah. And then when
And,
they
like,
do that, like come back to them and say, look, you and I both see the same thing. We see a light moving across the sky. How far away it is irrelevant because none of us can go that distance and measure it.
yeah, they're just in the mindset of, well, if it's bright, it has to be closer or it has to be a stronger light, or,
Right.
But yeah.
No, you did good. Way to hold yourself up on that. Strong. "33 minutes until
That's so
ladies' night."
so Masonic.
I know, that's why I had to say it before it changed.
I was about to say that's so satanic, but then I realized, wait, that's the wrong one. The word's Masonic. Although some might say there's a bit of a correlation between the two.
Could be. They say 33 is an angelic number.
Well, they also say 11, 22, 33, 44, and 55, and so on are angel numbers.
Oh, okay. So the sequential numbers?
Yeah.
Today
I'm
feels like a
really not
good day.
a number person.
Hope everybody's having a good day today. Do you have a good day today or yesterday, Stacey?
Well, this morning I'm having a good morning, and yesterday I'm gonna have to remember what I did yesterday, but I did things yesterday. I'm like such a moment by moment person that I forget what happened moments before me.
And you know what's funny though, Stacey? Next time they give you a hard time about, like the whole heliocentrism versus geocentrism, flat Earth and all that, like just tell them, say, look, it was me who made you go outside and look up at the sky to see something cool going on. I know more about what's going on in this reality than you do.
Yeah,
If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't even look up.
They actually did say, wow, Stacey, I'm so glad you took me outside and we got to see the shooting star.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I like what Toby Dog said. You don't have a cool story to explain the phenomenon we just saw. Must be a ball.
Hey, next time just make something up. Like just troll them a little bit. Like, yeah, so that's a unicorn in the sky right now. Like every
Oh
time you
yeah,
look
could
up,
do
you
that.
see something moving across the sky. That's a unicorn.
Yeah, can't prove me wrong.
Exactly. And see that one over there? That's a flying turtle.
And you know what's on the turtle? A straw man model of the flat Earth.
That's fantastic. I always like Creation Bear's explanation for it. When somebody asks him, "What do you think's going on?" He's like, "I don't know, but whatever they told you, it's not that.
Yeah.
Like we got to figure something out. Like it could be anything else, but what they're telling us, we've already figured that out. That's a lie. Lying to you."
But now that it's getting to December, it is December. It's a really great time to just start throwing out all these Santa Claus logic and stuff, and then in the supermarket. Oh, Santa's not real. Wait, no, Santa's real because how could everyone believe in a lie? It just can't be. And then just say to the random person at the grocery store, "Did you know that's the same way you think that the Earth is a ball?"
Well,
I'm not much of a flat Earth grocery store evangelist, though. But I do really, as much as Christmas is like the Santa Claus stuff is dumb, it's actually a really great analogy, as you all know.
you know what? As you get a little more witty in your conversations, because you're still young too. Well, I personally am proud of how bright your mind is in all of this. So I appreciate you hearing what you have to say and everything, especially coming from like your point of view, like how you're young. Um, but like as you get older, you're gonna get more witty, and yeah, it'll flow. Like you'll start having those grocery store conversations where you're sitting there in line, talk shit.
Yeah.
Hey, 27 minutes till ladies' night. 27 is 3 cubed, so that's Masonic.
Yeah, I had a random person contact me over Discord the other day, and he was saying he's done a lot of like resource industry surveying and a really cool, I guess, range of different jobs and stuff in the resources industry. And he was saying, "Hey, Stacy, like I've worked in the industry, and like we never account for curvature. We do 5 kilometer long relative level to relative level tests, and there's just no curvature in the maths." And then he's like, "Hey, Stacy, would you like to meet up for a coffee one day?" So I'm going to meet up with this person, and we're going to chat about some stuff and maybe even talk about making some short, precise to the point videos of just like how field physics works rather
That'd
than
be
the theory.
fantastic. That'd be fantastic. I like that idea. It's awesome.
Yeah, I think there is probably in a lot of flat earth content and videos, in my opinion, I think a lot of people ramble and sort of don't get to the point so quickly. So I think it would be pretty cool to add some more precise, quick videos. But maybe I'm just not watching the right videos. Honestly, I don't watch that much Flat Earth stuff. Well, I mean, I watch Flat Earth stuff all the time. I'm outside right now and I'm watching a Flat Earth.
I hate to skip on out of here, guys. I gotta head on out. I'm about to be at my destination. I hope y'all have a good night. I'll try to pop in a little later. Maybe ladies' night will still be going on. I wish y'all well. I think y'all will do great. Got Flatsy here now. Maybe Flatsy will be able to come in and do a little assist here and there.
Yeah, you guys are starting pretty soon. Hey, thanks for coming in. Appreciate you. Anyway, yeah, this is the kickoff of the ladies' night. So, is it supposed to start in? It's supposed to start right now.
Like 24 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, in 24
we can
minutes.
start it
Okay,
now.
gotcha.
But I mean, like officially, it'll be 6 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
Well, let's have the ladies decide when they want to start it, so they'll be all right.
Absolutely. Oh yeah.
But anyway, good to have you on, and interesting conversation the last few hours here. While I've sat and do craft work, I make wallets and stuff by hand, sew them together by hand. And I really enjoy it, man. It's like, because I get done with it and I have a freaking cool biker wallet, you know?
So it has like the sort of indented pattern on the leather too?
No, these particular ones are just some plain rawhide and other leather pieces that go inside for like IDs and things like that.
Okay.
So I finished it pretty much except for the very last stitching around from the backing, which folds over. It's a biker's wallet, so it folds over. And then I'll have to get a chain for this one, but this is the second one like this I made. I made some other like small billfolds, a small journal cover, like pretty cool stuff, man. So I'm going to find out where to get these kits from and just start making these things and then create a store online or something, you know?
Sounds cool. If
Yeah,
I
or
got my
even,
hands on leather,
yeah.
I was
What
just
was
going to
that?
say, if I got my hands on leather, I'd try and make some DIY moccasins.
I made a pair of moccasins too, but see the thing that's good about these, they're all the full instructions and everything are there. So especially, I think the most difficult one was the moccasin, and that was the first one I made, and it was pretty hard. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Enjoy it.
Yeah, I one time
I'm back
made
at home.
some moccasins out of some really bad leather which had just been pulled off some furniture, and it was just not, it had been tampered with and had like threadings underneath, so it wasn't pure leather.
Right.
And then one day I had to chase my brother's ducks all across the street and then over like a pile of sticks, and it was like chasing them around these sticks. The moccasins kept unthreading, and so I lost my moccasin to the duck chase.
Bummer. Yeah, but if you get the right kind of leather, you could even make boots and things like that, which are really good for the cold, you know, if you live in the cold. Something about having actual buckskin or cowhide, like, actually keeps you quite warm and weather friendly, because even when it gets warmer, it can actually keep you cool, and then the cold keep you warm. So I had to make my own thread for this one. So I just took regular, like, pretty coarse thread, and I quadrupled it. So I have 4 strands per one. Gonna rub some beeswax on the threads. You know what I just found out? That I have sleep apnea. And I didn't even realize that. But they told me from the test that my breathing stops 11 times a minute. And that's supposed to be a minor case. Thank God I don't have a severe case.
If your breathing stops 11 times a minute, I mean, couldn't that just be you not really like breathing in or out in 1 minute?
No, they did an actual oxygen sensor thing. They did this whole thing. There was this piece of equipment called a NOx device. So they have your pulse, and they have something on your nose, so for respiration and heartbeat, and so they can tell if you actually stop breathing. So that's what's causing me to have insomnia.
Maybe it's
Because I
because
probably
maybe the breathing stopped working because the fermentants come down and it's turned into like a vacuum chamber.
You're funny. I don't think so, but nice try. That's funny. Who knows, though? If something was happening, we wouldn't know about it till the last moments. If something drastic was happening.
Well, the other day, one of my friends was talking about breathing through the diaphragm, and then they were showing me when they breathe in, their belly goes out and the other way around.
Wait,
And then whenever I
yeah.
was trying, I just could not do it. And then eventually, when I went to bed, I realized I am breathing through my diaphragm. So I can breathe through my
Yeah,
diaphragm, but I cannot do it when I'm trying to. So I have to work on my
I get that.
diaphragm.
Yeah, I get that. I've had some deep breathing exercises and things like that. Yeah, they
Because it
call
is
it
sort of
box
weird.
breathing.
We're raised and no one ever really tells us how to properly breathe, but we get by with
Exactly.
whichever breathing use we get by with.
A haphazard method of breathing. Yeah, exactly. So when you learn how to breathe properly, then you can actually calm yourself down. You can change your mood. You can make yourself go from kind of dark feeling or to a lighter feeling to like divert your attention from things that are like bothering you or whatever. Like, or traumatic, like people have PTSD, they use breathing to help with PTSD.
I know Wim Hof uses breathing to be able to conquer swimming in ice water for long amounts of time.
Yeah, I can imagine. That's pretty outrageous. I remember when didn't Jack LaLanne swim that English Channel? I think he did.
I don't know.
Yeah, Jack LaLanne, the exercise guru. But I know he swam to Catalina Island, apparently 26 miles, and I think he was towing some barges or something.
Going somewhat?
Like barges or something.
Oh, arches.
No, but barges, like
barges.
like you know how tugboats pull barges.
So he was really showing off.
I guess so, right? Anyhow, like I don't know if it was two different people, but maybe this person. I think there's a British guy that swam the English Channel, right? Wasn't he the first one?
No idea.
Yeah, me neither. Forgot. It's too long ago. But it was either, I think Jack LaLanne, when he swam across to Catalina, he covered his body in Vaseline that keeps you warm.
And yesterday I was talking to someone who he's like an old person now, but he had
Yeah.
some experience with airplanes and worked in the military a little. And he was saying
Right.
back in the 70s, they had technology where they could have their airplane way up in the sky, and from the sky, the airplane could detect submarines, like just
Oh,
like
yeah.
hidden underneath the water. And so he was saying,
Exactly.
like, sorry, what did you say?
I was saying exactly.
Yeah,
I was
yeah, exactly.
agreeing with you. Yeah.
Yeah, and then he's saying, so like with that technology, and that was back in the 70s, and he finds it
Right.
quite boggling that they can like lose an airplane, not be able to find it, or so the narrative goes.
Or even worse than that, that they could do all of that, but no one has ever measured Earth in motion. And you would think that would be the first place that a glober would go to show us that, yeah, it really is a globe, because look, this is how we measured it. We have high-tech instrumentation and so forth, so on, and they should be able to go on and on and on about that with the proof, but there is no proof
But
of
they have
such a
the
thing.
highest tech. They have a pendulum.
Yeah, wasn't that freaking weird? Isn't that weird? That's some strange stuff right there. I'm telling you. Wild. Wild assertions.
I gave a pendulum to my science teacher friend, and I hope she doesn't use that to prove that the Earth is in motion.
Or you hope she doesn't actually, or you hope she doesn't try.
Oh, I gave her a way cooler pendulum experiment. I said, I've read that it goes the same speed when it swings like a long way as to when it swings when it's short. You should test it out. Because I haven't tested it out, but I read it in an old book.
Right. Nice. I forgot what area you live in. You live in Britain, or you live in, I forgot where you're from.
Australia.
Right. Oh, you're from Australia. My bad.
Yeah.
Well, you don't have a really thick Australian accent, though.
No, my mum's German, so my accent is like a merge of German and British and Australian.
That's kind of what I was thinking. I was thinking maybe German because of your accent. So it really did carry over a little bit there. But
Das ist gut.
that's interesting. Das ist gut. Ja. I don't know. I probably could speak German if I gave it an effort. But I think I'm going to go back to try to refresh on some of these languages, like, just refresh on Spanish so it can become fully, like, conversationales, conversaciones, to be fluent in like Spanish, and then possibly fluent in French, French is a difficult language. It has seven forms of verbs. But anyway, I digress.
I can send some pictures of lasers. I was doing some laser and cat eye refractor experiments the other day, and I also had
Nice.
one of those
Sounds
laser
good.
levels because my friend had to borrow it, so I said, let me borrow it too. So I took the laser level out and I tried to replicate that the thing I was doing with the blue lasers, where if you pointed it at the cat eye cat eye reflector, it would sort of refract upwards vertically and sometimes to one side or another. But when I had the surveying one, which has a 360 laser, it didn't do that, and I think it's just because the laser was too weak. Because it was strong enough, like you could see it for a fair distance, but it may also have been because, I don't know, because the laser's I don't think it would be because it's going in a circle, but anyway, it was very disappointing, so I just enjoyed the blue lasers more.
Yeah, but it all sounds really exciting, like going out there and doing laser tests out there and out in the wild, out in nature. Pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, it's funny, my home is so close to one of the airports, so I do have to be very careful with it and not do it very much, especially when there's planes around.
Oh, yeah. I know. Wouldn't want to interfere with their air traffic now, would you?
I can start showing them the way. Follow this blue laser line, that's your path. Air traffic controller. But I should be a bit careful because the cat eye reflector sometimes reflects straight back at it. Yes, straight back at you, and I need to probably be careful with my eyes. But sometimes I think, oh, it's so cool, my eyes can endure it just for a moment for experimental purposes. But I do like my vision, so I should try and preserve it and not laser my eyes. Seven more minutes. I think I might just make a start to my presentation and get everyone to chime in here and there when they have improvements and suggestions. All in favor?
Yeah, I vote for yes on that, and I'm gonna bow out because you girls have 7 minutes until ladies' night, so I'm gonna back out here. Nice speaking with you.
Yes.
Yep, and we'll talk to you a little bit later.
All right.
You can ping me anytime. You know what? Ping me anytime if you need any help. If I'm online and I can post something for you, if I'm available, I can help out as long as I'm listening in. So I'll probably be listening in.
Okay, Sunny. Will do. Okay, sending my first. So my screenshots have 3 slides at a time. So this is what I'm gonna present on my summer solstice flat earth
Hold on,
meetup.
you want to start the event now?
Yeah, we can start the event.
Okay,
I have
so
to
I'll
wait.
ping the invite out, and then I would spend like a minute chilling to give people a chance to come before you begin, maybe.
Okay.
Like 1 or 2
Exercise my
minutes
patience.
to see if anybody joins. All right, give me a second.
And I'm wondering with my Flat Earth event, because after my presentation, I'll have a roundtable discussion. I'm thinking maybe I should get some of the people from like this Discord group, have them on call as like a call in a friend sort of thing, a hotline if someone has a question and the people there cannot answer it. I think maybe something like that. But I'm not sure if I should just keep it live and like face-to-face conversation though. So I'm toying with the idea. If
The
anyone
invite
has
is out. The event
going.
is started. The invite is out.
Okay.
The event is started, so you can give a short intro. Begin anytime you want to.
All right. Well, I hope you guys could hear my rooster crowing because they're saying "Ladies' Night, Ladies' Night." Okay, I shall start. I'll resend the thing. Okay, so my presentation is Flat Earth 101. Obviously, Flat Earth can be a weaponized term, but I'll use it colloquially. And before I start the presentation, my first quote is, "The truth can stand investigation," and the second quote is supposedly from Aristotle. He said, "It is the mark of a wise man to entertain a thought without keeping it, or without assuming it, or whatever." So I invite everyone who is probably a flat earther in this channel, but anyone listening, that they entertain what I'm saying without just closing themselves off to it. Firstly, let us start with what the heliocentric model is. Obviously, helio being sun-centric, sun-centric. In a solar system, solar being the sun, of course, we orbit around the sun, and the Earth is physically an oblate spheroid with radio measurements asserted by NASA, which is 6,000, well, technically 6,378.12 kilometers, and the polar radius is 20 kilometers shorter. And for simplicity of our curvature calculations, we'll assume that the polar radius expands itself 20 kilometers to be equalized with the equatorial radius to generate a perfect sphere. And the reason we do this is because by making it larger at the poles, it means when we do curvature calculations, it makes it harder to falsify, meaning that we're giving curvature the benefit of the doubt. So we're only assisting the globe Earth model by making it a bit bigger and a perfect sphere. So what the flat Earth is not. Firstly, flat Earth is not a model or a straw man model. It is not a claim of the shape of the Earth, and the word shape I use instead of the word form. And so in my presentation, I have a picture of a piece of wood, and I would ask you, what is the shape of this wood? You can see it's flat, but you only see it in its like a small locality of it. But it could be triangle, it could be square, could be anything, but then the actual picture shows that it is an oval. And so flat is not something to do with, when it comes to having a shape, the shape refers to its entirety and its parameters. But with the term flat, you don't need to know the Earth in its entirety, or you don't need to know the perimeter of the Earth. You just need to know, okay, locally from A to B, it appears to be flat. And so that's why we don't use the word shape. And flat Earth is a term, a weaponized term. It invokes strawman models, and yeah, flat Earth is a label slapped onto people who challenge the globe Earth, and yeah, and so, oh, I'm gonna send my next piece of the presentation. People are following along. Someone's joining a lot. Okay. So in the debate, in debates and in legal dealings and things like that, we have the burden of proof. The burden of proof is as if you have like a cardboard box of all your evidence, you put it in that cardboard box, and then you give it to the judge, and the judge determines if your claim is substantiated by the evidence you've provided. Yeah, my rooster is chiming in a lot. So we have a positive claim. The positive claim is formatted as X exists. Here is my evidence to prove X exists. Another example is Santa exists. Here is my evidence as to why Santa exists, or the Earth is a globe. Here is my evidence which supports this. Whereas the negative claim inverts that, and it's called a switching the burden of proof, where you say X exists until you prove otherwise, Santa exists until you prove me wrong, and the Earth is a globe until you prove me wrong. And so, as I said earlier, the term flat Earth is a counter argument or a counter label put on people challenging the idea that the Earth is a globe. So when I'm called a flat earther, it's actually akin to if I was challenging the existence of Santa Claus and saying, well, I don't think Santa exists, then the people who happily take the claim that Santa does exist and they see that I'm challenging them, then they revert their label and invert it onto me, and they say, oh, you're an anti-Santerer. So the term flat earth is akin to being an anti-Santerer. Like, I'm not making the claim that Santa doesn't exist, I'm just challenging the positive claim that he does exist. And so in the same way, the flat earth is not so much making the claim of the earth as, we're just like on the earth, and we do localized measurements to not affirm curvature, but in its entirety, we don't know. But anyway, there's two forms of evidence. We have positive and circumstantial. Positive evidence is direct proof and does not arise from any presumption or assumption, whereas circumstantial is all evidence of indirect nature. So in an example, if there was a person who was dead on the alleyway, in an alleyway with a knife in his heart, then the police may have found a suspect, and the suspect was on bad terms with the guy who died, had an affair with his wife, and had a knife in his hand when he was caught, and the knife had blood on it, and he had a terrible alibi. All of that circumstantial evidence makes it look like a really good case that that guy's the one who killed the guy in the alleyway. But ultimately, if the guy didn't kill the guy, then all of that circumstantial evidence is null and void, because in terms of the positive evidence, him actually killing the guy didn't happen, and so it's nullified. And in that same regard, I look at the globe earth argument, where you have all of this circumstantial evidence with like, oh, look at the stars, look at the sun, look at radiometry, look at spectrography, and look at all of that stuff, but don't care about the primary evidence because we have all of this circumstantial evidence. So and then I posed a question to everyone. If positive evidence is readily available but not presented, then has the claim been proven beyond reasonable doubt? Because I would think, well, you have all of the evidence available, you have heaps of circumstantial evidence, but you haven't even cared to invoke the primary evidence, and the primary evidence in like a blink of an eye could render all of your circumstantial evidence, which is alluding to one side of the claim, could render all of that like false, null and void. And yet, like, it doesn't make logical sense to me if you have a primary claim and you can't approach that primary evidence. Okay, should I have a bit of a break or continue? I'm not sure if I'm sort of just powering through it. If no one says anything, I'll just continue. Okay, continuing. Next slide. Sending the next slide. Okay, so if the Earth is a globe, the terrain must be conforming to its radius so that it maintains its spherical shape. And we should be able to physically measure the expected curvature drop and validate the proclaimed curvature. As I said, the Globe Earth is making the positive claim. So let's primarily prove that the Earth is a globe by measuring the terrain itself primarily. We have two types of observations, qualitative and quantitative. Qualitative observations are based on your senses. So I could say the red chair, which I can see with my eyes, it's red, it's a chair, is close by. I can see it's moderately close. Whereas quantitative is more the abstract of your mind or your intellect, where you're actually abstractly choosing a length and quantifying that length, like a ruler, like having units, centimeters or something, to actually measure a distance between things. So for example, the chair is 8 meters away from me, where before I just said it's close by. Now that it's quantitative, I can assert some numbers and units. There's two types of horizons. We have the apparent and the geometric horizon. And then I have a slide. On that slide, I have a picture of a horizon from the ocean. And I would ask the audience, what are you looking at? Do you think it's an apparent horizon or a geometric horizon? And then await people's responses. And then I would say, well, actually, it is an apparent horizon. And the reason it's apparent is, well, let's go through the definitions first. An apparent horizon is an optical line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet relative to the viewer, whereas the geometric horizon is the physical line where the Earth begins to obscure as it curves down relative to the viewer. And so the reason that it's apparent and not geometric is because the geometric one makes the positive claim of distance, and we don't have anything in that picture which could substantiate the positive claim of it being the necessary distance, because first you'd need to know the observer height to be able to work out where is the geometric horizon. And in this picture, I don't give you my height. I don't actually know what my height was. And then in the picture, you'd also want like an object before the horizon and an object after the horizon with known distances, so you can at least get an in-between of where the horizon is probably sitting, and therefore see, okay, is it where the geometric horizon would be? And unless you have data like that in an image, you can't just say, oh, geometric horizon, because I won't go there. I would just be making excuses. Okay, every 5 to 7 minutes should have a pause or when. Okay, what do you think, people? I will pause it for a little while. Anyone want to chime in?
Well said. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm probably rushing through it a bit quick because I don't want to spend all of ladies' night going through a presentation. But I think the main thing is I guess if people want to help me out and let me know if anything I say gets a bit too technical, to like help me bring it back to layman terms, because I want to keep it as simple for everyone as possible rather than speaking my own language.
Yeah, all horizons are apparent, and we only have one horizon. It's a great presentation.
Okay, thank you. Then I shall probably continue if no one else wants to say anything. My rooster wants to say things. Okay, next slide. So now obviously in my presentation, I have the abilities of making things appear when I want them to, but here you get everything. But anyway, I show the diagram of your eye level to the geometric horizon. With a camera altitude of 1.36 meters, the geometric horizon is 4.1 kilometers away. And then I showed a picture of the salt flat. And then I say, well, this isn't just an apparent horizon. You could actually say this is, I could test it as a geometric horizon, see if it is a geometric horizon. So I got my friend to walk out 1.5 kilometers into the distance, which of course 1.5 kilometers is much less than 4.1 kilometers, the geometric horizon. Therefore, the apparent horizon should be way beyond my friend, who's only 1.5 kilometers away. But as you can see in the image where he is actually looks like the horizon is before him, because it's an apparent horizon, and it also looks like there's a mirroring effect going on. And that is just at least to show people, okay, when you do look at the horizon, it isn't always geometric, if it ever is geometric. I think it could plausibly every now and again sort of be in line with the geometric amount if you have a long enough range of distance or anything. But most of the time when I look, it's very much before the geometric horizon. And then I have a video of a boat just sailing into the distance and how it starts to mirror as it sails. So I'd go through that video. And then I have a little graphic which shows what I observe. A ship, as it goes into the distance, its flag might start to mirror. And as it gets further into the distance, that mirroring line gets higher on that boat. So eventually it looks like the flag is merged into one flag. And then eventually that mirroring line goes above the boat, so now it's just sky being reflected on sky. So you can't see the boat and it disappears, but it's just your optical threshold. And also, in the terms of the image where my friend is 1.5 kilometers away and mirroring, that was at an altitude of 1.36 meters. But when I actually physically squatted down to see how low do I have to go before he is invisible, he was my eye level was about 45 centimeters, and at a 45 centimeter level, I think the geometric horizon was about 2.1 kilometers, and still he was before the horizon, yet he disappeared, not due to curvature, but just due to the fact that that's how your eyes work. And then the next parts of my presentation just go through some mirroring examples, because I just sort of digress a bit with some observations just to try and get people to realize that mirroring is a definite thing which happens. So do consult in those images if you want to look at them. I find with mirroring, the best way to determine mirroring is when you look at triangular sort of patterns in like long distance things. Triangles tend to be the easiest way to detect mirroring, but also just knowing what you're looking for. Okay. So we have two forms of curvature tests we can do to get that primary evidence. Firstly, the first one is just using the geometric horizon. So we just need to know our observer height, and with that we can work out our geometric horizon thanks to Pythagoras. And with this curvature test, the apparent horizon should not exceed the geometric horizon, obviously, because if it's exceeding it, then how is that so? Obviously, we can refer to refraction if we want to. But anyway, the black swan. When the apparent horizon exceeds the geometric horizon, it is dubbed as a black swan. According to globe defenders, when the apparent horizon exceeds the geometric horizon, it's due to terrestrial refraction. Terrestrial refraction eludes our eyes into making the Earth appear to be flat, but really the horizon is being refracted upwards above the curvature obstruction and back into view, and also tilting itself parallel even when it's curved. They invoke refraction calculators, which make any falsified radius observation unfalsifiable by making the refractive index high enough to flatten the globe. And someone told me it was to about 18,000 kilometers visibility, which is an insane amount. You'll never see, so yeah, even if it's not technically you can't not an infinite range, 18,000 kilometers is good enough as infinite in terms of how far your eyes will see. So in the image we have the black swan image. The horizon should be 2 kilometers away, but we see to pass 15 kilometers away the horizon, which means the horizon is at least 13 kilometers further away than the geometric horizon. And our second form of curvature test is one where we plot another triangle past our geometric triangle, and that triangle goes to a target object, and we start to work out the expected curvature drop. So obviously when we're dealing with a sphere and we have a line of sight, we have the highest point of the bulge before the land beyond that bulge is going to start sloping downwards, and so that highest point is going to be like your hands over your eyes, obstructing anything below that. And so with that, the geometric horizon will obscure objects further away from it, and you should not be able to see objects which are obscured by the geometric horizon. Okay, I am going to pause again, pausing for any additional comments. Hi, Creation Bear, welcome. You've got a Silver Salt Lake Stacy presentation going on. Yeah, I have heaps of birds in my area, so all of the birds are tweeting around. Good background noise. Maybe I should just put some birds tweeting in my presentation. Okay, I shall continue. Okay, what's the next slide? Okay, as for actually getting that curvature, yeah, a curvature test methodology which affirms the curvature of the Earth. Clicking. I would expect a test where you would have not just an A to B line of sight curvature test observation, but actually an A to B to C to E to, like multiple different distances, observing, okay, is this target object seeable at this distance or this light? Or with a laser, you might use a cherry picker to get up a certain height to go for the curvature rise, so to speak, because the laser stays level. And so basically just having multiple points of data to affirm, okay, the Earth's curving at this rate, here's the geometric horizon where the observer is, therefore at this distance it should be this high or low, depending if it depends if you're doing a target test or a laser test, and at this height it should be this and this and this, so on. And that would actually affirm curvature, because an A to B test does not affirm curvature. It just, because curvature is something, it's what's the word, it's a consistent slope downward, not downwards, it's relative, but a consistent slope. So you should have multiple different readings affirming that slope. Okay, I'm not good at explaining that, but it makes sense in my head. So the closest we got to that test is, or maybe at least one I've found where it affirms curvature, is the Stevens-Hawkins one. But he just did a to B test rather than one which has multiple different steps. And the reason I bring this one up is because it does affirm curvature, at least the presentation or the video makes us believe. But when we look into the video and we plot the numbers in, it actually shows that they accidentally times the curvature drop by 10. So they presented it as if it was 1.8 meter drop, but actually it was a 18.9 centimeter drop. But as for layman curvature tests, we see too far, and we have a lot of evidence and data. And so now the rest of the presentation is just spamming with those sort of tests. Okay, so one test done by Flat Earth Perth, shout out to them, I'm borrowing their lasers. And I've done this test, is they were, the laser's 2.5 meters above the ground. They're about 15.3 kilometers away. That distance should have a 13.45 meter curvature drop, which would, if you take away the laser height, then that would be a 10.95. So basically an 11 meters of curve, which should be meaning that when you get that direct laser hit, which shows that it's most compact, so a really bright white light rather than the blue light, which would show that it's not directly hitting you. But when you get that white light compact, it should be, your camera should be set up 11 meters above the ground to actually be able to get that. I mean, that's assuming a level laser, I guess. So I did that one too, but I didn't get the direct hit because the collimator's not working. The next one, this Great Salt Lake, Utah, we have a laser which is 33.8 kilometers away, and the laser should be hidden behind 66.4 meters of Earth curve, but you can see it. The next one is, this one's from Flat Earth Core, Field Engineering Core, FE Core. The blue laser is 2.92 meters, and the curvature expected for that distance is 100.3 meters, which if they accounted for refraction, and they're with the accounted refraction with their temperature data and humidity and barometric stuff, they worked out that the refraction would cut off, how much was it? Looking, blue laser should be hidden, so about 10 meters, a bit less, should be accounted from refraction, meaning that the laser should be hidden behind 97.38 meters. Yes, my rooster agrees. 97.38 meters of curvature, but you can see it there. And so on the presentation goes. Now, I won't address them all. I'll just send all of the slides. But that basically ends my presentation. Oh, okay, wait, I'll talk about this one too. On the last one I posted, this one is super cool because it has two different lights, a blue light and a red light, and the blue light is 6.4 kilometers away, whereas the red light is 12.8 kilometers away, so about double the distance. And in the image, I think this was like called Grout Alone or something. Grout A1 or something is the YouTube channel. He had those two lights set up at two different distances, yet on the camera they seem to be pretty much the same sort of line height. I mean, technically, when you go further away, the mirroring line gets higher, so the red one might actually have a slightly higher mirroring line, but for the most part they look pretty similar in height. But the fact that the blue laser, the blue light is half the distance from the red light, it means that if we're going to invoke refraction, we're actually invoking that the refraction is pushing the further light up at a way higher rate than the closer light. Because if it was refracted upwards, we should be able to see the blue light being higher on the, seeing it higher up than the red light. So that's a bit interesting for globe earthers. And then we have a Flatlander observations, which I only recently saw. Super cool. And they have multiple distances of the blue and the green lasers. And anyway, that is my presentation on the day. I won't go through it so speedily, but for you guys, I thought I would. It's all very obvious information. So there you have it. That is my presentation. Any comments, thoughts, improvements, suggestions?
I wasn't here from the beginning. Excuse me. So I was curious what sparked this presentation. Are you?
Yeah, I'm making on the summer solstice. I'm having a Flat Earth meetup, and so I'm having this because it's not just for Flat Earthers, obviously. It's for in-betweeners and also globe earthers. So it's basically just to get everyone in, I guess, in alignment of what the Flat Earth is and isn't, and the main reasons why we can stand so confidently. And the fact that the globe Earth is the one which needs to give its proof and evidence, because in the presentation I sort of say Flat Earth is just the counter label to a globe Earth challenger, or a globe earther, and therefore they give us a label as being challenging them.
Fair enough. So full disclosure, I'm a Glober, and something that I think would be helpful to me as a Glober, if I got a presentation like this, would be if you kind of what I've realized after talking to a lot of the people here is that the tests, the attempts, the science to prove curvature over a given length is almost irrelevant, because the rule that the horizon is a literal wall in front of your eyes, like you said, a hand over your eyes, is an absolute rule. So there should be nowhere where that rule is violated, right? So if there is a case where that rule is violated, that means that the rule is a lot flimsier than basically people post. Because so I don't know if I'm articulating what I mean well enough,
Yeah,
but
I'm not
basically,
quite
like,
following.
so I guess if I say that the absolute rule is that there's curvature to the Earth, and that you will never be able to see something that's behind the curvature, and that is the hard and fast absolute rule. If there's a case where you can see things behind the alleged curvature, that means that it's not a hard rule. So when I see these tests that validate over any curvature over 30 kilometers or whatever else, and then I see somebody else saying, "Hey, I see things that are behind this alleged curve," that breaks that rule. I just formed this thought as you were talking. I was thinking about this, and that is something that would be, and so I'm not articulating it well. Let me think on it a little bit more and see if I can come up with a better.
Okay.
Yeah. So like what Rayleigh said, it's like if there's something behind the curvature that shouldn't be seen and it's seen, it kind of violates the concept of curvature. And I think that that's what a lot of people's perspectives is based on. Because you can, if there's a case where if there's a case where the curvature, the unending constant curvature is violated, that means that there isn't a constant unending curvature. And
Or
the curvature,
geometrically, there would be in the globe model.
right? Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Okay. There would have to be. Okay, so yeah, never mind. Just disregard what I said.
No, it's all right. No one else seems to be super chatty. I've put everyone to sleep.
Well, it was very eloquent. I mean, maybe there's not a lot to add to it.
Yeah, it's good. So if anyone wants to fly to Western Australia for the summer solstice meetup, you Americans, some last minute notice.
Stacey, I had my husband called me at the beginning of the presentation, and I'm sorry, I'm working in the kitchen right now, but I liked it. It was very comprehensive and to the point. So that's a good job.
Okay. Thanks, Betsy. I think I saw the other day Wave Mixer had shared a YouTube video that he's having a meetup on the 16th. So if anyone lives around Wave Mixer territory, have Flat Earth meetup.
I would like to give you a compliment, with your consent, of course.
Oh, yep. I'll take a compliment.
Okay. I thought that your presentation was excellent, so I do want to say that, but I was scared to give a compliment in this era that we live in.
Oh, thanks, Max. I appreciate it. Yeah, because I have I did one sort of mock presentation with my mom, and she said, "Stacy, try and keep it more simple." And I didn't really change it much. So I think it may just be depending on like who I'm talking to. Some people just won't quite grasp the concepts of like the geometry of it all and the triangles and things, but I guess it just depends on who's in the audience. I find it really funny. I hang out with this old man. He's basically my grandpa without being my grandpa, and I've invited him over, and he doesn't know I'm a flat earther, but I have said a few things, and I don't think he thinks I'm, in his mind, I don't think he thinks I'm silly enough to be a flat earther. But I've invited him along, and I haven't told him what the thing's about. I just said, I'm going to have a presentation, and it's going to be on my observations. And so I'm going to find it really hilarious when he sees that I'm making a presentation about why flat earthers exist.
Can I ask? I guess maybe even a little bit of a political question. I don't want to derail anything, but it's not like Democrats and Republican politics. It's like flat Earth 24/7 flat Earth Discord politics. I just want to ask the question. I don't want to derail anything. But the first, I'll pose the question, and then if nobody wants to talk about it, that's fine. So, but with the first day that I came in, I got a hint of some people being wary of some flat Earth groups, and then kind of sanctioning others, and like one of them was, I forgot, it's like Flat Earth Society. Is that what it was? Some people
yeah,
said,
the
yeah,
Flat Earth
it's filled
Society,
with
yeah.
it's filled with weirdos, or it's filled with counter, what was it, counter fake opposition, or something along those
Yeah.
lines. And one of the ones that somebody mentioned was FE Core, and I think the basis was that they were featured maybe in a documentary of and that the Flat Earth Society made, but it was actually like controlled opposition or something along those lines. And I noticed, and what the only thing that sparked it is that I realized that there was FE Core. Was it? I guess it's not Flat Earth Core, is it?
Yes,
You said it was
yeah.
right. Yeah. So I was just curious,
not
since
field engineering.
Yeah. So I was curious, since I saw that you had some citations from FE Core, what your thoughts were on that. Of course, this could be a contentious subject, so maybe we can just not talk about it. But I was just curious what your thoughts were on that. And then obviously, since you're citing it, you don't necessarily need to throw the baby out with the bathwater, like if it's a bad group, but they had some good data. But I'm just curious what your thoughts are on kind of some of these politics in the flat Earth, between the groups and trustworthy data sources, etc.
Yeah, well, I haven't really looked into like why FE Core might be good or bad. I just saw their laser test videos and their presentation. Like they have like a big PowerPoint of all of their data, and if it's true, which I would suppose it is, because I don't know, but like, yeah, so I think it's pretty trustworthy in terms of, I think some people do say that, oh, they were sort of just trying to get your money, things like that, for donations, but I honestly don't know. I just like the video and the observations they made. I think they made about 7 different observations across different places. So I wouldn't say anything bad about them, but I haven't looked into it much, so
Yeah,
I don't know if you can
fair
take
enough.
my word.
The main thing is, if I could say, is that when
Go.
data is involved, it doesn't matter what people say, it's the data that matters. So data, data, data.
Right. That's very fair.
So, and that FE Core like those different observations that they made, there's like a slew of data like that you have to go through, pages and pages of a PDF. So you're not short on that. You just have to have some patience and go through it.
Yeah, from memory, I think the PDF is like 100 pages.
I think I started reading one. I haven't finished it yet. I was taking my time with it. It was pretty heady. It was I felt underqualified to read it and had to kind of do some remedial education as I was reading it. So that's part of the reason why I haven't finished it yet. But as far as I know, it's pretty. I mean, it seems like their test processes are good, etc. But beyond that, I can't I can't offer.
Well, it's like what you said. It doesn't matter who the source is. You can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. You look through what they are offering and provide, and it's always a case by case thing. You can't paint a wide brush when it comes to learning about something. So leaving the politics out of it, if they supply something that's trash, it's trash. If they supply something that's gold, it's gold.
Okay, AI says he can answer the FE core thing. Yes, AI, do chime in.
No? Whatever, it's broken. All right, how about now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, so the primary thing about the FE Core document concerning the laser test is that was done officially with the group FE Core and their members. Now, just because their members then go on to do other things doesn't necessarily mean that they're officially acting in the capacity of the FE Core using their techniques or anything. So when it came time for the Netflix documentary, a lot of the guys that got involved severably, right? So just on their own. And what they did there stands on its own, separate from what the FE Core document portrays. So just because they're associated with the organization doesn't mean everything they do is under the auspices of that organization. Is that clear?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
All right.
Very logical. Well, someone asked what the black swan was. So, in our globe geometry, we have the geometric horizon. As I said, that's sort of where anything like the land which goes further than that geometric horizon starts to slope relative to that highest point, that bulge where that geometric horizon is. And so that's your visible cutoff. So you're looking at a geometric horizon, that's where you're looking in the globe Earth model, assuming ideal conditions. But if we have markers in the water like an island or a boat and we know the distances, we can work out, okay, this boat is 10 kilometers away and the geometric horizon is 5 kilometers away, yet we see the apparent horizon go beyond the boat, so it looks like it continues on. So like it doesn't look like the boat sitting on the horizon, it looks like the horizon, it looks like the horizon keeps going beyond it. And that is showing you that, okay, it's definitely an apparent horizon, but not only is it an apparent horizon, it's actually the apparent horizon is like exceeds the geometric horizon, which is not how the geometric horizon works. And so it falsifies the globe model in terms of its geometry, unless, of course, you invoke refraction, which you can always do. And then by invoking the refraction, you can just say, okay, I don't have any of like the data of its temperature or the barometric data or humidity or anything like that, but I'm still going to use this refraction calculator slider to slide that globe Earth so that it's flat, so that I can see this geometric horizon, which is like, no, the apparent horizon, which exceeds the geometric horizon by 5 kilometers or whatever. And then I can just make it unfalsifiable. So no matter what observation, no matter how much you falsify the radius of the Earth, you can invoke refraction. But I should stop just offering excuses, but that is the globe mentality. It's a positive claim, and they don't substantiate it, but they just say refraction. So Black
Yeah,
Swan
that's fair.
is...
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I was just going to say the Black Swan just means we see too far. You can go.
Yeah, understood. So when I first saw this image, shortly after I joined, and again, just full disclosure, I'm a glober. But when I first saw this image, I didn't think about diffraction because, to your point, like you can fudge those numbers any way you want. The thing that I would want to know would actually be tidal conditions. In when that photograph was taken, and it's like it's impossible for me to know. So that's when I look at this image, I'm like, well, if I don't know the tidal conditions, it's going to be really difficult for me to confidently say that this image shows me what it purports to show me. So I know that. Then that was a rebuttal that I don't think that, at least when I was first here, it's not a rebuttal that I don't think that anybody had heard yet. And so, but yeah, just in the interest of full disclosure, that my uncertainty about it has to do with the tidal conditions.
Why do the tidal conditions concern you?
Because waves are parabolic in their shape, and because of that, there's going to be a high point and a low point in that that tidal wave or in that phase. And so, if I don't know what the tidal conditions are at the point of the observer and at the point of the actual platforms, that I don't actually know where on those phases that tidal wave is. So, I mean, there are ways to move that slider too. Like if I say that the photographer is at the peak, the very peak of or on the high end of a tidal wave parabola, and those are at the very lowest end of a tidal wave parabola, then that could account for some of the space there. But again, it's kind of the same problem with diffraction, is that I can move that slider wherever, and I can say, well, the tidal conditions were probably X, and that's why this happened, right? And that's me starting at the conclusion and coming back to my own already established worldview, which is it's not a very rigorous way to look at this. So, but yeah, I figured that I would mention a different rebuttal to that, or a different question, because I know that some people hadn't heard it before.
So are you saying that when you're looking at the Black Swan image and you're looking at what we say is an apparent horizon, are you saying, well, what if those are just like really super, like I'm not quite following. Are you saying the waves are like so big that they make it appear like the horizon goes beyond them? But
Yeah,
they're just really big.
So a tidal wave can be as long as it can be. This isn't a unit of length, but they can be 12 hours long, right? A tidal cycle is 12 hours, where there's a peak, and then there's another peak. So a full wave or full wavelength is its time can be 12 hours long. So whatever the velocity is, it's a massive parabola. And so I don't know if that helps clarify what my position is, or what my thoughts were when I saw the image. Not my position.
So do you think that the platforms are on a parabola? I'm a bit confused.
Yeah, so so actually when we were looking at this image, I was trying to determine if they were fixed, if those were the type of oil rigs, drilling rigs that were fixed to the sea floor, or if they were floating rigs. And if they're floating rig, and kind of regardless, if they're floating rigs, then like, for example, the water line wouldn't change because they're floating. And if they are fixed to the ground, the water line on them would change with the tidal conditions. But regardless, if you have the two peaks of these parabolic waves, if I'm standing on one of those peaks and a floating rig is on the other peak, I'm going to be able to see it because we're both actually basically at an elevated position because of the tidal conditions. Or if I'm standing at the trough of one of these parabolas and I'm looking essentially up the trough, then it's gonna show a whole different. It's gonna change the distance at which I can see. And again, if you're in theory, if you're at the trough, you're 6 hours away from the next peak. So sorry, I don't know if I'm articulating this well, but
No, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. It does sound. So if you're to say it's like a parabola, I think in this case you've got the positive claim, and there's a video of it too. I don't know. If you like consult in the video where the person actually films this, would you seeing how like the water's acting in video form, would that make you decide whether it is parabolic or not, or is it just sort of your mind thinking it has to be this?
yeah, well, that's kind of what I was saying. Is that from the video, I can't really tell, you know, and also that was the I guess to put it lightly, the straw that I grasped at immediately was what are the tidal conditions, because if these things are at the bottom of the trough, I'm going to be able to see them. Because there's going to be fundamentally there's going to be less water in the way because of the tidal condition. The water's going to be less deep because of that tidal condition. So I don't know from that perspective if there was a trough or if there was a peak. I don't know if from a foot above if you could necessarily see a 12-hour long trough or a peak. I'm not quite sure. It's not something that ever came up in my curiosity until I saw these and they were posed to me as proof of a lack of curvature. So it's not really
What
something
about
I've
a
investigated.
frozen lake? If you do an observation over a frozen lake, then you don't have those tidal waves.
Right. Yeah. So that's true. Yeah. So I would love to see an observation over a frozen lake like that. Are there frozen lakes that are flat and straight for 10 miles, 12 miles?
Someone in the chat send some frozen lake curvature tests. I'm on my phone. I don't really have the things, but I think that Grout A1 guy, I think his YouTube channel, he did one like that. Can't think of the other people's names. And FE Core, yes, they did some frozen lakes. And there's also salt lakes which are empty, so there's no waves in them. Like the Great Utah Salt Lake. So yeah, I would just say, because you have a distrust in ocean observations for the variable of tidal waves, I would suggest look into Salt Lake observations and frozen ice observations, or frozen water observations, which is ice. And then we will slowly eliminate variables.
Yeah, very fair. Can somebody link me to there was a flat Earth, maybe it was a Flat Earth Discord wiki that had a bunch of observations in it. I'm sure it's in there. I lost that link and I want to revisit that page.
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about. I don't know what it's called though. Wait, in my slide. wiki.24-7flatearth.org.
Yeah,
if
thank you
anyone
so
wants
much.
to write that down. in all honesty, that tidal wave parabola sounds like a weird excuse to me, but I'll let it slide. Just focus on non-water observations. But you do seem like a genuine sort of guy, like approaching the topic nicely, but it does sound like you are making excuses and trying to explain things, and like I guess like making excuses is okay, but in this sense where you're making an excuse of parabolic waves, they're like a positive claim, and I'd like to see some proof which substantiates why I should
Right.
look at that image and think it's you can, there's multiple different observations of that same thing. Is it that it's just always on a parabolic like it sounds exactly like the refraction thing. Well,
Right.
the
Yeah.
reason you
Yeah.
can't
Agreed.
see it, it's just a different format.
Right. Yeah. It's the same. It's the same problem because like you said with the diffraction, I can move that slider, I can move that parabola wherever I want to fit what I already believe, right? And that's not a good way to litigate something. So I can certainly recognize that. But that I was just telling you that was when I saw that was my first, because I know that diffraction is a thing. And you can see that there's some mirage and whatnot in the picture, but that wasn't like my immediate point of concern. My immediate point of concern is like, I don't know how to feel about this because I don't know the tidal conditions, and of course I'm not going to go tell somebody, hey, find the perfect pedigree on this one video that somebody probably never considered to get really good pedigree on. So it's not like so for me, I looked at the picture and it didn't move my needle towards it didn't move my needle away from the globe, So I guess that was the point of what I was saying, but not in a super good, rigorous. I litigated myself, and it actually seemed like good proof to me to say that the tidal conditions definitely caused this, because I can't say that because I have no idea what they were.
Yeah.
Or even if the tidal conditions could possibly cause that. I have no idea. So
yeah, if Sunny, maybe I should ask Sunny. He's a boatman. I'm gonna get Sunny. Oh, I spelled his name wrong. So will be you. Oh no, he's offline. I'll tag him anyway. So the last time I was in the water, unfortunately, I was not in the ocean because the ocean's too far away from me. But I was doing some environmental stuff, setting up some camera traps, and by traps, they don't trap, it's just like it takes a picture, photo traps. And then we thought we were going to set up 3 cameras, and we thought, okay, should only take an hour. And then it ended up taking almost 5 hours, and that's because the water has come down a lot because Australia, it's getting towards summer, or it is summer now. And so we were canoeing, and then we had to keep dragging the canoes out and over rocks because the water was so shallow, and then putting it back in the water when it got a bit deep, and just back and forth and back and forth. And then I was on a paddleboard, which was just like a really old thing I saw in my old man friend's shed, and I just said, hey, I'm gonna use that. So I was using that to float on the water, and then eventually I oversteered and I fell over and went into the water and got super wet, but that's okay, that's fine. And then when I put it back upright again, there must have been some hole on the side which got flipped over, because then it got really filled with water, and so it just was like the craziest disaster, but an awesome time anyway. So there's my random anecdote of being underwater. It was probably a parabolic wave. That's probably what tipped me over.
They tend to be that shape.
Okay, we are on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server, and it is Ladies' Night. And does anyone want to chime in? Thinking of things to say. Well, the birds are tweeting, but I don't understand bird language, so I don't actually know what they're suggesting. And one of the really cool things about when I was underwater, even though it was a bit disastrous and I got super sunburnt, and I'm still healing from my sunburn. So if you ever hear me say, it's just because I'm dealing with sunburn in like the most composed way I can, but it's really annoying. But it was my fault for not wearing, I should have worn long pants, but I forgot to, because I thought, it would just be an hour. But anyway, when we were floating along the water, I was leading everyone, so everyone was behind me. And then I saw, there's like, I have the hand gestures, but I don't know how to verbalize the hand gestures. But there was this, like a sine wave, I guess, of this snake just sine wave motions going across the water, floating to the other side. And it looked so elegant and cool. And I sort of went a little closer, about 15 meters close, but I thought, okay, I won't go any closer, even though I want to, because it looks really cool. I think it was a western brown snake. And so that was really special, seeing a snake just elegantly float by across the water to the other side. And unfortunately, I wasn't close enough to the snake to like look at its tongue and see the NASA logo. Mind you, I don't think that's a great argument.
That would be a little bit too close.
Hey Sonny, you're back. What's his name? Simpy Simpleton was talking about the Black Swan, and he was saying that one reason you might be able to see the horizon beyond the Black Swan was because of tidal waves. And I know you've been the AC goer for a long time, so I was thinking maybe you could have a little talk to Mr. Simpleton.
Yeah, well, the only thing you'd be speaking of in tidal waves, you can see that day is pretty calm. So you do have some waves there that are going to definitely block your view at 1 foot above your height, depending on how far away the observed object is. So, like, it only takes a small wave if it's up close to block your entire vision. So you could go with how far would a 3 foot wave need to be before it blocked a third of your vision or something like that. There's probably some way you could work that out. But basically, you can see the water all the way leading up to where the oil rigs go into the water and then beyond. So that's kind of a moot point then, actually.
Yeah, I was talking more about the broad tidal force, right? The big 12-foot long peak to peak tidal wave, or 12-hour long peak to peak tidal wave, right? That
speaking of a tidal swell, like a tidal swell.
Tidal swell. Okay, that's perfect. I guess that's what I mean. I shouldn't have said tidal wave because I realize it has a different connotation. The tidal swell. So when I first saw that image, my thoughts, my first, I know that a lot of people like Stacy was saying, go to diffraction. I didn't go there, and initially my first question was like, what are the tidal conditions, and can I get the pedigree on this picture to figure out exactly what the tidal conditions were there to try to figure out why I could see more than I'm supposed to. So that was basically what it was, because if those were in the, what's the opposite of the swell, the trough, is it the tidal trough, is that what the technical term is? But whatever,
Right.
wherever
Well,
the
you would
bottom
have
of the
the
wave
peaks.
is.
You would have the peaks and the troughs. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So like my first thought was like, okay, if those are in the tidal trough, then technically you were further up the trough, then technically you'd be able to see a little bit further. But I don't know. But I can't quantify that in
Okay.
any
So
way.
here's the thing from in the conversation we had earlier. What I notice is you have to be careful of this, Phil. You have to be careful that there's a couple different things going on. You have the waves themselves coming into a shoreline where this image is in the live stream. I just posted a darker version. It has a timestamp from the original film.
Funny, your mic's terrible. Can you jump in and out again? Your sound's really bad.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Is this better? Further back?
It's fine for me. I don't have a problem with it.
Okay. I'll just sit further back like this. It's in the green. Looks like it's okay. I was probably leaning in too much. Is that better?
Sounds fine to me.
It's fine for me.
Okay, so you have texture of the water from the waves. Waves, like the water has a texture to it. So what I mean by that is you have waves, first of all, and you have wind that's touching down on the waves. That can cause a surface condition, as you see in the images at top of the hour. You can see how there's texture in the water of the wind touching down on the surface of the water. So you have a wave coming in. The wind might be hitting that wave on the face of the wave, but behind it you see it's smooth or smoother. So you have to be able to separate all these different conditions that are going on all at the same time. This is the same thing like we talked about in the Atmo when we were talking about the gas pressure. You can't escape the factor or run away from the fact that what is going on in the water, on the texture of the water, is not in any static way happening. It's nothing static about it. It's constantly moving around. The winds are constantly touching down, then going back up higher. They cause these little currents and eddies in the winds. That causes texture differences on the water. So you want to make sure you're not using the texture of the water to try to say that that is in any way anything, because the bottom line is, as you look further out from in the original video, you'll see surfers. Then he zooms back out. You can see that all the water is going further out, is higher up, until you get to the boat that's in between the two and the oil rig habitat at the 9.41 miles. Then beyond that, the horizon, all of it's going up higher and further out at the same time.
Yeah, and you're only at 6 feet. I mean, how long are you gonna stay at 6 feet? When you go up, the horizon moves back, and now you're wrecked again, right? And then when you go up again, I mean, it just keeps getting worse.
Yeah, but this particular one, Bong, this one's from the 1 foot above sea level.
Right. Well, I mean, like, it should, like, the tidal conditions shouldn't matter, because where the horizon is going to be and what you shouldn't be able to see is always going to be more and more as you go up.
Right. So here's the thing, I guess maybe that would clarify that point. You're talking about waves or anything coming in. The only way the waves are going to obstruct your view is if they come higher in proportion, in perspective, to your line of sight. As they interrupt your line of sight and cause an obstruction, that will block out the bottom of things. Then as the wave subsides, then you'll see what was being blocked Once again, that's only going to happen at a certain point, right in front of your eyes. Like if you're a level camera across the water, and you're, let's say, a foot above water, like this gentleman was, you can see how at times the wave comes up and blocks the surfers out from the view. Then he just rotates the camera up to level and zooms out to the oil rigs. That's not a thing, because if you're pointing down towards the waves coming in, they can block or obstruct your view. But as you can see, nothing's being blocked or obstructed in the Black Swan, all the way out to where the oil rigs, and those oil rigs are in the sand. They're drilling platforms. They don't move.
Yeah, when I looked at this, I got as far as learning a little bit about the rigs, and those are fixed to the seafloor.
Yeah.
Thank you for your input, Sunny. And the other day, someone, like, there's this person who makes like model kits of random things, like doll houses, boats, planes, all that sort of stuff. And I went over to his house, and I was there for other reasons. And then I start talking to him about airplanes, because he used to work in the airplane industry, like ages ago when he was a young man. And then he said, "Hey Stacy, come to my shed, let me show you something." And he showed me this model of a Spitfire he had made. And then he said, "Well, it's just been sitting here and I don't know what to do with it. Would you like it?" So I was like, "Oh yeah, totally. I'll take a Spitfire." And so obviously it's not actual, like it's a model, but it should be able to fly. I haven't tested it yet, but I think that's just really cool. I randomly have been given a Spitfire model, so I can. One of my friends is learning to be a pilot, so we're going to use that, and he's going to practice his radio signal calls, and we're going to use the airplane as a form of just sort of having mock radio call out tests. And then because he's learning to be a pilot, I can be like second-handedly learn the pilot stuff too. But I don't want to be a pilot. But if my friend's learning to be a pilot, I would just steal all of his pilot knowledge and become a secondary pilot. And then I can start flying to Salt Lakes, and it would just make it a lot easier to. I'd love to do the helicopter test one day. Get someone with a helicopter and say, "Hey, fly all the way to the other side of the Salt Lake and let me have my telescope, and hopefully my telescope will be connected to a camera." And then just see what happens, how long you can see that helicopter as it starts to drop, and use the helicopter altimeter stuff, and really give Stephen Hawkins a run for his money.
Do you know if that model is it like an electric plane, or is it gas or nitro?
It's electric, uses batteries, and it's probably like, I don't know, about 80 centimeters maybe in length, as a rough estimate. No, maybe a bit less, maybe 60 centimeters roughly. I'll have to test it out today, see if I can get it flying.
And did you say he built it?
Yeah, like from a model kit.
Oh, from a kit. Okay, yeah, got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. Your
Yeah, he's
your pilot buddy
really
should put a
cool.
camera on it.
Yeah, GoPro or something. Oh no, not a GoPro. We don't want fisheye lenses. A rectilinear lens. See how high it goes. I think then we'd probably need a rocket. Yeah, and the model has a pilot man sitting inside it, so I named it Richard after the man who gave it to me. So he can be flying in spirit as I fly it. And hopefully I won't crash it, but I have crashed a drone before, so my flying skills are not quite the best. But I'll try and be responsible. And because I'm only 2 kilometers away from the what's it called, the aerodrome, I could just like walk a little bit and see how far it flies, see if I can fly it and land it on the runway. I think I'd get told off for that, but it would be funny. Maybe one day in the middle of the night when no one's looking. And a bit off
If you,
topic from. Oh, go on. You can go first because I was
oh,
going to get off.
I was going to say, if neither of you have a lot of experience flying models, there are these little, they're not flight controllers, but they're just like little stabilizer circuit boards that you can put kind of in line with. They basically are between the motor and the servo controllers, and they take the input from your actual radio controller, and they can help stabilize the aircraft. Because if it's like your first time flying or you're not super experienced with it, I've crashed every one that I've ever flown. But when I put the stabilizers on them, it tends to go a bit better. I think you can get them on Amazon. They're like $15 or something like that. But I would recommend one.
Okay, good to know. Aircraft model stabilizers. Oh, but I was going to, yeah, I was just gonna talk a bit about something. I randomly found a video, and it was about a supposed free energy, which could well be, and it was, it used a piece of paper, sandwiched with a copper button and then a zinc button, so like a voltaic pile. But then the thing which changed it from a voltaic pile per se is then among all of that voltaic pile, it was sandwiched with magnets, and the man was claiming that if you make something like this, it's like not technically a battery, but it's magnetic and it can just keep going and going. So I definitely want to see if this is legit. And now it's just, where do I source zinc and copper buttons? I don't know, but I'm gonna try and get my hands on some, and then put it to the test. See if I can make some tiny magnetic, quote unquote, batteries. Okay, radio link beam flight controller. They're just like little Arduino-like stuff.
Sorry, I was muted. It's a lot smaller than that. It's not even complicated. It's basically just a gyro and a really, really simple. It might even be like it's a tiny little chip, and all it does is it takes the aircraft attitude, and if the aircraft attitude falls out of a certain range, it just does a minor correction to keep it in that range. So if you don't like, especially with smaller planes like that, it's kind of hard to see like, hey, am I banking to the left? Am I banking to the right? Or if it's high enough, you don't even know if you're upside down. But these things will like correct that. So if you like take your hands off the sticks, it'll self level and it'll keep flying. It's just a little $24 insurance policy.
And you'd have one for both wings, so 2 in total.
No, there's just one. You just kind of stick it like around the center of gravity. I know gravity is a bad word, but the center of gravity of the plane, and then you basically plug the servos and the motor controller interfaces into it, and then your radio receiver that's on the plane gets plugged into like the input side. So basically, it's a man in the middle for the controls, and then it has the ability to kind of like override your control inputs if they get out of hand.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
I
they're
probably
awesome.
don't want to tamper with it because I don't trust my electronic skills, but maybe one day if I keep crashing it, I might consider. For the moment, I think I'll just try and fly very, very small distances, very subtly.
It may already have one in there. I know that a lot of kit builds just have them by default. So
Yeah, that's true. It might. I haven't actually really looked through the documentation of it yet. The guy has like it feels like at least 20 different magazines, all of the Spitfire. So there's just so much Spitfire magazines. I don't know if I'll ever get through reading it because it's just for one kit. But I guess each magazine they would put a little bit more of the instructions on how you do it, and then some fun facts. So we have heaps of people in the room, but not many people speaking. If anyone wants to join in and give me some conversational input.
I'm so sorry, Stacy. I'm trying to cook. I'm about to be kneading some dough, so
That's all
everybody-
right. Let's see. I just need to get better at rambling. Sometimes I have such a great ramble flow and I can just talk and talk and talk. And sometimes, I mean, to be fair, it is the early morning for me, which is not my prime time of rambling.
I think it's very interesting listening to what you're saying and stuff. So you're doing a good job. So no worries.
Okay, thank you, Flexi. And my mum's outside watering the garden. I wonder if she will eavesdrop and find out if the earth might be flat. But I'll definitely get my pilot friend to talk on the Discord one time. He has like he's a glober and like not really an arrogant kind. I think just like there's no way it could be flat, and he has a nice approach where he thinks, Stacy, like I think you're like it just can't be flat. So I care for you, so I want to like help you realize it's not flat. So he has a good intention of it, but he just doesn't quite see why it might be flat. So one day I'll get him on here, and you guys can tell him that it's flat. Obviously, that's not how we go. We don't tell people things. We just teach people and let them take the information on and interpret it how they want to. But I met him because my sister was doing a theater play and she pulled me along and said, Stacy, join the play. And so I joined the play. And then I ended up having it was a Wild West play, and it was just like a mockery of Wild West comedy things. And most of the references I didn't get because I don't watch Westerns. But me and my sister were in the play, and one, like our role was, she was in love with the sheriff, and then there was a banker, and the banker wanted to marry her. But then I was her twin, so we were twin sisters. And I loved money, so I wanted to marry the banker. So when the banker thinks he's marrying my sister, he's actually marrying me, and I'm just a gold digger and get all his money. So my favorite part about the play, we did it 6 times. So throughout 2 weeks, we did it three days each week, so 6 in total. So I came out of that place saying, yay, I got married 6 times. So now that's something I love, just randomly telling people, and then they look at me funny. What? Someone as young as you married 6 times? You're married what? And so that's, and now my phone screensaver is me and my husband on our wedding day. Anyway, that's how I met the pilot man, but I didn't marry him. I married the banker. He was just a bad guy. I will send a picture. Wait, no, I'm not sure if I have pictures anymore. I did clean my phone. Let's see. If I have a picture, I will send it for the random people who are listening in on my ramblings. One day maybe they'll have a Is the Earth a Globe theater production. Okay, sending it to the live stream voice text me and my yeah. And so if I ever, I guess it's probably has been good that I've been on the Discord talking to a lot of Americans, because it helped me with my American cowboy accent. I'm a cowgirl. Oh no, I have a drawn out Texas drawl. Have you seen the laser tests and the Salt Lake tests?
You mean me? Close. I'm Alabamian.
Alabama. I think the American accent is pretty cool. I think I like most accents. Just the ones I don't understand are the ones I don't like. I'm not sure if my image is showing. Anyway, I sent an image. I'm not sure if Discord is listening to me.
I learned something new the other day, ladies.
What did you
It,
learn?
it was about the Mediterranean Sea. The circumference of the sea, or the shoreline of the Mediterranean Sea, is 28,000 miles. And I think it's interesting that the circumference of the Earth is 24,000 miles.
Okay.
So yeah, the Mediterranean Sea has a greater circumference than the alleged claim of a 24,000 mile
Wait,
equator.
I thought you were saying that like from shore to shore it's that, and then like the circumference would be. When you were saying I may have misunderstood, but when you were saying the Mediterranean, I thought you just meant like from the edge of one of the shores to the other edge, but do you mean the whole parameter?
Yeah, the whole shoreline.
Okay.
The shoreline of the Mediterranean Sea.
All right. Yeah. Okay. I don't know why my brain was making it really weird, but yes. But that might also be because, I guess with the circumference well, at least the supposed circumference of the Earth, that's a perfect like circle, and whereas with the shoreline, it's a lot of squiggles. Like, oh, it gets bit more inland, a bit out of land, and a lot more zigzaggy, which depending on how they measure it, like if they do some aerial photogrammy to sort of survey it, depending on their altitude, if they're higher up, it will probably be less kilometers, whereas if they're closer down, it will be more. Because, yeah, someone showed me that, what was it called? It was something like the no, I don't think it was the shoreline paradox, but some sort of paradox when it comes with mapping like shores and, yeah, like the border between land and water. So I guess it may have been the shoreline paradox. Is that just you'll never get the correct mapping measurement because it just depends on how close you are to the ground to determine, yeah, that to interpret. Okay, will be a lot more detailed, whereas the higher up you'll have less detail. But anyway, I'm sort of just that's not really relevant to your point. Your point's still like a cool thing, so we can equate that with the circumference of the Earth. If someone says, "Oh, circumference of the Earth," we say Mediterranean. Sure. But yeah, cool fun fact.
I love being around you cool people. You learn so much.
Yeah, for sure. I've learnt so much here. The best thing about it is you actually learn. You don't just get told what to. You have like told information as if it's true. You learn things, and even if someone just tells you something, you're in an environment where you think, well, I know they're saying this, but I should really verify it for myself so I can know it for myself. Definitely a good bunch of people here.
Yeah, it's better to know things than to believe things.
Yeah, and sometimes, like when I'm talking with my friends, it reminds me, oops, I have a completely different connotation of the word belief now. I have to be careful, like, I guess just like speaking with them because they're just on a different level or a different curve, haha, to me in terms of semantics and stuff. So it's like, yeah, speaking two languages depending on who you're talking to. And yeah, it's such an interesting part of life.
I'm sorry, I'm half busy. I'm driving in the rain and I'm going to meet my brother. He's broke down tonight.
Oh no. Well, I hope you can help him out.
He'll be fine. You can't kill bad grass. I was pretty proud of the guy, man. Recently, about a month ago, him and his fighter, they were in Vegas fighting for a welterweight title. They represented themselves well. They lost the decision, but it was boxing. And I don't know, pretty proud of him.
I know the uppercut, I think something like the hook and the normal punch. That's my punching repertoire.
Have you thrown these punches thousands of times?
Nope. No. I think I would.
Cooler.
I don't think I'd do well in that championship your brother went into. I'd get completely beaten. Unless, of course, I'm a girl, so they won't hit me. Then I might win due to gender.
I guess boxing and golf, to me, I love them both, right? Because you play on a still flat stationary plane, just like the Earth. So many parallels you could draw between life and like golf or boxing or sport, I guess, in general.
Yeah, my sister was reading a book about archery, and it was some guru or philosopher who was using archery as a way to teach his students, I guess, about life. And one of I think I'm getting a bit off topic. It's not quite what you were alluding to, but one of the things in the book was sort of saying when you're aiming the arrow and you're trying to release it, just keep breathing and focus on your breathing so that you naturally let it go without actually consciously thinking of yourself letting it go. And I guess his approach to life was sort of in that same philosophy, just let the body naturally do its thing. But I don't know how much I would agree with that, because I think you should intentionally let go of an arrow. But anyway, I wasn't the one writing the book.
Oh, we're waxing philosophical. I
Yeah.
like it. Yeah. No, I could definitely. I see what you mean. I think. Um, but of course, yeah, we're trying to develop a good worldview, right? I mean, that's what all. That's why the real people are here to challenge their worldview and find the best worldview and hold on to that which is true.
Exactly. It's all a seeking of truth. Or truth seekers.
Stacy, can I ask you what your flat Earth origin story is? Like, how did you get here? Like,
It's a terrible
what was the
story.
turning point?
Well,
Well, you don't have to tell. I was just asking.
I mean, my logic back in that day was terrible, but yeah, I was at a electrical college, and then there was a lecturer who, he wasn't my lecturer, but because the actual person was sick, he filled in, and he was a complete conspiracy theorist, and he just like was talking about flat Earth, Bill Gates, the jibby jab, and all of that stuff. And I don't know, I was interested. I was, because I guess my mind was thinking, well, he like clearly thinks he's right. I thought it was stupid, but I thought that he definitely has like some sort of reasoning, but I can't quite uncover why he thinks that the Earth's flat. But it was, I left it probably for 6 months before I actually looked into it. And then I looked into it with like the most simple-mindedness, terrible approach, which I would not recommend. But eventually I learnt logic and realized that how I actually first entered the flat Earth was like super illogical and dumb and would not recommend. But here I am now, slowly learning logic and how to think. So it's like the flat Earth, obviously, it's not really who I am, but it led me to a good way of character development and learning the importance of how you think and how you approach argument and discussion and things like that. And so here I am now. So what led you to exploring the topic?
Well, Howie, it's funny. I mean, I have a very similar experience to you, where, especially in terms of character development. But I think I mean, I've obviously known about flat Earth or flat Earth lore for a while. I mean, probably for 7 or 8 years, or maybe longer, and you roll my eyes at it, and I kind of, for the longest time, I was like, there has to be like one dude who was like trolling and then got traction, and that was kind of like my belief, is that it was just like it started as a troll, and then people bought into it, and then it came back. There was like a resurgence, and I think that that's actually kind of a common thought or narrative that a lot of people have. And I ended up on TikTok just scrolling and came across, there was one dude, one flat earther in particular, like you said about that lecturer, was just like a wholesale conspiracy theorist. Like, if there was a conspiracy, this dude believed in it, and then also was a flat earther. And so I had some interactions with him, and was just kind of like watching his videos and listening to his lore on various things, and the one thing that he seemed so convicted about was flat Earth. So we ended up exchanging kind of a couple video replies and talking about, because this is not the type of flat earther that I encounter here. Very, very different brand. He liked to make assertions. He liked to make claims and such, and that's kind of a dangerous. It's kind of a dangerous thing as I've learned, for the Glober and for the flat earther, because there are some things that we don't have proofs for, like proof of the curve. I can't show you the curve, right, as an example, and he can't show me the container, right, and so we exchanged some videos back and forth, and there were a couple things that he said or that he felt about the world, or that he felt about his observations, that I felt were pretty easily debunked, and so I made videos about those things, and then I was like, well, this was an interesting exchange. He felt like kind of the level 1 boss. And so then I ended up interacting with kind of like a different person, and they were like the level 2 boss. They knew a little bit more, but they still were making kind of claims and assertions, which, like I said, it's a dangerous place to be if you're a Glober or a flat earther, if it's not something that I can observe, or if it's something that I can, kind of like handily disprove with an observation. And so went through, and her claim specifically was about electrostatics, and that being the reason why things fall to the ground. And I constructed an experiment that kind of eliminated electrostatics as a possibility, and showed that things still fall. And then I felt all high and mighty, and I was like, let's find the next boss, after a while, I forgot what happened. I suspect it may have been, I'm not 100% sure if it was Creation Bear, but I think he had like a similar profile picture to Creation Bear on TikTok. Again, I'm not 100% sure if that was that person. They were like, they basically said like, hey, come to the voice channel and debate. And so I was like, okay, like bring it. And then I showed up in June, but I actually didn't even get voice verified up until like a month and a half ago. But I was just like peeking in and out and listening in on voice chat and whatnot. And then I got voice verified, and then I had my first gauntlet, my first interaction kind of with the forum. And that was a kind of a really eye-opening interaction. I was like kind of staggered. I at that time kind of thought pretty highly of my level of knowledge of the physical world, and I was actually just kind of like baffled, because I expected to find more people that were like the weirdos that I had met on TikTok that were just they had other reasons for believing the things that they did, and they weren't quite even well versed in their own facts, and I found that pretty easy to disarm. But when I came here, I realized that it was a different breed of people generally. Like they're a lot more they're a lot more reserved in terms of making hardline claims that they can't prove. And then my first day, the first time I was in voice chat, it was going really great, and then it just in terms of just making friends and talking to people, and then Quantum Eraser joined and dragged me face down in the mud for a good hour and a half, and then I've been coming back every couple days ever since to talk to people and learn more about perspectives and stuff like that, and also getting better at structuring my own thoughts, and being more careful about what I say and what I claim. And so to your point about your personal character development, I can say honestly, I got that. I got a little bit of that, for sure. The way that I God, there was one guy who was in here earlier who's an educator, really nice guy, super chill voice. I forgot what his name is, but you know, I mentioned like, hey, like this is actually changing how I interact with the external world. Sorry, say that again.
I think it was Chris.
Okay, yeah, that sounds like it could be right, but yeah, it's been, you know, I'm not convinced that the Earth is not a globe, not certainly not yet, but and I'm not sure if it'll ever happen, but what I've gotten from this experience is like infinitely valuable, even outside of that. Just first of all, it's humanized everybody, you know. I used to think that I was a smarty pants, and now I realize that actually a lot of people are fucking smart, and a lot of people here are they've already gone through this same character development, but years prior to me, you know, and that's something that's pretty respectable, and that's one of the things that really keeps me coming back, because kind of without fail, every time I join voice chat, a couple hours in, things start getting spiced up. I get called names or muted or whatever, but really by and large, it's been like an incredibly positive experience, and even those experiences aren't particularly negative. I understand that that there's, you know, there's some spice in the subject. So I don't know. Hopefully that explains my origin story or how I got here.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, you like obviously we get different people in and out of here, but you seem like you know, you're really approaching it nicely. If anything, I'd probably implore you to, instead of just being convinced that the Earth is the globe, why not throw away all of your like idea of what the world is, start from scratch, and then prove to yourself that the Earth is a globe. And I would recommend primary evidence, but obviously most people appeal to circumstantial. But if you can get primary evidence of the globe, then it's more than a belief. Then you actually know it. But I don't know. Do you think you know it's a globe, or do you know that you don't know it's a globe?
Yeah. So so something that I've said before is that I think I believe internally, like in my own internal dialogue into myself, that it's a globe. But at this point, actually, after being around you guys and listening to you guys a lot, I would never tell somebody it's a globe. I feel like I wouldn't do that now. And
that's cool. That's a good thing to do.
Sorry, say that again.
Yeah, that's good. Like sort of bringing you a bit to account of your own knowledge and beliefs.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I would tell somebody that what I believed carefully, cautiously, but I think that if for no other reason, just to get people to think about it is more valuable than them accepting that I tell them that the Earth is a globe, right? I think that's intellectually and spiritually valuable. And to your point about kind of starting from zero and trying to rebuild, I'm trying my best to do that, but it's really hard. I think the approach that the place I am at right now is that I'm doing my. I know that people are hesitant to make claims here, but I'm trying to think about what I know about the world, what I observe about the world, what I've measured about the world across my life, and I'm trying to see how that lines up with either model. You know, I haven't encountered anything yet on the other side that I think, or encounter anything yet that I think would crush the possibility of a globe. And that doesn't mean that it hasn't been posed to me, right? It doesn't mean that somebody hasn't shaken it in front of my face 100 times, but it might just mean that I haven't seen that angle of it in what I've been shown yet, because of, like I said, a couple hours ago when I was in here, I'm still an emotional being, and you'd probably be right to say that if there is a globe indoctrination, that I would have been indoctrinated. I've certainly been indoctrinated before in faith and religion and things like that. So it's not crazy to say that it could have happened again or happened simultaneously to that. So yeah, I'm just it's I don't know where I'm going with that, but the roughly, I guess what I'm trying to get across is it's kind of hard to start from zero. And I'm doing my best to at least make an attempt at it, but I don't know how successful I am.
No, I appreciate your efforts. You seem pretty down to earth and an honest sort of guy.
I have a question, or maybe a statement, but Simpy, you mentioned that the flat earther cannot show you the container, and he cannot, and then the glober cannot show you the curve, and he cannot. I also want to suggest to you that the etherite, or the person pushing ether, cannot show you an electric magnet nature.
I actually don't know what you mean by ether. So if you could explain that,
You said you were speaking to people on TikTok, and you talked to a level 2 boss or something to the effect that they had, and then you did some science with electromagnets.
an electromagnet. Yeah. Electrostatics is what they said, but yeah, absolutely.
Right, but you can't, what's the natural occurring phenomenon in order to have a valid hypothesis? Because you don't have electromagnets in nature.
Electrostatics. So what they were saying is that electrostatics are the cause of things falling to the ground. And I've heard the density variance or buoyancy or side of things. I think that buoyancy and density variance are kind of two sides of the same coin, and then this other coin altogether was this person saying it's not this density or buoyancy thing, it's actually electrostatics, and that things that are in the air unsupported have a positive charge and the ground has a negative charge, and they're pulled towards the ground. And so that was their perspective, and so Welcome back.
Wow, I don't know what happened to Discord. Did that happen to everyone?
Yeah, I got booted. Everybody got booted.
Wow. So it's not just my phone. So I guess that cut you off from whatever conversation we were having.
Yeah, I think he thought that I was making a claim that electrostatics are a cause,
Oh,
but
yeah,
I was
yeah.
explaining. Yeah, I was explaining that somebody else had made that claim, and I had disproved it in a video, but he went off to help his brother out.
So how did you disprove it?
Oh, the electrostatics thing. Yeah. So the method that I used to disprove it was actually I have some really sensitive metrology equipment, and in one of these cases, I have a benchtop NIST certified multimeter that measures down to a trillionth of a volt of potential difference. And if electrostatics were the cause, for example, of things falling to the ground, if there is no difference in electric field between where it's falling to and where it's falling from, there would be no force, electrostatic force of attraction. And so, in this case, I used an electrolyte-filled solution, which easily conducts electricity, unlike water out of your tap, which can conduct some electricity, but certainly not as much as if it contained a good concentration of electrolyte. I think in this case it was like 3 or 9%. I don't remember, but it's almost arbitrary. And so I measured well, first of all, I grounded the tank that it was in. So the tank and the solution that was in the tank was at ground state. And then I created a laminar flow stream down to a second vessel, and that second vessel was also at ground state. So there was a potential difference of 0 volts between the inlet tank, the water stream, the cohesive singular laminar flow electrolyte filled water stream, and the container that I was falling into. And since there was no potential difference, again down to like a trillionth of a volt, there can't be an electrostatic force that's causing it to fall and even accelerate. So that was the debunk for that particular explanation of things falling. Density and buoyancy, that's a little harder.
Yeah, so they were basically saying electrostatics could hold a brick in the air if there was no difference in the electrostatics between the brick and the ground.
Right. Yeah, it wouldn't fall if there were no potential difference between those two things. Yeah.
Okay.
Or at least they didn't state that exactly, but that's a summary of what I took from what they were saying.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't tend to make claims, but if I were just to speculate, I'd probably say what like the nature of, I guess, why we walk on the earth and why we're not floating up in the sky and stuff like that is just to do with there's probably something to do with electrostatics, but there's also, I think, just our weight and us always seeking our equilibrium. And so if I'm way heavier than the air, I'm gonna go down to whatever will hold me, which tends to be the ground. And I just see the world as seeking its equilibrium, just as my weight seeks its equilibrium.
Right. Yeah. That density buoyancy side of things is a little bit harder. for me to go debunk, because if I made a saltwater solution that was broadly of an equal density to you and I set you in it, you would not fall to the ground. You'd float happily in it. So if the air was at the same density as your body, you would be neutrally buoyant. You'd be able to jump 1,000 feet into the air if you wanted to.
I think
Discounting air resistance.
the claim with electrostatics, I think that is mainly to try and answer why there seems to be a downward bias. I think that's why people make that claim.
Got it. Okay, understood. So yeah, it's possible that this person didn't understand that, or it's possible even that I completely misconstrued what they were saying. But yeah, that's fair.
The question you should be asking, though, is why does a density tower not work when it's in free fall? And why are you able to reverse the direction of the density tower by applying an acceleration in a different direction?
The density tower? Is that the term you used?
Yeah, density tower. You don't know what a density tower is?
No,
you can
I
Google
don't.
it. Go Google density tower.
Well, just because you're my pal, you could explain it too, but that's fine. Oh, the different in a cup of stacking a bunch of stuff that has different densities. Okay.
Yes.
So what was? Can you repeat the full statement now that I have the context?
Well, things don't have a downward bias when they're in free fall. Density tower doesn't reorganize itself. And if you apply an acceleration, you can create the density in any direction that you want. That's what centrifuges and labs are for.
So you're saying that if I made a density tower and I dropped it for an unlimited amount of time, if possible, that those things wouldn't reorganize? That's basically what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. If you were to shake it up so that everything is mixed up, it would not reorganize itself as long as it was weightless.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, so if you attempted to homogenize them and then you dropped it,
they would stay homogenized.
Right.
For as long as they're in free fall, they will stay homogenized.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, well, that's something
This is an actual experiment that's been done on the Vomit Comet, as well as in space.
Well, I have a ladder. I should try it out for myself.
Yeah, it'll be hard to see over such a short distance in time.
Well, then I'll have to talk to my pilot friend. Say next time he has a student lesson, just drop
Oh,
him.
yeah. Well, you can do it. Yeah, you can definitely do it in a light aircraft if you're doing stall training, where you pull it into a parabola. You could be weightless for quite a bit.
Oh wow, that's so cool. He was talking about his stalling training. Okay, I'll have to get him to redo his stalling with a beaker.
So has anybody made the claim that they would reorganize?
Well, it's clear that there has to be some kind of a force being applied in order to have any kind of a density tower work. There has to be an acceleration present. There's no acceleration present, and gravity manifests itself as a downward acceleration.
Mm.
I guess technically upward acceleration.
Yeah, and I know you one time said that gravity is a bit of like a dirty word for us, and I just, in my humble opinion, I think that the word gravity is all right in the terms that its origin, like the etymology of the word, just means heaviness or something like that. But obviously, in today's modern science, we connotate it with a different thing. So, in terms of the word gravity, I am a bit impartial sometimes. I guess it depends on usage of the term. I think it's an okay term, depending on what meaning you put behind it. But yeah, I guess it's ambiguous, so it's probably not a good term to use unless you define things.
That's something that's made it difficult for me to talk to like some people here in particular, where I don't necessarily know the right word, so I'm just using the only ones that I have in my lexicon, and I know that like if I say gravity in some cases, like that's like an inflammatory word, and then if I say downward bias, they're like, well, what the fuck does that mean? So it's been kind of difficult to find all the right words to use to kind of get my thoughts out, but
Yeah, but that's also
I'm
on
just
the people, like the people who you are talking to. They should also be able to like digest a conversation and be able to like entertain a conversation and have grace on your lexicon as well. So it's not just it's not your fault entirely. Like it takes two to tango. Anyway, it is about 9 a.m. for me now, so I probably should start getting on with my day. But it was lovely talking to everyone and having everyone listen to me and my ramblings. See you later,
absolutely
everyone.
have a good day.
All right, ladies, speak now or forever close your event. Anybody? All right, everybody, thank you for attending Ladies' Night. We'll do it again sometime, and we'll let you all know when. You could show up, come on, come all, prove your floating space balls. All right. This event is officially in the books. It's now free for chaos. Bueller. Bueller.
I can okay. I'll take a stab at it. I do have to go soon, but kind of one of the subjects of the conversations that I had earlier today. I don't know if you were here for AI, but I'm interested to hear your perspective. Where I was talking about the change in pressure as you go up in the atmosphere, and this was all kind of sparked from the concept of a container, and I don't quite understand if you take pressure measurements as you go up, and they're trending towards a lower and lower and lower pressure. If they infinitely trend towards that lower and lower and lower pressure, I'm not quite sure why a container is needed. Because at some point, even if there's a barrier between the lowest pressure imaginable and zero pressure, there's going to be minimal flow because there's a minimal potential, difference, almost like voltage. If you have, a trillionth of a volt of potential on one side and 0 volts of potential on the other side, you're not going to pass 1,000,000 amps. You're not just the same as if you have a trillionth of a torr on and right above it is 0 torr, true zero. You're not gonna be passing a ton of gas. Pun not intended. So I was curious if you had any thoughts on that, or if the container is indeed a hard requirement, given that we can observe that ever decreasing pressure gradient as you go up in altitude.
Well, the fundamental argument would go, the containment is necessary for gas pressure in the first instance, right? So, if you don't have a container, how do you have gas pressure? That's the question, right?
Yeah, I for some reason that just doesn't satisfy me. Because you have that trending downward gas pressure, and if it trends down, infinitely, basically.
I've got your answer, Phil. I've got your answer.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Where, even with the container, where do any of the gases come from above our head?
Probably not.
Okay, so they all come from Earth.
Well, in various forms, yeah.
Okay, so, and they're constantly being utilized by our system. There's oxygen, nitrogen, helium. Helium is not so much. Without helium, I guess it wouldn't be a balance in certain situations. Whatever uses helium. I mean, God didn't make any mistakes when it comes to all the gases, right? So yeah, source. That's why there is the higher gas pressure near the source. That's where all the gases come from, Earth. So the container doesn't matter the air pressure as you go higher in the quote unquote atmosphere. The source of all the gases are coming from Earth.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that makes sense. But what I don't understand is that why, if we know that gas flows from high pressure to low pressure, then why isn't there an extreme level of flow up to the upper atmosphere where there is a substantially lower pressure than there is on the surface? If that's just the nature of gas. But kind of the problem with this is that the only container, if there is a container, the only container that's as big as the planet is this one.
Well, which one makes more sense? The one we're talking about, or the one that the Globies are talking about with outer space and no container?
Well, I think back to what I said before. If there's a constant trend down of lower pressure, the higher you go up in the atmosphere, then at some point there isn't going to be enough of a pressure gradient to actually move, air molecules and atoms to a low pressure zone, or to an even lower pressure zone.
Well, it does. So, what? Because it happens, right? The higher you get in the atmosphere, there's less oxygen, less, livable atmosphere, and so, and then, noble gases exist in the higher upper atmosphere. And I heard someone ask you earlier when you were talking about this, how do you know what's all the way up? Nobody really does. I don't think they've really taken instruments high enough to really test. If there is, there's obviously a barrier, whether you call it a dome or whatever. There's no instruments that have been up there long enough to know exactly what's going on with freaking, ozone and neon gases and stuff like that.
Right. Right. Yeah. And yeah.
They have to make a lot of presumptions about that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. Like, and if I made the least dense weather balloon tomorrow that I possibly could, which have to be with hydrogen, I could only go.
You're only going to go about 120, 130, maybe 150,000 feet if you had, like NASA level balloons.
Yeah, I'd have to see. Like, it would have to be one of those zero pressure balloons, and it'd have to. Yeah, and I don't even know what the theoretical height would be, right? Yeah. But there would be a ceiling, because at some point there would be a much higher gas concentration or there would be an equal gas concentration in the balloon, in the volume of the balloon, as there would be outside, and then you would be neutrally buoyant and it wouldn't go up anymore, right? So I don't know how to go past that without rocket propulsion. So
I get you.
So
man.
Unfortunately,
that's where when I was listening to you talk earlier, that's where I saw the fault in the thing. It doesn't actually just go from one level to the next level, leading to zero. And you're asking, well, when it leads towards zero, where's the barrier start before it reaches zero? Well, there's no such thing as zero, in that scenario, or in any scenario.
Right, yeah. In any scenario, yeah, agreed. Yeah, I don't. I'm a glober, and I don't believe that space is at zero. Right? I don't believe there's really anywhere in space.
Well, they say it's about 10 to the negative 17 torr, which is
really low, but it ain't.
Yeah,
zero.
It's freaking
non-zero.
Yeah, it's really low. I mean, the most we can get to on Earth in the largest vacuum chamber, which is in Ohio, is 10 to the negative 6 torr, and it almost takes the whole container down. I think it's 100 feet tall, and it's got like 10 feet of concrete and reinforced steel, in layers to hold it. So that's the most we could get. And then you drop a bowling ball and feathers in there, and they fall approximately the same rate. There's no air resistance. And you were also asking, I think before you started on that one, you were asking about gravity, the gravitational constant. Were you talking about that too?
No,
how does it work?
No.
Oh, okay, it was somebody else then. Because I was at work, and so I couldn't jump in. But
yeah, that's the whole things falling at the same rate in a vacuum chamber is not a strong litigation to gravity versus density being the cause, because it's like, what's less dense than air? A vacuum. A vacuum is the least dense thing that you could. An absence of everything is the least dense thing you can have. So it's like, in theory, that all you're doing is you're just increasing you're
removing
right.
Yeah, you're removing the resistance. That something would fall through.
Right. Yeah, and yeah. So it's I know that a lot of people bring that up, and they're like, well, things fall at the same rate. It's like, that's not a particularly good litigation against the that things fall because they're more dense.
Especially if you put them in a vacuum chamber, you're just introducing man's ideas. Like, what does that really prove? Does it prove gravity? No, because their definition of gravity is really just mathematical concept. It's in their calculations of the ultraverse, or whatever you want to call it. Einstein's theory of relativity is part of it, but yeah, that's just one part of the mathematics of their calculations. So they agreed upon 9.81 meters per second in a convention so that the math would work for them.
Right. Yeah. It's that constant is good enough to build a house or a plane, but it's not. But I think that once you get down,
Sure, it's good enough to calculate weight. Yeah, you're right.
Right. yeah, it starts falling apart the more fringy the more on the fringe your science goes.
Yeah.
But yeah, agreed.
All right, cool. Now we're getting somewhere. But yeah, as far as that's what I was thinking the whole time you were talking about that. Well, it decreases as you go. Well, I was just like, well, the gases come from the ground, and they're used on the ground as well. And plants breathe the carbon dioxide. I mean, most of the oxygen comes from the ocean because there's more plant life under the ocean than there is above the ocean. So,
oh yeah, for sure.
So yeah, that's where most of the oxygen comes from, and the carbon dioxide. You know, it's mostly in the ocean. So so it's constantly being cycled. You know, from in the ocean, above the ocean. Yeah. Now, why it works like this, you know, the geologists and everything, they've done their best to figure it out, but really only God knows how this all really started.
Yeah, we definitely
why it works,
need to explore the cause. Yeah. The cause is speculative, right? We just know what we see. So I looked up the current record for the best vacuum ever achieved is at the University of Tokyo once, and it was 10 to the negative 18 torr. I don't know.
I don't buy that shit.
Well, I don't think it was in a large. I don't think it was in something as big as a vacuum tower. It was probably
10 to the negative, so it's in percentage like 99 point something percent.
It's 1/1,000,000th of the pressure found in Earth's atmosphere. So yeah, tiny.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was
1 cubic inch there.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Part of I have done some stuff in my workshop that has required a vacuum, like sputtering and things like that, and I'm of course not getting anywhere near there. But I do have to pull pretty hard vacuums for that kind of stuff and have very, very little contamination. And honestly, the biggest challenge, and I kept having issues and errors with some of the coatings that I was trying to put on stuff was actually just getting like hydrocarbons liberating from my seals and stuff like that. And it's just like when the pressure gets that low, shit starts acting up and acting really strange.
It starts failing because it just can't.
So I had to buy some really expensive oxygen-free copper, and I had to machine it without. I don't know if there are any machinists in here, but I had to machine copper without lubricant or coolant. I had to clean my entire machine so that I wouldn't contaminate it. And then I had to go through this entire cleaning protocol with these seals, these copper seals that I machined, in order to prevent them from off-gassing anything into my vacuum chamber that would mess up the thing that I was doing. And that was an insane, eye-opening process. And then the other shitty thing is that if you use a copper seal, it's done. Like you use it once, you have to remake it.
Bro, Holmes. So your homework is to listen to an interview between one Mr. Mark Sargent and one expert in vacuums and seals and production. And he critiques the alleged spacecraft, how, especially the ISS, of how they don't have any of these things on their craft, right? I think you'd find it interesting. So I will find it for you. You can go ahead and keep talking.
Oh yeah, that'd be awesome. Yeah, I'm genuinely baffled at just with the stuff that I was doing, at how you could make a structure, because I was using the vacuum chamber that I was using for this sputtering operation was like it was under 2 liters. Like so it was like 1.5. I think it was like 1.5 or 1.7 liters or something like that. And so if you were like, hey, do this for a 12-foot diameter tube, I'd be like, give me $30 million and maybe I can do it. It'd be really, really difficult. I would certainly start by using oxygen-free copper metallic seals. and I would have to find a machine that would be big enough to make them, or I'd have to figure out a new strategy on how to shape or engineer, or how to even or how to structure the seals, because I was just machining
I mean,
basically
now,
discs of copper.
now that you know how things behave firsthand from your own experience, then you should also question why the suits they are using in space and such would obviously not work in real time experience. They would be, even though they are sealed up, they would still be torn apart. Their blood would boil, etc., etc. So there's that.
Yeah, I haven't looked a ton at how they're constructed, but you're absolutely right. Like, if they're made out of fabric, there's no reason why their bodies also aren't experiencing zero, very low pressure. Because I don't know if they're pressurized. I mean, if they're pressurized, maybe that's a little bit of an explanation.
Yes,
But
friend. It's very simple. Where is there an example of a field test on the Earth of a living tissue inside one of these suits surviving?
dude, I have no idea.
The only known one, right? Well, there are two alleged ones. There's one that's quite clearly one, and then one that has very suspicion to it, because it's clear when you watch the video that they're actually connected to something external to the chamber. But the one guy who was put in, he explained that he immediately felt as if his tongue was boiling off and he was in extreme pain, and he said, "Get me the fuck out of here."
Yeah, that adds up to what I think it would feel like to be exposed to
So
close
now
to
in
zero.
Yeah, no, in this vastness speaking that is basically surrounding us, space, we should all boil, we should have vaporized water all around us. There would be nothing being able to breathe at all, or being sustained by oxygen. Because every element would go through this process, regardless of the magnetic field what is supposed to hold the pressure in, right?
Yeah,
So
in any and every case, nature abhors a vacuum, so it's counterintuitive.
mhm.
I know the one thing that confused me personally about the spacesuits is, I know that people say that space is cold, right? But I don't think space is cold. There's a lot of energy in space, but I've heard things like, oh, it's negative 250 degrees on one side of the spacesuit and really hot on the other. But I'm not quite sure if you took a temperature measurement on the dark side of a suit that you would get a temperature measurement, because if there's no atmosphere, there's nothing to transfer energy into the thermometer, which means that there wouldn't be a temperature. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point, friends. That's a good point. Stop right there and realize the implications. So if they're constantly gaining heat with no way to mechanically remove the heat from their bodies at the rate which they need to, then they would be getting overheated very quickly.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was getting to, is that the thing that confused me about the suits is how do they cool if there's no, because, like, for example, my PC transfers the heat that it generates in
Yes, I'll tell you the answer. One such story from the past is that their backpacks is actually a huge ass air conditioner.
Right, which still has to reject the heat.
Yes, it still has to dump the heat somewhere. Where is it dumping it?
Right. Yeah.
Now, I also want you to consider that the alleged air conditioners, as far as I remember, were claimed to be what they were wearing when they were on the moon. And you'll see when they're on the moon, and there is a claim that if you're on the moon, you're going to weigh less, quote unquote. However, the inertial mass of the structures that you have on your body aren't going to change. So if you have a heavy ass, multiple pound, and if I remember correctly, it was triple digits on your back, and you try to just move around freely, it ain't going to happen. It's going to whip you around, bro. A 25-pound crowbar, when you're whipping it around in your hand, right, it takes your hand with it. You can't just stop it on a dime. So that's another interesting point. It's like a lot of these things just start to steamroll like little playing cards where you knock the one over, or dominoes, you knock one over, and it starts to affect all these other stories that they have.
Yeah, a freight train running into you isn't going to kill you because gravity exists. It's going to kill you because the thing is heavy and has a ton of momentum. You know, if you drove a train towards somebody, and then suddenly you revoked gravity, it would still kill them. It would still obliterate them. So it's not like that's a good point. I haven't looked at like all the moon footage in my life. I'm sure you guys probably have.
You want to know what you should look at, bro? Let me tell you something to look at. And what I want you to look at is the astronaut's crotch. And I want you to zoom in on their crotch and get your nose up all in their crotch. Let me tell you why. Because when you look at their crotch and you investigate their crotch, you'll find that the thing protecting their dick from the vacuum of space is snaps and zippers. Snaps and zippers, bro. And you got to tell me that something that snaps and has a zipper is going to be air sealed from a vacuum, and that your tip of your dick isn't going to boil off just like that guy's tongue. Get frickin' real, bro.
Yeah, I can tell you, my imagination can't think of a zipper that could hold back.
Exactly, dude. So if those guys took those suits to space, dude, then their dicks exploded like a frickin' crock pot that you forgot to put the pressure cooker latches on.
Yeah, that would suck.
Well, actually, dude, this makes perfect sense. You guys remember how when the astronauts came back from the alleged moon mission, they were also depressed? Well, that's because their dicks blew off. Makes perfect sense now.
Not to mention, their chutes should swell up like the Michelin tire too. It should sort of like when you put a helium balloon up, it'll expand and eventually burst somewhere up high. And the same thing should happen with their suits.
I want to know why outer space isn't lit up. It's like the sun is supposedly 93 million miles away. The only reason it's light here on Earth is because when we're on the other side of the spinning Earth, though it's blocking us from the sun, it's dark. But when you go to outer space, it's all dark. Why isn't the sun lighting up all of outer space? Sounds like a dumb question, doesn't it?
No, I don't. I mean, no, I don't think it's a dumb question. I think in order for you to get light reflected back to you, it has to hit something, though. So, like when you see the ground illuminated, there's light getting reflected off of the ground from the sun. But if in theory, if space is vacant, there's nothing for the light to bounce off of.
Yeah, that was a good answer, Phil. I like that one.
I mean, again, I'm not making any claims.
That's the standard answer. Yeah, I like it. What the hell, Jingle Balls? It's got to be CGI. Yeah, I concur with AI on those astronaut suits. I mean, supposedly when you get to of course, the ISS is not in outer space. So if they're if they're doing a spacewalk at 250 miles, I don't know if you've reached 10 to the negative 17 tour yet, but it's still
Yeah. So, friends, I actually have some information for you. Actually, while I was away for a few seconds, I decided to go hack the medical files of some of the astronauts to see how the vacuum affected them. And I actually have a graphic picture that I could show you of what happened if you give me your affirmative consent. I'll post the picture. So someone just has to say yes, and then we can continue.
Go for it.
This doesn't. Wait, hold up
All
though.
right.
Doesn't the chat get streamed to the YouTube?
Yeah, it's my
Yeah,
channel,
but you
so I said
guys, you
go ahead.
guys said yes. So I mean,
Yeah, I'm
yes
fine with it. I
means
just don't
yes.
want you guys to get fucked up on the TOS.
All right, here we go. Yep, no problem. So be warned. If you don't want to look, don't look for a few minutes, and don't scroll back up. All right. So here's the evidence. Here it is.
God damn it, dude.
Damn, I've done
Buzz
that
lost
before.
his buzz after that.
In the microwave, I've done that.
Looks like something of the dark
Takes about
explode.
you do a hot dog in the microwave about 25 seconds. If you do it freaking 45 seconds, that's what it looks like.
Yeah, but you got to stab it with a fork to ventilate it, right?
Yeah, I guess it'll last a little bit longer.
You know why, dude? You know why, dude? Because even children understand that if you put something in a differential pressure environment, that it's going to seek equilibrium and expand outwards, especially if you introduce heat. Right? So you show a kid a balloon in a vacuum chamber, the balloon expands, right? And then you show a spacesuit in a vacuum chamber and it doesn't expand, the kid is like, that's whack. But you show it to an adult and they're like, oh, that's NASA.
Yeah. God. They should have took a helium balloon with them to the moon, or some helium, and filled up a balloon, see if it falls or not. That was dumb. I apologize.
No, I was thinking about it, and I was like, well, it should technically, right? It should.
Maybe.
I mean,
It'd
would
be,
expect.
that's about like, when they supposedly had that helicopter on Mars. How's it fucking flying? And there's no atmosphere on Mars.
I think they allege there is a very thin atmosphere on Mars.
Yeah, and they know exactly how to design a helicopter to work on Mars without ever testing it.
I think there's a video somewhere online of them testing it allegedly under the same pressure in that big concrete. I think it's in like New Mexico or something like that. It looks like a. But yeah, that whole thing was really hyped. I remember that was all over the news.
Yep. It's like all the Mars stuff, it's just like Mars. It's just like, fuck Earth, we need to get out of here. It's like, dude, this is our home. And they want everyone to think that we're destroying Earth. It's like, you're trying to take us away from our home. I think they want us to think Earth is dying so they can have it for themselves.
The only way you can get a beachfront property in California now is to evacuate the Earth.
Well, here's a controversial subject. That's not YouTube friendly, but yeah, the fires and everything. We're not going to get deep into that because they will take your shit down. They've taken a bunch of my videos down on my Helio Skeptic channel. Me and Ron used to talk about that. Took a lot of those videos down. So yeah, they ain't playing.
So, Mr. Homewrecker, I posted you that video about the valve and seals experts, and he talks about how submarines have a constant maintenance on their valves and seals, and they actually have to have a machine with them to produce it, right?
Yeah.
And that there's no such analog on the ISS. The ISS just basically acts as if it just it's just doing all this stuff with no implications. Very interesting video there. Now, Mark Sargent might mention in that video, because they're talking about pressure and the SEALs and how they deal with the pressure, about he has a standing offer to go into a spacesuit and be put into the vacuum chamber and see if he survives. Right? Now, technically, you could just put an animal in there, right? You don't really have to put a human. But the point he's trying to make there is that they didn't test any of this equipment in a vacuum to see if that the astronauts would actually be survivable. And then they just sent them up there. And they're like, oh, yeah, you'll live. The little duct tape and zippers on your freaking spacesuit. You'll survive.
Yeah, there's got to be. This seems like too big of a gap for there to not be some documentation about. And I haven't looked it up, so I'm gonna after I get off, maybe before I go to bed tonight, to try to find what the mechanical strategy is for keeping somebody's dick from.
Oh yeah, dude. Yes, exactly. But I will tell you what you will find: tons of videos of people putting things in vacuum chambers, and the stuff explodes, or gets really big, or off gases, or the people's hands swell up, or they cry, "It's hurting me! It's hurting me!"
Yeah.
I know that.
Yeah, for example, in deep sea diver suits, right? Now, yes, the pressure differentials are in different vectors, but the deep sea diver suits, they're ambulatory things are not fabric; they're solid, because they understand that the pressure will equilibrate the fabric and make it rigid, and then you won't be able to flex it, right? So
And you know why they know how to do that?
Yeah, go ahead.
They know how to do that because they can actually test it on Earth.
Oh, that's interesting. Very good point. So the point of that story is that if you have a glove, right, that's pressurized against the fabric, right, and you can't ambulate it, like, the gloves that the astronauts appear to have, then it wouldn't even work, man. It's like, where's the even proof that glove can even move with your hand inside it? I mean, where's any of this stuff?
I don't know if you've looked into this, but actually, there's some. I actually kind of wanted to do this professionally. I think I'm too old to do it now, but saturation divers, they actually take them down. They take them up to super high pressures. They stick them in a diving bell. They add a ton of a mostly helium with some oxygen in it, gas mixture, into the diving bell to bring the divers up to their basically their internal body pressure up to the pressures that they'll experience down there, and then they drop the bell into the ocean. Well, they lower it into the ocean to a specific depth, and their bodies are already at an equilibrium. Like, there's been gas exchange over the course of like days. They stick them in these diving bells, acclimate them to the pressure, drop them down to the ocean floor, and they stay in that diving bell under those pressurized conditions, sometimes for 3 weeks, and do their. Sorry, say that again.
I heard there was a guy. It just was funny. There's a guy talking about a story like that, and he said, like, you had to leave the thing and go out there to use the bathroom. And one day there was like this really scary fish right there while he was using the bathroom.
Oh yeah, I think I've seen that clip. He just saw a pair of eyes looking at him, dude. Oh, that'd be so scary. Because
Like, whatever,
as far
dude.
as I
I'm
understand,
dropping it right here, whether you like it or not, dude.
yeah. As far as I understand, the bells, when they drop them down to those levels, they lower the bottom off of them. So there's basically there's if you look down over the side of your bed or whatever, you just see the ocean water, and they're at a pressure equilibrium, so it's not going to like go into the diving bell. And so it's like even if you swim away from the thing, you're not safe from it because it's not like you're in a closed space. That'd be so scary, man. But they make, as you can imagine, they make an incredible amount of money because they're on the clock the entire time that they're in their diving bell. Plus they're getting crazy hazard pay. I think some of them are making like $600 an hour.
No,
like
dude.
lawyer
No,
money.
they only make a lot of money because they're men, not because they're doing a dangerous, arduous, time-intensive job.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Like my company, my diving company hires only women, and we only pay them 30 cents. It works out great. I make millions.
So I think the deepest saturation dive was 2,251 feet, and I don't know what the pressure would be there, but let me look that up. Um, uh, 998 psi. So that's what they lift. That's what they pump those bells to as they acclimate the divers. And I think it takes probably for that kind of pressure, it would take weeks, like a week, to acclimate somebody, slowly increasing that pressure. Which is just insane because if you opened that, I know that in a couple instances there was, I was watching a documentary on these saturation divers. There was one instance where they brought the bell up to the ship and it stays pressurized while it's on the ship while they depressurize it over a week or whatever. That somebody like accidentally there's a kind of an airlock and a hatch that they send them food through, and the airlock failed. And of course, like if your internal body pressure is at 1,000 psi, you can imagine what happened.
Nothing happened at all, dude. Nothing. All that happened was they slapped a NASA sticker on the bell, then all of a sudden it became a space vehicle, and then pressure differentials didn't matter anymore.
Yeah.
That's how ridiculous some of these claims are about this outer space nonsense.
And I think to the point of that, the saturation bells when they're on the ship, they're being constantly fed with the actually I think they're always being constantly fed with that gas mix at that pressure, because I don't think that you can prevent every leak with that big of a pressure differential, which is of course an even greater pressure differential by a lot, versus the atmosphere and a vacuum, where there's only a pressure differential of 14.8 psi, versus 1,000. So yeah, that's interesting. I something that I was thinking about when you're talking about, and I watched a little bit of that video. I'm going to get through it later about the ISS, and something that I was thinking about is that every time you bumped or touched the ISS, if you were inside of it, every time you bumped or touched it, that energy has to go somewhere. It goes into the frame of the ISS. If it goes into the frame of the ISS, that means that the materials are bearing a load, and if they're bearing a load, they have to deflect. So even if they're doing minute deflections, every single time that you touch a material, and it does a minute deflection, that deflection is absorbed into the entire structure, which means that there are probably the whatever seals are undergoing millions and millions of cycles over their lifetime. So to what you were saying about submarines and their constant maintenance of the seals, I'm really shocked to hear that there isn't a seal maintenance strategy. I'll have to look it up. I don't know, but
Oh,
just
dude,
based on what you said.
don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. In the years since this point was brought out, they might have created this stupid ass PDF that claims they have one. But rest assured, bro,
Right.
it's nonsense. Oh yeah, we actually have valves. In fact, there's a shipping log we just made up and printed out that proves it.
What's the things I like? I don't know. So like, I don't know if there's anybody here who's familiar with seals or sealing or sealing element terminology, but there are kind of like two major kinds, and you have what's called a face seal, and then you have a radial seal, which is like more like an O-ring. So a face seal is like what you see in your garden hose, where your hose bib is pushing against it. It touches the face of your hose bib and pushes into the face of the water hose. Then you have O-rings, which I'm sure everybody knows what they are. You can't replace a face. You can't really replace a face seal or service a face seal without taking the two things apart. Like if you wanted to replace the seal in your water hose, you'd have to open up your water hose. You'd have to disconnect the two parts. So I feel like if I read a technical document about the presence of face seals that didn't also talk about a disassembly process that involved replacing that face seal, it wouldn't pass the smell test to me. So I'm interested to see if there is anything, and if I can litigate it and maybe feel like it wouldn't even be practically possible. But it may be practically possible. But I don't think there's a way to replace
Keep in mind that these modules have been fixed together, and I'm not exactly sure how they did it. I don't know if they welded them together or what, but the door hatchways between each module that they can pass through module to module. Well, that was sealed in space, never to have been unsealed, right? Because they never separated the modules.
Right. Yeah. I speculate that welding would be a bad thing to do up there. Not because
Why not,
of the
dude?
heat or
That's
whatever.
freaking awesome, dude.
Well. Yeah. So
You don't want to ignite all the gases and blow it up or something? Was that what you're trying to say?
I think welding's complicated because like a lot of the alloys that we use for terrestrial welding, they're the only ones that I know of because they're the only ones that I've ever interacted with. Like they're all engineered. Their alloys are engineered so that they have like an expected cooling rate and a creep due to the thermal changes that they undergo while they're cooling, and they introduce a lot of stress when they do that, even though they're engineered to be as best as possible. But and a lot of that stuff is really at the cutting edge. Like it's almost as good as it could ever be where we have it right now. So I'd be if they did weld them together, that is interesting because it's back to the spacesuit problem about rejecting heat. Like your body, let's say on average is producing 100 watts of heat, so 100 watt hours every hour of heat. That's a ton of fucking heat. So it's over a 10-hour day, over a 14-hour spacewalk. That's the equivalent of turning on a space heater in there for an hour. It would cook a person. So if you're welding, it would be really tough to get rid of. The only thing that you could rely on to get rid of the heat would be conduction into the material that you're welding into, and then also radiation, infrared radiation, as the other kind of primary way that actually radiation would be the only way that it would be able to reject heat over the entire structure.
It's the only way to evacuate it from the structure in total.
Right. Yeah, it would have to be radiation because they
claim to have such a thing like an ammonia recycler goes through these big fins that are in those, the panels, and then that supposedly converts it into radiation. But we both know that that's very inefficient, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can. It's the hotter it is, the better. If you have like a really emissive coating, and this is actually what I was talking about earlier when I was doing my sputtering things, is I was putting really emissive coatings on stuff. But yeah, to your point, like if it's not emitting a lot of infrared or way more infrared than it absorbs, then the cooling effect is going to be pretty low, even if the surface area is like incredibly high, and even if you have the best coatings, the best, most emissive coatings in the world. And the problem with emissive coatings is that they're also they also absorb a lot. So it's like if you for example, if you take a metal plate and you paint it black and you expose it to the sun, it's going to heat up quite quickly. But if you take the sun away, black is also very emissive, so it's also going to cool down faster than a white plate. But in the vacuum of space, if you have that really emissive coating, you also run into the issue where it's also going to be absorbing a lot of heat as well. So it's definitely a complicated engineering question that I don't know the answer to. I did read a specification from the Jet Propulsion Lab when I had this question about how spacesuits reject heat. When I was like, how the fuck are they doing this? I read this paper, and it does pass the smell test for me. But the problem is that this paper is published in 2016, and this is supposed to be like the latest generation of spacesuit. I can't find anything earlier than that. I haven't looked too hard, but I can't find anything earlier than that. So in this 2016 published paper, what they allege, and I think it would actually work pretty well, is that they actually are ejecting water through a semi-permeable plate on the back. So there's water circulating around, or there's a coolant circulating around the astronaut, and then that coolant exchanges heat to a second isolated loop of water, and then that water is being passed over the semi-permeable plate, where the highest energy particles are essentially diffusing through the semi-permeable plate and then leaving the spacesuit into space. So that makes sense to me. That makes sense that it could work, but
the particles, what particles? So they're dumping water into space?
Yes, yeah. That was the summary of this document. Is that they're dumping water into space, water vapor.
Interesting.
But I haven't gone and like figured out, okay, like if you're at a vacuum, if you're feeding 100 watts into water continuously, because that's like the effective heat load of a person, on average, if you're feeding 100 watts, how much water would that go through? Like, how big would the water tank have to be? I haven't done that. I should do that, because if it's 100 gallons, you can clearly look at those things and be like, there ain't 100 gallons of water in there.
Dude, if that thing is filled with water, right, and metal, the thing's ridiculously heavy, right?
Right. Yeah, insanely heavy.
Don't forget
Triple
about
digits, right?
That almost drowned.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, is that what that paper said is that there's actually two loops. There's a non-water coolant. I imagine it's probably a mix of glycol and water. I don't remember exactly what it was, and that's what's circulating around the person. And then there's a heat exchanger between that loop and then the loop that's exposed to space through the semi-permeable membrane. And so the loop that is exposed to space, that is the side that would have to have a continuous source of water. And it's like, and I didn't bother to do the math and to see how much.
Oh yeah, don't worry, neither did they.
8 hour spacewalk. Right. Well, if they didn't, and I do the math and I'm like, oh, it's 100 gallons, that would definitely make that not fail my smell test, But if it turns out that it's 5 liters, that's a little bit more plausible. I couldn't even make a guess as a betting man as to what that quantity of water would be, but definitely there's a limit. Because what is it? A 5-gallon jug of water is about 40, 50 pounds.
8 pounds per gallon.
8 pounds per gallon. Yeah, there you go. So if it's even if it's 5 gallons, like that's a lot of water. That's a lot of water. Where is it? And if it's there, where's the space for the rest of the stuff? Like those are the questions that I would be asking if I did that math. I should just sit down and do it. It's just for the sake of.
I don't know, dude. They're probably filled with styrofoam, bro. That's why they can jump around lottie-dottie like they don't weigh nothing.
Right.
No. Check that out. Let's rewind that. So if that was the case, when you're talking about the alleged moon missions, where it's clearly fake, right, and they're jumping around like actors on a stage with the styrofoam-filled backpacks, versus something in modern day where you see them moving very sluggishly. Right, so you couldn't carte blanche apply that to every instance, but the moon missions definitely look fake as crap.
Yeah, I need to sit down and look for it again because this, like I said, this paper was published in 2016, and this is apparently the cutting edge. This is the latest gen EVA suit, and this is like a feature of this latest gen EVA suit. And so I don't know what they allege they used back then because I can't find any actual data on it. And of course, we know it can't be an air conditioner or anything like that because you still need to reject the heat. And then additionally, if there are a lot of moving parts, you have to reject the heat that those moving parts are generating too. So I'll have to see if there's any documentation that I can find on how those EVA suits from the moon missions would have rejected heat, because that's really problematic. I don't remember how long the spacewalks actually allegedly were, but I do know that they were in orbit in the landing module around the moon for, I think it was like 16 hours or something before they started making the descent. And I know that the life support systems on the landing module were not even close to what we what existed in the shuttles, for example. So yeah, I don't know. I should look it up. It's making me scratch my head.
Hey, Homewrecker Phil.
What's up?
I hear this phrase from you and others, and maybe it was you or somebody else today. It's like, if I go through the math, this would necessarily solidify it for me. Or if someone was earlier saying, it might have been you or someone else. If you show me a flat Earth model, I might be convinced or something. It's like, dude. And then, rightfully so, someone was just like, well, show me your globe Earth model. And they were like, well, everybody, it's the standard model. No, it's not, man. It's not the model. And how much math are you going to throw at this before you're convinced? It's like, I'm not sure about the math. Right. So the math is a language. You throw a bunch of math at it. Does it actually physically prove anything? If you just let me go through the calculations, and then it's going to make sense to me. Even if you never can physically prove it, you're gonna virtually prove it through math. Is that what you're getting at?
No. So I don't know. I don't remember having that specific conversation that you were talking about. But my intent in doing the math is to see, is it even physically possible? Okay. And then if it's not physically possible, then there's obviously a problem with it, right? And then if it is physically possible, then I don't eradicate it as a possibility. But I do know for sure there's only one conclusion. If it's not physically possible, is that it's not true.
All right. So the math is going to show you whether it's physically possible or not.
Well, it's gonna. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, my intent with it would basically be to like, okay, like if it is physically possible, it's probably the wrong string to pull if I'm trying to find a deception.
Yeah, it probably is. And math has has value and everything we're talking about, but I just don't. I hear this term thrown around a lot. Let me do the math and get back to you. It's like I don't think most of you guys even know where to start with the math to prove whatever you think you're going to prove.
Well, to be fair, most people that claim they're going to go do something and come back never come back.
Yeah. Well, and I'm not saying that I could do it either, because there's no. I don't really see the reason to. It's like something you can physically test. Yeah, you can use math while you're physically testing it. Oh, we do these calculations to see what's going to happen
Well, it's like,
while
dude,
we're
it's like,
physically
listen,
testing it.
it's like this, dude. If you have an engine, right, and part of the engine has to be aluminum, but that part of the engine receives heat that is greater than the melting point of aluminum. Well, then you can't use aluminum there, can you? Unless you create a way to vent that heat off, right? Then you have to create a system, right, that's sufficient to get rid of that heat. And
Right,
you can
and
measure
even
that.
in that process, you don't even have to make a mock-up of an aluminum part that you already know is going to melt if it gets that heat. You can use calculations and stuff. If you're already you already know aluminum's not going to work on that part because you can, make a model of it and you can calculate that it's going to get too hot at that part of the engine and that aluminum's going to melt. So you have to use something else.
Well, I think it's important when you're talking about math that the math has to come and be derived from something somewhere, and wherever that is, that's where you need to trace it back to. So, things that you want to prove will have to be qualitative, not necessarily quantitative.
Right. So yeah, you can save a lot of money by mocking up a model first and doing calculations, just like AI was saying with an engine. You put this much torque and this much energy into an area, and that you can calculate how much heat it's going to get, but it's all based on other tests that have been done on other engines or whatever you're trying to do. So, yeah, that's going to be, this metal or this part won't be able to handle that amount of heat or pressure. So we're going to have to go with something stronger. And you can do that with calculations before you even, mock up a part and waste money. That's what engineers do. Engineers do that a lot, before they waste a lot of money on mocking up a part to see if it fails.
Yeah, that's. I guess that's the. In this context, I would be reverse engineering. I would be checking to see if the alleged structure meets the base engineering requirements of being able to reject enough heat over the course of a 10-hour spacewalk. Because if it turns out that you have to carry 100 gallons to reject a 10-hour spacewalk worth of heat into space from a human body, then you can clearly see that they're not lugging around 100 gallons of water. That would be really problematic for them saying that. And kind of the other thing is that it's like with body heat, and in a case like that, it's not, if you fail that engineering by an inch or by a mile, the person's dead. Like if you have 1 extra watt of heat that isn't able to be rejected, just 1 out of 100, 1% of the heat, the body temperature over 10 hours, that 1% is going to increase your body temperature past the point where you get brain damage and die.
So how many astronauts have died in space?
Yes.
I'm actually unsure.
Astronauts were harmed in the making of this spacesuit.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
sure,
just
but I'm
like
sure that
I
some
can
have
name
died.
hundreds of people that have died, from engines being designed wrong here on Earth. But how many astronauts have died in space?
I know that there have been a couple, but not due, as far as I know, not due to the EVA suits, right? I think that there's been I think some early on some Russian cosmonaut died in one of their shitty.
I actually have a recording of one of the astronauts. I can't actually show you the recording, but I can read from the transcript. Oh my God. The Earth is clearly not a globe like they told us. Bang. All right, Sally, we got to cover this up. He died from drinking too much coffee.
Hey, where's the curve? Spaceship disassembles. That'd be terrible, man.
Hey, Phil, did you see that Polish astronaut that said the Earth is flat?
No, I haven't.
Oh, let me see if I can find it.
Well, dude, of course the Polish astronaut would say that.
Yeah, he's a Polak.
Can't trust him.
You know how when you're not part of a gang, an organization, a group, right? Like, you're indifferent to it, right? But after you join it, you know, things change, right? You start either you become afraid or loyal. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, I think you know what I mean? Like, there's a monster, right, looking for you. I think it's a bad idea to let the monster know that you know that it's a monster. You know what I mean? They live. You know what I mean? Like, right?
Yep. Like, if he just didn't act like a fool when he was in that one store, they wouldn't even know that he could see.
Right, exactly.
He could have done his whole job on the slide.
Yeah, I got one that can see. Come get him.
Get him.
Aldrin, right? Buzz Aldrin. I mean, listen to his answers, right? We're just passengers. Like, we don't like. I don't know anything. Go talk to the people that put us on the plane and told us what to say.
Yeah, Buzz should have never punched Bart Sabrell in the face, man. He messed up there. But everything else that he said was like spot on.
I was following orders. Okay, I was doing my job.
That was I met Buzz Aldrin when I was a kid in Vail, Colorado. I didn't even know who he was, but he's like, "You want an autograph, young boy?" And I was like, "Sure, why fucking not?" And
He might be famous.
and I was watching. I think it was an Eric Dubé video of him like repeatedly going up to Buzz Aldrin. And that shit was so cringe, man. I mean, the fact that Buzz pretended to not know who he was after the 19th time that he.
No, that was probably Bart Sabrell. That's who I'm talking about.
Okay, yeah,
because he eventually punched him in the face.
What?
Yes, dude. You want a video for that one?
Dude, send it, man. I'm appalled.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, Buzz told the truth.
So friend, the context of that is that Mr. Sabrell wanted any astronaut who's claimed to have been far enough away from the Earth.
He wanted him to swear on the Bible.
He wanted to swear on the Bible. Now, let me tell you why this is important. A lot of people claim that there's eyewitness testimony of people from space claiming that the Earth is a ball in total. That doesn't exist. What we do have is anecdotes. It hasn't risen to testimony yet because they haven't sworn under the penalty of perjury that what they're saying is the truth. So they went up high, they came back, they told you a story, and you think it's testimony. It's not testimony. It's garbage. It's no different than me telling you that I went to Neptali Prime and I married, a princess and we had alien babies. It's about the same. It's just a story from a guy. That's all it is.
Just a heads up, Homewrecker. I posted in there because I would love for you to at least try to go find the interview that I found on Rumble. It was the second video. Try to go find that on YouTube. You won't,
Look,
by the way. I mean,
I'm
unless
trying
you
to.
know search YouTube
Oh, that
throughout
one. Yeah.
the
I
censorship.
think I saw this on Reddit. Yeah. Let me see if I can. Let me just do a quick YouTube search. Let me see if I can find it. That'd be wild if it's not there.
I tried to find it and it wasn't there.
Oh, dude, there's so much content that's just not readily available.
Yeah, it's like
A lot.
I'm looking up Buzz Aldrin punching Bart Sabrell, and the top links are first to History Channel. Now, I mean, it actually happened. You know, you can see the videos, and they're saying, "Oh, at this time, this date, Buzz Aldrin punched this guy in the face." Freaking Wikipedia, ABC News, Chicago Tribune. Yeah, he punched him because he asked him to swear on the Bible he went to the moon. No, Bart did this with a lot of the astronauts. He went up to all of them and asked them to swear on the Bible they went to the moon.
He was the first one that punched him, though.
Yeah, well, he's the only astronaut that punched him, but there was one guy. Who was the guy that actually gave him an interview for a minute, and then he was like, "This is over," and kicked him out.
Alan Bean.
Alan Bean, yeah, that guy.
You know, when David Attenborough travels, goes to certain places and gets the video footage of stuff and then comes back, right? You don't need anecdotal evidence or testimonies, right? You've got video and then you've got narration, right? And it's just, yeah, so this is this is the moon, what do we get? I saw stars. No, I didn't see any stars. Oh, you didn't see stars? Did you? Told us to see stars.
Well, I mean, yeah, you hear astronauts say, "Well, I see stars." Well, I don't see stars. Yeah, there's like a little mix, a chop up, which is like, "Oh yeah, you can see all the stars when you get to space," and then somebody's like, "No, you don't see stars at all." It's just like, well, it's either one or the other. When you get to space, do you see the stars or not? That goes back to my question, which is like, why isn't the entire?
I mean,
after you leave Earth's atmosphere, why isn't everything lit up by the sun?
What I'm saying is that's why Sir David Attenborough is a knight, and nobody's asking him to swear on the Bible, and he's not knocking people out because there's no need to, right? This is how you document something, right? You got video, you got a story, cohesive story that goes with it, stuff like that. Just your average, experience seeing the world,
No, I don't know what you're talking about, Bong.
Oh, video. You got video. Okay, you got actual video of the thing, right, that you're talking about. Because you were there and you actually got a video, right?
Yeah.
You're not explaining to us what the friggin' Komodo dragon looks like and, it's like fire coming out of its mouth and shit. It's like, nah, man.
Fire!
Right, because you got video, because you actually went there and you saw it. So, versus.
But you didn't see fire coming out of the mouth of the Komodo dragon.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what they're saying, right? These guys that went to the moon, they're saying stuff like that, right? With no video,
and
no evidence. Yeah.
They were there the entire time, but the only evidence we have is, the little jumpy videos and everything but guess where all of their landings on the moon Guess where the Earth was from their perspective? Directly above their head, and it would have been freaking huge. I'm talking about like huge. All they had to do was look straight up. The Earth would have been just right there. So why didn't they point their freaking cameras up while they were on
All
the
you had
moon?
to do was watch Space Odyssey 2001, and you wouldn't have had any problems. Come on, guys.
Give me a break.
Let's look
Give
at
me a
this.
break. Give me a break. Break me off a piece of that
And the
fake moon
astronauts that couldn't
landing.
decide whether they saw stars or didn't see stars.
Dude, if
Like,
I'd
there's
have landed on the moon in the first place, I would look as straight up at the Earth.
yeah, and then you get the response. Yeah, I don't recall seeing any. Like, just weird, absolutely weird stuff.
There's a compilation video I saw where there's like different astronauts going, "Yeah, we see stars." And other ones are like, "No, there's no stars. It's completely dark."
Yeah.
Them they're playing like musical chairs. Did you see stars? Did you see stars? Did you see stars? Did you see stars? Did you see stars?
So like, they should have got their shit together before that interview. Before they were interviewed, it's just like, "Here's the story, man. Here's what
You didn't get the memo?
Hey,
What
guess
memo?
what? We're the investigators, and this is like you get these astronauts in different rooms. Did you see stars? Well, your buddy said he saw stars too, when he actually didn't. You know how the investigators lie to you? It's like, oh shit. Well, I didn't see stars either. I was just saying that because I thought I'd get in trouble if I said it. It's just like, so we're the investigators. We're looking at these astronauts that go in public on national news platforms and contradict each other.
Well, at least we know the reason why we didn't go back to the moon, right?
Well, I mean, Buzz told us that. He told a little 8-year-old girl.
Right? What was the reason again?
Because we didn't go there. And that's the way it happened.
And
That's what he told
the
her.
way it happened.
That's the way it happened.
Because we didn't go there.
Yeah.
How can you go back somewhere you never been to before? Duh.
He didn't have the heart to tell his little. He didn't have the heart to lie to this little girl.
No. Yippee-ki-yay!
Oh well.
Die Hard.
Shout out to Buzz Aldrin telling us the truth.
To infinity and beyond, right?
Remember that video when he was like on a panel when Trump was speaking? I don't know if it was necessarily about Space Force, but it was something about space. And then Buzz is all just sitting, looking around. His eyes are just wandering everywhere, and he's like kind of smirking. Just like I think all of this freaking farcery got to him at a certain point, and it made him lose his mind.
I think he got old and memories are just coming up, right? It's just coming out of his mouth, whatever he can remember. And he remembers that they didn't go there.
Well, it's just like if you try to find some Neil Armstrong interviews, Neil Armstrong wasn't out there like Buzz was. Buzz is, was out. That's why they have the Toy Story Buzz Lightyear thing. Because it's based on.
Yeah, but wasn't
Buzz.
Neil also the same? Didn't he? Didn't they both turn into alcoholics? Divorced, depressed.
Yeah,
something happened to them.
I think I've heard that This is what I heard. I'm not saying it actually, but Neil Armstrong's mom killed herself, which, that's probably a story. Maybe because she found out, this is what people say, she found out the truth and she killed herself, which I don't see that actually happening. But some people say all kinds of crazy shit. But yeah, Neil he was never nice to the public after that. It's like when he did appearances, it was just very limited contact with the public.
I think it's where I think space is not in what they tell us. I think it could be a place where something else,
Maybe it's over there. It's in the word over there. 'Cause the Yanks. No. Never mind. Yeah. Outer space.
Yeah.
Extraterrestrial. Just like, David White says it often. Extraterrestrial. I mean, could be other lands.
Or interdimensional, right? The multiverse.
Well,
the multiverse.
I don't know all the way about the multiverse, but interdimensional. I mean,
It's not a real place. Like, if you think about the multiverse, it could be a dimension. It could be just other dimensions. Other realms that's not of this physical realm.
Like the upside down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I totally agree with that. I mean, it's just like, the atheists are just like, this is all that is, happened this way. That's their religion, is the Big Bang, and that's their creation story, the Big Bang and big balls around the universe forming into this, big balls of gas just forming planets, and we're just, everything happened through happenstance. They don't.
Well, how do we get to where we are today, right? With CERN and rockets and going to the heavens and wireless. You know what I mean? How do we get here? Right? You had to build industries, right? You needed an economy to do all that, right? The Industrial Revolution, right? Because you don't just wake up one day and you've got parts for a fucking rocket, right?
No, I mean, this isn't the first culture that's been advanced like this.
Science, man. That's what science is all about.
That's not necessarily science. It's more engineering and mechanical ideas.
Yeah, you need people. Exactly. You need people to build things, right? You need people to become learned and build industries and build an economy, right? That can build this technology, right? Does that make sense?
Check this out.
Tell people one story.
Starting in the 1900s, America. Well, I mean, even before 1900s, of course, in the 1700s, America was the New World, right? As if nobody lived here before, It's like there were people already over here that had a culture, had cities, had buildings. There were thousands, hundreds of thousands of people that lived in North America.
The Tartarians.
The New World.
Yeah, well, not even. I wouldn't call them Tartarians. I mean, we can go back and
New World is the globe world,
right? So, but they've been calling it the New World since they took over North America, and they say, well, here's the story though. Christopher Columbus found the New World, right? But he didn't find it. They already knew it was here. He wasn't the hero that found the New World. He was a piece of shit. If you look into the history of Christopher Columbus, none of it. It's not like nobody in Northern Europe knew that this place was over here. They intended to conquer it. And they weren't, America wasn't established by Quakers that were trying to escape religion from Europe. It was a long-term plan by the Europeans, Great Britain and Germany and France. Some of the major
You know, I
powers
don't like
over
the
there.
Tartaria story. You know, I don't like about the Tartaria story is because it always comes back to the idea that we are divine. You know what I mean?
I like it to a certain extent, but I'm just talking about. I'm only talking about 300-400 years in the past. So as far
Yeah, that's what I'm
as far
talking
as
about.
Tartaria goes, the people that
No,
were
that's what I'm
living
talking
here
about.
when Europe conquered America, the ancients or the native, quote unquote, Native Americans were living the way they live when some of these ancient buildings were already here. So there are certain spiritual centers in North America, and everyone's just drawn to that, because it's everything spiritual, and
Who's
that's sort of
everyone?
what
Who is everyone?
as
Who is
far as
everyone? Like what? What France? What England?
no
Is that everyone?
people naturally are drawn to energy sources.
What people?
What's
What people? I'm not drawn to any energy sources. You know who are drawn to energy sources? These weird people that do these rituals, with their religions and stuff
true,
like
but
astrologers, stuff like that.
well, I have a broader understanding or a broader idea about it. I won't say understanding because I don't think I'll ever understand it.
Star worshippers. Yeah.
No, I think there are energy points on Earth that have been
LA lines.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, it's something to do with ley lines where the dark forces have already have concentrated on that, and that's where people are drawn to. But that's all spiritual. They don't even realize that they're doing it. You know what I mean?
I'm not drawn to it.
You a goddamn lie.
Well, you're saying I'm drawn to some ley line that I'm not aware of. That's somewhere here in Australia. Yeah. Are you saying it's not the woman that I met, but it's the energy here that brought me to the woman?
No, I'm talking about overarching the way these cities are built, the way that where the concentration of energy and spiritism, however
Who
it
built these
develops.
cities? Who built these cities and these locations then, right? Because we're only here because we need jobs and services. It's not like we chose to live in these cities. Why does a boy leave the farm and go look for a future in the city?
I think what it's. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think the point that he's trying to get at is that a lot of these cities that we have now have been cities for much longer than they've been modern cities.
Yeah, can you fucking build a tractor from scratch, or were they built in cities?
Well, first you need an industry. You need industries, right? You need like 1,000 industries.
I don't care if you live 500 miles away
one
from
of
a
these
city
things.
and nobody's around you. You love that fucking tractor, don't you? You bought it from somewhere it was built, and they build that shit all day long. Tractors. Don't you love that tractor? I love driving a tractor. It's badass.
I wish I had a tractor.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, it's fun to
better
drive
than
a
having
tractor.
Of course, a tractor is better than a cow.
Better than training a mule or a freaking ox to plow your fields.
Yeah. Well, yes. Well, the point is, like, without industry, you know what I mean? The Industrial Revolution, right? None of this would have been possible. Like, it had to develop. Like, you guys specialize in this. You guys specialize in this. All right, now build my weapons. Okay, now I'm gonna sell it to these guys and those guys. All right, now fight. All right, let's get some money, right? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
I do, but you're making it too simple, man. I'm talking about a
What do
broader
do you think they're going to invest their money first in making sure everybody has food Are they making sure everybody's healthy?
No, they don't. They don't care. They just
Weapons
want the money. I mean, it's about the money.
always. Well, it's weapons.
See, that's what I'm
first.
saying.
Always
The energy centers, the large cities, they've been exploited throughout human history, and a lot of times they get destroyed and rebuilt, but it's always in the same place.
Yeah, but what are they teaching the people's? Like, well, okay,
They're
they
teaching
destroyed,
them to be
reset it,
slaves
right?
to
Exactly.
whatever system they
Right.
create. The elite
every
create.
reset.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
what I'm getting
yeah,
at.
yeah. Every
Because the
reset, they gotta
elite
tell
know.
people
The
what they
elite
stole,
know. Yeah,
Yeah.
the evil and the elite that want to control the population already know about these places, and it doesn't matter if society falls; they win. They can recreate it again. It's been happening for millennia.
Well, of course, if I was an elite evil person and I had a family and we were ruling the world, I will teach my kids that, right? You know what I mean? Like, it makes sense, right? You teach your kids, all right, we're the masters and people are slaves, all right? Get that through your head. You're not normal, okay? All right.
Yeah,
Do I have to create another son? I can always
you know
get rid
what?
of
This
you and
is
make another one.
all right. Well, I'm not talking about humans here. We're talking about demonic entities, or I am at least,
Well, that's how they stay in power, right?
And well, yeah,
How
but
they
they utilize their power through families, different families across the world. So
I mean,
yeah,
you're gonna reach the end of human knowledge, right, and effort, and then you're going to want to
oh, we're already there, man. What are you talking
higher
about?
into knowledge that you shouldn't be knowing,
I
right?
mean, everybody's so
How do
dumb.
you do that? You
Dude,
might perform
everybody's
some
so
ritual.
dumb that they believe that rockets go into outer space and you can float around in a fucking balloon spacesuit. That's how dumb everybody is. But this, I'm not saying everybody's dumb that believes it. I'm just saying, like, look at. I mean, we've been doing this for how long? Almost 10 years, and we're still answering the same questions every single day. Just saying, hey man, what you believe is physically impossible, and we
Which
explain it to them.
means,
Yeah, go ahead.
means it's not that people are dumb, right? Because
No,
if
they're
that
not
was
dumb.
true,
No, they're
then they would have
ignorant.
woken up by now. Then they would have not been dumb anymore.
They're
right? So it must be
influenced
something else.
by a twisted culture that has been created for them. So it's even worse. Or I don't know if it could have been worse in another culture, but in the 20th century, they really ramped it up. Right up like you were talking about the Industrial Revolution, and then at the advent of television, what they discovered through media, they can make anybody believe any goddamn thing. Anything.
We're just really susceptible. What's the word?
Gullible.
Gullible. Yeah, I mean we're just open. Like the kinds of creatures we are. We're open to to anything. You know what I mean? You want to believe that there's good in the world. All that shit, and then you want to believe whatever the hell you're told because.
Well, sure. I mean, we're here. People say, "Why do you guys keep doing this? Earth is obviously not flat." Blah, blah, blah. No, it's not necessarily about the flat Earth. It's showing you how you've been manipulated into believing something that cannot possibly be true.
You don't want to believe. Okay, I don't want to believe that people that run this country that I'm living in, raising my family in, are evil, like the most evil people in the world. Like, I don't want to believe that. I don't think anybody wants to believe that.
It's just like no. So, that's why a lot of people will say, "Hey, so it has to do with Christianity." So you're a Christian and you believe in flat Earth. It's like, man, promise you, the majority of Christians, meaning like 95% of Christians, still think the Earth is a globe. So, and I used to be a Christian. that way, globe earth Christian. And but it's
Okay.
not because I,
Well, when you say
the flat
Christian,
earth is something else.
when you say Christian, is there anything other than a globe earth believer? I mean, that's all the Christians that ever were, right? I mean, is there a Christian that isn't? I mean,
Well,
right? Like
I don't
most
think I
Christians,
don't think
that's what a Christian's supposed to
Christianity.
be,
Well, it's just like
right?
people are obsessed. I mean, a lot of people that come in here are obsessed with globe flat, globe flat, globe flat, which is our intent, right? Because that's
Well, a Christian is a person that believes it's a globe. Christmas. The seventh day is Saturday, and they go to church on Sunday. I think that's what a Christian is supposed to be.
no, you
You
can't
know what I
blame
mean?
No.
anyone for the way they've been brought up. I mean, we're under a different calendar than there's all
Well, that's
kinds
not a
of stuff.
Catholic. When we say Christian, we're talking about the religion that the Catholics spread to the world, whether you're no matter your denomination, right?
That's what I've said it before, and I'll say it
But it's not
again.
necessarily mean.
Every
Yeah.
Protestant church, established Protestant church, is the whore that rides the beast. Did I say it loud enough?
Protestant church.
Doesn't matter if you're Baptist, Southern Baptist, freaking Methodist. You're the whore
Yeah,
that
but
rides the beast.
The Jays already got that covered, right? They already got the Protestants, so it doesn't matter, right? The J Swiss, the J Swiss.
Well,
the J Swiss.
yeah, I know, man. We know, but we're getting a little too deep. Not
that's
too deep.
their.
But
That's
I'm just
purpose.
saying. I
their
didn't
purpose,
realize that I was
right?
I was raised Catholic, and then I was in a Protestant church
Of
for a
the
long
J
time.
Sweezies,
Then I
right?
realized that we're actually following the Catholic tradition, but on a cartoon, like supposedly the Protestants. Protestantism started with the 95 Theses nailed on the wall in Germany, right, by Martin Luther. And and then it went, full bore. And there's freaking 100,000 Protestant churches now. What? I mean, Protestant religions, not churches. There's more than 100,000. But it's just like nobody knows what they believe anymore. Fucking crazy.
Infiltrated. It's already been infiltrated by the J Sweezies, because that's their purpose. That's why they were created.
Well, it's just like we could go into a religion room and debate Trinity for weeks on end. I don't want to do that.
Protestant church that
And
I know,
won't.
every Protestant church that I know believes the earth is a ball. Okay, they celebrate Christmas, Easter, Halloween. They don't.
Shit, I was at a church. I was at a church on Easter, man. They had a helicopter fly over the damn church and drop Easter eggs out of the freaking helicopter.
So, in my opinion, like these kinds of Christians have done the same thing that Israel did in the past, like in the Old Testament. Where they'll mix their neighboring, the neighbors, they'll incorporate the Baals and the Molechs, the traditions, and kind of water down, the Torah and things God told them, and God handed them over, to Babylon, to all these other. I think that's what's happening today too. You know what I mean? Like that's what the Catholic did, and the Protestants. It came out. And I think it came out for us, so we can have the word. But I think the Jesuits got them again. You know what I mean? Baptists, Pentecostals. They got all these doctrines that are
right. It's just like, dude. I was Assembly of God for a long time, right? So when you walk into the church, they have a pamphlet. Here's our doctrine. It's like,
yeah,
right.
Exactly.
And
so I think,
I didn't necessarily disagree with a lot of the doctrine, but it was just like, this isn't the whole thing. You know what I mean?
No, but the globe. I think the globe is the anti-crisis system. Slash.
Yeah, but
Religion.
so is the whore that rides the beast. These Baptist systems and these big religions. Assembly of God, and it's like, well, they don't necessarily come down hard on people that are part of, because they have to pay in, but then they also get support. If they're part of the Southern Baptist Union or whatever. It's just Assembly of God stuff. I already know how that shit works, but it just it's just like it's the same as a political system. It's just like people love they love to be controlled. They love to be controlled.
Check this out, man. If you think you're on a ball, right? If you're a Christian or if you believe in God and you think you're on a ball, this is what you're going to also be thinking about. Are there aliens out there? Did God create life on other planets and other places that He didn't tell us about in the Bible? You know what I mean? That's what you're going to be thinking about. You're not going to be thinking about what God created here for you.
Well,
think about it. That's what you're going to be thinking of. That's what I thought about.
I thought about it, when I was, before I came across flat Earth. It was just like, well, God is on His throne and Earth is His footstool, right? It was just like, well, then where is God? I mean, He must be close, right, or far away. How's Earth is His
Here's another thing.
He's got an ottoman. Earth is God's ottoman, man.
Bro, I had this problem. I used to think, so when Jesus comes back, because the Bible says everyone's going to see Him. In the last, everyone's going to see Him. Everyone. I'm thinking to myself, is He going to cause His reflection to appear all over the globe, or is it is He going to split into four so everyone can see Him? Because how the hell is everyone's is this going to be like a spiritual vision that everyone's going to see, or you know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense, right?
Well, even on a flat Earth, it wouldn't make sense. I mean, if He's going to appear,
it makes sense. Well,
okay,
look,
how about it goes back to
look,
nobody.
No matter where.
Hold on.
Melt. The mountains are going to melt, right? Everything is going to be flattened. That's what it says. Valleys come up, mountains, everything's going to be flattened. So you're going to be able to see the heavens and the
Jesus Christ.
You're going to see, there's going to be an angel who's standing on the ocean and on the land. That's pretty big. I think a lot of people are going to be able to see that. So I think, Jesus.
Wait, so your eyes are going to change, and then you'll be able to see Japan from New York. Right?
Yeah, Platter says maybe he came back already. I heard about that. Theory that we're in 1,000-year reign or something like that, or Satan has been released. I don't know. I find that hard to believe, but you know what I'm saying?
Hey, CB, me and Bong, we get into these freaking. We do this sometimes. So,
but it could explain a lot of things too,
No, it doesn't explain shit. I actually think.
Well, to me, it does.
I mean, you're just saying basically what you're saying is the reason everybody on Earth can see the second coming is because He flattens everything.
No. What I'm saying is, if the Earth is not a ball, okay, if it is what we see it as, okay, flat and level, then it is possible for everyone to see, this event. That's what I'm saying.
Where?
Ball,
where are you going to see this? This one event in the sky. For which part of Earth?
Anywhere. I don't know. Look,
all of
I'm
the
not
Earth.
God. Okay, but if God wants everybody to see Him, right, it's a lot easier to do it on a flat, level plane than it is on a ball. That's what I'm saying.
This first time I think I've ever said this. I think you're underthinking God right now.
Look, you're overthinking it. That's what if you're a glober, you're going to be overthinking it all the time.
This shit doesn't make any sense, Bong.
I think if you think you live in a ball and you're a Christian, go ahead.
I was saying, I think there's a general consensus among Christians that God is omnipresent, and so and omnipotent. So in theory, if God wanted you to see Him,
he wouldn't need to be in a central place. That motherfucker could just teleport to your brain and to everybody else's brain, right?
That's
It's like he's
that's
gonna. What I
overthinking
heard
it.
it Bong
That's
saying
what I
was he's
mean.
like he's gonna flatten the earth and you can
Hey,
see him everywhere.
look,
That
he
just
can.
doesn't make any
Like,
sense.
that is overthinking it because it's very simple, right? It says everyone is going to see him come down, right, in the clouds. Like, to me, you look up, you see him, right? But to say he's omnipresent and he's going to appear, that's overthinking it. That's what I mean, It's easier on a flat surface, on a plane.
No, it doesn't. I think who was that just said that before Bong said that?
Remember, the higher something is, right, the farther you can see.
No,
Now, we got clouds,
it's spirit, dude.
here,
Bong, just
right?
because it's in the Bible doesn't mean it's literal, dude.
Look, can you see the stars at night? Yes, you can see the stars at night. Do you know
I
how
mean,
bright
it
those
is
stars
literal.
are? Right, right.
Really? So,
yeah.
so what? So you're agreeing with Bong? Everyone, or at the coming of
If you hold the
Christ,
sun up, look, the sun
everyone
is
on earth
bright.
at the same time is going to see Christ coming.
If his light is going to be brighter than the sun, right? And if we think about moving the sun up higher and then turning the brightness up, I'm sure a lot of people,
Sure,
more
I can
people are going to
get
be able to
that,
see it.
but that's a
And think
spiritual
about God
thing.
coming down.
That's a
Right?
spiritual thing, not physical. He's not going to melt the grounds and make it flat so everybody can see, because you still can't see that goddamn far.
Physically, a greater,
But
brighter
anyway.
light, right, that's higher can be seen from all over the world. Right?
It's spiritual, bro. It's spiritual. And
I
it's
mean,
also
do the math. Yep.
I'm not gonna have to. I don't have to do any math on that because it's spiritual, man. It's freaking. It's allegorical and spiritual at the same time. You can't do any math on
Scale the sun
allegory and
up.
spirit.
Look, just scale the sun up, right? Move it 93 million miles away and tell me you can't see it.
You can't see this. Maybe that's where the 93 million came from. That's when Jesus comes back. He's going to move the sun 93 million miles away, and then he's going to come back as the sun, which he did
Are you
already.
saying we can't see
So-
forever? Oh man.
Fucking love you,
Oh,
Bong.
there's only two. I mean, there's up and then there's down, right? We agree? Do we agree?
If anybody disagrees with that, then they're retarded.
Okay. If you think you live on a ball, then up and down doesn't exist for you. Okay? Think about that. It's in or out, right? Right? I mean, you got a lot of problems now because what's up to you
to
is not up to
Globies,
me.
to Globies, down is toward the center of the earth.
Right. So if I'm in Australia and you're in Britain, in England, or something like that, right? Like, my down is what? Is your up, right? You get it? So when I point down, right, I'm pointing to your up.
Yeah,
Get it?
for context, in case you don't know, Bong is in Sydney, Australia.
Oh, yeah. Like, if you're on one side of the ball and the other guy's on the other side of the ball, and you say, all right, guys, point up.
Point up. You both point up, you're just pointing up, like in different directions.
Hey, I said point up. Why are you guys not pointing up? What? You guys are pointing out. I said up. You know what I mean? There is no such thing as up. There's out. There are no straight lines. There are no 90-degree angles.
You mean on
Where
a
have
ball?
you ever measured? Where have you ever measured 90 degrees, right? You've never known ever a level surface because it's on a round, because it's supposed to be curving. A lot of problems. So I think the word Christian refers to globe-believing people that have that religion, Abrahamic religion that's taught by the Catholic Church, something like that, by Rome. right?
The sort of, yeah. I mean, it's a branch of Christianity that was formed in the early times after
Right.
where they say, after the resurrection of Christ. So there's
So
different
let's say
ideas about it, but yeah.
let's say you've never heard of any of this. Okay, you're just some guy living in the jungle, and I'm a missionary, and I came and I taught you how to read this book, and you read this book. Like, would you ever stop to celebrate Christmas or Easter on the calendar? Of course not. You wouldn't know those things exist because those things exist up there in the north, European area. That's the mythology of those people. The winter solstice. The sky
Exactly. It
lives
has
in.
nothing to do with the Bible.
Right. Right.
Oh, but au contraire, it has everything to do with the Bible at the same time, right?
No, Christmas has nothing to do with the Bible.
Oh,
The winter
Christmas?
solstice. Yeah, what I'm saying is, if you were to read the Bible without knowing about Christmas or any of these traditions, you wouldn't ever celebrate such a thing.
No, sure.
It
Even
wouldn't
in the
exist.
Roman tradition, not necessarily. No, yeah.
Yeah, like say you lived in Brazil. Say you were some South American guy or some North American guy, and
Yeah,
the
there's
missionaries
nothing
came
about
over.
Christmas in the New Testament
Yeah, you
at all.
wouldn't even
So,
bother
yeah.
to. You don't know about it. That's why. So how did it come in? How did it come in then into this thing? Well, it's from the Catholics. It's from Rome.
Exactly.
Nah, I think it actually more comes from Northern Europeans.
No, it comes from Rome actually. After
Yeah, but
Rome
Rome
after the
incorporated it.
fall of the Jewish temple, they knew they couldn't conquer Christianity as a whole, so they said, "Let's fuck it, let's join them." And after that, they combined their religion with our tradition and just renamed everything.
Sure, but that was winter solstice celebration. But Christmas, Santa Claus, and all that kind of stuff, that's pagan, which is Northern Europe.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you have to change something that is dying out. So, in order to make a rebirth out of it, you introduce new names.
It's like a straw man, of the real thing.
But how
I mean?
is
It's a
how is
controlled
the
opposition. Yeah, it's controlled
how is
opposition.
the legend? Yeah, but how is the legend of Saint Nicholas, who was a saint of the church, climbing over a mountain to go to the other village and bring kids presents? How is that pagan?
I mean, they just gave him that name, right? But that's not the that's not the actual story that there's a
video I
story
share every
about
year around
no.
Christmas. I'm gonna post it right now. It's
I
from
think
Eric
you did an
Dubay.
amalgamation.
I'm gonna
of, like,
show. I'm
There's
gonna
a
show
bad
you
guy
where
too,
Christmas
right?
comes from.
There's a
I'm gonna
story
show
about a
you.
demon, right? Like
Yeah,
there's a
that
good
clip.
demon that
You
comes
haven't
to
seen this
reward
before.
kids that behave, and then there's a bad demon that comes to take kids that misbehave. There's that.
Yeah.
There's those.
Problem is, there's a lot of stories around these times of years, a lot of different cultures, and they're not necessarily causative upon the stories of the other cultures. Just because there's recurrent themes in the hierarchy or social expressions of humans doesn't mean that one caused the other. It just means that we generally have a similar experience, especially with iconography and what is it called? Like archetypes.
So the guy's name is Santa Claus.
Oh yeah,
Santa Claus.
anything that's. Go ahead.
Well, because Saint Nick is it might be a real person, right? The figure of Santa Claus is the one we're talking about. The guy that knows everything. He knows when you're naughty or nice, right? And
Oh
if
yeah.
you've been naughty, it's like almost like he's God. You know what I mean? It's a supernatural. It's like a spirit. spirit of Christmas.
If you haven't seen this video, this is a must watch. It's a must watch. From Eric Dubay.
It's that story
Eric
coupled with
DeBoy.
like it's that story coupled with the Christmas tree, the Yule log, and then there's the stockings, and then there's all the stories that go with them, with these the mistletoe and
Yeah, and it's all pagan, not Roman.
I got a Yule
Same
log
thing.
as my profile pic, like the OG one.
Yeah.
I can tell you that
And-
story. That's some pagan shit.
And the scariest thing for me is that it all revolves around children, around the
not
idea
scary.
of children and
It's not
family.
scary unless
Like,
you
when it's
like-
really about a ritual, sun worship.
Okay, well, don't people in Christianity worship the Son of God?
No, not the SU. It's that's English.
I know.
Yeah, so check this out. Check this out. It's very interesting. So, when God created the sky, right, and the stars, and all of that, what He created for? It says for signs and seasons and times and years, right? So, if there is people reading the sky and getting information from it, that information originated from God. Now, if they twist it, right, they're going to have similar themes. Like this whole idea of, Zeitgeist, where they tried to say, oh, Christianity's just a copycat of astrotheology and all this stuff. It's, well, like, if the sky is saying a message, right, it's saying the same thing, year in, year out, then everybody's going to kind of get a similar message. So, yes, some pagans and some religions will claim that this is about this, but according to the Bible, it's all about what the Bible has, what the Bible's agenda is. It's all about, the archetypal figure and this core figure in the Bible, which is Jesus. So it would make perfect sense that there would be a lot of analogs in other religions that parallel the story of Jesus, because that's what the sky is telling you, according to God.
Yeah, the magi, the three wise men, right? The magi.
Yeah,
they saw
exactly.
the star. Yeah.
Right, so it's not so much that Christians and these celebrations are stealing from pagans, is that pagans read the sky, right, and just misinterpreted the story.
I don't think they misinterpreted. I think they were taught by spirits. Maybe
they might have been deceived. Yeah, sure, but
yeah.
The point is that if you believe, but I'm saying if you believe in Christianity and that the Bible's the authority, right, then that means that all these other religions are stealing God's truth and distorting it. So reclaiming it back, there's nothing wrong with that. It's like, so these people say, oh, this time of year is worshiping our sun god. It's like, no, everything worships the real God. All of your gods are fake, bro.
Yeah, I agree. Yep.
So then nothing belongs to pagans. Nothing. Everything everything in the earth belongs to God.
The problem is, it's like problem is it's December here in Sydney, and it's like 35 degrees, freaking hot as. That's the only problem I have with these days.
What? It's not snowing?
So summer solstice, I guess.
Yeah, it's kind of it is kind of a jip, So like, a lot of people have these visceral, reminiscent moments of the holidays, right? Like, like in the New England area where I live, there's all these, paintings and pictures of snow and all of this stuff like hot cocoa and all of this theme around this time of year that people who don't live in a snowy environment just don't experience that same, hot season. Imagine.
We don't have that
Have you ever seen the
Christmas
movie?
feeling, right?
Yeah. Well, it's not that you don't. It's just like you don't have that environment that so many people associate with that. Like, imagine these movies. Like, you remember Home Alone?
Yep.
Imagine
I
Home Alone
used to
the
watch
movie. With,
I used
yeah,
to
but
watch that
imagine
in
that
Samoa,
movie.
man.
Yeah, but check this out, dude. Imagine that movie with zero snow in it. Think about it. That's
Oh,
crazy.
yeah. California, LA.
They didn't do that. See, they didn't do Home Alone 2 Lost in Sydney. They did Home Alone 2 Lost in New York. Why? Because they need the snow.
Yep. It's the whole spirit. You know, that's how you get into the spirit. The holly tree, you know.
I love it all, man. I love the smell in the air when the season changes and you know it's coming down
Hey,
the pipe.
man. When I first stopped celebrating it, because I knew what it was, you know, when my son was little, it hurt, you know, because of the songs, the memories, the culture. You know what I mean? Like, so when I hear a Christmas song, you know what I mean? I want to sing along to it, but it's like I think to myself, it's just a melody, man. Somebody wrote a catchy ass melody, and it got you, man. Got you to the music, man.
Yeah.
All these years later, you know, I still feel like, the memories and everything, the old, the nostalgic feeling
Yeah.
comes up, and it's still kind of like I'm still drawn to sing,
Well,
along
you
to it.
gotta,
Song,
dude. You gotta
yeah,
parse out. You gotta look. I'm not saying you have to do this or do that, but a lot of people go too far and throw the baby out with the bathwater. Okay, holiday celebrations are not forbidden in Christianity, nor are they inherently pagan in themselves. If you're doing something that you know is evil in itself, that's one thing. But if you're celebrating with decorations and your family's over and you're loving each other and you're praising God for the gift of Christ and all of these types of things, you're singing wholesome carols, all of this type of stuff, there's literally nothing immoral or can be shown to be immoral about any of it. It's perfectly good and fine.
yeah. The songs, the Jesus songs. You know what I mean? Like in the manger, away in the manger. You know these songs, Silent Night, right? Like. I feel like I want to sing these songs, but I always got this feeling like, look, you're just gonna. You don't need these songs, man. They're like these songs, because when you think about it, these are the instruments. These are the devices, right? And we're aware of the device. So, like, I'm happy that I made the decision, and I wouldn't change it. If I had to go back, and I still get pulled because of my flesh. That's what I was trying to say. It's not because you know what I mean. It's
Yeah, I mean,
anything,
that's,
but
yeah, that's fine. I don't want
I like
anyone
it now.
listening to get confused that celebrating Christmas in a very benign or Christian sense isn't fleshly inherently. Now, if people have been drawn beyond that to all this extra stuff, like you're lying to your kids about Santa and all this other bullshit, then you maybe need to rethink yourself if you're a Christian. If you're not a Christian and you don't believe in the Christian worldview, then you can do whatever the heck you want. you know?
Yeah. Well, I explain what Christmas is, like I explained the Yule, you know what I mean? That the tradition comes from the Norse, you know what I mean? And he knows Thor and those guys.
Yeah.
Yeah,
See, the thing
so,
about traditions is that they morph over time and they become new. Just because they have similar archetypes or similar, decorations, there's only a limited amount of decorative substances, Like silver and gold is ubiquitous decoration, right? It's like people used to sacrifice humans and their children in silver and gold altars. Therefore, you can't wear a silver chain. I mean, that's ridiculous.
the thing is, I had to leave my Samoan culture behind, like all of it. Not just even the Christian part of it, because even that too is the same as the Santa Claus and everything. So I don't think like, why did you leave all of your Samoan culture behind just to pick up some Norse culture tradition stuff? When it has nothing to do with the Bible. So I try to separate it to my sons. Like, has nothing to do with each other. It's your decision to put these together, but I don't think that's a good idea. We're not Samoans anymore. Okay, we're not Maoris. We're not Australians. We're not Christians, we're part of this, this family that God made, promised to Abraham
Yeah,
and
sure.
Jesus, Jesus. But,
Interestingly
yeah,
enough, which a lot of people don't generally realize, is that Jesus himself actually specifically engaged in a holiday that wasn't prescribed by God whatsoever. It was actually invented by a cultural people group that just represented a period of time in their history that impacted them dramatically. And he showed up to that. He showed up to that, and he arrived, and he was there and participated. He didn't shun them for it. He didn't say this isn't in the Bible. He did it. So there's absolutely nothing wrong with a people group creating their own holiday to celebrate something that's good. And there's nothing more good that I could think of than, well, there is, but I mean in the sense of what Christmas is celebrating, which is God's gift to humanity, the incarnate Son. Right? Nothing wrong with
yes,
celebrating that. And I mean, if that's the way people are going, that's one thing. But if they start to go down the other roads, from a Christian worldview, then there definitely is like
the other thing,
engaging in something that's good in itself and engaging in something that's bad.
yeah. I agree with the, if I'm invited, yeah, I'll go over. I'm not gonna, not accept the invitation. But the other thing is like, it's celebrating the birthday. I used to think about that. Yeah, I mean, you're celebrating the birthday. It's a chance to tell the kids about, his birth and everything. But you know what he said, right? Because that's not what he said. He said, "Do this in remembrance of me." And it was the cross. Not his birthday, but the cross, because his birthday was prophesied from Genesis, and everyone was expecting it, but no one was expecting this. The cross, and he said to break bread and drink the wine to remember him. So I think that's what
Absolutely, and that's fine. So if he says, yeah, so if he says, right, so if he says, call the priest, him saying do this thing doesn't proscribe you from doing all other things categorically. That would be ridiculous logic.
Well, yeah,
so if
but
to apply it to that,
right, the thing that I have with it is it's because there's a specific date, right, that goes, and it's not like he said do this, right? This is something man-made.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
what I was saying.
So the Bible says it, like Jesus said there, do this, right, in remembrance of me. Now, you'll notice that when he said do this in remembrance of me, he didn't say do this on Friday every third month in remembrance of me. He just said do this, right? So particular dates, right, aren't necessarily proscribed or prescribed.
Yeah, but it's in correlation with the feasts he was actually practicing at the time before he was sacrificed.
Dude, let me be clear, okay? I want to be clear to you. The feast that existed had nothing to do with eating Christ's flesh and drinking Christ's blood.
Yeah,
that was initiated by him right then and right there.
I know, but
right?
the Catholic Church makes it
let's
so.
just say that's true. All of this being said, there is no proscription against a culture creating their own holiday that in and of itself is wholesome and not intrinsically evil. Whether it's associated with evils of the past is highly irrelevant. If it's not intrinsically evil in the present, then you can't go to someone and say, I proscribe you from doing this because it's wrong. You don't have that authority, and nowhere in the Bible does lay it out for the Christians.
Well, that's not, because the thing about Christmas is the numbers, the statistics, and it seems like that's when the most sales are made, right? The most money is made for all businesses. It's when the most accidents slash, all kinds of, the emergency rooms fill up happen, during a certain time. Partying, and it comes from the Roman tradition too. They banned Christmas, when it came to America first because all the crime that happened during the time, and it's still happening. We don't travel, during Christmas, New Year's because of all that.
Yeah, a lot of people do travel during these holidays, and why is it that they travel? They travel because they're drawn to the camaraderie of their family, right? They're celebrating their family interconnectivity under the auspices of celebrating God's gift to humanity of Christ, right? So
I
I mean,
agree, but another thing that kind of traveling happens is like the Passover, right? When the Passover happened, everyone would migrate to Jerusalem, right? And therefore, and they're not there to party and drink and go crazy. They're there for a very holy thing, and when they're finished, they go back and everyone's safe and stronger. The Muslims, they go to Mecca, right? And they're not there to party and do all this stuff like we do in Christmas. So it's different. You know what I mean? It's not like people
I
are
mean,
going back
yeah.
home
Look,
for.
some people do wanton debauchery and wanton partying and wanton irresponsibility during certain events. That doesn't prescribe me from engaging in wholesome activities under the same event.
No, it's America, man. So most people in America, most people are partying.
No, dude. Most Christians do not have wanton debauchery parties during Christmas time. I mean, that's a gross overgeneralization that can't be substantiated in any way.
I don't know, man. I still feel strongly against Christmas, man. I still feel that it's strongly.
Well, I mean, you gotta say what you feel strongly against, because I have nothing strongly against the celebration of the birth of Christ and family units and interchanging gifts with each other and spending quality time. So if you're against those three things, then I would say rethink your position.
No. Like when I read the Bible, right? There's a part in the Bible in the birth of Jesus where the angels
Well-
appear to the shepherds, and the shepherds are outside at nighttime. That's not winter time. You know what I mean?
It's not winter time around the whole earth simultaneously. Didn't you know that?
And
Well, it's not really. The Christmas story of Jesus' birth doesn't fit into Christmas. That's what I'm saying.
What do you mean? How?
Because it has nothing to do with the 25th of December at a certain place in the world.
Dude,
So it
listen.
shouldn't even be
Season, I know, but dude, everybody knows that the date that was picked for this celebration is arbitrary, right? It's a convention. And even if it was picked for bad intentions in the past, right? People that celebrate it in the present aren't confined to those bad intentions.
It wasn't God's intentions; it was man's intentions.
Yeah, and I 100% agree with
What brings
There's
to
nothing
celebrate
wrong
a
with man.
feast
That's a friend.
that the Lord doesn't look at?
Hold on. Listen, I'm going to be very clear to you, which I already said. Jesus already attended a party for a celebration that wasn't prescribed by God, proving that he approves of human celebrations, right?
No,
by
he doesn't.
participating. Dude, I'm going to say this one more time and maybe you'll get it.
It doesn't make you right if you repeat it.
Listen, pay attention. Pay attention closely. Okay, there's a holiday that the Jews celebrate that is not prescribed by the law or by God. It was never ordered. They
Yes, it is
decided to
prescribed by the law.
Hold on, let him finish what he's saying. God dang it!
No, this is how this is going to go, bro. You show me all the celebrations that Jesus attended and prove to me that they were all prescribed by the law. Since you just made that claim, go ahead.
Just read Leviticus, read Matthew, read David.
I am sorry that you are ignorantly unaware that there is actually a holiday that the Jews celebrate that Jesus attended that is not prescribed in the law. I'm sorry that you're so ignorant of the scripture.
And what is that celebration?
I'm not going to tell you because you just told me the counter positive and I challenged you to prove it. You didn't challenge me to prove my claim. You gave the counterclaim as a positive. So now the burden's on you, sucker. Because I want to see if you're intelligent enough to figure it out.
Are you talking about the celebration of David's?
Dude, why don't you go find out the answer, bro? Maybe you'll learn something. Okay, I'm going to be very clear to you, friend. Just because God didn't say this is a holiday you are to celebrate doesn't mean that you're forbidden to do so. For example, nowhere in the Bible does it say to celebrate your own child's birthday. Yet, is there anything wrong with celebrating your child's birthday? No, there isn't.
Well, it's an invention from the Pharaoh.
Dude, I could care less. I could care less, dude.
What
My
Pharaoh?
child Listen, friend, my child being born is something worth me commemorating and celebrating. Okay? I don't care about no
Right,
pharaoh, dude.
but on the wrong day, right? You wouldn't celebrate your child's birthday on December if she was born in
No, you're wrong, dude. You're
September,
wrong.
right?
Plenty of people have children that they've adopted that they don't know their true birthday. So they, by convention, choose a birthday, sometimes the adoption day. And then they
We know
celebrate.
Jesus' birthday. We know it
Oh,
wasn't in the winter. It wasn't during winter.
Dude.
Yeah, and
Dude,
that's
let me
hold
ask you
on,
this question. Let me ask you
ahead.
this question, dude. What temperature is it in Israel right now?
Well, the point is, there's no reason to include
What
the
temperature
birth
is it
of.
in Israel right now?
I don't know, but that's not my
Well,
point.
then why are
My
you
point
talking
is,
about winter then, bro?
the point I'm trying to make is that the story of Jesus' birth should not have anything to do with Christmas. That's all. If you remove Jesus from Christmas, Christmas will still be Christmas. It might be even better for people that want to celebrate.
Dude,
Yeah, because
the
it
whole
has
point.
nothing to do with Jesus, right? So if the Christians want to be offended because of that,
Dude.
well, that's because they want to celebrate Christmas. They don't want to. They're not offended because Jesus' birthday is not celebrated
Dude,
on
you're
that day.
wrong.
They're
You're wrong,
offended
sir. You're
because they
wrong.
want
You're
a
dead
reason.
wrong. You're dead
Because they
wrong,
want a
dude.
reason to celebrate.
No, that's not
Christmas.
true, dude. The majority of people in the Western world in the modern era were introduced to Christmas, okay, if they're Christian, in a Christian paradigm. They didn't see it in a non-Christian paradigm and then say, oh, I want to participate in that, so then I'm going to join Christmas to it. That's not how they experienced it.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well,
What
that's
I'm saying
true,
is, if
then
you want
you
to
have no
celebrate,
case.
Yeah,
what I'm
but you
saying is,
know,
if you want to
they're
celebrate if you want to celebrate Jesus' birthday, right? Then you
no,
should
they don't
celebrate his
want to
birthday on
celebrate.
the
They don't want
actual.
to celebrate Jesus' birthday because nobody knows when Jesus was born. God dang it!
What are you talking about,
Listen,
dude? You're wrong.
yeah,
You're wrong too, dude.
Christmas this time that we
Dude, what
celebrate.
do Christians celebrate during the Christmas season?
The
Anybody?
day that Dionysus, right, the god
Yeah,
of the
the
Romans,
winter
right, Bacchus.
solstice. It's
That's
the
when the
winter
winter
solstice.
solstice.
That's what we
No, that's
celebrate.
not true, dude. That is not
That's the
true.
symbolism of the return of. It's the return of the unconquerable sun because it's around the time when it's
Yeah,
the
whatever,
longest
dude.
night.
Listen,
Right?
bro. Let me be clear, dude. Churches, right, and Christians aren't planning on any of those things you guys just claimed, okay? What they do, okay, and I'm just speaking for my purview and the majority of the general Christianity, they do the nativity, they do talking about Christ's birth, the wise men, all of these things straight out of the scripture, dude. Nobody has these plans to celebrate the sun returning. Okay, listen, your critiques, listen, you guys, I don't know, they don't. Your critiques are novice and sophomoric at best. So I would like you to provide me the proof that Christianity en masse is celebrating intentionally the arrival of the sun and not the incarnation of Christ and not the nativity and not any of those other things. So go ahead, prove that case.
Okay, I'll prove it. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
good for
say
you.
that during Halloween, right? Christians.
Oh, we're talking
are
about
not
Christmas, I
celebrating.
thought.
No. Let me. I'm
Oh
trying to
my
prove my
God,
point,
dude.
my case.
You
Hold on, let
can't
me finish,
prove
guys.
it, dude.
Let me just
You
get.
gotta
Let
go to
me
Halloween
finish.
to
Let me
try to
get to
prove
the
this
end.
case
Okay.
is a lost cause.
If a Christian celebrates Halloween, right, and then they celebrate Christmas, okay, it's the same thing. That's what I'm trying to say. They're
Wow.
not celebrating
It's not the
Christmas.
same thing, dude.
The
Dude,
birth
your
of
ability
Christ.
to argue this point is useless, dude. You might as well just say
December.
it's my conviction and I'll keep it to myself and stop
No,
telling other
because the
people about
25th
it.
of December has significant importance to other religions, other.
I could care less. I could care less. They can do what they
Right. So
do.
it has
They
nothing to
can do
do
what they want to do
with the birth of
on
Jesus.
their times. Do you know what I'm saying? What I asked you is to prove that Christians in general are intentionally engaging in all these practices that aren't the other practices that I just said.
Okay. I'll prove it. On those
Yeah, go for
dates,
it.
okay, the Christians participate and practice the traditions of Christmas. That's how they do it.
Like
That's
what,
how
dude?
you
like
worship.
what?
All right.
Like
That's
So
how you
why
what?
did they
worship
do
it.
it?
Whether you
Why?
know, Whether you know you're
Well, no
performing a
shit, they
ritual
don't
or
know.
not.
That's
Let me
what
finish what I'm
I was
saying.
saying. Of course
You
they
are
don't know.
performing a ritual, okay? Whether you understand it or
Nobody's
not,
performing a
that doesn't make
ritual.
it not a
What? Hey,
ritual.
bro,
Okay, you're
bro,
doing
now's your
something
chance. Now's
religiously,
your chance.
right?
Now's your
You're
chance to
buying
give the
gifts.
salient details and the specifics. So go ahead and give the specific ritual that these Christians are engaging in. Go ahead.
Yeah, you put up Christmas lights. Okay, you put up decorations. Maybe
Okay,
you cut
cool.
down a tree. Yeah, maybe then you cut down a tree and bring it into the house and
Oh,
decorate
and
that.
what's
And that's
Then you go out and you buy
evil. That's
what is
presents.
evil.
immoral?
You buy
What
presents.
is intrinsically immoral about decorating a
You
tree?
buy.
Go
Let me
ahead, please.
finish the rituals. You buy the presents. Okay, you come
Oh,
home.
buying
You put
presents
the
for your family
presents.
is a ritual now,
You put the presents under the Christmas tree. Okay, and then
right?
you prepare a feast. Okay, a feast. And then you sit down and you eat. Okay,
Yeah,
you
we eat dinner
celebrate.
like every guilty
Maybe
does
you'll
all the
drink some
time.
eggnog and watch the
Yeah,
campfire,
we
right?
drink drinks, and we look at a fire, which
Some
humans do
almonds,
all the time.
right? Some chestnuts. You might roast some nuts on the
Okay,
fire.
so
You know what I mean?
nuts, which
And
are
then you
food, which
wait.
humans eat.
Wait. And
Chestnuts
then you wait. It's
roasting
Christmas
on an
Eve,
open
man.
fire.
And then you wait, right? You get some cookies, okay? Some Oreo cookies, right? Because that's what the commercials say, right? Oreo cookies and some milk, okay? And then you put it out, and then you go
Yeah.
to your room, right? And then you wait for Santa Claus.
Not everybody. See, there's your fault. There's your problem, dude. You just painted a broad brush. If you think that everybody lies to their kids about Santa Claus and engages in that, then you're just wrong.
Okay, minus the Santa Claus then. Okay, minus the Santa Claus story, it's still the same, right?
Okay.
You got a
No, it
tree,
isn't the
you get some
same. It
presents,
isn't the same,
you're
dude.
performing a
It's not the
ritual.
same. There's no
on a
ritual.
spec- So cutting down the tree, bringing it in, decorating it, that's not a ritual. Buying gifts and putting it under there and
Wait,
opening
no,
it,
it's a common
exchanging it
practice
in the
for
morning.
Western people. It's a common
Dude, I
practice.
guess. Listen. I
There's
guess
no
setting
evil
your
intention
table.
involved in their lives.
Exactly, dude. It's like setting your table with cups on the left and forks on the right. Oh, that's a ritual. And then sitting down and eating dinner, that's a ritual.
Traditions. Maybe it's a tradition.
What's wrong with traditions?
Nothing. Nothing's wrong
Well, there
with
you go.
tradition.
That's the answer, Paul. You answered your own question. There's nothing wrong with Christmas traditions.
All right.
Good point.
All right. All right. So it's okay to celebrate Christmas, right? Cut down trees, put it in my house and stuff.
Hey, Paul. I just told you, which you conceded, that you couldn't find any fault in it except Santa Claus.
I said there's faults in all of it. The cutting down of the tree, the bringing it in the house.
Cutting down a tree and bringing it in your house, God
The biggest
forbid.
fault in it is saying that that's the day that Jesus was born. That's the biggest
Whatever,
fault. Is using that as an excuse to celebrate Christmas. That's the fault in it.
Dude, look, if you want to be bound to tradition of pagans, right, that will control your life and you have a conscience about it, that's your choice. Okay, but there's no causal relationship or intrinsically immorality about Christians decorating their homes and celebrating the birth of Christ or exchanging gifts with each other. Nothing wrong with it.
Doesn't
Not one
matter
thing.
what time of year, right? So, do you think you're going to stand before God and say, I did put lights on my house, and God's going to go, you did it wrong?
No.
Okay,
But a house, listen,
he's gonna probably be like, I don't know you.
yeah, dude. See, look at how ridiculous this gets, dude. You put lights on your house and brought a tree in and decorated and put gifts under to give to your kids. I don't know you. You're so evil.
Bro, I'm from Samoa, man. We don't have pine trees there. There are no holly trees. There's no snow
And you
there.
do what you
I don't
want, bro.
understand
I mean,
why I
that's the
have to do
point.
this goddamn
You
thing
don't have
in the fucking
to.
middle of a fucking monsoon, fucking cyclone, goddamn weather.
Dude, nobody
Like,
said,
I don't
dude, that's the
understand that.
point, bro.
And
This is the
if I say
point.
that's too much, if I say that's too much trouble for me to my family to go through to celebrate some stupid tradition that's not part of the Bible, I think it's from the devil, then I get
That's
told off. I
fine.
get attacked. I'm
You
the
don't
one
have to do it. You don't have to do it, Bong. You don't have to do
I'm
it.
judging people.
Oh my God.
That's nothing to do with the Bible. Has nothing to do with Jesus.
I know.
Okay, dude.
Dude, it's
So
tradition.
listen, you know what doesn't have anything to do with Jesus? I'll tell you what. Whether I pick to drive a pickup truck or a car. But I tell you what, I'm free to do either.
We're not talking about the same. That pick up like cars are cars. Okay, we're not talking about the same thing.
Hey,
No,
even
dude,
though I
cars are
just
pagan.
sometimes
Dude, cars
that's
are pagan, bro. You didn't know?
Pagan versus
cars are
real God,
pagan.
right? They're not the same thing. It's not like you're picking a God versus another God. You're picking God versus bullshit.
Hey, bro, I'll be very clear to you. When people bring in a Christmas tree, they're not picking a different God if they're Christian, for goodness sakes.
Yeah. See, only God can read your heart. If you judge somebody for putting a Christmas tree in your house in their house, that's on your heart, bro.
Like, let's just look at the bigger picture that I was trying to say here is that Christmas, right? And like Christmas plus like the ball, okay, you know, the globe Earth, plus Christmas, plus all these other things, the heliocentric model where
Now
the
it's
lesser
globe
must
Earth.
serve the greater, right? That's why the Earth has to go around the sun. See, I'm just putting things out there. Like, look, I think
Hey, Bong, that's what I was trying to get it in here while you guys were doing your thing. Where this Christmas tradition it came from is it's a celebration of the winter solstice, the sun moving. It's all about the sun. So, now whether listen.
If you've had,
Are you about to celebrate? If you're about to say that if you celebrate Christmas,
no, what I'm saying
then
is
you're
only
evil.
Jesus can. No, Jesus is going to make a righteous judgment. He knows your heart. Like if you're doing it, you know, and you didn't know, like I'm pretty sure it's okay.
What, dude?
I'm not
Didn't know
saying
what? Didn't know what?
that what you're doing is not correct.
Okay, so you're evil because you're ignorant. You're evil because you're ignorant about
No, Helio. What he's doing is making the claim that the celebrations of Christmas are intrinsically evil in themselves, and your ignorance of them will be forgiven. Not that they're not evil. Okay, bringing a tree into your house and decorating it with Christmas lights is not evil intrinsically. It's just not. You cannot make a case that it is.
I'm saying we should not participate or have anything to do with it.
No, I should participate in it. You know why? Because it's a perfectly wholesome holiday that celebrates Christ, and any other of the trappings that other people do is not my problem.
Okay, that's
Okay, let's hear what God says then.
God
so
knows your heart.
In Jeremiah 10 it says.
Stop right there! Don't even freaking read that verse, dude.
Yeah, we know what it says.
Okay.
Hey, no, I'm going to teach you something real quick, bro. If you read that verse and then say it's talking about a Christmas tree, I will eviscerate you historically and exegetically. Okay, I will run you through the ringer like you've never been run through before, bro.
I
I'm going to be
personally
clear to you.
don't care if you would be able to.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. If you read the passage, you read the context, and you read the co-context in other verses, and the historical context, you will find out that explicitly what is being spoken about there is an anthropomorphic idol, not a Christmas tree. So go ahead and prove your ignorance to the sword.
I mean, technically, the idol making a dormant tune tree is the same.
Go ahead and read it, dude. Yeah, go ahead and read it and prove that you don't know how to read. Go ahead.
Right. So wait, let's define the Christmas tree.
Let him read it.
Is the Christmas tree an idol? Yes or no?
No.
No, it's a symbol.
Wow.
But go ahead.
Oh my god, dude. Dude, let me ask you this question. Stop. Let me ask you this question. Do you choose any decorative items in your life whatsoever? Any. At all? Do you have any decorative items that exist in your life?
Hold up, man. Because the original in the old school tradition, right? It's supposed to be a log, okay? And the log is
That's what it's supposed to have been, dude.
The log is supposed to represent a penis. So in my mind, tree in my house is like a penis in my house.
Every church in the world is a penis.
All right, bro. Helio, we finally got to the crux of the issue. This is a Freudian confusion for Bong. I get it now.
Look, man. Washington D.C. has all these monuments that stick up from the ground called penis that looks like phallic symbol. A rocket
Yeah,
is
yeah, absolutely, bro. I got you. So when a
What's wrong
tree,
with that?
and now
when a tree
trees,
is in
right?
the forest, it's a tree, but when it's in your house, it's a penis. I got you, bro.
Because of the Yule log. Right.
I don't
Supposed to
know, bro.
represent.
Your guys' arguments are getting worse as we keep talking,
This
bro.
is the Norse tradition, man. This is the original.
What?
I
You
could
think it
care.
started with the Norse? What the fuck are you talking
Yeah.
about, bro?
They used to burn this log for like a whole week. It's like a big ass log, man. The freaking sacrifices were made.
Actually,
Like
Yule,
animals and human sacrifices
Yule is something else. I
were
don't know what you're
made.
talking about.
Sacrifices, human and animals, were made under this log, this penis that was burning. Like crazy shit.
Oh my
Like
goodness, dude. Oh my
that's
goodness,
what I
great
read.
ball
You know what I
fire.
mean? That's just what I read about the Vikings. You know what I mean? Like Thor.
Man, so
Anyway,
Thor
I'm
and
gonna post something for Ripcord's benefit to demonstrate to him how ridiculous the claim that it's a Christmas tree is. Give me a second, I'll find it here.
Okay.
Straight, all it is just all it literally is just the passage itself and a corollary passage, and it's obvious on its face.
What if I said it's sex magic? I mean, am I gonna get like? Am I gonna sound like I'm out of my mind? Like I've lost my head, my mind?
Hey, you might be right, but you might be wrong. But you won't hear what he
Listen.
has to say if you just overtalk him.
I'll tell you this much, dude. I know plenty of families, right, who are committed Christians for decades. In fact, even pastors of churches, right? And they've had Christmas trees in their house the entire time I've known them. What they do is they bring a tree, they decorate it with nice looking decorations. They put sentimental things on it that have to do with their family history, right? They put a nativity that demonstrates the gift of Christ. They teach their kids about that. They give gifts in honor of that gift, freely gifting, right? To teach their kids what it means to be loved and be given a gift for free that you didn't necessarily deserve for any other reason than I love you, right? I'm going to tell you, sir, they are not doing sex magic. And if you say they are, you're retarded.
Culture appropriation, isn't that what that is?
No. Well, yes, it's modern culture, but it's not. They're not thinking about the pagan tradition or anything like that. They're actually doing it because it's our tradition now in America.
No,
We
because they
give
wanted
gifts.
the Norse people to join the church. That's why
No,
they
they
did it.
don't. They don't think about that. They're doing it because they love their family. What the fuck are you talking about, Bong? This is
What do you mean what
insane.
I'm talking about? It's to get the Norse people to join the church. To convert
Norse
to Christianity. Those guys, Beowulf. You know who Beowulf?
I don't know any Norse people.
Beowulf, right? Grendel, those guys. Be like, oh fuck, here come these motherfuckers. Shit, the Christian God and shit soft.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
You've been drinking tonight.
Oh my goodness. Look, it has nothing to do.
If I'm asking if he's been drinking, I'm just wondering.
It has nothing to do with what happened, okay, in the Bible. Like Jesus being born, okay, the Magi, it's distracting from the actual the cross. Like,
I think sometimes you way overthink this, Bong, man. Really, I'm going to be totally honest with you, man. Because you say some stuff that's really off the wall, bro.
Developing the globe Earth model, right? Do you think they overthought it a little bit? Maybe just a little bit.
We're not talking about the globe. We're talking about the Christmas tradition, in the Western world, or in Western culture, at least.
Well, that's what I'm
Because
saying.
even in the Western world, the Western culture goes all across the world.
That's what I'm saying.
Including American Samoa. Including American Samoa. You joined the American Navy, didn't you?
The Christmas in the globe.
Yeah,
that's what
the answer is yes. So you were in the American Navy. So you pretty much are an American living in Australia.
Well, okay. What does that have to do with?
Okay, well then you're on the same page here. We're American. We're talking about Christmas tradition, not but you grew up in Samoa, so there's not you've told me before. your family that you grew up
I am
with
not
was Christian.
American. I am
to the
not American. Okay, I'm Samoan.
but you,
Okay, that's it. Yeah,
no, I know
I'm
that.
a
I know that,
Samoan
Bong.
who follow,
But
tries to follow this.
you've been through the Navy all across the world, right? Including
No,
Los Angeles. You've been across America or different parts of America, right?
yeah, but I'm not. I like a guy that's growing up in say in China. Okay, watches Hollywood
You
movies
grew
and
up in a Christian
understands.
family, right?
And look like a guy that's watching American movies in Hong Kong, right? Understands American culture. Okay, some of them understand American culture better than Americans
Hey,
that live
Bong,
in
you grew
America.
up in a Christian family, right?
That's what American is to me.
With
Okay,
with some
American to me
Samoan influence, but you grew up in a
is
Christian family, right?
look to me. America is what I saw on TV, not what I experienced there in the real world. Okay, America
You're
to
not
me,
answering my question. You grew up in a Christian family, right?
yeah,
Okay.
Samoans are
Did
Christians.
they celebrate Christmas?
Yes, and Halloween. Okay,
Okay.
and now I think they celebrate LGBTQ Day, whatever. It's fucking bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah. My family does that shit too, but I don't know. I don't support them on that. But as far as Christmas goes, just putting up the Christmas tree, I don't.
Fair. That's not the point.
I
The point
love
is
spending time with
this
my family
idea.
on holidays, eating a lot of food and giving gifts to each other and
globe.
celebrating, the birth of Jesus or
Hey,
whatever.
hey, brother,
No matter what
brother,
time
check
of
this
year
out.
it happened,
You want to hear something? Check this out, Helio. Check this out, Helio. Check this out. You want to check this out, bro?
See, this
Check
is
it
where I
out.
got it because I
You ready?
already knew this
Here,
about
you
it.
ready for this, bro? You ready? Let me read this to you, bro. God speaking. The glory of Lebanon will come to you, the juniper, the fir, and the cypress together to adorn my sanctuary. I will glorify the place for my feet. The forest of cypress, the fir, the pine to beautify my sanctuary. So here we have God himself saying that trees are okay to be adornments for buildings. Well, guess that's settled.
What about if it's a building for Baal or Molech?
Dude. Get real, bro.
Check this out, Bong. Everything.
Right?
Hold on. Everything has to do with intention, and God knows that about you.
Right, so let me read some more scripture if you guys don't mind. I know it offends some people, but whatever. I think we're all being
Doesn't
offensive right
offend
now,
me at
so
all.
let's roll with it. Okay, let me read here. Let me read, my friends. So let's read the passage, the infamous passage that came from a book which was written by an anti-Christian jerk trying to deny Christmas to Christians because he hates Christianity and he hates Christianity's God. But whatever. It is in the Bible, and let's read it. So, thus saith the Lord, learn not the way of the heathen. Be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heathens are dismayed at them. For the customs of the people are vain. For one cutteth a tree out of the forest, the work of the hands of the workmen carved with an axe. They deck it with silver and with gold, and fasten it with nails and hammers, that it move not. They are upright as a palm tree, but speak not. They must needs be born, they cannot go. Be not afraid of them, for they cannot do evil, neither is it in them to do good. For as much as there is none like unto thee, O Lord, thou art great, thy name is great. Okay, let's go to the corollary passage from the Psalms. They have mouths, but cannot speak, and eyes, but cannot see. They have ears, but cannot hear, and noses they have, but they cannot smell. They have hands, but they cannot feel. They have feet, but they cannot walk, and throats, but they do not make a sound. And those who make idols are just like them, and those who trust in them. Okay? When you look at the historical context around the time in this area, you will find that what these people did is they made anthropomorphic idols, and they would carry with them from festival to festival, because their gods, which are anthropomorphized as idols, couldn't walk, they couldn't speak. They had to speak for them, they had to move them, they couldn't do evil, they couldn't do good. Okay? And in another verse, which I didn't post here, it explains how the people bowed down and worshiped them as gods. Okay?
I know that.
This is not about Christmas
But
trees
what about Santa and the whole shenanigans? Why lie
But
about
that
that?
depends, dude. That depends, dude.
Yeah, no, a
Okay?
lie is a lie. He doesn't exist.
Well, that depends. So there's a legend, and whether you want to argue whether it's true or not about Saint Nicholas, there is a legitimate quote unquote story of Saint Nicholas who knew there was this village that was poor, and he put it upon himself to collect toys and gifts and do an arduous journey over a snow-capped mountain to bring them the gifts. So he put his life at risk to bring them joy.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
now
it
that
was a
spirit.
man. It was a man who came up with that
Okay,
idea.
dude.
So are we
Okay,
worshipping man now?
dude. What are you talking about? Are you even capable of
Yeah, I
thinking
mean, is it
coherently?
is it an angel? Was he sent by God? I mean,
Hey, bro,
who is this Santa Claus?
bro, calm yourself down, for goodness sakes. Now, if you tell children that the ethic of that man who brought the gifts to the children was a good ethic, where he sacrificed of himself to do something good for someone who's less fortunate than him, there's nothing wrong with that. Now, if transversely you lie to your children and tell them about a magic sky dude that flies around and actually sees their moral intentions and could judge them and give them gifts or not and all that, that's obviously not Christian, okay? But that isn't intrinsically what's necessary to celebrate Christmas as a holiday. Okay, some people do certain things on Christmas, other people do other things on Christmas. That doesn't mean you could throw it all away and just say it's all immoral. There's plenty of people who celebrate Christmas in a completely good and wholesome way. Okay, they don't lie to their kids. They don't share their glory with a fictional character. They don't tear any glory away from God. They teach their children about the greatest gift of all, and they teach their children about gifts are from the heart and out of love, and not from, oh, you did things for me, therefore I'm giving you a gift. No, I'm giving you this gift because I love you. Right? All of these types of things are very wholesome. Nothing can be said to be wrong with any of these types of things. Nothing. Not one person can make a moral case against any of those things. Period.
I mean, my trust was broken when I found out at 8 years that my mother lied to me that he doesn't exist. So
Oh yeah, my mom tried to kill herself. Okay? And because of that, she promised that she would never lie to her kids about some stupid Santa Claus fag. Right? She would actually tell them the truth. That I, your mother, worked hard and bought you these presents because I love you. Not because I'm trying to do sex magic.
I mean, I'm not talking about sex magic, but
Yes, but you clearly
Well,
understand where I'm coming
it's
from.
not like okay. It's like this. Like you might not be doing it, but somebody, people elsewhere are doing it. But the whole
Oh, who
celebrating,
cares, dude?
right,
I don't care.
is giving energy. Is giving
Yeah, whatever.
energy to the intention. No, because people do this on Halloween too. Some Christians take their kids out because they want their kids to participate and do something nice for them. But there are actually people out there performing the actual rituals. But it all depends on the people that are participating in the event. Okay, so because what I'm saying is Christmas doesn't have to
Oh,
be a part
so
of anybody's life. Like it doesn't.
well, dude.
But
Well,
what
I
if
mean,
it
You don't
is?
have to
What if it
celebrate
is? Do you
something.
think? Hold on. What if it is? Do you think God will judge them for that? And as a matter of fact, it's what I was just thinking. Someone brought up, said it was Paul, but it was Peter that went up on the roof and prayed and got a message from God, and he saw there was a big net full of unclean animals, right? And God said, "Take and eat." He said, "Well, I can't eat those. I'm a Jew
It
or
has
whatever."
nothing to do with this.
Really,
It
really.
has nothing to do with this. Yeah, he's talking about Gentiles. Yeah, he was talking about the Gentiles, not just the Jews. Yeah, Has nothing to do with this. Like look, Sunday even, okay? The Sunday, like the Sabbath is on the seventh day, which is Saturday, but people go to church on Sunday.
Are you a Gentile?
Not anymore.
Really?
I mean, dude, what do you mean not anymore?
Well, then what are you?
I'm I'm a Jew now, I guess.
What? Who told you that?
Jesus.
During
Real,
Passover,
real,
during Passover and
real.
Purim,
You read the book of Romans? What are you talking about?
during
Well, when
Passover,
you're fasted,
it says that the Israelites or the Gentiles get drafted into Israel, and also
yeah.
in Deuteronomy 4:2, it says you can't add or
Yeah,
take away
but
from the law.
that doesn't mean you're a Jew.
No,
Well, I'm not
The Jews
Samoan
aren't even
anymore,
Jews.
right?
I don't
Listen,
even know. But
I'm
anyway,
not a
now we're
Samoan
about to get
anymore,
into
right?
some YouTube.
Look, I'm not practicing any Samoan stuff anymore, right? And I'm sure not gonna be practicing no Norse stuff, right? I'm trying to practice the stuff in the Bible, right? So what does that make me?
You can't
Stuff from
practice
the
that.
Torah?
Yeah,
Nobody can do that.
Oh, yeah,
Nobody
I
can
can't
do
practice
it.
the Torah. It doesn't make me a Jew, right? Believe in
Look what
Jesus.
happened.
That
Look
makes
what
me
happened to
one,
the Jews when they
right?
try to do it.
No, I'm talking about Jesus. Jesus,
well,
I
It's
don't
the
think I came
same
to abolish
thing.
the law, right? He said I came to fulfill it, right? Which means the Torah is still 100% valid. And if you're
No, it
Oh
following
isn't.
Jesus, you're
God!
No, it
practicing the
isn't,
Torah,
dude.
which means
Dude,
you're
I'm going to
what?
prove to
Read
you right
Matthew
now.
chapter
Practicing
5.
Hold
Torah,
Read
on.
Matthew chapter 5
Hey,
right now
God, right?
again.
listen,
He said
listen, dude.
you're gonna be
Dude,
called the Son of God, right?
I know, but dude, that making a claim that the Torah is 100% valid, applicable, and obligatory would mean that the priesthood described in the Sinaitic covenant must also be intrinsically arbitrary. Sorry, not arbitrary,
But
obligatory. Now, if that's true, then that means that Jesus can't be priest because he's not of the tribe of Levi, which is very clearly explained in the
Deuteronomy,
scripture.
okay, Old Testament, Deuteronomy, the Deuteronomy,
Dude,
Leviticus.
all that covenant was not that. You're not a party to that covenant, dude.
No, I'm saying, this is what I'm saying. Okay, by following Jesus, okay, you automatically follow all these laws. All these
No,
laws, okay, because
no.
Jesus has
Hold on, let him
kept
explain
all
it.
of
Let
Where
them.
do
him
you get
explain.
that from? Holy
By
shit!
you following Jesus, okay, you too can obey the laws.
do y'all
Does
know
that
what
make
it
sense?
says in Deuteronomy 13? In Deuteronomy 13, it says if a prophet takes you away from God's laws, then he's a false prophet. So if you are saying that Jesus is saying y'all don't have to do the
Is
law
this really
anymore,
happening, AI?
that literally
Yeah, dude.
makes him a false prophet.
Holy shit!
Well, what Jesus taught covers all of the law. Okay,
Oh,
loving your neighbor as much as you love God, love your enemies. You know what I mean? It covers everything in the law. So
what?
that's why it's
Hey, look, I could
that's
sum this
This
up
is
with
why you guys are
one
judging
sentence.
people for celebrating Christmas with their family.
Yeah, exactly, dude.
Christmas doesn't have anything to do with.
Look, Paul's letters are pretty clear that in matters like that, you're not to condemn your brothers.
Why stop at why stop with the winter solstice then? Why not celebrate the North
You
American
guys are
Native
just
American?
completely
Why not
dismissing the
celebrate
New
also
Testament, all Paul's letters.
the
And
Chinese
you're saying
New
that
Year's?
Paul didn't meet
Why
Jesus
only
and he
celebrate
explained the
this
New Testament
specific?
to him.
Yeah, but why
This is
celebrate this
stupid, man.
specific
I
thing
can't
on this
believe that
specific
you
day?
guys are freaking pulling this shit right now. I can't
Bro,
believe
Paul
Why not
says the
celebrate
law
everybody
is
else's tradition?
Paul
bro.
calls the Torah the law of death, which is kind of crazy whenever the law and the Torah is known as righteousness. So
Okay, well, that's only people that aren't under the blood of Jesus Christ.
Yeah, dude, the reason why the law is described as the ministry of condemnation unto death is this. This is the reason.
Sin.
He who keeps the whole law yet stumbles at one point is guilty of all. So therefore, since we're all sinners, we're guilty of the entire law in total. So there's no hope in the law. I mean, that's just axiomatic.
Yeah,
If
read
you
the
sin
book of
once,
Romans and you'll understand this.
if you sin once, you violated God's law. Period. In totality, because the demand is 100% perfection.
did a
Faith
prophet tell you
without
not to
works
follow the
I'm
law?
not
is dead.
saying
Did a
I'm
prophet
not
tell you
saying
not to
you're
follow the law?
saved. I'm not saying you're saved by works. I'm saying that by following Jesus, who has already fulfilled the law, you too can be like him. Is that better?
No,
Be more like him. Yeah, 'cause
nobody
he
can be
said,
like Jesus.
Jesus said, be perfect, right? Be perfect like your Father in heaven is perfect. Practice
Wait,
makes
what's the
perfect.
context? Okay? That's great. That's great. What's the context of that verse?
I forget. Can you remind me?
I'll tell you. I'll tell you.
Yeah.
I say unto you, love your enemies, just as your Father in heaven loves his enemies. For example, while we were yet sinners at enmity with God, he sent his Son to die for us. That's what it says in the text. Whether you believe that happened or not, I'm just telling you what the text says. So while we
Yeah,
were God's
I
enemies, he sacrificed on our behalf. So what does it say there? It says to love your enemies, to be perfect like God in that respect.
yes.
Which is a challenge, to a lot of people. A lot of people aren't actually capable of loving their enemies, and that proves that they're not living up to God's standards of loving him and loving others.
Yeah, loving.
If you
Yeah,
don't
loving
look,
your
if you
enemy.
don't love your enemies, just 1 second. If you don't love your enemies purely, then you sinned, and you're done. That's the whole law defeated on your behalf. You have screwed yourself. You've fallen short.
Well,
So
that's why I
good
put
luck.
up with.
And because of this
That's
short falling, we have Jesus in heaven.
No, you need to read the book of Romans. Paul explains the entire thing, and Corinthians, 1st and 2nd Corinthians. Well, the entire epistles. It's you just don't know because of it anyway.
Oh, I know.
Oh, really? So you still think you have to
Yes.
follow the Jewish law?
Yes.
Okay, well then you're just wrong.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
What's wrong with just not celebrating Christmas, Jesus or no Jesus? Like, because
Dude,
What's
listen,
wrong
listen,
with
there's nothing
celebrating
wrong with it.
Christmas?
That's the point, Wong. You keep praising it, and what's wrong with not doing it? You haven't substantiated what's wrong with doing it.
well, because
You're free to live your conscience. You're free to live your conscience, take or not partake.
Look, my earliest memories of Christmas, okay, from Samoa, the islands, was from TV, and what I remember is the stop motion films, where you got Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. It's creepy looking, man, right? But I watched that. I watched, all these
The big
Christmas.
abominable snowman, and Rudolph and stuff. Yeah, I remember that.
All these things that have nothing to do with the birth of Jesus.
Absolutely.
With Jesus, sure. It's a fun Christmas story. Yeah, whatever.
I was
It doesn't
already
affect my
strong.
relationship with God.
I'm not in America. I've never seen snow, but when it's a cold, rainy day and I'm like snuggling up and watching a movie, right, like Home Alone, right?
Oh, dude. Wait a minute, Bong. Let me ask you this question. It sounded like you just said you've never personally experienced snow in your life.
This is in the islands. This is when I was a kid. I can't.
But since then you did?
I can feel the spirit of Christmas. Just by watching. Okay. This is so far in my young life. Everything I know about Christmas has nothing to do with the birth of Jesus. Like nothing. I'll see the nativity story.
Well,
Here
how
and
about
there,
you keep? All right. Is Christmas bad? And if you celebrate Christmas, do you think you're doing a sin against God?
No, I think I'm indoctrinating myself and my family into this North mythology / tradition, right? Right, no, for no good reason other than that everybody else is doing it, and they say it's a time for family to get together, or we can get together every weekend or
Right.
birthdays.
In these modern times, let's just call it out for what it is. Christmas is a celebration of the winter solstice, which may or may not be pagan in different cultures, whatever. The way it works, it's always a celebration of the solstice. And like Easter is,
that's not true,
dude. It's another.
That's not true.
What?
Just because things occur in the same time period doesn't mean that they're the same thing, dude. Okay, Christians and Christianity in general aren't setting out, marking their calendars to celebrate the solstice. Nobody could give a crap about the
No, I know
solstice. It
that,
never comes
but
up.
they don't realize they're doing it. I know that. I know that. Go ahead.
Dude, like I said before, God wrote the sky clock, correct? If he's the author. If the Bible is true and we're working within the Christian paradigm that uses the Bible as its source text, right? Then God created the sky clock. So the concept of rebirth, of a seed going into the ground, and then after a season it comes out something new, of death and resurrection, of sleep and awake. All of these things are themes throughout the Bible. So to say that the rebirth of the year isn't Christian is to say that the sky clock wasn't authored by God. It makes no sense.
No, the religion is the birth of the rebirth of the unconquerable sun. That's the
Well, dude,
religion.
okay, stop right there. Stop right there.
Yeah.
I want you to just say those same words. The rebirth of the unconquerable sun.
S-U-N.
That phrase, if you use it as you're actually worshiping the object, the sun, versus reversing the order of language to the rebirth of the unconquerable sun is a sign, just as God said the sky was, a sign of his son, that when his son dies, right, think about this. The son, this is the parallel. And this was used in the Zeitgeist movies to try to denigrate Christianity, right? The son dies and then the son is reborn. The son dies, the son is reborn, and it happens constantly. It cannot be stopped. It cannot be altered. There's always hope that the son will come again. Now you take that as a sign written by God about his son, and then you have this phrase, Christ dies, and he is reborn, unconquerable. What's unchristian about that?
Well, it's about worshiping like there's fertility. There's
Dude, nobody's doing that. No Christian is worshiping fertility gods, bro.
Well, it's about the farming. It's about the time to sow. It's about spring. It's about the time for food, for plenty, right? Because the winter
moves up to the other celebrations. That moves up to the other celebrations at different parts of the year.
All right, dude, check this out. I can read you a scripture right now from memory. A time to sow, a time to reap, a time to plant, a time to till, a time to
Proverbs.
give, a time to take. All of these things are God's nature, dude. If you want to attribute things that are natural in God's economy and say they're innately pagan, that is to rob God of what's rightly his, which is everything. So I would submit to you, friend, by removing things and saying these don't belong to God, they belong to the pagans, you are actually more pagan by diminishing God's authority than the actual Christians who do the good things on Christmas. Okay, everything under the heavens belongs to me. Quote, God.
So Christmas, so Christmas is that's all right to celebrate.
If you're scared of practicing something that doesn't feel natural as a loving act toward your fellow humans, and you know when it's wrong, then you'll know when God doesn't approve of it.
Maybe if you show a fucking store, right, and buy and spend money, right, to show my love to fucking people, right? That's what you're gonna do. You're gonna go to someone's house.
You don't have to do that,
right?
dude. You don't have to.
Listen, you don't have to do it. It will naturally come.
That's what Christmas is about. What are you supposed to do? Let me ask you a question. If you go over to somebody
I didn't
for
say
Christmas,
anything about Christmas. I'm talking about individual acts.
Listen, if you go to home for Christmas, you don't buy any presents for anyone, right? You don't spend any money to buy any presents for anyone. Are you participating in Christmas?
We got you, dude. We figured it all out. Not only is it a Freudian slip, but you're actually too cheap to buy anyone presents, and that's the whole reason why you're denying Christmas.
Oh fuck no, that's not the reason why I'm denying Christmas. It's because it has nothing to do with the Bible or Jesus. It has nothing to do with it. Nothing.
So neither does
It comes from the
my
fucking
pickup
North.
truck.
You haven't
Neither
noticed.
does my
It has
pickup
nothing to do
truck.
with Israel.
Neither
It has
does my
nothing to do
fake
with
dinners.
Jerusalem. It has nothing to do with Jesus. It has nothing to do with anything in the
No,
Bible.
what are you talking
Nothing.
about, dude? The Christmas traditional celebrations in Christian homes has everything to do with Jesus. The Nativity,
Did Jesus celebrate Christmas? Did Jesus celebrate Christmas?
bro.
Did the Romans celebrate Christmas? Yes or no?
Bro.
Let me ask you a question. Did the Greeks celebrate Christmas, winter solstice? Yes.
You
Did
made a
Rome
claim.
celebrate winter
You
We've been
made a
talking about
claim.
Christmas for an
Was
hour
Jesus
now.
around during the time when Rome was celebrating winter solstice?
You're
Yes.
flailing.
Did
You're
Jesus
flailing, bro.
participate and say
It's
it's
sad
okay
at this
to
point,
celebrate
bro.
in winter solstice? You know what
Sad.
they were doing in Rome during the winter solstice? Having sex with
Oh, that's great, dude. So let me ask you this question, bro. If somebody invites you over to their
So
listen,
now having sex is evil.
No, hold
Having
on, bro.
sex is
Hold
evil.
on. We got to put a stake. We got to put a stake in this nonsense. Listen, we got to put a stake in this nonsense, bro. You're flailing like a child that knows they've been caught with their hand in the cookie jar. Check this out, Holmes. If somebody invites you over to their Christmas
You're the
party,
one who is
listen,
denying Jesus. You're the one who is denying Jesus. You're the one who's trying to say
denying
that
Jesus.
it's okay
Oh, now I
to
deny
celebrate
Jesus.
Christmas,
Wow, you got some strong
even though it has
accusations,
nothing to do with Jesus. You're the one saying
dude.
that.
Dude. I will
You're the
tell
one
you.
putting
Listen. Stop
words in
talking for a
Jesus'
second,
mouth.
dude. If you could
That's what you're
compose
doing.
yourself for 30 seconds, bro.
Right? You're over here.
Okay.
You're over here, like shouting,
Holy
like you
crap,
have the
dude.
authority
Nobody's
to
in
say
your
what you're
corner right
saying.
now,
You
Bong.
don't
Can you
even know
please
what you're
shut the
saying.
hell up for a second?
Yes,
Let
I
AI
just want to
talk.
answer your accusation. So you said there's nothing Christian or about Christ about Christmas. So I just want to tell you the things that traditional Christians do during Christmas. So let me explain. It's very simple.
Traditional Christians, what are those? What is a
Bong,
traditional Christian?
what? Listen, if you stop
I'm
talking, he
asking
can
him
explain it
to
to you.
define a
You're not,
term.
Jesus
dude.
Christ, can you
Oh.
To
fucking
define
shut
a
up?
word. How about
No,
you
he
shut the
can't,
fuck
dude.
up, Nino?
All right.
He's talking
He
to me.
knows he's busted. He knows he's busted and exposed, so he won't be able to let anyone speak. Because if we
Don't do
speak,
that. Just go ahead and move. What were you saying?
then I'll let me speak, then, dude. For goodness sake. So check it out. So
Traditional Christian.
So around the time Christmas starts to come up, bro. Yes, it's true. People start to buy gifts for their loved ones. Why? Because they love their loved ones and they want to lavish gifts on them, and they've been saving up to do so, right? During that time, leading up, we start to collect gifts for the less fortunate, right? Maybe for a nursing home, maybe for children, all these things. We do that at our church, okay? What else we do is we have a Christmas pageant. Now, the Christmas pageant is a retelling of the nativity story, straight out of the Bible. The Bible is read. The characters act out the angels, the shepherds, the coming of the Magi much later.
And I used to do all
All of
that.
these.
I used to be in those plays, man. I get it.
Bong, can you let
dude.
him finish without interrupting, please?
Okay, so now the gifts are all about in the spirit of the gift of Jesus, right? Which is what we're all talking about. We talk about Jesus as the gift. We read straight from the scriptures explaining it. Okay? All of that stuff. Now, during that time, families come together as well. A lot of times during Christmas Eve and Christmas, families decide where they're going to stay, how they're going to get together, all these things. Now, and also, usually, you do a Christmas Eve service, which is singing of hymns which are geared around the birth of Christ, like "O Holy Night," "Little Town of Bethlehem," such things like that, "Silent Night," etc. Also, that's a service at the church. Now, when Christmas Day comes, and prior, oftentimes the families will do the nativity at home and teach their children about the meaning of the gift of Christ, the meaning of why he had to come into the world, right? They'll talk about the idea of sin, of salvation, of all of these things, right? And that it's a gift given out of love, right? No obligation in return. Okay, that's part of the story. All of these things, culminating in, yes, a time when there is decorations around the home to make the home look pretty, right? More ornate than functional, because the majority of the rest of the year it's functional, right? So you take extra time to make it look very pretty, very serene, very heavenly, you might say, with bright lights, and it's almost like angelic. And it's very natural and angelic in its atmosphere, right? You'll put on nice music, you'll put on nice smells, the whole presence, right? And you will exchange gifts. Okay? Now, notice how not one thing I said in that entire thing was morally wrong, and just about every single point was drawing attention to Christ himself. So the idea that Christmas and what Christians do around Christmas has nothing to do with Christ is false on its face.
Yeah, I'm not I'm not. Those are all good, but it's like you're saying without Christmas, right? All this wouldn't be possible. Like people would still know the story. The story is there, right? But you don't need Christmas for that. What I'm saying is that
Yeah, because Christmas, that story to Christians happens every single day for all of us.
Exactly.
Yes,
exactly.
but also
There's a time of the year where we celebrate it, and it doesn't matter what day
No, wait.
it is.
Wait. By associating it, by bringing it into Christmas, right? It's exposing children,
Bring it into
Christians, everyone to these to this pagan religion, this pagan tradition, and what that does is what that's called is it's Alice Bailey. It's the of the hierarchy, it's indoctrinating people. What do you mean, whatever, man? When we go to school, they do the same thing. They're indoctrinating us with the globe, with the solar system, and then all this other crap. Like, how is it not indoctrinating?
I guess I'm indoctrinating my son, right? With the whole things that I just described. Yeah, that's indoctrination. Well, guess what? The Bible says. The Bible says teach your children those things, right? And the Bible says to celebrate good things. So I'm doing nothing wrong. You've not demonstrated one reason why I should stop.
That's not what the children see. That's not what I see. Okay, yeah, there was a lot of stories going around, but that's not what I'm seeing on Christmas. What I see on Christmas are these movies and this spirit of Christmas that is not about Jesus.
Hey, you know what Jesus did when he walked? Listen,
it wasn't about
what Jesus saw when he was walking around Jerusalem the entire time he lived, he saw negative things, but every time he spoke, he said positive things.
Yeah, turn on the TV during Christmas time. You're gonna see commercials that have nothing to do with Jesus. That's what I mean. Like the children aren't seeing.
I see a lot of positive things on TV.
Oh my god, dude!
I'm saying
Bong, what you're basically saying is that the answer to the fact that the world puts things out around Christmas time that aren't about Jesus is to not make it about Jesus and double it down, not about Jesus. What a great idea! What a great idea, bro.
When did the Christian nativity story become a part of Christmas, of the winter solstice celebration? When did that start? And who decided that?
Dude, it's irrelevant.
What would you do if you had control over it?
Irrelevant.
What would you do, Bob, if you had control? If you had control over the entire media, what would you do?
Well, dude, it's relevant. Let me tell you why it's relevant. Let me tell you why it's irrelevant, Bong. Earlier when you said there's nothing Christian about Christmas or Christ in Christmas, and I was about to tell you all of those things, which clearly, to any listener with a rational mind, understands that those things were all about Christ. You were saying things like sex parties, all this other stuff, dude. Nobody's inviting you over to Christmas who's a Christian to have a sex party, dude. It's laughable.
That's what Christmas started as, okay? And that's why it was banned. But they brought it back. They used Santa Claus to bring it back and soften it up. But the effects are still the same.
Of course. Leaving milk and cookies out for Santa is the same as the parents having sex with the children. Exactly. I get it now. Okay, dude, your arguments are specious at best, bro.
No, my arguments are based on the Bible. You're the one twisting the Bible to fit your traditions and
Dude, I'm
your
not
point of
twisting the
view, how
Bible at
you
all,
want the
dude.
Bible to speak
Hey,
to you.
bro, let
You're
me
not
tell you
accepting
something
it
very
as is.
clearly. You have
What
not
the hell?
provided a
What the hell
single
does the
prescriptive
Norse?
argument from the Bible yet.
What does Norse tradition have to do with Jesus? Nothing.
Wow.
That's the answer. Nothing. It doesn't have anything to do with Jesus. Vice versa. But just because Jesus went to a celebration when he was here on earth doesn't mean it's okay for us to start celebrating like the Norse or the Hindu
I'm not celebrating any of
celebrations.
that, dude. I'm not celebrating
It's the
any of
same
that.
thing.
No, it isn't. Not even close. So, for example, the Norse celebrated using decorations and food. Therefore, you're not allowed to celebrate with decorations and food. That's stupid. Okay, it's literally retarded, dude. And anybody claiming to be a profound truther who falls to such base logic, dude, I mean, it's just ridiculous.
So if I decide not to celebrate Christmas, I'm a dumbass. Is that how it works?
No, I didn't say that.
If I don't believe the earth is a ball, I'm a dumbass. Is that how it works?
Wow, dude. Yes, dude. Yes, that's exactly how it works. Good for
Well,
you.
that's what you sound. That's what you sound like, man. You sound like
Not
an
even
idiot
close,
about it.
dude. Dude, why don't you try making an actual argument that's logically coherent and self-consistent and carries your conclusion of a necessity, and then maybe we'll get somewhere.
Point out in the Bible anywhere where Christmas is observed.
Oh, perfect. Great. I'm glad you said that. So, it's irrelevant.
Oh, it's irrelevant, but it's not in the Bible. Christmas is not in the
Okay,
Bible.
let me be clear. Let me be clear. The Bible is not a comprehensive list of proscriptions and prescriptions. Did you know that?
Why should I bring something from the
I
outside
asked you a
into
question.
the
I asked you a question. The Bible is not a comprehensive list of prescriptions and proscriptions. Are you aware of that?
Do you know of a list that is?
Bro, it's irrelevant besides the Bible. I just want you to
said the
claim. I
Bible
want
is
you to
not
make the
this.
claim.
So you
Listen,
must know
friend.
what this is, right?
Dude, I know for a fact that the Bible is not a comprehensive list of proscriptions and prescriptions. So, in order for you to say, hold on, in order for you to make the claim, if it's not in the Bible, you're not allowed to do it, it must be a comprehensive list of proscriptions. And that would mean, if it is, that you can do nothing whatsoever that's not explicitly prescribed in the Bible. And you know and I know that that is not true. Okay, so your argument fails on its face. I'm sorry. You have no argument.
No, my argument does not fail. There is no There is no Christmas, okay, in the Bible.
In the Bible?
Let me finish what I'm saying.
There's no pickup trucks. Pickup trucks in the Bible, bro. I can't. Oh, I'm gonna have to. Hold on, friends. Hold on. Stop. Everyone, stop. I need to make an announcement. I'm hereby gonna walk home because the people in the Bible walked. Therefore, I must walk. So I guess I can't drive my truck anymore.
No, man. No. Okay, this is all I'm saying.
That's the problem with your nonsense logic, bro.
Look, man. If me and you were in grew up in a village in the forest, right? Let me finish what I'm saying, man. If me and you grew up in a village in the forest in South America, okay, where it's tropic, okay, and we found this book, right, and we started reading this book, and all of a sudden we started hearing God speaking to us from this book, and then we share it with our village, okay. We don't know anything about Christmas, okay. Like, do we have to celebrate Christmas? And if somebody was to come and tell us, hey, this is Christmas, like, is there something wrong with us saying, no thanks, we're just going to follow this book? Is that wrong?
Dude, for you to put it in that phraseology doesn't make it necessarily wrong. However, transversely, for those who do celebrate Christmas, doesn't make them transversely wrong. By your own argument, you've proved that them celebrating Christmas isn't inherently wrong.
Okay, cool. So this is what I'm saying, okay? What I'm saying is it's like the globe Earth, right? Once we know that, what I'm saying is it's like, for me, it's like once we know the Earth is not a globe, right? We know that that's wrong, that the globe is wrong. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Once
that's
we
fine.
know that Christmas is more likely to distract us, from the word, right? Then we know that is probably wrong.
Dude, that's your... Listen, I'm going to make this very clear to you, Bong. That is your personal choice. You do not have the authority to carte blanche say that Christians should abstain from Christmas because it's going to distract them. That is your conscience and your faith, sir, not theirs.
I'm not saying Christians should abstain. Okay, I'm just sharing.
No, you're just going to morally judge them if they don't.
I'm sharing what I'm doing, right, and what I think, and I'm defending. Why I
whether you realize it or not, dude, you have tacitly and implicitly accused those who celebrate Christmas of being immoral.
I'm not. I'm not accusing them of being immoral. I said,
okay,
Jesus,
and you have no case.
Listen, I'm not saying, but listen, if a glober dies, okay, believing the earth was a globe, is he going to go to hell? No, of course not. If he followed Jesus, I think that's for Jesus. That's for him, Jesus, to judge, right? But I'm not going to say that a glober is going to go to hell because he thought the earth was a ball or Christmas.
Okay, perfect. Let's put this in brass tacks, dude. Is it morally wrong to observe a holiday in which the things that you do are not intrinsically wrong within themselves, that celebrates family, God's nature, and God's birth of his son? Yes or no?
Paul said.
Okay, so you can't answer, so I think that proves itself.
Can I just say what Paul said real quick? All things are permissible, but not all things are beneficial. So I think it comes down to the wisdom of the person doing it and how he thinks it's going to affect the people that if you have a family, how it's going to affect your children, how it's going to affect your children, what they think of the Bible and the world and everything. Okay, that's up to you to decide.
Absolutely.
I mean,
so then by your own admission, that's fair. So then by your own admission, if what you said is true, then that means that it's not immoral to celebrate Christmas.
It's not immoral, but I think it's I think it's leaning towards being ignorant. I think it's leaning towards
ignorant of what, dude?
Well, it's like listen, my dad said to me this. This is what my dad asked me. So what? We're not gonna have a Christmas tree in our house this year, son. I was like, Dad, do you hear what you're saying? Right? And you know what else he said to me? Son, just let me have my sports. Leave me alone already. Like, Dad, sports was designed to distract dads, and that's why I hate sport. You know what I mean? It's like he wants it. So that's up to him. Whatever his reasons are for wanting to hold on to these traditions of men or doctrines of whatever, that's up to him and Jesus. But I'm just voicing my reasons, and thoughts.
That's fair. That's fair. But I will submit to you that there's still an error that you're judging others that they're being immoral. All right.
I'm not.
The way the language. I know. But to me, in the way you're going out of the conversation, you're dropping these little grenades on the way out.
Hey man, I know, right? I said that about Christians that go to church on Sundays too. Like I thought I was just ringing the alarm, but yeah, I guess. Yeah, I mean, what are we doing on Sunday and not the Sabbath, right? What are you,
the Sabbath
now?
Well, I mean, to be fair, depending on the way you look at things, and I mean, I will submit to you that it's pretty clear in the Bible, but yes, people have different interpretations. That No modern Christian, right, who is not an ethnic Jew, has any claim whatsoever to the tables of the covenant being arbitrary upon them or incumbent upon them, because they were never a party to the covenant to which those tables were the document of the covenant. So the commandment, the fourth commandment, doesn't apply to general Christians, period, because the document on which it was written is not part of a covenant that any Christian is a party to. In other words, they're not part of the contract. Doesn't apply. So, for example, if I have a contract with a company or if I have a mortgage, which is a contract between me and the bank, right? That's between me and the bank. You're not part of that contract. You're not written anywhere in there. You're not a beneficiary. You're not a signatory. You don't owe the debt. You're not liable. None of those parties of that contract include you. It's me and the bank and maybe the insurance company. You can't come along 1,000 years later and say, look, I found a mortgage that says the owner must pay $1,000 per month. Oh, I just say I'm the owner now. No, it doesn't work that way. If the contract isn't between you, you're not part of it. Okay, I was never a party to the Sinaitic Covenant, of which the Mosaic Law was a part of which the tables of the covenant are the instrument thereof. I was never a party to it. Never. Not once. Not one day in my life, nor will I ever be. Nor could I be even if I wanted to. So that command, the fourth command, which is written in the tables of the covenant, which the Bible clearly just says that is the tables of the covenant, even the 10 commandments, that command is not written to me, period.
I am yeah, okay, I'm not, yeah, I don't mean to judge anyone. Sorry if I came off like that. I'll try to use better words. Is that how you say it? I mean, there's no other way to say it, man. Sorry if I came off judgmental sounding.
Well, the Bible's very clear. It says, let him who eats, right, not belittle his brother who doesn't eat, and let him who does not eat not condemn or judge his brother who eats, right? So if you abstain from Christmas for your personal convictions, I'm not supposed to, you know what, let me look it up, that actual verse, so we know the actual thing that it says. That'd be good. But it's the point. Because there's two ways it can go. The one person can look at the other in a certain way, and the other person can look at the other.
I think it goes like the person with the stronger faith shouldn't condemn the one with the weaker faith for eating, and he shouldn't also cause the one with the weaker faith to do something that might cause him to sin, because you're free to do anything, right? But you also got to be careful in front of people.
If you are intentionally violating your conscience, like if you believe this is wrong, and I coerce you into committing it, then to you it's sins. That would be wrong of me to do that to you. Even let's just say, for lack of a better phrase, what the action is actually good. It's not bad at all, and one person just thinks it's bad. But if you try to force them to do it or coerce them to do it, and they do it, you're guilty of making them sin.
Oh, yeah.
Just as if it was a sin.
Paul said it. Like, say we're drinking. I drink, right? And I know I'm free to drink. But then someone visits, and he doesn't drink, because his faith is weaker. Paul says that by me drinking in front of him, I cause him to sin, to drink, and then he might fall into sin. Yeah. So it's better for me to not drink if your brother doesn't drink.
Yeah. So the verse goes like this. It says, he one man believeth he can eat all things, another man who is weak in the faith eateth only herbs. Let not him who eats despise him who does not eat, and let not him who does not eat judge him who eats, for God has received him. So, the person who is stronger in the faith and understands that these things aren't wrong isn't to despise the person who's refraining. And transversely, the person who's not eating has no authority to judge the other person saying, oh, he's wrong. He's doing a sin because I don't partake. So both men are supposed to refrain from the negativity towards each other. Why? Because they're both believers and God has received him.
Yeah, but you know what we're talking about here is like meat, right? Meat that's been offered to idols. You know what I mean? Um, but you know, we're not. I don't think it's the same case, like you know, like with Christmas. You know what I mean? Because it's a whole bunch of traditions. Like there are rituals that happen, but you know what I mean? That's something else.
Now, you know, there's people in the chat that, you know, wish we were talking about flat earth. Now, the reason why I entertain this so hard is because there's a large influx among the flat earth community that every time there's a Christian holiday, they come out with vitriol against people who participate, right? And they never actually vent out their arguments. They never actually make a positive case. They just drop grenades, which are essentially accusations against each other. And quite frankly, it's gotten to the point where we're all tired of it, you know?
So let's say I fornicate and you fornicate, and you don't fornicate, right? Is that does that apply there too? Let him who fornicates, right, not despite him who does not fornicate. Let's say we replace eats with something else, right? I mean, I don't think it applies to just to anything. I think it applies to
Well,
just.
dude, like I said before, the Bible is not an exhaustive list on prescriptions and proscriptions. However, there are definitive prescriptions and proscriptions, right? So if you have a definitive prescription, which is something you must do, and a definitive proscription, which is something you should not do, then you should act on those definitives. But the things that aren't definitive, that are left to the person's conscience and wisdom, those are the areas where you can't just be going around telling other people, "Oh, you shouldn't wear your wife shouldn't wear jeans," right?
What?
For real, dude. There are pastors that will kick people out of their church if they let their girls wear jeans.
Well, look. Are you talking about jeans that make your butt stick out?
No, jeans in general, pants, two-legged pant legs.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't know what's up with that, but I think there's a standard to dressing too. Oh, there's standards, right?
Now, there is a very salient point that all of this comes back to flat Earth, which is many people who are flat earthers, not all, of course, are that way based on religious predisposition. So they believe the Bible says the earth is flat, or they've been shown and they agree with the argument that's presented to them, right? And then they show up to church where they're supposed to be accepted in Christ. But as we saw in the Greg Locke, what's the other guy's name, real quick? Dang it.
Dean Odell.
Dean Odell. Yeah, so we saw in that debate that there is a purposeful vitriol against flat earthers within the church community. As if it's one of those things that you're allowed to persecute a brother for.
That's why I threw Christmas in there with it. You know, that's all part of the ball package, the globe package. You know, all these traditions that revolve around the sun. You know, heliocentric / Sunday, go to church.
I mean, they're completely different. as I already explained.
No, I thought when I came to Flat Earth, like when I first came to Flat Earth, I had like an anxiety panic attack. I thought if the God of Abraham wasn't real, people would probably be worshiping the sun, like for real, man. Start freaking out. What is the sun? Oh gosh, I don't know what the sun is. What is anything?
Well, I think reality presents itself in a way that the necessary first causation of reality itself to exist is sentience in the first instance. So subordinate energy states and matter states require sentience first. You can't have matter and energy and then get sentience later. You need first cause. And the nature of matter and energy is that it's entropic, right? So it's receding in its ability to do work, meaning it had a finite beginning. And before that beginning, it needed a transcendent cause. So if there's no God of Abraham, right, then there is an entity similar, right? So it may not. So if you say, I'm excluding the God of the Bible, you still need a God that still has the majority of the attributes of the God of the Bible. So now you're still on a search for a similar entity.
Well, because the sun is what life, like farming, the seasons. It seems like the sun is what life, what brings life back after the winters. In the north and south areas. In the tropics is just dry and wet seasons.
That's like an archaic view. I'm talking about with the advent of modern understandings of the fundamentals of science and energy and matter. Like when you're in the olden days, you could worship the sun, but nowadays you can't worship the sun. Like worshiping the sun nowadays, it's like because
if the earth is not a ball,
that the sun is the source is just it's not. There's so many other suns out there, not to mention like the source of energy itself and all these things. Like we know from all these different experiments, right, that tangible matter is not the source of reality. So the sun isn't the source. There's something greater than the sun. So to worship the sun would still be an archaic, caveman style belief system. Unless, this is very interesting, Bong. Unless you remove the cosmos. So if you have a world where it's no longer a billion, trillion, quadrillion, googolplexillion suns out there, and the stars are not suns, and there is only one sun, and you bring everything local close to the Earth, and we have one Sol, S-O-L, which is the name of the sun, then it would be rational, maybe, to worship the sun.
Yep, that's what I mean.
And so what I meant by what I just said, Bong, is that I would not be surprised if there's a flat Earth offshoot that, destroys the cosmos of heliocentrism, but brings it close to the same thing where the sun is the God that circles above us, gives us our lives, gives us everything we need. I wouldn't be surprised.
I think it might be a new version of an old God, but modernized, maybe through quantum mechanics or something like that. Hinduism, the atom, something like that, because that's what the solar system looks like. Looks like the model of the atom, the old model of the atom. Yeah. Electromagnetism. I mean, I think Christmas is evil. You know what I mean? But I don't think people, participating makes them evil or what they're doing evil, because everybody's got their reasons. I mean, it's Christmas. What are you gonna do? Go to work? But but I think Christmas, like Halloween, or is evil because it's a day that Luciferians, or what do you want to call them, worship or practice or observe and do stuff.
Well, you know what? It's very interesting. If you take it as a story from the archetypal progressive revelation of the Bible, and you just take these holidays. So you take Halloween, followed shortly thereafter by Christmas, followed shortly thereafter by Easter, right? And then you have the seasonal in and out of the harvest beforehand, right? So you have
Thanksgiving. Yep.
at time. What you basically have is this is the way the story goes. If you just take that as a progressive story, you have mankind toiling throughout the year, only to come to death, right? Or Halloween, you have everybody's dead. Now, interestingly enough, the Bible describes that everybody's dead. The Bible says that without Jesus, you're dead, right? You're dead. Not you're going to die, you are dead. Then we have Jesus incarnating, right? The life, the light of life, the light of all men, the man with life within himself, right? So he brings that life to earth, right? And he then does his thing under the earth, sun, just like we do. But he lives perfectly, right? And then he submits himself to death. But he's resurrected unto life, which is Easter, right? And in the passion leading up to Easter, right? He pays for our sin, which is how he dies, right? Takes our sin. And then he goes into the grave and he comes out again. So that whole story is exactly the pattern of the story in the Bible.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course. You just take the days you want to use, that correlate, correspond with the events. Jesus being born, crucified, resurrection, and yeah, it'll fit, of course, because a lot of these religions and these days are also a counterfeit, of the prophecy. You know what I mean? That's what Zeitgeist was busy trying to do, but he was lying about a lot of those dates and things he said.
But look, a lot of people, they get to this point where they're like, look, I found these new truths, right? About a lot of things in the world are corrupted. But what a lot of people do is they say, you know what? I'm going to stop celebrating Jesus's birth and I'm going to stop celebrating Jesus's death, burial, and resurrection just because they occur on these certain times. It's like, in my opinion, there's no reason to throw out those things. Those things are goods in themselves. And I'm not going to sacrifice 1 inch to the enemy to say, you own this thing. It's like, no, it's God's. It's always been God's, and we're reclaiming it.
I don't know about that. I mean, like, people can pick whatever day they want to do whatever activity they want, right? Even if it's evil, I mean, you can stop it good, but it doesn't mean we gotta like reclaim it and use it for good. I mean, if it doesn't have anything to do with us, then it's probably not of God,
Well, dude, reclaiming anything is good. So let's say, for example, on this particular period of time, most people do bad things, but then Christians show up and say, "Hey,
instead of doing bad things during this period of time, let's do good things. And then a lot of people get on board and start doing good things. Some of them continue to do bad things. Maybe even a few Christians do some bad things. But generally, the net aggregate is positive. Or even for the families that partake, it's positive. It's like,
Most Christians are broke after Christmas. That's the problem, right? So
that's
you know,
the
like,
thing people got to learn,
yeah,
because so if the pastors of the churches or the studies of the dudes aren't learning to be frugal with their money, it's one thing to save up money to buy for your children, right? Because then you've budgeted and you've been responsible, than to be
I mean,
irresponsible.
of course, look at all these holidays. Then there's birthdays. Then there's like, your niece's birthdays, and oh my gosh, it's like, what the hell?
I don't know, man. Those are some of the best days of my life. Being around my family, celebrating them. I mean, I can't possibly see what's wrong with it.
Okay. Well, look, Mother's Day, Father's Day, right? Each like a holiday is separated by just enough weeks so people can save up for the next holiday to spend their money. Okay? I mean, isn't that what it's all about?
Well, I mean, if people think that that's what it's all about and that's what they do, and they don't actually have any interpersonal, familial benefit from it, then they're losing out.
Well,
When I
like in the Bible,
take my mom out for a
right?
special dinner on Mother's Day, she feels respected, she feels proud, she feels good, she feels honored, right? All of these types of things.
Right? But you gotta buy her a present though, or else,
Not
right? Or
really.
else you don't love her.
Usually I just take her out to a nice dinner.
Like, no, I sent a lot of money, but yeah, God, I just wish you would buy me something. Like,
Well, I think I killed all the audience. They went over to politics server, but none of the bots are over there to stream it.
you want to take it? You want to take the bot over?
Oh, I can't do that. To transpose it to another server has to be the owner of the bot account,
Yeah.
which is Helio, I believe, but he's on Deafin. He got sick of listening to us.
Oh, I wanted to like kind of, it's all a globe package. That was kind of like the big point I was trying to make, about all these sun-centered holy days. But thanks for explaining a lot of the things, man. It's, hope I can convince you later, but
Bro, there's absolutely no way you're ever going to convince me to stop celebrating Easter. Because one, it's not prescribed in the Bible, and two, there's nothing immoral about the things I engage in during those times. So at best, the only argument you could make is that somebody else who doesn't understand would be offended by me participating.
Okay.
And
Okay.
I'm not worried that is outweighs the benefit, because, like, for example, when I the benefit to the familial unit and being connected in that way with your own tradition, which, by the way, is our cultural tradition in this area. Like, for example, like, the Jews, they have their cultural traditions. I don't get to go. I'm not going to go and try to live 500, or 5,000, whatever the heck, 2,000 years ago in the Jewish's traditions. Those are theirs. They don't belong to me. If they want to do their feasts and holidays and all that, that's fine for them. But
I mean, I'm not saying we should do all of those too. What I'm saying is, at least we shouldn't be doing what those guys are doing. You know what I mean?
like, I don't teach my kids Santa Claus or any of these. That's lying. And you know what's interesting? This is what pisses me off the most about Santa Claus. yes, that this other thing is wrong, that you're you're promoting this falsehood. But what pisses me off about it the most is that the parents don't realize that they're shooting themselves in the foot. Think about it. I worked hard for the money. I went to the store and bought the gift, and you are going to honor Santa Claus instead of me.
Santa Claus gets all the credit.
Exactly. What a jip.
Santa Claus rewarded them for listening to their parents, right? That's the idea.
Yes, and so then the kid is going to be like, you didn't even get me anything. You don't love me. Santa Claus loves me.
Santa Claus loves me. That's what they're thinking. Yeah.
How much of a better life would you have with your children if you could co-opt the love and veneration and respect that they give Santa Claus by just removing that dickhead from your life and just claiming the rightful throne as the Santa Claus in your kid's life? You're the one seeing whether they do bad or good. You're the one getting them the gift, right? Why would you give away all of your power and glory and love that your child is giving to Santa Claus? It makes no sense.
Well, that's what I mean. Like the Christmas tree falls into that too. Instead of thanking God, we've got this Christmas tree. I don't know why it's there, but yeah, yeah. But here, I wanted to ask you this though.
Tree, and it takes money to get the tree.
Yeah.
I mean, you're required to do all these things. Required to participate. So
Got drag it in the house and clean it up and But hey, do you celebrate Halloween?
What we do here is what's called the harvest.
Yeah, but do you dress up your kids, and go trick or treating?
No.
Okay, why not?
Because primarily the visuals, like there's a lot of bad visuals, right? Like the horror aspect that people celebrate.
Yeah, the gore.
And I do understand. Like, you see, this is a catch-22 when it comes to the fallen world. Is that kids do need to understand the true nature of evil and the fear and garishness of death, right? But at the same time, you don't want to celebrate it in the sense of, like, for example, a Freddy Krueger type of costume isn't about the realities of death. It's about the sadistic enjoyment of torturing other people. That's nothing to celebrate.
Yeah, and impersonating a demon you saw on TV, because that's what that thing is on on the movie. It's an actual demon.
Dude, I used to have a paper route, and they had this they would put up these 3D figures. And for some reason, the older I got, the stupider the 3D figures got. So they're not really scary anymore. But back then, I remember those figures were scary, right?
Yeah,
and I would to walk by those people's houses, man, it's crazy.
I think in Mexico they call it the Day of the Dead, right? Is that Halloween?
I'm not 100% sure about the Day of the Dead. I know there is one that basically they're like honoring or remembering the dead.
Yeah, it's like ancestor worship. Yeah, Samoans do that too. But I was thinking like, well, if Jesus' resurrection, death and resurrection, right? Let's say they decided to incorporate, the church decided to incorporate that into Halloween, right? Would people all of a sudden say it's okay to celebrate Halloween because it's a chance to talk about Jesus' death and resurrection? You know what I mean? That's, like Christmas. That's what I mean. Like, because Jesus was inserted into there, the story, right? It just so happened to kind of line up with some of the traditions. I think that's what people are drawn to more rather than the story of Jesus. Same thing with the
All of the traditions around the seasons come from the interpretation of the seasons. which are signs from God, right? So if other people are interpreting that this season symbolizes a death and a rebirth, right? Then the symbol of death and rebirth that is intrinsic to reality was God's decision to create us, knowing full well that he would have to sacrifice his son for us, right? So in an act of love, he gave us everything we needed in that moment, right? So when you have things like fertility, which is a good thing, rebirth, which is a good thing, all of these symbols can be co-opted and not honor God, right? They just honor the earth or energetic forces or cycles, right? They're not actually honoring the true source of these concepts. So to
Well,
repossess
Jesus,
it,
I think Jesus, the Bible says something about them. They're not sacrificing to God, but to demons. Right? So I think there are spirits behind those idols slash. You know what I mean?
right?
Like the
Yeah,
spirit
but
of
I'm
Christmas.
trying to say, who owns resurrection from the dead? Who owns that? Jesus, right?
Yeah.
Right. So anything about death and rebirth that's positive, that actually has any meaning, is about him. So if somebody else has a religion or a tradition that's about death and rebirth that isn't about Jesus, and you reclaim it about Jesus, you're taking it back to where it rightfully belongs. They can then go kick rocks. For example, Pagan Boy says, hey, death and rebirth is just part of nature. It's how nature operates. Things die and they regrow. And the sun and the solstice represents how everything goes down and then comes up again. And then you say, no, that's not how it works. How it actually works is only through Jesus is there rebirth. Only through Jesus is there resurrection. Only through Jesus is there a hope for eternal life. Not in nature. It belongs to him.
Yeah.
And then you've rightfully put Jesus on the throne, of which the signs, which they've confused, belong. So personally, I don't mind reclaiming things that, pagans have said this belongs to us. And by the way, there's a lot of pagans out there who actually don't like the idea that people say Christmas is pagan. They actually have a apologetics crew that goes out there and basically tries to teach Christians how paganism is something different than the traditional idea of what pagan Christmas is. So there's detractors in both sides from the traditional
Yeah. I mean,
mainstream story.
Yeah, I really like how you put that. You know what I mean? But then, coming from the tropics, right, where there's like we don't have that winter, but I guess you could say the wet season, because that's when the cyclones happen. I guess that's their winter, right? Cyclones December to March. Okay. Oh yeah. I mean, yeah. But still,
That is
man. I
something that
mean,
a lot
yeah.
of people
I
have to
mean,
face up, is that the whole world doesn't have the same experience as your local environment. It's like,
I know, man. But that's what I'm saying.
it's
I
crazy.
was still with culture of Christmas, the traditions. I'm in this tropical island, right, with coconut trees and stuff, and and I know what Christmas should be like, what it is, the everything, because we put a Christmas tree up. That's what we did, and presents went under it, and we did all that, except no snow and really hot and humid.
Yeah, absolutely. So
Yeah.
I think if you came to the New England area and experienced a independent church,
Yeah. I've experienced it. Yeah, I was stationed in Connecticut. I was stationed in Connecticut, also in Chicago boot camp. During the snowing. But in Connecticut, yeah, I did the whole winter, Christmas.
so like
The snow in your ears.
oh, absolutely. But to me, like if somebody came into our church and told me, hey, those berries that those red, big, bright colored berries that you put on the wall in a wreath, that belongs to pagans. My response to them would be, Earth belongs to God, and pagans don't own anything.
I don't think that's what. I think what they're trying to say is that what you're doing, right? What it symbolizes, like this whole tradition.
Fair, but that is what those people chose to use as symbols for in their cultural lexicon. That's the key. Language is about meaning, pair, association. One single token can have multiple meanings. Just because another culture says this means this, doesn't mean that their arbitrary convention is then incumbent upon all humankind. It's not how it works. God is the author. His lexicon of what things mean is what it means.
Right, but what I'm saying is like the tradition, like the Christmas tradition, like all these things come from their belief in their gods, and whatever their religion was. Same with Samoa, so by Samoans still practice this thing called the kava ceremony. The kava ceremony is like pouring out libations. It's drinking this thing called kava. It's a root. You pound it out, and what it does, it's supposed to get you like not drunk, but really feeling really good. And this is supposed to invite the spirits, the ancestor spirits or the spirits of the district, the village, whatever the gods were to that village or family. It would invite them in. Now, where the king used to sit, the pastor sits there now, but they still practice this tradition that's pagan. That's totally, you're talking to the spirits of this
Well, the Bible,
that are behind this God.
The Bible forbids divination or necromancy or any of those things.
Right.
Specifically.
And these are Christians. Like all Samoans now are Christians, and they practice this not knowing that what they're doing is witchcraft. And when I try to point it out, I get told.
Well, look, you don't need look.
Whatever. I'll be in Australia if you don't need me.
Case. You can go straight to the Bible and point out that it's forbidden to attempt to communicate with the dead. That's forbidden.
Well, yeah, they don't see it that way anymore. They see it as the pastor is here that represents God, right? The God of Abraham, Jesus. And they still just they do the same thing. They pour out, they say the incantations and the the ceremony goes on.
That's why
but traditional Samoan tradition, I wouldn't call pagan because pagans are mostly associated with
100% no, Helio. 100% pagan. They're as pagan as the Greeks. Okay, exactly the same kind of cosmologies slash hierarchies. Slash politics, family.
I guess I'm
everything.
going by a different definition of pagan than you are.
Pagan, like they worship, ancestor spirits and demigods. The pharaohs. Okay, like their kings are
Right. I
demigods.
mean, so that's representative of many cultures across the world. So that's if you call all of that pagan, they have many gods that represent certain aspects of whatever. But pagan, I think, is mostly associated with Northern Europe.
Any gods that are not the God of Abraham. So I think every culture.
That's not what pagan means.
Okay, heathen,
Heathen, I guess, is anyone that doesn't
false
believe Christianity.
gods, I guess, false gods, false idols. Was Zeus
But
in there?
you're saying that in Samoa they're Christian, but they still do these holidays. Now this happens in Mexico as well. Like you were talking about Halloween, right? Halloween is the day before All Saints Day, where they celebrate the saints of the church, right?
These are ceremonies.
On November 1st.
Ceremony happens. This ceremony, right? The kava drinking ceremony happens when you're receiving a group of guests, when you're seeing them off.
What time of the year is that? What time of the year does that happen?
Anytime.
Oh,
anytime.
Anytime.
Yeah, meetings. Yeah, because
it sounds similar to North American culture. Before the white people came here. Right?
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is, like Christmas, right? People are practicing traditions, and I call them rituals, ceremonies. Okay, but they're practicing things that they don't understand. It goes against the Bible's teaching.
Well, I'm pretty sure they understood it. They didn't need white people to come and tell them who God is necessarily.
No, the Bible tells you. If you read your Bible, it tells you.
I'm aware of that. I'm
But
just telling
Samoans,
saying
like
that
the Catholics,
So you're
Samoans,
saying
like Americans, are all corrupt. With politically corrupt. They're corrupt. Money, power, all that stuff.
Wait, before America had anything to do with Samoa, they had these traditions.
The church actually oppresses the people, their own families. That's how bad it is. The church does it. The church that culture revolves around.
Bong. Before they were influenced by Western culture, were they okay?
Yes, before a church showed up, right? Before the church showed up and there was no money, yeah, it was perfect because there was a king and there was a spiritual system, religion, everything, the gods, right? So when the sky piercers, cannons, boom, showed up with their boomsticks, and their
that's what I'm saying. I mean, check this out. I mean,
right? How do you take over? How do you take over a people? Right? You use religion and alcohol.
Religion and politics and guns.
Exactly, and that's how it was done. You can look it up. It's on YouTube.
Okay, then
Google.
Why are you? So now you're just like, hey, these Samoans that have combined their ancient traditions with Christianity, they can't do that because Christianity's right and their ancient traditions are evil.
In the same way,
that's ridiculous, man. What are you talking about?
In the same way, the Samoans unknowingly practice this tradition that goes against the Bible. Okay,
but when they did it before they knew anything about the Bible and they practiced before they knew anything about Christianity, they practiced this way, and they did it, knowing the gods of this and that. Was it evil then?
But my son doesn't know anything about Christmas, except maybe the movies he might have watched here and there.
I don't care about that. I'm asking you a specific question.
No,
about your culture.
I'm trying to tell you what happens when you don't celebrate Christmas. You don't know much about it, and it's okay. But about what I'm trying to say is the way the Samoans do it. Thinking they're doing the kava thing. I think that's how a lot of people celebrate Christmas.
All right, so since your son, there is no fucking way your son doesn't know anything about Christmas.
Well, he watches movies, so I'm pretty sure he might have watched one or two here.
Well, then why did you just say that he doesn't know anything about Christmas?
Well, he hasn't really experienced that feeling here in our house, and he grew up not really caring too much about Christmas. It's not a day that we all look forward to. It's just
you live in Sydney, Australia, with everybody around you celebrating Christmas, and
we look
and
forward.
he doesn't know anything about it, and he doesn't care.
I mean, some people have got their decorations up. I'm sure they'll all be up by next week, but not here at home. Like with the Christmas tree and everything.
Okay, I got
What
you.
I'm saying is, people that are participating, practicing Christmas or recognizing it, like they might be doing something unknowing. Because I think exposing yourself to the whole Christmas culture is already, it's not good. You know
I
what I mean?
got you. I
Not
got
just
you.
buying stuff, but the whole like lore behind, all the stories that come with Christmas. The Nutcracker, I don't know what the hell that's about, anyways. But
I
I think
get you,
that's
Bone.
music.
Hey man, I get you. Hey man, dude, I hate and love Christmas the same way you do. So it's just like, should I? Shouldn't I? I mean, well, it's just like when when my son was born, I was just like, I'm not gonna lie to him about Santa Claus. I'm not gonna do it. But his mom was on a different page, right? She was like, I want to do the Santa Claus lie. And I'm like, motherfucker. We're at a dichotomy here. So when he brought up Santa Claus, I'm just like, let's talk about something else. It's
No,
like
I'm brutal,
it's the
man.
weirdest
I
fucking
don't.
thing.
Yeah, I
Dude,
don't. I just play stupid, I
straight
just
up.
play like I didn't know.
I tell him, I'm gonna tell your kids the truth. So too bad for you. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's just like,
I'm gonna play along that Santa's real, dude. Not
and
gonna
then
happen.
you get your whole family saying, "Why don't you lie to your kid about Santa Claus? That's un-American." Or what the fuck?
Why don't you want your children to have a childhood? It's like
Did
he has
you
a
guys?
childhood.
Interestingly enough,
Fucking
interestingly enough,
tooth
check this
fairy
out.
and shit.
You can, if you want to, participate in the lore of Santa Claus without actually telling your children that he's a real entity. You could participate it the same way you participate in other things in your kids' lives that their kids are unaware is fantasy. So to take the extra step and actually tell your kids that he's a real being that actually exists, I mean, that is an extra step of deceivery.
Yeah. It can still be fun. Yeah.
I tell I tell my son we are ninjas. You know what I mean? We don't exist.
We're ninjas.
We are shadows.
I love it.
They'll never see you coming, right? No, but yeah. It's fun. I mean, it's fun to observe. You know what I mean? It's
Dude,
I forgot what I was gonna say.
people are strange when you're a stranger. Faces
check
look
this out.
ugly. Go ahead, AI.
So check this out. Here's a Santa Claus mythos that you could give a child and give a family that's completely legit. Check it out. So, hey kids, in the past there was this guy who felt compelled to give gifts to children who were needy. And he wore this certain kind of outfit because that's the material that he had, because what he could afford to make himself warm so he could do this hike over the mountain to bring the kids the presents. Right? And he did it because he was a Christian saint, right? Who knew that God would want him to give to those less fortunate. And since he had the ability to do it, there was no excuse for him not to. So he did it, right? You could then teach your children, you should give to others self-sacrificially. So rather than saying, oh, all the Christmas gifts are about you, one thing I had to do when I was a kid, before we could do Christmas, we had to go to a what was it, like a shelter or something, and minister to other people and help them. So Christmas wasn't about us getting stuff; it was also about us giving away our time and stuff. But then you could tell the kids, so now, right, some people like to dress up as this guy in the spirit of this guy giving, right? And give to people less fortunate. And it's not about I'm giving it, therefore I'm special. It's just about the person receiving the gift. And you could create this whole, generally good ethic about the Santa Claus mythos without creating all that other stuff. And you could do that within the microcosm, within the greater idea of everybody else doing their bull crap about Santa Claus, right? You could seize back anything and turn it good very easily.
But,
And when you do
that's not,
that,
you know, saying Nick, I don't.
you rob power. When you do that, you rob the power that other people would wish to give it.
Yep. That's
Yeah,
why I
but
love.
kids aren't expecting Saint Nick. The Saint Nick kids are expecting, right? It's flying.
No, they might. Well,
raining,
they've
right?
been given. They've been given the idea. The
I just
expectation, the
said
selfish attitude. Go ahead,
you
AM.
seize it back you seize it back to being grounded in reality, so that your kids are inoculated from the nonsense. I mean, you could also just tell them it's fake, but I'm just saying there's ways to have these things that actually do happen, right? Like people do. There are people around Christmas time who purpose in themselves to find needy people and just give them what they need, whether it be food, gifts for their children, clothing, right?
Yeah, and guess what? Some of those people don't tell anybody about it.
Yeah, they're completely anonymous, almost like they just showed up like a ghost and left like a ghost.
I'm one of those people sometimes.
Yeah, because the people who want to glory in the fact that they're giving gifts, it's not the same quality,
It's just like somebody just come up to me sometimes and just like, hey, I need some help with this. Well, I mean, just giving them some cash, or whatever. That's gonna help them, but it's just like I don't add. Dude, there's been so many times I don't brag about how much I give, but it's just like I just pick and choose my, when I want to give somebody.
Our Samoan Assemblies of God Church used to sing this song every Christmas about Santa Claus. You better watch out. You better not cry. Better not pout. I'm telling you, right?
Well, that's
this
not
guy.
Christian.
This guy, right? Like he sees you when you're sleeping, right? When it gets to that part,
I'm like, sing that in the church. I like Silent Night, Holy
well,
Night.
this is the Santa Claus. This is the Saint Nick that children are expecting. I mean, we sang it in freaking church for goodness sake, right? So be good for goodness sake.
I
right?
don't remember ever singing that in church.
Well,
even
he
though I
knows
knew the
if you
song, but I don't remember ever singing that in church.
Well, who knows if you've been bad or good, right? Who makes a list and checks it twice and finds out who's naughty or nice? God, right? No, Santa Claus.
No,
So wait,
your mom and dad. It's
isn't
just
Santa
like, dude,
Claus like-
so many spoiled ass kids get all kinds of really good gifts.
Well, look, I'm singing this as a 13-year-old in church, man. Like during our Christmas, we're like, this is the youth group singing this song, right? And I'm thinking that Santa Claus is a god, right? Because only God can know if you've
who's
been
naughty
bad
or nice.
Right, I'm like, I think Santa has some God's qualities here, man. Is where we talk, and then I feel awkward. Hey, good night, AI. Thanks a lot, bro. Thanks for hanging out and putting up with
Yeah,
my
thanks, brother.
questions, man.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas.
Bong, you crazy? You crazy as hell, motherfucker.
That wasn't my first thought about Santa.
What was your first thought?
I thought it was kind of weird.
It's like, who's this guy that can go down 7 billion chimneys in one night? It's magic.
I mean, they still make movies about Santa Claus, right? And who watches these movies about Santa Claus? What percentage do you think are Christian children of Christians, of the viewers that watch these Santa Claus movies?
Dude, it's
Like,
the way you talk, Bong. It sounds like you want every single person that claims to be a Christian to be totally stoic, never
let's
watch
to
any
think about
freaking fictional movies about Santa Claus. They
think
want you,
about.
you have to follow the traditions of the Bible, or else you're
No,
just
I'm
a
saying like,
pagan.
who watches movies about Santa Claus? Okay, what is the majority of the viewers? Right? Are they not Christians? Christmas?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know everybody that watches Santa Claus movies. Well, I like
I mean, like the majority.
that one with the guy from Tool Time. What was it? The Santa Claus? That was a good one. I thought. I think it was funny.
Dude, do you think more Muslims watch Santa Claus movies or more Christians watch Santa Claus movies?
Probably Christians, but I think there's a lot more Muslims in America that watch that movie than in over in the Middle East.
Right. So Santa Claus, right? That's what Christmas is still about.
I bet you there's a shitload of Muslims in America that celebrate Christmas.
What Christmas movies are coming out this year? Do you know? What about last year?
There was one that came out last year I liked. It was called Spirited.
Was it?
Yeah, it
What
was.
was
It was
it
called
about?
Spirited. It was a take on the Christmas Carol. It was a take on the Christmas Carol. Had Will Ferrell and I think it was Paul Rudd.
So nothing to do with Jesus, eh?
Yeah, it did have something to do with Jesus, because doesn't Christmas have to do with Jesus?
Like, can we list 3 movies that has Christmas movies that has to do with Jesus?
Are we gonna do the same thing and freaking
Okay,
roll over?
at least one.
I was
then.
talking about.
There should be at least one Christmas movie, right, that has something to do with Jesus. What do you think? No, I'm just asking you what you think. I'm not. I'm just
No, I'm
saying,
just
like,
talking about America. Western tradition. Christmas is about Jesus. Why they'll show you the manger and all this and Santa Claus and it's just Christmas, man. It's traditional. You don't have to get all pissy about it necessarily. Because when you get together with your family and you give gifts, it's more traditional.
That's the problem. They get together. Once they get together, they get pissy about it.
Oh, well, no, I think somebody like Bong, when he gets together with the family and they're just like trying to celebrate Christmas, Bong would be like, "Fuck this! This is pagan! You fucking Christmas trees!
Yeah, me and my dad are like
Christmas
that.
tree is a phallus."
No.
I'm with you. I'm with you, Bong.
That's not how you do it, though. I'm saying.
I don't do it either. I just go and have fun with my family and friggin' let them do their thing. I don't really give a shit about Christmas, but I do like spending time with my family.
Now,
So
don't do it when you're drunk. That's
no,
we don't
I
do
absolutely
it.
do it. No, I just don't mess with them about it. I let them have fun.
No.
And I hang
If I'm
out
with
with them. I
family-
love spending time with my family, man. I
If I'm
don't mess
family-
with them about traditions. I mean, unless they ask me, I'll tell them.
When I'm with family, the only thing I'm talking about is flat Earth. As many of the lines as I can get out. Christmas, if it's Christmas.
Yeah, the only
Right?
place we're going to talk about it
Maybe
is
like,
in here, not not
like,
at
what the
not at
fuck else
Christmas
do you guys
celebration when
want?
you're with your family. Yeah, I don't talk about
Like,
it when I'm there.
okay, you guys don't want to talk about this? Okay. You guys want to talk about Jesus? No? Man, what the hell are we gonna do then? Like, what are we gonna talk about? Right? Like, what's worth talking about? You want to talk about how my job is going? Is that it? Huh? So how's your job treating you, Bong? Oh, same old, same old. How's yours? who are you going for this year? Oh, hey, who's winning anyways? The football, football sports. What do you talk about on Christmas?
I don't know. I just watch everybody else talk. I don't really talk much, in holiday situations. Except for with my
Well,
brother, I
yeah,
tell him pretty much
yeah, we
anything.
don't do Christmas no more down there with the rest of the big family. 'Cause they always bring up
Oh,
politics.
I
They
do,
always
but
bring up
no,
politics, and
my
everybody blows
family
up.
doesn't. Thank God.
Usually it
look at
wakes up.
that.
Usually they don't. I mean, half the time they do. I mean, it's weird.
Another reason why Christmas is better. Starts
Yeah.
fights with families.
Well, that's
My,
because they fall for the politic game, and they bring it up during that time. It's just bad. Then you get the
Was it
football
Trump?
mixed with
Was
it
it
too.
Trump? Was it Trump
Oh
or
yeah,
Obama?
it's both. No, we have in our family, in our whole side of the family, we have both. We have blue and red fighting each other within the family. So there you go. But
There you
even their
go.
red is not red. So we don't play that at all
kind of
here.
sad though. It's just like, why would you get together
Yeah,
to have a
why
good
would
time
you
and just
even?
fight with each other about?
Yeah,
Exactly.
they do that though. They are even old grandma. She's still kind of like that. Her, and I don't know, man.
No,
Mommy,
I've
mommy.
been through it a few times, but on holidays, man, you gotta freaking just let it all go.
We've heard they call here. They call here every now and then, and you can hear them in the background, just on the cell phone. Like bitching in the background and
Just
stuff. At each other's throats, basically. But whatever.
Yeah,
like
It is what it is.
Trump's a racist.
I
Where'd
mean,
you
if
get
I
that
really
from?
wanted you to buy my stuff during Christmas, right, I would totally use that. That slogan, that theme, right? Like, time for family. You know what I mean? You show like a
And
a
they buy
young
it hard.
man.
They
Yeah,
buy it hard
exactly.
over there.
Emotions, right? You pull on the heartstrings, right? Like, opens the door, and who is it? It's your son back from the military. Oh my God, Timmy, come here. Where's mom? You know what I mean? Ding, and then the commercial ends, right? Like, oh wow, Christmas, so magical. You know what I mean? It's like, wow, the let's double the price.
Yeah,
You
but at
think?
the same
Yeah,
time,
Christmas, man, double
how
the
much?
price. Fuck it.
It's like if you love your family, why don't you just let them do their thing, instead of trying to just. I mean, it's just
Well,
like, hey, I was invited here.
well,
I'm just gonna chill and
the thing
freaking let you
is,
guys do
is my
Christmas, and just let them do Christmas, man. What the fuck? Are you gonna
I've
sit there and
already
just
look,
berate
man.
them
I've already
because you
decided.
don't like the way they do Christmas?
But this is how it works. Okay, listen to this idea, right? Okay, if people don't come together, okay, then people are not going to spend money. Okay, you
Who
understand
gives a
that?
shit about that?
Right? And if they're coming together, if the
Money's
reason they're
money.
coming together for, right, is to exchange gifts, then they're gonna spend a lot of money, right? Especially if it's that one special day of the year. I mean, and then there's all these other days, birthdays and shit like that. But this is the big one.
And
What do you think? And you can make a lot of money during Christmas, no matter what you're selling. That's what I'm saying.
well, then you should be on the supply side instead of the buyer side.
Well, everyone's on the buyer side. That's what I'm saying.
No, well, you could be on both sides. You should, if you already know it's coming, then be on the supply side so you can make money, and then you could
Okay.
you could buy
Let's
stuff for
say
other people and give it to them.
let's say I go home, okay, and I have $100,000 in my wallet. Okay, maybe in my bank, whatever. I have money, okay, with me. I'm rich, and everybody knows I'm rich, okay. And I go home for Christmas, and I spend absolutely nothing on anything. I help, I do everything else, and I love being home. Man, it's so good to be with you guys again. I missed you guys, right? Like, is it really Christmas if I don't spend anything?
I've done it several times. I've been with my family, didn't buy
Right,
anybody a goddamn thing,
right.
still had a
How do
good
you think?
time, and nobody friggin' hated me for
Yeah,
it.
but how do you think my family's gonna feel about it? They're not gonna they're gonna be like, is something wrong? Are you all right? Like,
No,
can't buy
I've done it
anything?
several years, man. They really don't hate me for it. Just like
Well,
they already know I don't really like Christmas. I do like
yeah.
spending time with them, but I don't really get into Christmas too
I think
much.
I'm trying to say, like, it's like people feel compelled to buy a gift to show, that their appreciation for another person, or that that they're participating in the event,
It's still
in the
fun to give,
ceremony.
though. I mean, when I have the opportunity to give, I do. So it's still fun to
Yeah,
do it.
yeah. I mean, there's a lot
So
of people you can give to. I just don't get
well,
why we got to give to these companies. To
now,
you know what I mean?
oh, you're looking at it totally wrong, man.
No,
Bro.
no, no. You're looking at it totally wrong. Okay, it's
Am
about
I?
money. It's about money. Everything is about money. Okay, money is the god
Okay.
of this world, and Rothschild is its prophet. You ever heard that before?
Yes, I think I probably told you about it.
Oh yeah, I heard it on YouTube. That's what I'm saying. It's like kind of hard to forget, right? You can't serve both God and
Mammon.
money. Exactly, right? Give to Caesar what is Caesar's, which is money, right? And to God was, right?
Hey, you remember when Jesus told Peter to cast? Now Peter was a fisherman, but he net fished. He fished with nets, right? Well, this one time he was casting out into the sea. He was talking about money then, right?
Yeah, he
And
talked a lot about money. Yep, yep.
yeah, well, instead of casting a net, which that's when he first met Peter, he said, "Well, cast your net on the other side." And then he got so much fish he couldn't even put it in the boat. But there was another time where he said, just cast your rod. I was just like, catch one fish, and he pulled that fish, and guess what was in the fish's mouth? A
Coin.
coin. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
It's called printing
money is a
It's called
means. No,
it's
Bone. You're just
printing
thinking
money.
about. Did Jesus print that money?
Well, he may as well. Well, it's real.
Because
It's
he
real.
owns. It doesn't matter if the banksters print the money. Jesus owns it all, right? So I mean, you're
Yeah,
just thinking
printing
about it
gold,
wrong,
right?
bro.
It's called printing gold. Yeah, making
Come
gold.
on, man.
It's a freaking gold coin from a freaking mouth of a fish. Like, what do you? What did this
No,
fish swallow
Jesus
his
told
plane
him to
and
do it. He did it. He did it twice. Told Peter, cast on the other side of the boat, and you'll get more fish than you can handle. And then another time, he told him to cast out,
all right?
catch one
Okay,
fish, and then
so
he caught enough money that would equal that entire load of fish.
okay, so here's my
So
question. Hey, wait, here's the question. Okay, just like that, the gold. Okay, there's gold in the earth. Okay, so my question is, did Jesus take gold from the earth and put it in that fish, or did he create new gold and put it in the earth through the fish? Diluting the gold supply. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, come on, man. It was a
Okay,
miracle.
here's another
It was
one.
a miracle
Here's
both
another.
times. So a miracle means that's outside of nature.
Well, here's my other question. Okay, you know those loaves of bread and the fish that Jesus multiplied and fed the whole 5,000 people that were there, right?
Yeah.
I always used to wonder, like, where did that bread and those fish come from? Like, did they actually come from the ocean? Was it in somebody's kitchen and it disappeared, or did Jesus actually like clone and copy the fish that was in the bread? You know, like, you ever think about shit like that, or am I fucking high? Jeez.
No, I just accept it as a miracle.
Well, yeah, but I'm thinking, where did it come from? Did it come from bread that was already here, you know, wheat or whatever?
All right.
Or did he
I
create
accept
it?
earth as a miracle.
Right?
When God said, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
I get that. You're right. That's
That's
what
the
I'm
same
thinking too. I'm
freaking
like,
miracle. It's the same miracle.
when Jesus turned the
When God
water into
says,
wine. Look, when Jesus
right,
turned the water
water
into
into wine.
wine. Right. I'm wondering, like, is that the same water that is now wine? Did he literally transmute it? Right? Or did he remove the water and put wine in there?
It's a lot to think about, isn't it? Isn't it?
It's just stuff that
Well, you're gonna have to
supernatural.
ask him when you meet him, I guess.
Okay, a baby. When a
'Cause we
baby
don't
is
know how
born,
he
right?
did it.
When life is created, when a baby is born, sperm, an egg, meat, right? Like, new mass is coming into the world, right? Or is it
No,
the
no,
food that
no, no,
mom
no,
is
no, no,
eating?
no.
Or is it the food mom
There's
is
not
eating,
new
right?
mass. Yeah, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it all
That mom
comes
is
from
eating
Earth.
this formula.
Everything.
Right. Okay, so it's being created from the earth, right? Like Adam. Okay, but where does the spirit come from? Does it come from mom or dad? Or Adam or God? Is it the
All
same
of it.
spirit that
All
Adam had,
together.
right? Right?
All together, all of it. All of it. All together. The spirit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. That spirit
Because
is born into
Nephilim,
that child from you and
God.
your creator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's the same breath that God breathed into Adam that
Mhm.
we're all have the same spirit, right? Have spirits from.
Exactly. Yep. That's the
Yeah.
way I see it.
Where the Nephilim, when the angels came down and mated with the women, their spirits came from their fathers, which is the angels, and it's not the same spirit that we have, which is why they are the way they are.
Well, there's some controversy about that, how all that happened, but yeah, something to consider.
Demigods,
I mean,
rulers of the world, elites.
There's evidence of giants in those days. It might be those guys. The demigods.
Oh, who do you think the ruling elites families are of the world? Just some random ass people that came to power, got lucky sometime, some
No,
scandals,
no, they're from all across Earth.
Who
From
does
Eastern
China's emperor?
Eastern
Yeah, who does
Asia.
China? Yeah, the
Well,
dragon emperor, right? The Chinese.
pretty sure I have a playlist on my YouTube
pharaohs.
channel. Pretty sure I have a playlist on my YouTube channel about the elite families. And
they say
none
they're
of you
descendants
motherfuckers
of
have ever
God.
watched it. It's from Santos Bonacci. Explains the entire thing, and it's a long series, but he explains the entire thing from thousands of years ago. Yeah, you want to? Let me see if I can find the link.
I just learned about Tartaria, like what it actually is, right? Or what people are saying it is, and people keep talking about being gods or something like that.
If they haven't
That's why I'm
deleted
wondering.
these videos from YouTube yet, let's see if
No, the Aryans, these races. Helena Blavatsky, this is the same story that those people tell. Where light beings were here and they devolved into us. You get that? So I don't know, but I'm still looking into it.
Let's see if
Like the 1800s, yeah.
Let's see
Something
if
like
these
that.
video this.
The
See if
the
this playlist is
steampunk.
still up.
The
Let me share
steampunk.
this. Let me share this playlist that nobody's gonna watch again.
I'll watch it.
No, you won't. I mean, I also have a Freemasonry. There's a couple of videos there with a Freeman. You know who Freeman is? Freeman TV. Heard of
Yeah.
that guy? Yeah,
Yep.
it's him and Tex Morris talking about Freemasonry. There's 2 videos on that playlist. It's like 5 hours talking about Freemasonry and the history of these families and how they're connected through Freemasonry and all this kind of shit. Hold on. Is this the one that I was? Let's see, I got some playlists that are created. Got the full playlist. No. Yeah, I think they took down that playlist that I had with Santos Bonacci. God dang. That was a good one.
Do you think Christmas and Disney are tied together? I always feel like Christmas leads to Disney, leads to bad things. To NASA.
Christmas and Disney? No, Christmas is something else. I mean, Disney's utilized Christmas, just like all Hollywood shit. They're gonna utilize any platform they can to make a buck. Not like
Have you ever seen a baby or toddler that was smiling when you put him or her on Santa's lap and take a photo? Or are they always screaming their freaking eyes out like, "Get
not
me off! Get
always.
me away from her!"
No, not always.
Yeah, because he's scary. That sounds like, why are babies scared of Santa? Because he's scary.
No, I said not always. I don't remember ever being scared of Santa. I don't know what you're talking about. Here's another one. I have a spirituality playlist. I think that's where my Santos videos were, but I think they got rid of all of them. But this one has
Who's more popular, Jesus or Santa Claus?
this one has some Martin Kinney and Jordan Maxwell videos.
Who do
That's a
people?
good one too.
How about this one, Helio? Who do people like celebrate more, Santa Claus or Jesus? Obviously, Santa Claus. 'Cause nobody wants to hear about Jesus. I mean, yeah, cool nativity story, but welcome back Christmas, Santa
It's
Claus,
just
right?
like it.
Make movies about him.
Not very many people are into Jesus or the Bible as much as we are. What are you going to do? Force them to? What are you going to force the Bible down their throat? Like, you don't get it.
You're gonna
Just shut up. You just don't even know.
What, Mike?
You're gonna love Jesus. I promise. Once I shove it down your throat all day.
won't be
People
able to
that
bear
look,
my picking.
people that seek knowledge will find it. We're not going to be up to. It's just like the same thing with this room here, where we talk about flat Earth and we talk about spiritual topics. People, we're seeking the seekers. We're not here to convert people. We're wanting people that really want to understand our point of view and want to have a serious discussion about it. It's not like,
The globe needs Christmas, in my opinion.
Well, the globe has Christmas, as far as I'm concerned.
Without Christmas, the globe wouldn't be the same. Think about it. Christmas was created by like corporations. That's why I don't like it. You know?
There's so many reasons why it's weird. It's ridiculous.
Feels predatory, you know.
And they put the word gift on it, and then don't act like it's a gift. It's really weird. Then it's like something else. All around one day, and it's like gifts kind of supposed to be surprising most of the time, and more creative. This kind of takes the creative part from people because it already does it for you, for everyone, in everyone's lives, all at once, kind of.
Yeah, especially when you keep getting toasters every Christmas, right?
Instead of living every day like that, honoring your mom and dad,
Yeah.
Well, it's just like when I open up my gift and it's a pack of socks, I'm like, hell yeah! Who knew I needed some new socks? God dang, I've been thinking about socks for weeks now.
Well, that's
how
you.
you
See,
know
that's
you're
you. You bring the real humor into it. You bring the real spirit of it, what it's about. That's you. That's good.
No, I'd be like, oh, I really wanted that car this year. You don't love me?
Damn, you're thinking cars? What kind of parents give you cars? Dang.
No, I'm talking to my wife. Like, so you didn't give me that car that I hinted at the whole year.
What kind of car you want, Bone?
No, I'm just saying, you know what I mean? Like, that's kind of weird, right? I mean, it's
No,
kind of like
you're gonna have to tell me your dream car now.
guilt
No,
trip you.
I don't think she should do it on Christmas. I think she should just surprise you any day of the freaking season. That would be better.
Okay, imagine me as a 15-year-old, right? Or wait, no, that's old enough to work. Imagine me as a 13-year-old, right? I really wanted that video game, right? But my mom, she's like, we don't have enough money. We can't afford it, right? So I'll like space it out like every month. You know what I mean? It's like Christmas is like 4 months away, right? See, I can manipulate my mom to buy me that game because I know she'll have to get it for me on Christmas. And if she doesn't, I don't know, man. It's gonna hurt, right? Right, guys?
A little
Not
bit,
yet.
but you get over
Not
it
yet.
because she's gonna get you something that's really gonna mean something.
Well, look, if my son was to do that to me, I'd be like, shit. Fuck, I feel so bad. I gotta
Well,
get him that game for Christmas.
It's just like my nephew.
Christmas.
My nephew, me and my brother collaborated on getting him something that I don't think he's expecting to get. Even though he really wants it.
He's expecting his favorite video game, and you bought him a sweater.
There you go. Is that Ron?
Like, what is this?
Hey,
What's
man.
up, Bong?
Hey, man. Just shooting the shit.
Yeah. I know I haven't talked with Helio in a minute. I was here the other day talking with him. We had a good convo, like a private convo. We weren't in the main chat.
Yeah, you came in the main chat and QE was in here and he was acting like an asshole. And so we went on a private chat.
Too much eggnog.
Usual.
Yeah, were you listening to any of this prior?
I just came here a few minutes ago and I didn't catch too much. He was talking about cars, his favorite car and stuff.
Okay, never mind. No, we just talked for 2 hours about Christmas and all the.
I was using that as an example why Christmas is you know what I mean, is the time to spend money, and you can really guilt trip people, right, into spending their money. You know what I mean? So let's say, yeah. So a lot of guys want drills, right? Like drills. So if you're a hardware store, like it's gonna be drills. You're gonna be guilt tripping all the wives, you know, and then like he's gonna give you those puppy.
You
Looks
use
like.
drills. You just had to use a drill, drilling it into him.
I mean, so whatever, right? Right? Like I really want to fix the gay bed, man. If only I had that drill. I mean, the.
People be rushing for the
Or whatever.
season, all the haste, and the rush, and the anxiety it creates.
Yeah.
Traditions create.
Yeah, marketers and advertisers like can really get creative and play with the emotions with anything. Think about it.
Yeah.
Money. That's what been my argument. Christmas is about money, and has nothing to do with the Bible, Jesus, and
It's consumerism, and I think that they move the date to, like, these people are pagans, right? Like the Jesuits, the Catholic Church, they're pagans, and like they move the date to the winter solstice. We don't know the true date, but they move it so that we may be unintentionally celebrating one of their pagan rituals during the winter
Yeah.
solstice because it lines up with Christmas. And they have May Day, and they have these dates around.
Damn, Ron, you're like 2 hours. We were talking about that 2 hours.
That's what I was saying. Yeah,
that's
what
cool
Ron is
though.
saying.
Hey, bring it on back, man. Maybe people weren't listening.
I don't know. Maybe we're on the same brain waves, man. We're on the ether.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Oh, you know what, too? Yeah, now we could talk about that. We don't have fucking retards in here. One of the comments that Twitter censored, it put it in a restricted gray box. It said this comment may contain offensive or inappropriate whatever, right? I clicked on it, and one of the comments mentioned the ether is everywhere. I'm like, holy shit. There's right here is proof of a soft censorship on ether. I'll show you. I'll show you the screenshot it. Yeah. I'm like, here it is, dude. I caught these fuckers. They shadow banned me on Twitter. I'm already been shadow banned because I was talking about the jet fuel hoax, and they straight up shadow banned me.
Really?
So like I get no interaction anymore. Yeah, I just made a new account.
Well, don't tell. Damn.
Oh, here we are. See what it says right there on that little grayed out box? They usually do that for things that are like they don't want you to see. It says show additional replies, including those that may contain offensive content. There's nothing offensive here. So one guy, the ether is everywhere. So they put that in the soft censorship box. So 99% of people they might read the initial first comments, but they won't go through the extra step to show the ones that are like hidden. And it's like Google putting a search result 20 pages back, right? If you search a certain word, it used to be at the top of the results, but then they started hiding it. Same thing with the YouTube algorithm. You search just flat earth, you're going to get all debunking videos. So this is proof they're doing it. And the question is why? Why are they doing it?
I thought since Elon Musk took it over, then it was all good now.
Well, this is with him owning it. He owns fucking SpaceX, dude. Can we trust this asshole? No.
I'm just fucking with everybody, whatever. It's supposed to be free speech now since Elon Musk is such a cool guy.
Look what I found at 9/11, right? I found this because I've been studying this shit, the Taurus fields and stuff, right? And there's a guy, Walter Russell. Now, he's not right about everything, right? He's kind of a globe-tart and shit. But you got to keep in mind, we all were at a certain point. And look at this. I found this 9/11 picture, right? You have the donut in the blue circle. You have the top. You have a funnel, like a funnel cloud, a wedge funnel cloud. And what is the inside of a toroid? Is a funnel. And then you have the integration and you have the disintegration. On that line, on the center between the two, there's the disintegration and all that shit falling down. It's being disintegrated, the building, in real time. Now, maybe this is not like we wouldn't want to put this on YouTube, but there's just a few of us here, and you could see, if you
I'm
look at
with you on that. I mean, it's just like even if they put all kinds of different bombs all up through the building, it still wouldn't have collapsed that way. It's like
Helio, I got a video.
the buildings disappeared
I have a
within
rare
a few
video.
seconds.
There was a guy there with a camera. He had probably like a Sony Handycam, because this is 2001. He was doing like a video vlog. He didn't live stream because the technology wasn't there. We didn't have YouTube in 2001. Anyway, he's in his hospital scrubs and he's filming this shit, and he sees the building coming down. He aims his camera, and guess what? There's no sound. It's just coming down, and he's watching all the dust and all the paper. He's like, I hope I live. I hope I live. I hope I live. And you just see it come down. You hear a car drive by. You could hear the tires go across the pavement. The sound of just the tires, like whoosh, but the building collapsing is basically silent. And then the wind comes, the rush of wind, and everything goes black. He's completely blacked out in dust for like 2 minutes. And after the dust blows away, he's completely caked head to toe in dust. So he survived, he's hunched down, surviving for like 2 minutes with no air to breathe. And then even afterwards, the air is thick with dust. And there was a firefighter with a respirator with oxygen. He's like, please, sir, can I get a couple puffs off that? And the fireman takes it off. He lets him catch his breath, get some oxygen, and then he goes about his way. And he's filming the shit. It's crazy, man. And this is a rare video. It's not something that everyone's seen. It's not just out there on the internet.
Hey, are you on that? Are you on the no planes?
Oh, for sure, dude. For sure. I just showed you.
Yeah,
If you look,
there were
dude,
no planes hit those buildings, man. All that was CGI.
yeah. And if you look, it's the same shit that they used on Maui. On Maui, the people who wouldn't sell their land on Maui, they fucking hit them with the dew weapon, and they hit only those properties. They didn't hit Tom Hanks. They didn't hit Oprah. They hit the people who refused to sell, the original owners. They're like, fuck that. We like where we live, right? We don't want to sell. And these greedy motherfuckers
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. Today, we are doing a logical analysis of the highly anticipated and much chastised so-called debate with flat earther David Weiss and so-called Professor Dave. This was on Sean Atwood Unleashed. He was the supposed moderator of this so-called debate, supposed to be formal debate. Now, Sean Atwood is a curious one. I actually don't really know what to make of him. I don't know if he's this well-meaning, good-hearted guy, and he's just got, he's not all there mentally, and that explains his idiosyncrasies and issues with logical processing. But yeah, this is a rough one because, and we're actually going to be doing something. I haven't done this yet. I've been wanting to do this for a while. We're going to have logical fallacy counters to see who gets demolished and obliterated and absolutely humiliated in this debate. Now, trigger warning for all of the goofs out there, the Dunning-Kruger goofs that keep commenting on all of these logical analyses. These logical analyses are not about conclusions. We are not even going to be discussing whether the flat earth theory is true or whether the heliocentric globe theory is true or false. Professor Dave might be accidentally correct about what he perceives to be the model of the universe that is true. He's on the heliocentric globe side. Or David Weiss might be correct for all the wrong reasons about why the flat earth theory is true, if the flat earth theory is true. Or if we're living in some kind of simulation and neither is true, whatever the case may be. This is not a podcast about the shape of the earth. This is a podcast analyzing logical argumentation. That is it. That is all. Are the flat earthers' arguments fallacious? Why or why not? Are the globe earthers' arguments logically fallacious? Why or why not? Which one of these goofs has a handle on the information being discussed? Who understands the scientific method? Who understands how controls work? This is what this logical analysis is for. If you do not comprehend that and you choose to continue commenting, I mean, that's perfectly fine. Dunning-Kruger examples are welcome on Mindshock. Feel free to embarrass yourself proving you didn't understand anything presented in the comment section. There's no issue with that. But anybody who wants to have an actual meaningful dialogue about any of this stuff, make sure you understand that point. And if you're one of these goofs who's just that mentally deficient, don't be afraid to invest in a tutor. It could be the best money you ever spent. If your ego doesn't have you on such short strings that you can actually examine the possibility that maybe you don't understand plain English or the basics of science or logic, even on a children's level, it might be a good investment. So, we will get started here. As always, if you find the Mindshock podcast interesting, informative, entertaining, and you want to help bring logic and reason back to a world where it is quickly becoming extinct, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description and help us get more mind-shocking content out there. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications, like and share the podcast. Let's spread logic and reason to the world and expose these Dunning-Kruger goofs peddling propaganda. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic logical analysis co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. If you want to debate me, that's perfectly fine. If you have all your logical fallacies locked down and have a very good understanding of them, we could do that as well. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. Now, just to reiterate one more time, because there really are that many Dunning-Kruger groups out there, I am not alleging anything is true or untrue. I am not alleging the flat earth theory is true or untrue. I am not alleging the heliocentric globe theory is true or untrue. We are just examining logical argumentation and who the silly goofs are. So, let's get started. So let's lay the foundation here for people who are new to logic, because I know a lot of people just haven't even heard of what logic is. I mean, there's even goofs out there that make fun of people that bring up logical fallacies, as if not having a valid argument based in reality is a good thing, because you don't want to deal in fallacies, because that'll expose the clueless goof. I mean, it's kind of hilarious how many people out there just don't want to even address logical fallacies. So let's just go straight to the dictionary. Webster's definition of logic: a science that deals with the principles and criteria of validity. The science of the formal principles of reasoning, branch or variety of logic. Formal principles of a branch of knowledge, a particular mode of reasoning. Okay. So basically, if you are concerned with validity, what is valid, what is not valid, for people who don't know the definition of valid, let's go to Webster's again. So it's either legal efficacy or force, or well-grounded or justifiable, being relevant and meaningful, logically correct, or appropriate to the end in view, okay? So this is just dealing with reality, what's valid or what's not valid. So if you're bringing up faulty logic or just hallucinations or blind faith, obviously that's not valid. Just like someone citing to the Bible to try to prove God, or citing to a priest at a church, because other individuals don't necessarily even believe in that religion, but even if they do, those are not valid modes of reasoning. For appeal to authority, obviously all of these things, which I will actually give a quick rundown of logical fallacies right now. So logical fallacies are basically errors in reasoning. The formal definition here, Webster, a fallacy, a false or mistaken idea, erroneous character. So errors or falsities. Okay, so these do need to be exposed, because if anyone is concerned with the truth, particularly if you're dealing in science or physics or anything that's observable reality, observable, testable, again, the scientific method, why would you allow false or mistaken ideas? So for the purpose of this debate, we will actually be having a fallacy counter to see if either one of these goofs gets completely obliterated in formal debate. I mean, people are welcome to give their predictions now for those that have not seen this debate. Is the flat earther Dave Weiss side, is Dave Weiss, the flat earther, going to get demolished and obliterated? Or is it going to be Professor Dave, who's not actually a professor, the globe earther, going to get demolished and wrecked completely? Let's see. So let's do a quick rundown of actual fallacies. So, of course, the strawman logical fallacy, one of the most popular. So basically a misrepresentation of someone's argument to make it easier to attack. By exaggerating, misrepresenting, or just completely fabricating someone's argument, it's much easier to present your own position as being reasonable, but this kind of dishonesty serves to undermine an honest, rational debate. So, this, of course, is one of the most popular ones. False cause fallacy. I mean, this is a really popular one. A presumption that a real or perceived relationship between things means that one is the cause of the other. Many people confuse correlation, things happening together or in sequence, for causation, that one thing actually causes the other to happen. Sometimes correlation is coincidental, or it may be attributable to a common cause. Now, I'm just going to say this right now just to preempt, though. For example, the people arguing that gravity is the cause of things falling, if it's actually electromagnetism, and it pulls the electromagnetic charge is 9.8 meters per second squared, the fact that something falls is not proof that a bigger object attracts a smaller object. I mean, and a lot of these fallacies are combinations of multiple fallacies. They're linked together. Red herrings, hasty generalizations. I mean, a lot of these get roped in together. So that's, I mean, to try to keep it simple, I don't know how I'm going to count. If something is two fallacies in one, I mean, I don't know. Maybe we'll count that. We'll see how it goes. Again, this is my first time doing a counter for fallacies in a debate, but I'll probably do it from now on just so it can be more clear which side argues completely fallaciously and which side does not, regardless of what the real truth is. I think I'm gonna have to keep reiterating that, just there's so many goofs out there that just get triggered at the very notion of examining arguments instead of conclusion. I mean, so many silly goofs out there. But yeah, the false cause, definitely an issue. Appeal to emotion, basically manipulated an attempted manipulated emotional response in place of a valid or compelling argument. These are, of course, stacked on top of logical fallacies. Appeals to emotion include appeals to fear, envy, hatred, pity, pride, and more. It's important to note that sometimes a logically coherent argument may inspire emotion or have an emotional aspect, but the problem and fallacy occurs when emotion is used instead of a logical argument, or to obscure the fact that no compelling rational reason exists for one's position. Everyone bar sociopaths is affected by emotion, and so appeals to emotion are a very common and effective argument tactic, but they're ultimately flawed, dishonest, and tend to make one's opponents justifiably emotional. For example, in the gun control debate, I mean, people randomly throw out, oh, you want school children to die. That's your justification. I mean, that's also a straw man, obviously, and an appeal to emotion. I mean, it's just, it's insane how that's used as an argument when, well, the other thing that's also kind of weird is if you look at the amount of governments that have killed their own citizens after confiscating their weapons, I mean, you're talking hundreds of millions of people. Now, obviously, one life lost is too many when you're talking school children, or children, school-aged children, but millions and tens of millions of school-aged children were killed by governments after they confiscated weapons. So if you want to appeal to emotion, I mean, you could, there's a much more accurate and apt appeal to emotion if you look at, for the pro gun side, just based on the fact that the amount of school-aged children killed after governments restricted firearms for the populace. So again, appeal to emotion is very common in that debate as well. Or even in certain medical treatments. Oh, you want everybody to die. Never mind that there's no evidence that the treatment actually works, or the treatment, the proposed treatment might actually make everything worse and kill even more people. But obviously the goofs engaging in appeal to emotional logical fallacies, they're obviously not concerned with actual facts or statistics. Now, the fallacy is interesting. I don't know how, it's not brought up often enough, but basically the fallacy is a presumption that a claim has been poorly argued, that the claim itself must be wrong. So this is why I'm not dealing in conclusions, because if Flat Earth Dave here is correct about the Flat Earth model and he argues fallaciously, that doesn't mean he's wrong just because he's using fallacies, just like Professor Dave here. He might be a complete and utter clueless buffoon with a mental disability with zero valid arguments, but he might accidentally hold the correct position of a heliocentric globe. So the fallacy is also important to keep in mind. The slippery slope logical fallacy, so this is also, there could be overlap here with the false cause. But the slippery slope states that if A happens, then Z will eventually happen too, therefore A should not happen. The problem with this reasoning is that it avoids engaging with the issue at hand and instead shifts attention to extreme hypotheticals. Because no proof is presented to show that such extreme hypotheticals will in fact occur, this fallacy is the form of an appeal to emotion fallacy by leveraging fear. In effect, the argument at hand is unfairly tainted by unsubstantiated conjecture. So this is actually popular with the climate grifters. So there's, with over 50 years of failed predictions by so-called climate scientists, they're actually scientists and priests. I mean, they were predicting an ice age in the 70s. Even the head of NASA's GISS, Jim Hansen, in 1988, he said that in 20 years, New York City's west side will be underwater. I mean, these goofs, their predictions are always wrong, and then they're trying to obviously do all these carbon taxes and line the pockets of the corrupt by appealing to emotion. Oh, our planet is going to be destroyed and we're all going to die. So, and obviously they're not, they interpret all the data to make it seem like there's actual warming. But again, if you look at the raw data, which is freely available on NOAA, you could see that there's actually 1 degree of cooling, and if you factor in a roughly 1 degree margin for error, because of course, there's no such thing as perfect technology and perfect measurements, I mean, there's basically been no difference. But if you look at even all of history, the amount of natural disasters and lives lost and property damage as a result of disasters, I mean, it's dropping so exponentially. It's just crazy. So obviously this slippery slope stacked on top of appeal to emotion, this is popular with the climate grift crowd. And again, that doesn't mean there's no actual climate change. Obviously, the climate is always changing and there's always cycles. And the question is, does solar activity, does that control 99.999999999999999% of all climate on Earth? Therefore, any kind of carbon emission restriction, it would have no measurable effect. Now, if you're claiming it will have a measurable effect, obviously the burden of proof is on positive claims, and we'll get to the burden of shifting the burden of proof logical fallacy in a moment. So the burden of proof basically trying to say that the claim doesn't lie with the person making the claim, but someone else has to disprove it. Now, this is popular, of course, for the moon landing cultists, those who worship at the Church of NASA. They claim that you have to prove that the landing didn't happen, and that it's not suspicious that thousands of reels of telemetry data of supposedly the greatest accomplishment in the history of mankind just accidentally lost, that the moon rocks that actually are allowed to be tested turn out to be petrified wood from Arizona. I mean, but none of that is suspicious, and it's still up to the scientifically skeptical who don't believe in these churches and corrupt institutions. It's up to them to disprove the moon landing instead of extraordinary claims requiring extraordinary evidence. Because, of course, one is not called upon to prove a negative. If someone claims there's a flying spaghetti monster in the sky and we all have to pay taxes to it, otherwise it's going to cause all the volcanoes to erupt and kill the Earth, we're not just going to take that on faith. They have to prove it. Now, maybe it really is there. If it's an invisible interdimensional spaghetti monster, it might be there. I'm not saying it's not there. It's just there's no reason for someone to believe it unless the burden of proof is met. So burden of proof, of course, lies with someone making the claim, not upon anyone else to disprove. The inability or disinclination to disprove a claim does not render that claim invalid, nor does it give it credence whatsoever. However, it is important to note that we can never be certain of anything, so we must assign value to any claim based on available evidence, and to dismiss something on the basis that it hasn't been proven beyond all doubt is also fallacious reasoning. Again, that's why on Mindshock, I do not claim anything is true or untrue. Now, obviously, the goofs hallucinate and strawman that I do, but obviously I don't. I say that explicitly. So, with Russell's teapot, Bertrand declares that a teapot at this very moment in orbit around the sun and between the Earth and Mars, and because no one can prove him wrong, his claim is therefore a valid one. But if he's claiming that, he must prove that. That's the whole point. And this is one of the fundamental fallacies, along with strawmanning and appeal to authority, that the gullible goofs who just believe everything they see on the idiot box. Now, Professor Dave here, I mean, I'm going to guess that he's going to have a whole lot of burden of proof fallacies, because he's hallucinating and pretending everybody should take on faith that all of these theories that he's purporting without supplying the evidence. Because if the theory is true, he should be able to clearly and succinctly prove why his house of cards is not a house of cards. Because if they're legitimate points and not a house of cards, because he's stacking theories upon theories, and then he's going to start name calling, of course, which is an ad hominem logical fallacy, which also is one of the most popular fallacies. Ad hominem fallacy is basically an attack on the person. So you call them an idiot, you call them stupid, you can call them a liar. Even if those things are true, they have nothing to do with the argument. And so this fallacy, of course, instead of addressing the argument or position, it's an irrelevant attack on the person or an aspect of the person who is making the argument, or the attack can be made to a membership or group. For example, saying, well, you flat earthers are doing this, or you globe earthers are doing this. So this is also this can be tied into a hasty generalization logical fallacy as well. And a hasty generalization fallacy, also called an overgeneralization fallacy, is making a claim based on evidence that is too small. For example, you say, oh, well, all conspiracy theorists are crazy. So, yeah, obviously a certain amount of conspiracy theorists are crazy, but a hasty generalization logical fallacy would basically be, it's also related to a compositional logical fallacy, parts to a whole. Again, like I said, a lot of these fallacies are interrelated. We're going to try to keep it as simple as possible, but this is Mindshock, so I also want to be as accurate as possible. But or saying like coincidence theorists are gullible goofs, or if you're a Church of NASA worshiper, you don't understand the scientific method. So obviously, a certain percentage of those goofs don't, but some of them might, and they're just either their cognitive dissonance or other issues, or they're just arguing dishonestly, would prevent them from addressing that. So hasty generalization, also a very common fallacy. So also somewhat related is the tu quo qui logical fallacy. So avoided engagement with criticism by turning the criticism back at the accuser. So basically answering criticism with criticism. So if someone points out an issue with a particular theory, the defender, instead of actually arguing that problem, they point out a problem on the other theory. So it doesn't defend their own position, they're just basically poking a hole in a completely separate theory. So this is also a relatively popular logical fallacy. It's also known as the U2 logical fallacy, or appeal to hypocrisy. It is commonly employed as an effective red herring because it takes the heat off someone having to defend their argument and instead shifts the focus back on the person making the criticism. I mean, this is a very cowardly debate tactic. If it's not, see, if the point has already been defended and the other person didn't understand it, then it can be effective, because if you've already made the defense of one particular model and the other person just didn't get it, either because of a mental deficiency or arguing dishonestly, then pointing out a similar issue might get the gears turning in their head or expose the hypocrisy. So it's not that they should never see. The thing is, these fallacies aren't fallacies unless they're used in place of an actual argument. So for example, if one of these guys in this debate, either the flat earther or the globe earther, if they actually do address a point and argue effectively and then add on "you're an idiot," it's not a logical fallacy, because it's not used in place of the argument. Like, for example, when I call people Dunning-Kruger goofs, I clearly outline their deficiency in their fallacy and all points relevant here. And the Dunning-Kruger goof is simply an objective observation of their mental capacity. I don't use that in place of any kind of argument. I know that's an issue. A lot of people have a hard time with it. But yeah, so if you're using it in addition to, unlike instead of, then it's technically not a logical fallacy. So a red herring logical fallacy, obviously also related to the tu quo qui logical fallacy, but the red herring fallacy is kind of a broader umbrella where someone presents irrelevant information in an attempt to distract others from the topic at hand in order to avoid a question or shift discussion in a new direction. So if, again, they're arguing dishonestly, or they just might be incompetent and they're just throwing it out emotionally, if they recognize there's a weak part of an argument, they don't want to draw attention to it or defend it because they know it's weak and it doesn't hold up. So they're going to throw out red herring logical fallacy. So, for example, a lot of this can be used in the context of history where someone makes some kind of claim about the current situation and then someone else throws out, oh yeah, well it was like twice as bad, however many years ago, 50 years ago. That has nothing to do, almost nothing to do with the specific problem at hand and the specific variables in this specific situation. They're bringing up something that might possibly fall under the same umbrella, like a particular difficulty or, a current issue, a current problem. So it's not directly relevant. So that would be a red herring, also relatively popular. So moving the goalpost logical fallacy, or known as special pleading, also sometimes is referred to as raising the bar, because it's a constant adjustment of the argument when the specific parameters were actually met. So it's basically demanding from an opponent that he or she address more and more points after the initial counter-argument has been satisfied, refusing to concede or accept the opponent's argument. So issue A has been raised, adequately answered. Issue B raised, adequately answered. Issue Z raised, adequately answered. So they just keep coming up with more and more scenarios in an attempt to disprove the previous scenarios, which have already been addressed and validly argued against. So you could also do this with the gun control debate. For example, a civilian population would never be able to defeat a government army. So then, because you can't fight against fighter jets. Well, then the counterpoint, of course, fighter jets can't go door to door. You can't fly. Not to mention the expensive costs. There's so many issues with using fighter jets against the civilian population. Let's say a country the size of the United States, if that's where the argument is. Even if you have thousands of fighter jets just indiscriminately carpet bombing all the cities with infrastructures that the government would need, they wouldn't do that. So the F-15s go out of it. Then they start saying, oh, well, a civilian can't fight against a tank. Well, again, how many tanks do you have and how can they be maneuvered? Not to mention, obviously, without even getting into like foreign governments would, of course, take sides. So there'd be, you get looking at Ukraine again, there's so many foreign governments providing money and arms to the civilians. Whereas if the civilians were completely unarmed and there was no military defending Ukraine, they would have just been ridden clean over. Again, you could look at the example, then they say, okay, well, assault rifles, that's not going to do anything against a fighter jet. Well, obviously, but the fighting is not going to take place with the fighter jet. So, every step of these silly arguments, not to mention a portion of if there was some kind of war within the United States where the U.S. government turned against its citizenry, 100% of the U.S. military would not turn against the citizenry. There would be a rebellious faction, so they would have X amount of equipment. Not to mention, there are militias who do have tanks and some more advanced weapons and howitzers and all these things. I don't know about fighter jets. And then they would shift the goalposts again, saying, well, what about nuclear weapons? Well, now you could also address that, because are they going to nuke? If they're based in D.C. and New York and L.A., are they going to nuke their own bases? Obviously they wouldn't do that. Not to mention, are they again going to indiscriminately drop 50 million nukes all over every single countryside and just destroy the whole U.S. just to kill its own citizens? Obviously they want to have a country, so that argument doesn't work either. So then they'll just keep continuing to come up with scenarios, and even if you can address each scenario, they'll just keep coming up with more. So this kind of special pleading or moving the goalpost, it is also used by the anti-gun crowd. Another interesting write-up here on special pleading: humans are funny creatures and have a foolish aversion to being wrong. Rather than appreciate the benefits of being able to change one's mind through better understanding, many will invent ways to cling to old beliefs. One of the most common ways that people do this is to post-rationalize a reason why what they thought to be true must remain true. It's usually very easy to find a reason to believe something that suits us, and it requires integrity and genuine honesty with oneself to examine one's own beliefs and motivations without falling into the trap of justifying our existing ways of seeing ourselves and the world around us. Next fallacy here, loaded question. The loaded question logical fallacy. You asked a question that has a presumption built into it, so that it couldn't be answered without appearing guilty. And this is also connected to a circular reasoning logical fallacy, which I'll get to in a moment. But the loaded question is particularly effective at derailing rational debates because of their inflammatory nature. The recipient of the loaded question is compelled to defend themselves and may appear flustered or on the back foot. So, a funny example listed here on pesec.no. Example, Grace and Helen were both romantically interested in Brad. One day, with Brad sitting within earshot, Grace asked in an inquisitive tone whether Helen was still having problems with her drug habit. That's an interesting example there. So here's the thing. That could also be built into a circular reasoning logical fallacy, because if there's no evidence that Helen even has a drug habit, and you see this kind of dishonesty all the time, so I will address that next with the circular reasoning logical fallacy. So circular reasoning, sometimes interchangeably used with begging the question. There are slight differences. Again, for the sake of brevity, I'm just going to do a super quick overview here. So to beg the question is to assume what we are trying to prove, and the conclusion is stated or assumed in the premises. For example, God exists because the Bible says so. The Bible is true because it is the word of God. So this kind of it's also kind of an appeal to faith in a way, because, for example, someone says, oh, well, NASA is the official space agency and they said this, they went to the moon, therefore the astronauts went to the moon, they also said they went to the moon, they work for NASA, NASA wouldn't lie, therefore it's true. But if someone doesn't believe in NASA, similarly, someone doesn't believe in the Bible, you can't use the Bible to prove something is true just because it's in the Bible. That's why it's a circular reasoning logical fallacy. So this logically incoherent argument arises in situations where people have an assumption that is very ingrained. Therefore, taken in their minds as a given, circular reasoning is bad mostly because it's not very good. So, for example, if somebody is using gravity to prove something else, they can't comprehend that if gravity is an unproven theory, it's not mass attracting mass, but, for example, electromagnetism, they will never address that because they're either that mentally deficient or they're arguing dishonestly. So they'll say, well, how does gravity work on this? But if gravity is not working by mass attracting mass, then that question isn't valid to begin with. So obviously, this is also a very popular one. We're going to see it a lot. Another relatively popular one is anecdotal. Anecdotal logical fallacies are personal experiences or isolated examples instead of sound arguments or compelling evidence. Also, see, statistics, in order to have meaningful statistics, like, let's say you know somebody who got shot in the head point blank and survived, you can say, well, guns aren't that deadly. I know a guy who got shot in the head point blank and he survived. That's an anecdotal example. I mean, yeah, it might be true. Nobody's debating that, but that doesn't mean that 99% or more than 99% of the time somebody shot in the head with a gun is gonna die, therefore guns are deadly. Even if you know 2 people that got shot in the head, or you know a couple people who were shot not in the head and they all survived, so you're saying, well, guns technically aren't that deadly because I know these couple of people that survived. That's, of course, an anecdotal logical fallacy. It's often much easier for people to believe someone's testimony as opposed to understanding complex data and variation across a continuum. Quantitative scientific measures are almost always more accurate than personal perceptions and experiences, but our inclination is to believe that which is tangible to us and or the word of someone we trust over a more abstract statistical reality. Also, of course, with you could use this example with other things like cigarettes or certain medical treatments where somebody might get the medical treatment and they don't die, therefore they declare the medical treatment safe. And of course, they could have gotten simply a saline solution instead of the actual medical treatment, and they wouldn't have known the difference because how would they know either way? And then they claim it is safe because them and their family and everybody they know got the specific medical treatment while ignoring all the people who died from side effects of the medical treatment. The middle ground logical fallacy, I mean, this one's not extremely popular, but you do see it kind of stating, oh, well, we do need certain types of medical treatments, so therefore these corrupt big pharmaceutical companies, they can't be completely useless. There's a place for them. We need a certain amount. But if technically all of their products do more harm than good, even if they're technically effective in certain ways, the damage they cost, there's no net benefit, it's always a deficit, then you don't need them. The truth is not always in the middle, and that's pretty much the middle ground logical fallacy. And people as children, a lot of times they hear, oh, well, the truth is in the middle. I mean, no. I mean, sometimes in personalized account and subjective perceptions of an event, sometimes people who are arguing dishonestly with their ego, they're going to try to make themselves look good. So in those select situations, the truth might be in the middle. But in general, scientifically, in terms of actual reality and data, the truth is not always in the middle. So the middle ground logical fallacy is basically that a compromise or a middle point between 2 extremes must be the truth. Obviously, not necessarily. Much of the time, the truth does indeed lie between two extreme points, but this can bias our thinking. Sometimes a thing is simply untrue, and a compromise of it is also untrue. Halfway between truth and a lie is still a lie. Another relatively popular logical fallacy is the cherry-picking logical fallacy, or the fallacy of incomplete evidence. When using only select evidence in order to persuade the audience to accept a position, and evidence that would go against the position is withheld. The stronger the withheld evidence, the more fallacious the argument. I'll bring up gun control again, because this is such an easy one to fall for fallacies, where basically all of the people say, oh, well, guns are dangerous. Look at all these people killed by guns, while ignoring, at least in the United States, the millions of lives saved by guns. So the millions of instances where criminals were repelled by the presence of a gun. So if you didn't have that presence, I mean, you could be looking at a lot more deadlier situations. So that's a really big critical data point that the anti-gun nuts always ignore, the amount of lives saved. So they hallucinate that by removing guns from law-abiding citizens, or making it more difficult for law-abiding citizens to get guns. Obviously, criminals don't follow law, so that wouldn't affect the criminals getting their guns on the black market or otherwise. So this kind of withheld evidence is so extreme, because not only do they hallucinate that lives would have been saved anyway, as if a crazed killer wouldn't use a handgun if they didn't have an AR. Obviously, handguns are primarily used to kill people in the United States, but also school-aged children. So they only look at mass shootings, and they ignore single incident shootings, which claim thousands and thousands of more lives than isolated mass shootings. Not that isolated mass shootings aren't horrible. Obviously they are. A single life lost is horrible. But having countless single life lost situations ignored to try to focus only on particular, as if the anti-gun nuts only seem to care about children killed in school or mass shootings, and they don't care about individual gun murders, like in these capitals, gun murder capitals like Baltimore and Chicago and all these cities where they have the most restrictive gun laws, which obviously only causes an increase in crime because only the criminals have the guns there, and they feel more comfortable to act with impunity because they know most of the population will be unarmed. Whereas if you look at countries where they have an armed populace and there's a lot of guns in the hands of law-abiding citizens, they statistically have the lowest gun homicide rates. And then you could also look at countries that have banned guns, and you can see their murder rates and criminal rates spike right after because the criminals are emboldened. I mean, this isn't rocket science. Criminals don't follow laws. I don't know why it's difficult to understand, but these cherry-picking logical fallacies are really popular in gun control debates as well. Another logical fallacy that's really popular by globe earthers and some flat earthers is the reification logical fallacy. This is a fallacy that does not get talked about, but it's really, really important. Reification is a logical fallacy that results from treating an abstraction as a concrete thing. It is associated with taking ideas too far until they become rigid and oppressive. A concrete thing is undeniable and measurable. Treating your abstract thoughts in the same way tends to be illogical. A commonly cited example of reification is the treatment of intelligence testing scores as if they were the concrete and universal definition of intelligence. Intelligence is an abstraction that is difficult to define and measure. So there's a couple different ways to do this. I mean, some people, again, this can be tied to appeal to authority, the appeal to authority logical fallacy, which I'll go over next, but basically saying, oh, well, the higher the degree, the smarter the person, and as if that's a concrete. Because obviously, indoctrinated goofs that jump through hoops like circus animals for treats like degrees, they actually are really good at regurgitation and submissively doing what their masters in the indoctrination facilities tell them to do in order to get their doctorate or masters. A lot of the time, they're Dunning-Kruger's off the charts because they assume and hallucinate that obedience is somehow related to intelligence while inside an indoctrination facility. Because if you look at throughout the past generations, I mean, the majority of everything that's taught in schools, aka indoctrination facilities, it's either wrong, it's either completely wrong or partially wrong. I mean, you could look at any subject other than English grammar and basic math. Everything else has been either completely or partially wrong or propagandized in some fashion. So they're learning all these theories. Look at the theories that were prevalent 100 years ago versus now in psychology, in archaeology. I mean, all the sciences. I mean, everything is changing. So it's really silly to believe in this logical fallacy. Another point that's made, this is tied to a compositional logical fallacy. So the compositional logical fallacy basically infers that something is true of the whole from the fact that it's true of some part of the whole. So this would be the opposite of the fallacy of division. The fallacy of division is inferring that something is true of one or more of the parts from the fact that it's true of the whole. So if A is part of B, then B has property X, therefore A has property X. Example, his house is about half the size of most houses in the neighborhood, therefore his doors must all be about 3.5 feet high. Of course, quite silly. So the fallacy of composition is the opposite of that. Something is true of the whole from the fact that it is true of some part of the whole. So A is part of B, A has property X, therefore B has property X. Example, each brick in that building weighs less than a pound, therefore the building weighs less than a pound. Or hydrogen is not wet, oxygen is not wet, therefore water, H2O, is not wet. So again, with these compositional logical fallacies, they can also be tied to the hallucination of the causal logical fallacy. So basically, just because part of something is true, the whole is true, or just because something was started, it was finished. For example, if you see a rocket launch, that must mean they went to the moon because the rocket launched. I mean, that's pretty silly. So if you can prove you left your driveway, that doesn't mean you drove from New York to LA just because there's a bunch of witnesses of you leaving LA. So this is all quite silly, of course. Going back just for a second to the reification logical fallacy, a lot of times this is all tied together where the abstract is hallucinated to affect everything. For example, people that claim that the Earth is a globe because gravity affects everything. So then they'll rope in, oh, well, what about satellites? What about all of these things that prove gravity? So they're tying in the circular reasoning logical fallacy with the reification logical fallacy, as well as compositional logical fallacies, creating the illusion that all of these pieces are interdependent and based on theories that have already been proven. Obviously, they could be working that way for completely different reasons than assumed. And that's where the burden of proof logical fallacy comes in, because they have to prove each point independently instead of hallucinating and roping in all of these points together. So the last two fallacies we're going to go over is the appeal to authority logical fallacy. So just because an authority thinks something, therefore it must be true. It's important to note that the fallacy should not be used to dismiss the claims of experts or scientific consensus. Appeals to authority are not valid arguments, but nor is it reasonable to disregard the claims of experts who have demonstrated a depth of knowledge. Okay, now here's the problem with this. There's experts on both sides of every issue ever. For example, anti versus pro. Nobody's an anti because they believed somebody living in their mom's basement posting a GeoCities blog. It's because these accomplished doctors published all these books and papers arguing against the use of. So there's doctors on both sides of the issue. That's where conflict of interest also comes in, because obviously the doctors paid by the pharmaceutical companies would be more likely to endorse those products, especially if they're getting kickbacks. And this has all been obviously proven to the tune of billions of dollars in court documents. I've posted these links all the time. You could look at the court cases. I mean, for example, Pfizer is the most fined pharmaceutical company in history with billions in fines for fraud. Now, again, that doesn't mean their products don't work. That just means they have billions ruled against them for fraud. Make of that what you will. Appeal to authority also, for example, in the tobacco industry, paid off a bunch of doctors and scientists saying that cigarettes are safe. But you also had doctors on the other side. This is why this fallacy is so silly, because there's experts on both sides of every issue. So you're basically just citing to an opinion. Also, this is kind of like an appeal to faith, to blind faith. Because this NASA priest said this, it must be true. Very silly, just like a priest at a church. Just because they said something doesn't mean it's true. Just because they claim to talk to God, that doesn't mean they actually do and have the actual real knowledge of anything. There's actually we got to go over a couple more fallacies. No True Scotsman logical fallacy, relatively popular. You made what could be called an appeal to purity as a way to dismiss relevant criticisms or flaws of your argument. In this form of faulty reasoning, one's belief is rendered unfalsifiable, because no matter how compelling the evidence is, one simply shifts the goalpost so that it wouldn't apply to a supposedly true example. This kind of post-rationalization is a way of avoiding valid criticisms of one's argument. Example, Angus declares that Scotsmen do not put sugar on their porridge, to which Lachlan points out that he is a Scotsman and puts sugar on his porridge. Furious, like a true Scot, Angus yells that no true Scotsman sugars his porridge. So this kind of added subjectivity. And mostly just, again, roping in anecdotal logical fallacies and all these things. A lot of these fallacious arguments have multiple fallacies as components in them, which is why it's important to understand all of them. There's actually a couple more. Genetic logical fallacy. You judge something as either good or bad on the basis of where it comes from or from whom it came. This is actually one of the most popular logical fallacies. Perhaps I should have started with it. This fallacy avoids the argument by shifting focus onto something or someone's origins. It's similar to an ad hominem fallacy in that it leverages existing negative perceptions to make someone's argument look bad without actually presenting a case of why the argument itself lacks merit. The most popular example of this is those with Trump derangement syndrome. Any argument they don't like or don't even want to process, they'll just say, oh, well, that person's a Trump supporter. So somebody could be screaming, 1 + 1 is 2. Nah, that's not true. They're a Trump supporter because they're wearing a MAGA hat. Or the argument I used to give before Trump derangement syndrome was a thing is, let's say a homeless bum druggie screaming on the street corner, 1 + 1 is 2. You say, oh, well, they're a homeless druggie. You can't trust what they say, even if they're screaming the ABCs in the actual correct order. Their argument is legitimate. They're saying something is true, but you're not even going to listen to the argument based on who they are. That is a genetic logical fallacy. Very, very silly. Another very popular fallacy, black or white logical fallacy, also known as the false dichotomy logical fallacy. You presented two alternative states as the only possibilities, when in fact more possibilities exist. Also known as the false dilemma, this insidious tactic has the appearance of forming a logical argument, but under closer scrutiny it becomes evident that there are more possibilities than the either-or choice that is presented. Binary, black or white thinking doesn't allow for the many different variables, conditions, and contexts in which there would exist more than just the two possibilities put forth. It frames the argument misleadingly and obscures rational, honest debate. So again, within the flat earth sphere, the heliocentric globe believers will always say, oh, well, if the earth's flat, where's the edge? Or the earth is flat and yet all the other planets are spheres? I mean, this of course goes into straw manning as well. Again, a lot of times these fallacies overlap. But black and white logical fallacies, relatively popular. A lot of people use them. And of course, very, very silly. Another popular one from coincidence theorists and authority-worshipping cultists. Oh, if the conspiracy is true, everybody's lying? Obviously not. All those people, a lot of people are fallible or they just trust the corrupt, so they're not knowingly lying. They're saying what they believe is true. Therefore, they're not lying. But the dishonest authority-worshipping cultists and coincidence theorists, they're either that mentally deficient that they can't even consider the possibility that humans are fallible and humans make mistakes. It's really weird. But these goofs always hallucinate that if there were a conspiracy, that would mean all these people or entities would have to be in on it, and there's absolutely no way. They could just simply be following orders, believing that the orders are legitimate, and that whatever they are presenting is actually true, when in fact it is not. And this is obviously how all the successful conspiracies are carried out, because you would want as few people in on it as possible, because everything just works easier that way. So these are basics. Another popular logical fallacy: appeal to incredulity or personal incredulity. Because you found something difficult to understand or are unaware of how it works, you made out like it's probably not true. Again, very popular in flat earth debate. A lot of heliocentric globe believers say, oh, well, what would the reason be for a flat earth cover-up? I don't see the reason. I don't see the motive. I don't see the motive. Therefore, it's not true. So these goofs appeal to their own ignorance and mental deficiency in not understanding the argument. Now, again, I'm not saying flat earthers are correct about anything, but if the reason was that good, and again, I'm not classifying, like, if flat earth is true, I am not saying any of the flat earthers have the motives correct for any kind of government cover-ups, even if it is true. Because a lot of conspiracies, alien, some of these Illuminati conspiracies, unless you have all these top level clearances to know what the truth is, how would you know what the motive was, even if the conspiracy is true? And some of these far-reaching conspiracies that some find incredibly incredulous, the motive would have to be highly classified, because if the motive was that easily well known, there'd be no reason for the cover-up. So again, this is something these authority-worshipping cultists and coincidence theorists, they're so mentally deficient, they can't even understand these basic children's level logical fallacies. The last fallacy we're going to go over here is the bandwagon logical fallacy, or the appeal to popularity. This is also relatively a popular logical fallacy as well. So, appeal to popularity, or the fact that many people do or believe something as an attempted form of validation. The flaw in this argument is that popularity of an idea has absolutely no bearing on its validity. And the irony here is that a lot of, again, within the flat earth debate, a lot of the globe earthers say, oh, well, everybody believes it's a globe, therefore it's a globe. But in the past, however far you want to go back, if the majority believed it was flat, did that make it flat? Or once upon a time, when the majority of people believed that smoking was not harmful to your health, including experts. I mean, of course, appeal to popularity and appeal to authority often get roped in together as well to make it look like a more legitimate argument. But again, if you just look throughout history, the majority of things, the majority of people believed throughout the majority of history have been wrong. That's where the old adage comes from: nothing popular is true, nothing true is popular. Now, obviously, there's exceptions to that as well, but that's just a general rule of thumb, because if you look generationally, every generation, there's a lot of beliefs that switch because you figure that more information is gained, because there's always missing pieces. There's always variables. Actually, there was one more fallacy that we might as well list because we went through so many already. Appeal to ignorance. This is related to the shifting the burden of proof logical fallacy, but not exactly. So, appeal to ignorance is a logical fallacy that occurs when someone claims that a conclusion must be true if it hasn't been proven false, or false if it hasn't been proven true. The burden of proof logical fallacy is mostly just regarding positive claims. This is regarding either stance. So appeal to ignorance is a logical fallacy in which someone argues either for or against something because there is no contradicting evidence. In other words, it's based on the mistaken assumption that a lack of evidence is evidence. One falls victim to this fallacious line of reasoning when they assert that a claim must be true if it hasn't proven false, or false if it hasn't been proven true. Ignorance, or the lack of opposing evidence, is the main premise for the argument, hence the name appeal to ignorance. Now, this is really, really tricky for some, but I'm going to attempt to break it down as simple as possible. So this is also related to falsification is not dependent on replacement. It's independent of replacement. So if you can falsify something, you don't need to replace it with something else. A lot of goofs, especially in scientific debates, for whatever reason, they say, well, if you can't come up with something else, we're going to keep going with this. I mean, that is so dumb. Let's say you're a police detective and you only have one suspect and they have motive means an opportunity, maybe. But then you come across some evidence that disqualifies them as a suspect, but you can't come up with any other suspects. So you just continue going with them. And, well, it still must be them. Even though all of a sudden an alibi came up. Oh, well, they showed up on some security footage. Maybe it's doctored, maybe it's not. Well, it doesn't have to be them simply because they're not aware of other suspects. Especially if you poke enough holes where you disprove that it's them, or there's enough doubt that there's a strong possibility it's not them. There's simply nothing but really vague circumstantial evidence that won't hold up in any court of law. But because you're ignorant of any other possible theories, that doesn't mean everybody just needs to go with that one. This is also popular in flat earth debate, where people say, oh, well, if you can't come up with a better theory, you have to just keep going with the theory that has so many holes. This is actually used by both flat earthers and globe earthers, so it's an interesting one. All right, now that we have laid out all these fallacies, I know that took a little longer than I thought, but we're finally going to get into the debate, and we are going to have the fallacy counters up to see which side has the most fallacies, and if any, and we'll see if there's an obliteration coming, which I believe there will be. So let's get started here.
Right, without any further ado, let us bring in the guest for the Flat Earth debate. Here we go. Here's Flat Earth David. Hey, David, how's it going?
Hey, what's going on? Thanks for having me. This
Thank
is
you for coming back.
Going to be interesting for sure.
It's going to be very interesting, isn't it? And Professor Dave.
Howdy.
Thank you for coming on for the first time.
Thanks for having me.
Congratulations on your YouTube success, man. 2 million subs. That's phenomenal.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This is the first time I think a real flat earther, I'll call myself a real flat earther, has spoken direct with Professor Dave, as he normally does videos, that just go out and pretty much straw man us, whether you know it or not, or gaslight us, and then there's really no way to respond because.
No, so you've never seen my channel ever and have no idea what I do because I make academic tutorials.
So. Okay, how would we phrase that? Is that a logical fallacy there? Actually, we forgot one more. There's appeal to humor. So the appeal to humor logical fallacy is the use of humor to ridicule an opponent and or direct attention away from the issue at hand. In Latin, this is called argumentum ad festivatum and reductio ad absurdum. Like name-calling, red herring, and strawman, the appeal to humor is a fallacy that manipulates through distraction. So, I mean, I don't know. I'm going to avoid putting anything on the counter thus far because we're still on the intro, so I guess this wouldn't be part of the debate. But Dave, right off the bat, I mean, Flat Earth Dave here has made a claim that so-called Professor Dave has strawmans the Flat Earthers' arguments in order to appear to debunk them, which is actually true if you look at his channel. And Professor Dave responds with so sarcastically, again, sarcasm, a form of humor, that he hasn't seen his channel, as if he doesn't do this. Now, neither one actually demonstrated exactly how they do that, so even though Flat Earth Dave is technically correct here, I'm going to give Professor Dave the benefit of the doubt since the formal debate has not officially started and we're still on the intros. I won't put that on the counters.
I have, but your flat Earth stuff is gaslighting us essentially.
It's devastating and destroys flat Earth easily.
Absolutely. So
it started big straw man. Oh, he says that they think the Earth is flat. What a straw man!
Oh man, so that's obviously not the straw man. So he just straw manned the allegations on the straw man. We're starting it now because I actually can't recall anyone in a debate ever straw manning on top of a straw man like Professor Dave just did. Because clearly the belief that's not the straw man. This is already hilarious and we're just getting started. So that's one logical fallacy count for Professor Dave right out of the gate. Just because it was a straw man on top of the straw man, I gave him a benefit of the doubt on the first one, but now we're firmly in straw man logical fallacy.
I'm with you. Listen, I don't mean to come off that way. Would it be okay to look for some common ground? Can I just ask a couple of quick questions, Dave? You good with that?
Whatever you want to do, man.
Yeah, I'm just for to see if we have any common ground. Do you believe we went to the moon?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you believe that governments are here, especially the American government, for the people's well-being?
It's a pretty complicated question.
Okay, you don't have to answer it. That's fine. That's good. Do you believe that there's censorship going on YouTube?
Yes.
Some stuff is deprioritized in the algorithm. I don't know if that qualifies as censorship.
Deprioritized. So he's saying that there is no censorship. So there's a clear difference here. So this is obfuscation. You could classify this under red herring because clearly YouTube flat out removes content, which is censorship. He's talking about now. He's obfuscating by saying that there is deprioritizing, which is also true. This is kind of a form of shadow banning or not recommending certain subjects or whatever, or being very selective where certain so-called controversial subjects, you will get the attempted debunking, whether or not the debunking is valid or not on many controversial issues. That'll come up first when you search certain topics. And the debunking of those debunkings will never come up when you search those. They will not be prioritized. So what Professor Dave just said is technically true. So that's two logical fallacies for Professor Dave at this moment. Now, how could he not know that YouTube censors and flat out removes? I'm assuming this is dishonesty. Now, again, I don't know. Perhaps Professor Dave has a mental disability and he is being honest and he simply does not have the processing power. I'm not going to assume to know what his psychological issues are or whether he's arguing in good faith or playing stupid and not arguing in good faith or whether he's actually that dumb. I don't know.
And is the news here to inform or to fill us with propaganda?
The news is largely propaganda. None of that has anything to do with the shape of the earth, so I don't know what the hell you're even talking about. Literally none of that has to do with the shape of the earth. So
now Sean Atwood definitely looks like a guy with a mental disability. Because why is he laughing? Clearly, because we're talking about appeals to authority, scientism, these corrupt institutions that run universities and media platforms. I mean, this is all common knowledge to anybody who's not a complete religious fanatic in terms of being an authority worshipping cultist who never questions anything coming from perceived authorities. But Sean Atwood here, I mean, if he's listening to this, I mean, he chooses that moment to laugh hysterically. I mean, he might not be all there in the head. I mean, this is shaping up to be quite entertaining.
You're really off to a bad start already.
Just looking for some common ground. That's all.
Well, if we both don't like the government, therefore the earth is flat.
Wow, another straw man. Fallacy number 3, because that's clearly not what Flat Earth Dave clearly outlined his intention of seeing if they have any common ground in order I'm assuming he wanted to build arguments off of that, or even if not, even just small talk, making conversation at the beginning. And now Professor Dave, I mean, you could put that, I'm not going to give him 2 fallacies here, because again, he's trying to be humorous with the straw man. And technically it is both, but I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and just put it in as a straw man, because a lot of straw men are funny. So technically, to keep this as accurate as possible, appeals to humor will be, I will put fallacies there that are not also other fallacies. So I'm not going to double up on that one.
So the common ground is then we're going to try and keep talking points to 3 minutes each, responses to 2 or 3 minutes each, so we could get through this hour. And everyone could get an equal share of the time involved here. And I think the first point that we've got up on the list is, what is gravity?
You want to go first, Dave, or you want me to go?
Oh, okay. This is how we're doing this? Okay, so according to general relativity, it's the curvature of space-time around massive objects. And so this is one of the easiest ways to know that the Earth is a sphere, because everything we see, everything, including the Earth, right, very large, massive objects are crushed into a sphere. That's why stars, planets, moons, everything pretty much is spheres. So you can now go ahead and do your electric gravity bullshit, and then I'll explain to you why it's stupid.
Okay, so we have 2 fallacies there, because notice how he didn't provide the proof for, he just listed the theory. So that, again, couple different fallacies there. I'm going to try to keep it as simple as possible. So he has components here of a compositional logical fallacy as well as the reification logical fallacy. I'm going to put it under reification just because he started mentioning all the other planetary bodies as if it's all interdependent and as if it proves something it doesn't actually prove. And he also didn't prove the theory true in the first place, because even if it is true, that doesn't mean it applies to all these other things. So we're going to put it in reification there, and then we have to do another one because he added the ad hom here. Since he didn't prove his point and provide evidence, we are going to add the ad hom. Just to clarify, I will not be adding the ad hom if he produces a non-fallacious argument and adds the ad hom on top of it. So another fallacy here for Professor Dave. This might be a record most fallacies in least amount of time so far. And Flat Earth Dave is doing pretty good here. Not a single fallacy yet. I've seen a couple of his other debates. He actually does use a lot of fallacies as well, but let's see how good he does here.
Well, the question is, does anybody any scientists or anybody that's ever proven that any of the luminaries we see in the sky are even physical, let alone spheres?
Yeah, we can see them in telescopes.
You can see them. So you believe that if you see something, that'll tell you its shape. So when I look at this, are these spheres?
Oh.
Are these spheres? Dave, are these spheres?
Yeah, no, I've seen this little trick, and I know the third one from the left is flat.
So Professor Dave here just committed a fallacy. We actually didn't even go over this one. Man, there's just so many fallacies. The fallacy of the single cause or the reduction fallacy. So this is a fallacy that assumes there can only be a single cause. So things can only be what they look like. Or something that looks like a circle has to be a sphere. This is, of course, not true. This is an oversimplification. For example, if you see train tracks touch in the distance, that doesn't mean they actually touch just because they look like they touch. Things are not always what they appear. So is Professor Dave, does he have some kind of mental disability that he doesn't know this? So he says, oh, you can see it through a telescope. That is clearly and obviously a reductive fallacy. Oversimplification, because things are obviously not always what they look like. And this goof says, I've seen this trick, as if it's a trick. So Flat Earth Dave here is trying to teach some children's level logic that things are not always what they appear, and just because something looks like something, you actually have to provide evidence that it actually is, otherwise you're committing these logical fallacies. I mean, Professor Dave, it really looks like he's going to be the king of logical fallacies here, because he's committing, it's just one fallacy after another. Has he made a single non-fallacious point yet? And we just started. He's already committed all these fallacies. And calling this a trick as opposed to a legitimate explanation, that would also be an ad hom here. Are we going to give it ad hom or strong? Like he's pretending this is some kind of great exception. Clearly things are not always what they appear. That's where the old adages come from. Don't judge a book by its cover. Again, the example of conversions, the way the human's eye works. Just because you can hear something you think is a gunshot, but it's actually a car backfiring. So what you hear or see, what you think it means, is not necessarily what it actually means based on reality. That's why the scientific method was invented. So you can prove it's what it appears to be to you. Observation is important, but you need to be able to measure. You need to have controls, which is what Flat Earth Dave is showing here. Like, how would you know the difference between something that looks like a circle? Because if it can be any of these things, you have to utilize controls. You have to prove. You have to utilize the scientific method. You have to be able to accurately measure, not hallucinate that whatever you think you see has to be true. And Professor Dave, is he this clueless? Can he actually be this dumb, or is he playing stupid? So calling this a trick, I mean, that's an ad hom because he's not showing how it's not legitimate. He's just calling it a trick. So we have to add another fallacy there.
It's showing you.
See, here's the
third
problem.
one from the left is fat. Dave, let me give me a second, then you can go.
No, because I've seen you do this. Because I watched 2 of your videos, and you say the same crap in every single one.
Right.
I
But
know
what
what
I'm
these
showing
are.
you
I know
is
what these
you
shapes
don't-
these are.
So that's another ad hom. He's calling it crap without showing why it's crap. See, if he demonstrated why Flat Earth Dave's explanation here that even children can understand things are not always what they appear to be, and again, the burden of proof is on positive claims. I mean, we could add that as a fallacy too. Again, I don't want to double up on these. I want to give Professor Dave here as much of a benefit of a doubt as possible. I mean, if he has some kind of mental disability, I mean, he's going to need these benefits of doubt because he's getting absolutely obliterated here by a flat earther. I mean, this is a thrashing of the highest order, and we just started. I mean, how long is this podcast going to be if I have to keep stopping it for every fallacy? I mean, these fallacies just keep on coming. I mean, here's a good, all the Mindshock listeners out there, how many people think that Professor Dave is going to make a single argument that's not fallacious? Or is every single argument in this upcoming hour, are they all going to be fallacious? Or is he going to be able to get 1 or 2 in that are non-fallacious? I mean, that's the real question at this point.
So how do you know what shape the moon is? How do
Okay,
you know
so-
that the moon is even a physical object? Because during a new moon, no one sees the moon in the sky.
I know your talking points. So the reason, so this works because that's not moving. The things in the sky move. So if you take the third one from the left, which I know is flat, and you move it around, it's going to start to change shape, right? If the moon was a flat disk, I don't even know if that's one of your talking points or not. As it passed over you, it would change shape. It would,
I don't think the
distort.
moon is a flat disk at all.
Okay, so it doesn't matter though. That's why what you're saying is stupid because these objects do not move.
So hold on. So wow, that was a lot of fallacies there too. So he's saying if something in the distance moves, that's going to prove shape, which again, how would that prove, like, it's kind of weird because how would it prove it? See, that's the thing. When you're being scientific, you can't just say things. You have to clearly explain how it would do that. Not just saying, oh, when there's this variable, that means this. So that would be a false dichotomy or black and white logical fallacy because he's stating movement versus non-movement, and those are the only explanations where if it moves, it has to be this. If it doesn't move, then maybe it could be this or that. Clearly fallacious.
Now, the other problem is it's not just about shape, it's about other things like composition. Do you know what spectroscopy is?
Yeah, spectroscopy is you can measure gases, but it has to be in a container. Where's the container?
No. Stop. We are looking at light. We're looking at light, and we are understanding about the materials, right? We're understanding the composition of things based on light. So when you start talking about gases, you show me immediately that you don't even know what spectroscopy is.
Wow. So already Professor Dave is making a fool of himself because spectroscopy specifically has to do with gases. I mean, let's dumb this down as simple as possible. Like, let's go to like wiki children's level definition here. So spectroscopy is the general field of study that measures and interprets the electromagnetic spectra that result from the interaction between electromagnetic radiation and matter as a function of the wavelength or frequency of the radiation. Now, I'm not convinced that Professor Dave even knows what matter is, so, I mean, let's do a basic definition of matter just to lay it all out there. The substance, this is straight from Webster's, the substance of which a physical object is composed, or a more in-depth definition here, material substance that occupies space, has mass, and is composed predominantly of atoms consisting of protons, neutrons, and electrons that constitute the observable universe, and that is interconvertible with energy. So, the states of matter are solids, liquids, gases, and plasmas. So this is not hard stuff, okay? So, spectroscopy is the precise study of color as generalized from visible light to all bands of the electromagnetic spectrum. Historically, spectroscopy originated as the study of wavelength dependence on the absorption by gas phase matter of visible light dispersed by a prism.
So when you start talking about gases, you show me immediately that you don't even know what spectroscopy is.
So what Flat Earth Dave here, the reason he's talking about gases is because the Flat Earthers argue, their argument about gas, pressure, and containers. So in the vacuum of space, you're talking either a no pressure system or a super extreme low pressure system. In order for the pressurized system we have on Earth with Earth's atmosphere, again, I am not going to allege any of these theories are true or untrue on either side of this. Theoretically, you would have to have a container for these pressurized systems to exist next to each other, as in space, as in within the Earth's atmosphere. So what this goof, Professor Dave, he's not understanding. So because he doesn't understand something, he's getting all triggered, or he's pretending not to understand. Again, I don't know if he has a mental disability or if he's just playing stupid. But the reason Flat Earth Dave is bringing this up is because it's directly relevant to the type of matter and gases that would exist. Now, the spectroscopy is simply measuring it. Now, exactly how it's measured and what it is measuring, it doesn't tell you why it is that way. So this is a fundamental flaw of scientism cultists, because they just latch on to whatever religious institutions, the religious institutions of scientism, whatever they preach in their gospel textbooks, they just latch on. So nobody's disputing the measurements here. Now, why is it that way? For example, you can measure, oh, there's a teaspoon in a cup. Who put it there? Why is it there? I mean, all of these, exactly where did it come from? Why does it exist? Does it mean that this other thing is... So the measurement itself doesn't prove the why or how it got there or any of these other mechanisms. So that's what this goof, Professor Dave, he's not understanding this, so he's just stacking on these fallacies and ad homs because he doesn't even understand Flat Earth Dave's argument. Now, that doesn't mean his argument is correct in any way. But Professor Dave, clearly too clueless, too mentally disabled, or playing stupid to even understand the argument, so he has to pretend and hallucinate that Flat Earth Dave is the one that doesn't understand. So, I mean, let's continue this train wreck here.
So you do not know the ways in which we figure out things about celestial objects. You literally don't even know the definitions of the words that represent the techniques that we use.
So this is stacking on, because it seems like Flat Earth Dave actually knows the definitions better than Professor Dave. Because Professor Dave he can memorize and regurgitate certain things, but he doesn't understand what they mean in relation to other things. He doesn't know what controls are. He's not even utilizing the basic scientific method. He's just regurgitating religious texts. Now, again, that doesn't mean it's untrue. It does not mean any of the theories are untrue, but he's not showing how they are true, which is why all of these ad hom attacks and straw mans. I mean, I don't even know where to place all these fallacies. Because now he's hallucinating and pretending to know what Flat Earth Dave knows when he just interrupted him and didn't even hear him out. So how does he know what he knows? This is straw man on top of ad hom. And, you could even rope in red herring there again. He's shifting everything away from having to prove his actual point.
So why are you even talking about it?
So my question is, spectroscopy needs to be in a container. Otherwise, you don't know what you're
Spectroscopy needs to be in a container. The study of how light interacts with matter needs to be in a container. What does that mean?
Well, it's pretty simple because... prisms are actually a little bit more complicated. So again, let's reiterate what spectroscopy is. It is the precise study of color as generalized from visible light to all bands of the electromagnetic spectrum. Historically, spectroscopy originated as the study of wavelength dependence by the absorption of gas phase matter of visible light dispersed by a prism. Now, I will get into the prism just because it is relevant here. So, Again, just as from Wiki, we're using the most basic definitions here. An optical prism is a transparent optical element with flat, polished surfaces that are designed to refract light. At least one surface must be angled. Elements with two parallel surfaces are not prisms. The traditional geometric shape of an optical prism is that of a triangular prism with a triangular base and rectangular sides, and in the colloquial use, prism usually refers to this type. Some types of optical prism are not in fact the shape of geometric prisms. Prisms can be made from any material that is transparent to the wavelengths for which they are assigned. Typical materials include glass, acrylic, and fluorite. A dispersive prism can be used to break white light up to its constituent spectral colors, the colors of the rainbow, as described in the following section. Other types of prisms noted below can be used to reflect light or to split light into components with different polarizations. Okay, what does this all mean in relation to the flat earth debate? So, if you're a flat earther claiming there is a dome above the earth, so what would this argument mean? So again, if Professor Dave is too clueless to even understand the basics of spectroscopy, of prisms, or what the flat earth argument even is, regardless of whether it's true or not, or how it would affect spectroscopy, I mean, why is this goof talking about it? I mean, he's psychologically protected. Why are you talking about it if you don't understand any of this stuff? So if flat earth Dave here, does he believe in a dome? I actually don't know that, but I know a lot of flat earthers do make the dome argument. If Flat Earth Dave is making the dome argument, or that these pressurized gas systems need some kind of a container to exist, again, I'm not claiming any of this is true or untrue. I mean, we can go into the laws of thermodynamics and all of that. I'm not claiming those are true or untrue. I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. I am just examining their arguments for validity. So if there is some kind of a glass-type dome over the Earth, certain flat earthers believe it's a snow globe type reality. Other flat earthers believe it's an infinite plane with no dome. But if there is a glass dome, obviously it would affect spectroscopy, particularly in these gas pressure systems. And some flat earthers allege that the reason you see rainbows is because of a glass-type dome and the way that light works passing through this dome, or if some of these celestial bodies are actually some kind of holographic projections and not physical bodies, obviously some type of glass dome would impact all of this, including in the realm of spectroscopy. So, how would spectroscopy work with and without a dome over the Earth? That's the important question here, and that's why Professor Dave here is falling for all these logical fallacies, because he's not even understanding the argument that Flat Earth Dave is presenting, regardless of what is true or untrue.
Otherwise, when you're looking at the moon, you don't know what gases you're seeing in between us and the moon.
Gases? The moon is solid. The moon is a solid object.
How do you know that the moon is solid?
Okay, so wow. I mean, I think I'm going to break the logical fallacy counter. He's claiming the moon is a solid object. I mean, I'm going to throw that under burden of proof logical fallacy, because what evidence does he have to prove that? Because by his own argumentation, and I'm not using this as an argument, but the moon certainly does look translucent. And before he was the same goof that made the argument, oh, well, it looks like a sphere. Well, the moon looks translucent. Now, I'm not claiming it is, just because it looks like it's transparent, translucent, and not a solid object. If it is a gas, how would you know? So, again, he's the one making the claim, whereas Flat Earth Dave is kind of saying you don't know what it is. It could be a gas. So, technically, Flat Earth Dave is not committing fallacies if he's not making these hard claims and then not being able to back them up, which is Professor Dave's forte, because he hasn't backed anything up yet.
How come you can't see it during a new moon?
Why can't you see it during a new moon?
Yeah.
Because, do you understand how vision works?
Well,
right? In a new moon, what's happening in a new moon? The light from the sun is illuminating the side away from us.
So,
right? Light illuminates the things that it hits. So a new moon is when the side that the sun is illuminating is the other side away from us. What do you want it to do? The light to go around the moon and come back and hit the other side like magic?
So again, he's not able to, he's giving his theory, he's regurgitating the scientism textbook, which could be correct. Again, I know there's so many triggered goofs listening to this, so I'm going to try to preempt as much as possible. I am not saying that is not true, but how can he prove that is what is happening? Again, so he's calling vision. So again, he's basically making, I mean, there's so many logical fallacies here. So this is, of course, the reductionism or oversimplification logical fallacy. So how do you know train tracks touch in the distance? It's called vision. I can see them touch. I mean, this is the goofery that Professor Dave is bringing to the table here. And I'm starting to feel bad for the guy. I mean, he hasn't made a single non-fallacious point yet.
Without interrupting, let me just answer. When we have when it's nighttime, you're away from all lights and there's a full moon, I can read by that moonlight. That moonlight casts a shadow on the ground. Don't interrupt. That casts a shadow on the ground. So that moonlight, which is reflected sunlight off a dusty, dirty, rocky, rock ball in your world, is bright enough to travel 238,000 miles to cast a shadow on the ground and to light up my book so I can read. During a total solar eclipse in your world, the Earth is a full Earth from the moon's point of view. It's bigger and shinier, and it should light up the moon, but it doesn't. And no telescope, from any position with infrared or anything, has ever seen the moon.
Can you think of why? Can you think of why? Can you think of a much, much brighter object that is right there where the moon is?
Well, during
the corona of the sun, which is thousands of times brighter. What you're doing right now is you're basically saying, I'm going to shine a spotlight directly into your eyes, and then you tell me if you can see a firefly 2 centimeters to the right. Like, what are you talking about?
What? So this is known as a non sequitur logical fallacy, aka non-congruent argument logical fallacy, a statement that does not follow what was being discussed. So that's obviously not what Flat Earth Dave was saying at all, but this goof has to pretend it was. So it's kind of sort of like a straw man, but basically he specifically gave another example, which was non-congruent.
Do you seriously not understand this stuff? A child can understand this stuff.
So we got a lot of psychological projection there. So, I mean, are we going to add psychological projection there? I mean, yeah, that's a tough one. But that was also basically an ad hom attack because he, again, just basically calling him stupid in that way. So that's just another ad hom.
So when you're throwing out words like spectroscopy, what's the difference between spectroscopy and astrospectroscopy?
What do you mean astro? So astro is a prefix that means stars. So if that's even a word, it's spectroscopy pertaining to stars.
If that's even a word. So obviously spectroscopy refers to measuring light of all matter, not necessarily specifically to celestial bodies. So this goof just said before, if you don't even know the word, why are you talking about it? So he doesn't even know. So he's just throwing a wild guess out there. I mean, oh man, this is embarrassing for so-called Professor Dave. I mean, this goof is making such a fool of himself. I mean, non-stop fallacies, and then he doesn't even know the specific, because they're talking about spectroscopy as it pertains to celestial bodies, which is obviously astrospectroscopy. So, man, what a goof.
What are you, like, Googling stuff furiously over there?
I'm just asking you, I've taken a few notes.
Well, he could clearly see Flat Earth Dave's arms, so how could he be Googling? The desperation of Professor Dave here. I mean, what kind of fallacy would that be? I mean, would that be an appeal to humor because he's trying to kind of embarrass him as if he's just... I mean, clearly you could see his arms. I mean, what would he be Googling with?
Figured out. I watch a few of your videos. I know the straw manning that you're going to try to do and the things that you're going to try to claim. And in reality, an infrared camera, a regular camera from the space station, they should be able to see the sun, the moon, either approach the sun, eclipse the sun completely, or exit the sun. And nobody has ever seen it. So again, why are we looking up in the sky?
Are we sure about that, though, that nobody has seen that infrared? I mean... Again, the burden of proof is on positive claims, but he made an absolute claim that nobody has seen that. Now, again, I don't know if such footage exists, that infrared footage, because he made a good point that should happen. Do we know if it happened or it didn't happen? He made the claim that it did not. Now, obviously, one is not called upon to prove a negative, so it's up to Professor Dave to prove if it did happen. So... yeah, I can't... that's a problematic absolute claim by Flat Earth Dave, but technically it's not logically fallacious because one is not called upon to prove a negative.
When
Yeah,
we're
I just
talking about the
explained.
shape
I
of the
just
Earth,
answered your question. You just answered it again. You asked a question that I just answered.
which is
The
that?
sun is very bright, right? Way, way, way brighter than Earthshine. Do you understand that if something very bright, you're looking at something very bright, you can't see something way less bright?
So he doesn't understand infrared. So this goof, so he's basically trying to say that Flat Earth Dave just asked the same question again when he did not answer the question specifically. He fell for this, he gave a non sequitur example, and he also gave a reductionist logical fallacy where, oh, it looks like it, whatever. And so he's just got, I mean, is this guy mentally disabled? I mean, do people know, does anybody know Professor Dave personally? Like, does he have a mental disability? Because, I mean, or is he just playing stupid? So this is why some people believe the whole flat earth conspiracy is a psyop. That goofs like Flat Earth Dave, that goofs like Professor Dave are specifically recruited to defend the heliocentric globe so poorly, to appear so stupid that anybody on the fence would choose the flat earth side, or anybody, you know, because the defense is intentionally so bad and so logically fallacious, like goofs like Professor Dave, Sign Man Dan. I mean, I actually did a podcast on these two goofs. It's almost like, is it possible to play this stupid? Like, I don't know. Are they intentionally playing stupid to defend the heliocentric globe so poorly as to cause an increase in flat earth membership? Again, this has nothing to do with which model is true or untrue, because regardless of true or untrue, if there's a psyop at play, is that one of the goals of the psyop? But let's continue with this train wreck here.
Right
Dave,
next to
when
it.
there's a
What are you not
total-
getting about that?
When there's a total eclipse of the sun and you have the, you know, the little ring around there, you can block that out so it doesn't blind you and you still can't see it. You know what?
It
Why are we
doesn't block
talking
it
about
out. The
lights in
corona.
sky?
Have
Why
you
are we
never
talking about the
seen an
lights?
eclipse?
Why are we talking? You can make a fake eclipse, right? By putting a disc in front of the sun and then looking at the corona, and you could do the same thing with the corona. You can block it. Why
and
are
it's
we looking
really
up at
bright.
the lights in the ceiling that determine the shape of the floor?
Because it works really well. It's the easiest way to figure out the shape of the Earth is by looking at the celestial objects in the sky and recording their motion.
So if you have a rotating lights on the ceiling, like some kind of chandelier, like a spinning chandelier, how would that prove the shape of the floor? I mean, this guy's this silly. I mean, I'm having a hard time believing that he's this dumb for real. I mean, because if he's that mentally disabled, I mean, his vocabulary isn't horrible. I mean, can he really be this mentally disabled and be arguing honestly in good faith here? Because he's this dumb, he doesn't understand children's level logical fallacies. Because he just keeps going with these reductionism logical fallacies. And I'm not going to say false dichotomy, because it's basically in the realm of reduction logical fallacies. He's saying these things move, therefore this. I mean, as if no other variables could possibly exist. I mean, it's so silly. I mean, he's never been to a planetarium. Like, I mean, it's just weird. I mean, this guy calls himself Professor Dave, and he can't even grasp children's level logical fallacies. It's weird.
It's very, very easy.
1 second, Ash has said we've got to move on to the next talking point, which is space is not as depicted, displayed in media, movies, etc. Flat Earth Dave, do you want to start with that one?
Ask the question again, please.
Space is not as depicted, displayed in media, movies.
Yeah, I mean, space is, they're just, you know, giving us images of insanity in space. Like when they show us you know, nebulas, right? They show us this and they tell us this is where stars are born. This is where there's gas and dust, so much of it that it's creating stars and spitting them out like ping pong balls, where they go run away and they park themselves in the rest of the galaxy. This gas and dust in space, in a vacuum, in zero pressure, how does that work? How come this doesn't collapse in on itself? This is just a
It does.
fantasy
That's how
painting.
stars are born.
Yeah,
they
so-
do collapse.
Yeah,
It's
so-
how stars form.
So this is clearly Professor Dave just jumped in here with the burden of proof logical fallacy. So he's claiming that's how stars form, but how is that demonstrated? Because Flat Earth Dave's point here is these computer generated images, or at least somehow edited. I mean, these are not, I don't believe they're even claimed to be raw images. And if they are claimed to be raw, again, that would have to be proven that they are not edited. So Professor Dave just takes it on blind faith from the Church of NASA or any of these other institutions that these are legitimate images, and also that the theory of how stars are formed are legitimate. Because I mean, it's very difficult. Again, the burden of proof is on positive claims. If you're claiming billions of years causes this, X amount of energy causes this, gravity is not only real, but this is how it interacts with all of these other things, and this is how a star is born, you have to prove that. So this is clearly a burden of proof logical fallacy. Flat Earth Dave here is basically saying, is just asking questions of the theory. I don't believe he's making a positive claim per se. He's just kind of saying, this is silly, or this doesn't make sense, but I don't see a positive claim yet. So I don't know, has Flat Earth Dave made a single fallacy yet? Because he's properly asking for a burden of proof of positive claims. Now, he did make that comment about spitting out ping pong balls. That's kind of an appeal to humor, but he's also asking, he's properly utilizing burden of proof. So that wouldn't necessarily be fallacious in that context. And Professor Dave is not able to supply the proof. He just says, oh, that's how it is. So if he can't actually prove anything he's saying, I mean, what is he doing here? I mean, you could even tell by the look on his face. He's either mentally disabled or he's really enjoying himself by trolling and playing stupid on purpose, trying to come up with the dumbest arguments. I mean, I don't know which one it is. If I had to lean in a direction, I mean, I don't know. I might have to lean that he's just a troll and he's just really dishonest, and this is clearly not a good faith debate, and he's only there to troll and intentionally put forth stupid arguments, either because he's a paid shill to do so, or he's just a troll and he thinks it's fun to defend the heliocentric globe so poorly. I mean, I don't know. Or he's mentally disabled, or if anyone else has any other theories, feel free to chime in. Again, I'm not alleging anything is true or untrue.
Dave, in your world, this is gases are collapsing upon themselves and then igniting themselves in a vacuum, in a vacuum, and then they
This is
burn
no, stop.
Of years.
Look, I know that you want to just spew your script without anybody challenging, but you say so many stupid things.
Script, David.
Oh, there's another ad hom, because he's not sure. How are they stupid? Because he's asking a question. Asking a question is never stupid. Asking for someone to satisfy the burden of proof on a logical or scientific argument they're making, how is that stupid? But a clueless goof might think it's stupid. Someone hopelessly indoctrinated into the cult of scientism who has no argument and cannot argue legitimately, they have no recourse but call it stupid. I mean, look at this goof.
And I'm here to tell you why everything you're saying is stupid.
Well, notice how he didn't actually say why it was stupid. He just used a logical fallacy or an appeal to faith in order to say that this is true or that. But he's not actually showing how is it true. How has the scientific method demonstrated that? How have controls been clearly utilized to measure the dependent variable, the independent variable, and that this theory is actually true? Notice how he's done none of those things this entire time.
So when you say stars igniting in a vacuum, the reason that's confusing for you is that you think stars are little bonfires.
No,
because you're a moron.
So clearly, he doesn't think that. I mean, he's clearly stated they might be they might not, they might be holographic projections or whatever. So he just layered on a straw man plus an ad hoc. I mean, the rate of logical fallacies are increasing here. Professor Dave's trying to set a record for putting forth the most logically fallacious debate in the history of debate. And he's doing a pretty good job with that so far.
Because you don't understand nuclear fusion. Nuclear fusion is the process by which stars glow.
Oh, wow. It's just nonstop fallacies. So now Professor Dave is regurgitating another religious theory from his text. Now, if you want to claim it's not religious and it's proven science, then you have to actually cite the proofs. Like, how is that proven? Because he's just doing the equivalent of a priest reading from the Bible. He's not actually supporting any of these claims, even if they are true. He hasn't been able to support a single point here. So nuclear fusion, again, let's just go over it real quick for the people that don't know. The most basic definition straight from the wiki: it's a reaction in which two or more atomic nuclei are combined to form one or more different atomic nuclei and subatomic particles, neutrons or protons. The difference in mass between the reactants and products is manifested as either the release or absorption of energy. This difference in mass arises due to the difference in nuclear binding energy between the atomic nuclei before and after the reaction. Nuclear fusion is the process that powers active or main sequence stars and other high magnitude stars where large amounts of energy are released. Again, so in this obviously just a theory. If he wants to say that theory is definitely proven, he can cite the proofs. Notice he has not cited a single proof in this entire so-called debate. Also, if you're in a planetarium and you're just looking at a generated light or light from a projector, that light is not being emitted from what appears to be a star or a planet in the planetarium. I mean, this is a very simple argument, very simple concept. Again, I am not claiming that the flat Earth model or the planetarium, we're living in an artificial planetarium type universe. I'm not claiming that's true or untrue. I'm not claiming the heliocentric globe model is true or untrue. But this Professor Dave goof, if you notice, he's just regurgitating religious information religiously, regardless of whether the information is true or false. He hasn't been able to support a single point. All he does is mostly logical fallacies. Well, actually not mostly, exclusively logical fallacies and ad hom attacks. So basically straw manning, which Flat Earth Dave actually called, which is what's hilarious. He's like, oh, you're just going to straw man. And that's all Professor Dave does. As well as all these other logical fallacies. I mean, he's kind of hitting more than one fallacy. I mean, he's making the rounds. He's not exclusively spamming straw man and ad hom, yes. And straw man a lot. But he's also hitting these other logical fallacies. We have to give him credit. He's being slightly diverse with his fallacies. Let's see if he hits other ones as well.
They're not little fireballs. And you can learn that by Googling something for 5 seconds, but you don't do it.
So this is an appeal to authority logical fallacy, because he's saying Google's the authority, just like saying, oh, well, you could, if you don't believe God exists or Jesus was resurrected, you can just you can just 5 seconds go check the Bible. Check the Bible. That's somehow proof. I mean, this goof is really, this is probably the worst defense of the heliocentric globe I have ever seen. I mean, this is bad, because even some of the goofiest clowns defending the heliocentric globe, and that's another reason I think this is all a psyop, because there's definitely intelligent heliocentric globe believers out there. But they never actually publicly debate, almost like the fixes. Or I've also postulated they might find it so funny that these clueless goofs like Professor Dave are the ones defending the heliocentric globe, and they find it so funny they don't want to put a stop to these antics by bringing forth legitimate defenses of the heliocentric globe, because then their comedy source would end. I just proposed that as one possible theory. Again, I'm not alleging that's true or untrue either, but you don't see intelligent heliocentric globe defenders publicly debating. So, yeah, it's very, very curious.
So, Dave, you believe that all the rocky bits turn into perfect balls, and then all of the gases somehow start getting gravity, and they start pulling it together. And they get so
getting
big.
gravity? What do you mean getting gravity?
How do they grow into stars? How come the dust is accumulating? What's bringing it together? Is somebody
Gravity.
it up like a snowball?
So he just... Wait, okay, I have to revisit the possible mental disability theory. What does he mean by gravity that's causing this? And then Flat Earth Dave asks him the question, he says gravity. I don't know, man. This is painfully hilarious. This is a unique brand of comedy. It's like painfully hilarious.
Gravity.
So they get something, and it's a tiny bit of gravity, pulls in some more dust. It pulls in not dust, it pulls in gases, and somehow it's pulling all of these gases together and turning into a nuclear furnace that burns for billions of years. I'm sorry, that doesn't make any sense. And if you want to believe that, that's the world.
So centuries of brilliant astronomers versus nuh-uh.
Another solid appeal to authority logical fallacy. So, and he also roped in there appeal to popularity, because he's saying all these centuries, all these people. So it's not just one authority, it's all these authorities over a long period of time. Somehow they're legitimate, because centuries of people believing in God, that must mean God is real. I mean, centuries of these priests believed it, right? I mean, it really is a question. If he's mentally disabled, obviously he wouldn't know how dumb he sounds. But if he's not mentally disabled, and this is all just intellectually dishonesty of the highest order, and he's just a troll, I mean, that could theoretically work as well. I don't know.
Is that really all you have? Is the entire field of astronomy and you going, I don't like it.
So that's another straw man and burden of proof, because obviously that's not all he has. He's made tons of arguments. So that's another straw man. And shifting of the burden of proof logical fallacy, because no matter how many and that's built on top of the appeal to authority, appeal to popularity logic fallacy. I mean, Professor Dave really is talented. You have to give it to him. He's not only rapid fire fallacy after back-to-back fallacies in record order, but he's also stacking multiple fallacies within the same argumentative stream here. So his argument, he's stacked all these fallacies on top of each other. I mean, this is impressive stuff.
That's dumb. I'm dumb and I don't get it. So astronomy is wrong. That's literally your argument against astronomy right now.
And then another ad hom there. And then also saying literally what he's doing, which is clearly not what he's doing. So another straw man there.
You never met these men. You don't know anything about these men other than the stories that the controllers of this world tell you.
You know they wrote books, right? They wrote books that we can read.
So that's another shifting the burden of proof fallacy, because how does he know those particular guys wrote the books? He took it on faith. Just because you can read a book, that doesn't mean you could read the Bible. Well, I mean, that's, like you could say, oh, well, the Bible is the word of God. You can read it. You can read it, right? You know the Bible was written, and the Bible is the word of God, right? I mean, that's how clueless Professor Dave is coming off here. I mean, this is tough. This is really tough.
And then we base astronomy on that and do astronomy every day, right?
Dave.
So that would be a reification logical fallacy, because he created this construct of astronomy as if it's concrete, as if all of the theories of astronomy must be true because astronomy has been done for X period of time and is done now. So, yeah, again, impressive stream of logical fallacies from Professor Dave.
Try not to interrupt. Eratosthenes figured out the shadow. Eratosthenes figured out the diameter, the circumference of the Earth with his sticks and shadows. But nobody in that area that came out of that, other mathematicians, never wrote any books about him. They ignored him. They just never mentioned it, and then all of a sudden it shows up in the 1900s in books that go into the education
that's not true.
system.
I mean, if you're just going to lie, then we can just play the lie game.
And Dave.
How is that not true? Does he have a single source to disprove that? So, I mean, so Flat Earth Dave is not making the positive claim here. He's saying we can't prove this guy existed. How do we know that he really existed? Professor Dave comes in and he just accuses him of lying, which is an ad hom attack, basically calling him a liar, and yet not citing the proof. See, if he had cited the other individuals who wrote about this guy or verifications and then called him a liar after that, that would be okay, and it wouldn't be an ad hom because he clearly said, although it still might, because in order to be a liar, you're basically giving information is not true, right? So if he would believe it was true, technically he wouldn't be a liar. He would just be putting forth false information. But either way, notice how Professor Dave never backs up any points. He just called them a liar without actually naming all those other individuals. Now, I actually don't know who mentioned this guy or didn't mention this guy or whatever, but I'm just exposing the fallacies here because, again, if one understands the burden of proof logical fallacy, one is not called upon to prove a negative. So you don't have to prove someone didn't exist. But if you're saying someone existed, that's a positive claim, so you have to prove that they existed and they wrote what they wrote, if you're claiming that.
What about the fact that proves nothing? It works perfectly on a flat Earth. Sticks and shadows prove the Earth is flat. And it proves it's a globe.
See, that's a great example of not using logical fallacies, because notice how Flat Earth Dave did not exclusively focus on the sticks and shadows proving a flat Earth, because again, you're going to assume variables. You're going to assume size of the sun, distance of the sun, all of these assumptions that you're using to make a conclusion, if you're doing that to make your conclusion. I don't know if Professor Dave is going to defend that or not, but if Dave had claimed that, that would have been the false cause logical fallacy. Because all of these unknown variables, the relationship of those variables might not be what is assumed due to other variables. So if Flat Earth Dave had claimed it proves only a flat Earth, he'd be guilty of that. If Professor Dave claims that definitely proves globe Earth only, then he will be guilty of that, so let's see.
But you'd have to assume parallel rays. Listen to this. Aristophanes believed that parallel rays are coming into Earth, right? And no one has ever seen parallel rays coming into Earth, right? When we look, we always see them curved. We always see them crepuscular. But he also believed that the Earth was geocentric and we had an infinitely far sun.
Also, let's see if Professor Dave can address the crepuscular rays argument. There is a pretty decent crepuscular rays argument in favor of the heliocentric globe to an extent. Let's see if Professor Dave knows it or if he's clueless.
And so that sun is orbiting around a minuscule...
Far?
Well, infinitely far. Infinitely far means so far away that the rays come in parallel. And that's a whole nother problem. But how is a distant sun orbiting around a speck Earth in the middle of space? That doesn't make sense, and they didn't think about that.
What doesn't make sense? What doesn't make sense about an Earth orbiting a sun? What?
No.
That doesn't
you didn't
make
hear
sense.
Me. Dave,
Isn't an argument.
Dave, stop being a dick. Listen to what I said.
You stop being a dick.
I'm gonna count that. I mean, that's an ad hom for both of them because that was, he could have just said stop interrupting, but
the Eratosthenes believed that the Earth was geocentric, that the sun orbited us, but the sun was a distant sun.
And that's also another a straw man for so-called Professor Dave, because he didn't even listen carefully because this was on a geocentric globe, and he immediately jumped to, oh, how does it not make sense? Because he's so triggered, obviously, or just intentionally trolling, whatever the case may be, or mentally disabled, whatever.
How does a distant gigantic sun orbit a minuscule speck Earth?
Well,
Yeah, you have no answer for that.
They don't know. Yeah. It's the ancient Greeks. They didn't know. Now we know, right? We figured out heliocentrism in like the 16th century.
So notice how he completely dodged. We're not talking about specifically just geocentrism versus heliocentrism. He's asking specifically about the angle of rays relative to that particular Sticks and Shadows experiment and the crepuscular rays, which Professor Dave does not address at all. So this would fall under the red herring logical fallacy because this is a misdirection. Because he's clearly not addressing the point here and simply saying, oh, they were the ancient Greeks, they didn't know, now we know. How do we know? Notice how he never backs anything up.
His story
so it was like 500 years ago. It's a pretty long time.
His story makes no sense. And the other question is, you believe that the sun rays that come in are parallel, right?
No, there are rays that are parallel, and then you can point a ray from the edge, one edge of the sun, and the other edge. Look, light is going in all directions, right? The sun is expelling light. They're spherical waves of light, photons in every direction, right? So you can identify parallel rays, and then you can identify one from this edge. And if you want to talk about individual photons, you can draw paths from the edge of the sun going in one direction, the edge of the sun going in the other direction. You're trying to oversimplify things. You're trying to go, oh, it's crepuscular, it's all parallel, and so then this time it works for my talking point, and then another time it doesn't work for my talking point.
My point is,
wow, that was spot on psychological projection, because that's exactly what Professor Dave just did. Because he's saying, oh, they're just going in all directions. But what he did with his fingers there, why do they never cross then if they're going in all directions? Again, I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. That's not part of my argument. I'm just addressing his argument. Even with his fingers, he did the paths as if they could cross, and yet we don't have crossing rays. Now, basic geometry would suggest that the sun would be close based on the clouds and the angle of light. I mean, Now, flat earthers claim you could just use the Pythagorean theorem to calculate the distance based on the rays, but obviously light beams are not solid objects, so it's not quite that simple. And there's actually a really good explanation for this. Again, not necessarily proving flat Earth or globe Earth, but proving that it doesn't necessarily have to be the flat Earth model being true. It could still work in a heliocentric globe model with a fairly distant sun. But again, Professor Dave he doesn't seem to possess any kind of intelligence of any kind, because he can't even bring forth this very easy answer to the crepuscular rays.
My point is, Aristophanes' story doesn't make any sense with a distant sun orbiting a geocentric Earth.
Yeah,
The
if
other
you just say it doesn't make sense and stop talking, I guess.
And that's what he says. Oh, it doesn't, which is exactly what Professor Dave does. Oh, it makes perfect sense. You just don't understand, without actually proving anything. So, solid straw man there from Professor Dave again, because Flat Earth Dave is giving very specific examples, and he's not just saying it doesn't make sense. He's asking for positive proof correctly asking for the burden of proof to be satisfied, of which Professor Dave can offer nothing.
How does a distant sun orbit a geocentric Earth when the Earth is tiny and the sun is gigantic?
Well, it doesn't.
Work in your
Long
model.
story short, it doesn't.
Yeah.
But
So
he was
why-
an ancient Greek, and he didn't know heliocentrism.
Wait, it doesn't? The sun... Wait, what?
They didn't know when Newton developed Newton's law of universal gravitation. He didn't know why massive objects attract one another.
So that's the circular reasoning logical fallacy, assuming they do. Because he's asking why do they, but if they don't even do that, like again, you have to prove each step. This is science. This is not religion stacking where you have decks of cards, just religious claims, accepting everybody to take it on faith, and then ad homs when they don't, instead of utilizing the scientific method with controls.
Right? He just said, this is what happens, and I have this equation, and we use Newton's equations to do all these incredible calculations that predict the motion of objects on Earth and in space. He didn't know what gravity was. Einstein gave a better explanation. The curvature of space-time are warped around massive objects.
Which has been easily debunked by Run Z Cow. I mean, he debunked it, Einstein's relativity. So again, he's just kind of preaching it, oh, well, this gospel from the Bible proves this. He doesn't show how it proves it. That would be scientific and logical, but Professor Dave, he's just a religious scientism cultist, so he can't actually defend his position using logic and reason and actual science. He can only make religious claims and ad hom attacks.
The curvature of space-time are warped around massive objects. We're probably going to get a better model later. Just that we don't know why things happen doesn't mean we can't do science at predictive power. So as it turns out, Eratosthenes and Ptolemy, the Ptolemaic model, was wrong. Heliocentric model is correct. It doesn't matter that they didn't know that part, or that they didn't know why something happens.
And notice how, again, he has no proofs for how it's proven that is correct. Also, the claim that you don't need to know why something to make predictions, I mean, that's a good point there, because again, with the flat Earth model, the astrolabe, the sextant, all these navigators were able to predict using the flat Earth model. Doesn't mean the flat Earth model is true, but you can still predict things using so-called faulty models, or models that are not true. Now again, Professor Dave, for whatever reason, I mean, there's just a fundamental lack of understanding of this. Now his subconscious clearly understands, because his psychological projection is quite accurate, because all these things he's accusing Flat Earth Dave of, he's clearly doing himself. So this is another reductionism logical fallacy, claiming that you can only predict things if it's true. And that's pretty much what he's doing here, as if the predictions must rely on some model that's true, even though he says it doesn't, but he's using that as a defense for the heliocentric globe. So that's the added hypocrisy to that on top of all of it. And obviously nobody's surprised on how this goof operates by now, but...
Do you not understand how science works?
So if he was wrong and the Earth were heliocentric, do you think his experiment proved your globe?
Well, yeah, it did.
So clearly, the goofery here, because he's, again, that was the fallacy that I mentioned before, the false cause logical fallacy. Because clearly that experiment doesn't prove either model, which Flat Earth Dave openly admitted not falling for the fallacy, but the goof Professor Dave here clearly fell for the fallacy.
All of those experiments proved the globe. It just didn't have anything to do with heliocentrism. It proved the Earth is a sphere.
How did it do that? These religious citations are hilarious.
Absolutely not, because with a local sun in like the flat Earth is.
And credit to Flat Earth Dave here. He's not getting flustered by this goof. He's clearly just making presentations for the listeners and the viewers of Sean Atwood's podcast here. It's almost like he's not even talking directly to Professor Dave, because he knows that either Professor Dave is just mentally disabled, he's not going to understand anything anyway, or he's an intentional shill who's not going to argue in good faith and is just trolling and trying to make the worst defense possible of the heliocentric globe just for kicks and antagonization. So he looks like he's just making a presentation for all the viewers, nothing to do with Professor Dave. So credit to Flat Earth Dave for realizing who he's dealing with here.
We have no shadow here, and we have a shadow here, and then you could do your math and figure out what the sphericity of this flat plane is, right?
Okay, so for that to work, how close is the sun?
How close is the sun?
How close is the sun?
Wow, that's the first point he made, just asking a question, very valid in this. That's the first time, is that the first time he's spoken without spewing a logical fallacy? So, I mean, we're a good amount into the debate now. I think that's the first time he asked like a good faith question or honestly engaged in debate thus far.
Yeah,
really close, like right above the clouds, which we'd be able to see if you went up in a plane or a balloon, and it'd be like right there.
Well, that's a straw man logical fallacy again, clearly, because how close is, I mean, between 93 million miles, I mean, and thousands of miles or 100,000 miles, you wouldn't necessarily see it there, but he had to straw man that in there. Like, so he didn't last. Without the fallacy, he couldn't last. And I mean, not only was that a straw man, but it's also kind of a false dichotomy, because he's saying if it's close, it has to be right at the clouds or 93 million miles away. There's no other option. I mean, what is this? I mean, this goof, like, I don't know. What does everybody make of this goof so far? Is he mentally disabled, or is he simply a troll intentionally trying to be as stupid as possible for trolling purposes?
Huh?
Dave, there's tons of videos explaining how the sun is an apparent object, and we all see it in a different position.
Oh, there's videos that say dumb things, so it's true.
So that was a non sequitur on top of an ad hoc.
Show science, show experiments, and when you try to triangulate the sun, there's a problem. You can't do it. You can't triangulate the sun. So how far the sun is, some flat earthers say it's 3,000 miles away. I don't like that answer. The math works. We can scale it and make it 6,000 miles away.
You've never done any math in your entire life. You just say the math works and expect people to...
Just stop being a condescending prick, all right? Try.
Why don't you stop condescending to the entire human race and pretending that every scientist ever is a liar and satanic deceiver? That's much more offensive than me calling you stupid, which you are.
Wow, so many fallacies. I mean, he just keeps upping the ante, ad hom after ad hom after ad hom after straw man. Obviously, that's not what Flat Earth Dave believes, but he has to pretend it is. So we actually left off another, man, I have to add another logical fallacy to the list, appeal to extremes. Erroneously attempting to make a reasonable argument into an absurd one by taking the argument to the extreme. So if X is true, then Y must also be true where Y is the extreme of X. So there can't be just a couple of these deceivers. It has to be every single one, and every single one has to be in on it, because humans can't be mistaken. So this goof also used the appeal to extremes, which I believe is it's also a straw man and a false dichotomy and all these other things, but I think appeal to extremes most accurately covers that one.
Dave, what is the sun?
What is the sun? It's a star.
It's a star. It's a
It's a
burning.
star.
It's a nuclear furnace that's working perfectly, and it's bending space time where it could hold on to all of the planets that go all the way out to Pluto. Is that your belief?
Well, Pluto's now a trans-Neptunian
All right.
object.
So we'll go
But
Neptune.
yes,
We'll go
yes.
all right. And then the sun's gravity ignores all of the moons because the moons are attracted to their planets, and it negates the sun. That's what you believe.
What do you mean negates the sun?
Yeah,
So
negates the sun.
moons. So what you're saying is that like one of Jupiter's
I'm
moons
asking
should go
you.
flying towards the sun?
I'm
Is
not
that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that at all. I'm asking you if you believe that the sun's gravity has no effect on moons.
Yeah, it had. You can calculate. You can see. This is what real scientists and people who understand science can do calculations. So instead of you going, I don't believe it, what you could do is you could take Newton's law of universal gravitation and take a moon, whatever moon, if you want to talk about our moon or one of Mars's or one of Jupiter's or whatever, and you could calculate a number that is the gravitational attraction between the sun and whatever moon you're talking about.
So again, he's got a reductionism logical fallacy here, as if that's the only way to do it, as if there are no other forces that could ever be acting upon it, as if there are no as of yet undiscovered forces, as if it definitely can only be a mass attraction, mass type gravity that could be responsible for this, simply on the basis of this calculation. Without knowing what causes it, he's going to continue pretending he knows for sure. So this is, again, I mean, he's trying to set records here in the amount of logical fallacies used in the least amount of time.
And then you could do the same thing for the moon and its parent planet that it is orbiting. Which number do you think is going to be bigger, buddy? Which one do you think is going to be bigger?
And so
the
when we have-
planet, the one that it is orbiting around.
When we have a planetary alignment where all the planets are lining up, all of that gravity.
Hang on, you know what?
And you know what's curious too? Like, I can't really, Flat Earth Dave here, he's not really making too many claims here. He's mostly asking questions about how the model works. So he's not really making strong arguments here for the flat Earth at all. I don't know if that what was his goal here, but in doing this, he's also not really committing logical fallacies because he's doing it this way.
Sorry. I would like you to actually just address what I just said, because this is what happens is I say something, or a flat earth debunker like myself says something that just annihilates the idiotic thing you just said, and then you just gish gallop to another point.
So that's another ad hom and straw man, because he's trying to pretend that, or I mean, basically there's so many fallacies stacked here. But the psychological projection is accurate, because when Flat Earth Dave completely annihilates Professor Dave, he doesn't address it at all, like the corpuscular rays, even though there's actually a really, this is like maybe 4th, 5th graders can actually rebut Flat Earth Dave with that, but Professor Dave can't. He's that clueless. But at least his subconscious picks up on it, because his psychological projection here is on point.
I would like you to admit that what you just said is stupid based on what I just said.
But what he just said was, all he brought forth were fallacies. So why, what is Flat Earth Dave supposed to do with the fallacies? He could point out the fallacies. He should. I don't know. Again, I'm not saying Flat Earth Dave is logical in any way. I am not saying his conclusions about anything are correct. He just happens to commit infinitely less logical fallacies than this Professor Dave goof, which is nothing but faith and fallacy. So what is Flat Earth Dave supposed to do here? He should just address how logically fallacious this goof Professor Dave is. Now, one of the most logical flat earthers is Austin Whitsitt, or Whitsitt Gets It. He has a really strong command of logical fallacies. He should debate Professor Dave, because then he would be able to point out all these logical fallacies and how goofy Professor Dave is here, because he can't support a single point he just made. He's doing this religious regurgitation and accept it and expecting people to admit those religious regurgitations are actually true without backing it up. It's weird.
Repeat what you said.
I just explained to you why what you said about the sun and the moon is stupid.
Another ad hoc.
You jumped to another talking point.
So you say that the gravity of the planet is holding on to these moons, and it's so much stronger. Let me finish. I'm reiterating what you're saying to show you how stupid it is. It's holding on to the.
That's an ad hom for Flat Earth Dave.
To the planets, but the sun's gravity, it can hold on to the planets, hold on to distant planets, but can't affect those moons at all.
Can't affect, like I just said, you can do a calculation. Did you want to do the calculation? Do you want to do it together? Do you want to learn something today?
Do you want to learn something? Clearly, Professor Dave doesn't want to learn about logical fallacies or the scientific method because, again, all he has are these reductionism logical fallacies as if that's the only explanation. I mean, you could also argue that's a false dichotomy because either this theory is, this is just really rough.
It's called Newton's law of universal gravitation. Do you know what is in the denominator? R squared. It drops off, gravity drops off by the square of the distance. So as things get very, very far away, their gravitational influence is dramatically less, exponentially so. So when you have a moon that is right near a planet, the gravitational effect is way more than the faraway sun. Isn't that neat? Isn't that a neat thing that we can do with math and numbers that are real things that scientists do?
Well, you can say 1 plus 1, one unicorn plus one unicorn is 2 unicorns, but you still have to prove the unicorn is what you say it is, which again, Professor Dave does not, he's got this fundamental lack of understanding of basic children's level logical fallacies like burden of proof. Because if, let's say, just for the sake of argument, we are in some kind of giant planetarium, those objects aren't even solid or real. They're just holographic projections. Like, what are you calculating? There is no mass attracting mass. So, but Professor Dave's too clueless to understand even the argument, even that theory he can't understand. Or he can and he's just trolling, but I don't know.
Instead of just going, it doesn't make sense, so that's dumb.
Another straw man.
You done?
Yeah, what do you got? Do you want to address this thing or do you want to jump right to another thing?
I want to jump to something else because you say that the sun's gravity that can hold on to Neptune and Pluto can't affect the moon, which is way closer to it, and that the Earth's gravity overwhelms that. That's stupid. That's me saying it.
Why?
You're the
all you're saying is that's stupid. All you're saying is that's stupid. Why?
Wow, the psychological projection is on point. All Professor Dave is saying that's stupid, but he can't actually support his arguments. Asking for a burden of proof to be met is never stupid. Just like when Professor Dave asked that question, how far is the sun? Flat Earth Dave didn't respond with, that's stupid. Because that's a valid question. If you're trying to say the sun is X distance, it's up to you to prove it.
Saying is that it works because I could do math, but it doesn't. It doesn't work.
What do you mean it doesn't?
Dave, model it. You know about the 3-body problem? I'm sure you know about that.
Oh, the 3-body problem. So we can't do
Dave,
calculations.
Stop being such a condescending prick. We already know. Just talk normal. Have a discussion.
Sorry, hang on one second. This is serious. This private chat keeps covering the screen. Can this stop? Why is this doing this? The private chat.
Yeah.
Like,
it shouldn't cover the chat, should it? Just trying to make sure everything's all right.
Covering the whole screen. All right. Anyway,
hang on. Yes, we're sorting it out. There seems to be a problem with Sean's. I can't hear you, Sean.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what's going on. I've been watching Sean every now and then, just chatting away, and we've not been hearing him. There's tons of important snippets of information lost forever to the ethers of the internet. How are you guys doing? There's a lot of back and forth, isn't it? It's a very, dare I say it, American debate, isn't it? It's insults and stuff.
Well, here's the thing. I would like to get off of the lights in the sky because I'd rather talk about the shape of the Earth.
Because they destroy the flat Earth?
How so? If it's a planetarium, the lights in the sky or whatever they are. I mean, it's weird. I mean, again, I can't tell if Professor Dave is just this mentally disabled. I mean, he's getting completely obliterated, and his subconscious knows. That's why his projection is so accurate here. But this kind of, it's kind of hard to keep track of all these fallacies because usually his argument there's several different fallacies rolled in. So they're not even easily distinguishable because he keeps stacking them in single statements. Like right now, he's hallucinating and pretending that lights in the sky somehow demolish a flat Earth. Obviously, they don't prove a flat Earth in any way, but they clearly don't demolish any argument because that's part of the argument. I mean, that if it's a planetarium, clearly there would be lights in the sky. So that's part of the flat Earth argument. So how is it destroying that argument? I mean, his fundamental failure to even comprehend Flat Earth Dave's arguments. I mean, I mean, I don't get how he's not this embarrassed. Does he have some kind of psychological condition where he gets a kick out of looking stupid and embarrassing himself? I mean, there's all kinds of people out there. I mean, if he actually gets a kick out of humiliating himself here, getting obliterated by a flat earther of all people, so-called Professor Dave is just getting absolutely annihilated by a flat earther. And Flat Earth Dave's points aren't even that good. I mean, he's able to avoid most logical fallacies, but that doesn't mean he's proving the earth is flat in any way. And this Professor Dave goof is still getting obliterated by this guy. I mean, this is absolutely embarrassing. I kind of feel bad for Professor Dave being this humiliated by a flat earther. So, I mean, what do we call that? Like a non sequitur, a straw man, an ad hom? I mean, he just rolled them all in.
Well, you say that, but the lights in the sky have nothing to do with the flat Earth.
Okay, so this was my first talking point. Were we going to do the talking points that we prepared? Because my first talking point is about this, and it is an absolute annihilation of flat Earth. That's why you don't want to talk about it. That's why you say, why do we look at the things in the sky to figure out the shape of the Earth? Because that's how we figured it out 2,000 years ago, by looking at the stars.
So this is a circular reasoning logical fallacy rolled into a reification logical fallacy, rolled into an appeal to authority logical fallacy, claiming that these other people, they're the authorities, they figured it out, therefore it should be true. I mean, Professor, I gotta hand it to him. It's impressive how many back-to-back, I mean, he's got nothing but logical fallacies. And the rapid succession fire of it, just fallacy stacked on top of each other. It's impressive. I don't think I've ever seen anybody argue this fallaciously as Professor Dave did here. So we got to give him credit here. I mean, this might be the most logically fallacious so-called argument ever even mounted in any kind of debate.
Can I show my slide that shows this?
Go for
Okay, here we go. Observation of the stars. Next one. Can you? You're controlling it, right? Do I just tell you when to go? Okay, so if you're in the northern hemisphere looking at the North Pole, then hang on. All this stuff is covering. I can't even see the text. I think I remember what it says. Anyway, if you're looking at the North Pole in the northern hemisphere, the stars rotate counterclockwise. Go to the next one. If you are in the southern hemisphere looking at the South Pole, the stars rotate clockwise. Next one.
This is an excellent example, again, of a false cause logical fallacy, as if there's only a single explanation and it has to be this. I mean, false dichotomy, false cause. I mean, and in a way, you could also claim it is a reductive logical fallacy. As in oversimplification, like this is that simple that this is the only way this could happen and there will never be any other variables. For example, another parallel here is the alleged Coriolis effect. Which way does the water in a toilet bowl go down? Obviously, it depends on the design of the toilet bowl. You could have two different bowl designs and one will go counterclockwise, one will go counterclockwise in your same house, regardless of where on earth you are. So, I mean, this logical fallacy stack, I mean, it is kind of impressive. I can't lie. I am impressed by Professor Dave's cluelessness and his ability to stack so many logical fallacies inside single arguments. I mean, it's impressive. It's impressive.
How does this make sense on a flat earth? Sorry, this is a screenshot from one of my videos. So in the video, they're rotating in different directions. Why would two people on a flat pizza land look at the sky and see a sky that is rotating in different ways? Next one.
Okay, so this is actually an interesting point. I don't think I've addressed this in previous podcasts. So this is what a lot of so-called heliocentric globe earthers believe is a smoking gun on the rotation, the appearance of clockwise versus counterclockwise rotation, depending on whether you're in the northern or southern hemisphere. Now, just to lay the groundwork for this concept, I don't know, a lot of people have done this, but just the way perspective works regarding things that are spinning around a singular point. So, if you're in an office chair with wheels, point at, go underneath your, go straight underneath your light bulb in your room. Now look up at the light bulb while you're spinning to the right. So spin clockwise in your office chair and point to the light bulb above you and observe whether you're going clockwise or counterclockwise around your finger pointing at the light bulb. Then look down, point a spot at the floor. You could, if you want to make it easier, you could put an object or whatever, a bottle cap, a small piece of whatever, a quarter on the floor right underneath and between your feet. Point at it while you're spinning in your chair, and you're still spinning to the right clockwise, and see which way it looks, and then compare. So you're spinning in the same direction, but whether you're looking up or down, it appears to be rotating a different direction, one of those two, correct? So it's, again, he's claiming, he's falling for all these logical fallacies, like the reductive fallacy of oversimplification, as if it can only happen one way. So the other thing to note, if for people with more time on their hands, you can go into the program Stellarium and observe this effect of the appearance of rotation. So if, again, I'm not claiming this is true, but if we are in a type of planetarium, regardless of the shape of the Earth, the way the stars rotate above, depending on the distances, the axes, the speed of rotation, things would appear to rotate a certain way versus another way, and you can position yourself different spots of the Earth to observe the appearance of the sky. Anyone interested in the way that this could theoretically work? Now, a point against the heliocentric globe model is there wouldn't be star trails around the North Pole. Why would the star trails be perfect circles rotating around the North Pole if the Earth is flying through space and our Milky Way galaxy is flying through space, and then all the other galaxies are magically flying in all these different directions? Again, I'm not saying that's not happening, but you would need a better explanation than billions of years light takes to travel. I mean, that kind of magical explanation, billions of years. I mean, that's kind of used for evolution as well. That's not proof. Saying something, again, the burden of proof is not met there. Saying something's going to take forever, therefore the theory is true. I mean, that's obviously silly nonsense. The theory might be true, but you can't prove it by saying, magically millions of years. I mean, that kind of silly nonsense, that's not scientific. You have to observe and measure, not hallucinate and default to blind faith. Let's continue here. Now, this is probably his dumbest argument yet.
And furthermore, why can't we all see the same stars? There are stars that you can only see in the northern towards the northern hemisphere, and stars you can only see in the southern hemisphere. Next one.
All right, so that leads me to believe, I mean, is it possible that Professor Dave is just this dumb he hasn't looked at a single flat earth argument? I mean, this is such a common one. I mean, if you're in a giant warehouse and you put up a certain light bulbs and then you go hundreds of miles and put different color light bulbs in different positions, obviously you wouldn't see the light bulb. This is the goofery of some of these clueless heliocentric globe debaters. They're trying to plug in the parameters of distance and everything into the flat earth model, but the flat earth model does not include those parameters. So that's a straw man logical fallacy as well, and also a non sequitur, because I mean, this is just nonsense. In the flat earth model, true or untrue, you wouldn't see the same stars from everywhere in the earth if the stars are relatively close. I mean, again, it's just like the warehouse example. And some people also bring up the angle of the moon. Like if you tape a picture of a smiley face to your ceiling, walk from one end of your living room to the other end of the living room, the smiley face will be upside down. That doesn't mean you're on a globe. I mean, these are very simple children's level experiments you can do to clearly show how goofy Professor Dave's arguments are here. I mean, this is children's level stuff that he doesn't understand. Now, again, is he just mentally disabled, or does he get a kick out of embarrassing himself this severely?
On a globe, this makes perfect sense. If you're in the northern hemisphere looking at the North Pole, east is to your right. If you are in the southern hemisphere looking at the South Pole, east is to your left. Next one.
Again, reductive logical fallacy, false dichotomy logical fallacy, straw man logical fallacy, trying to plug in these things to the flat earth model that they do not claim.
And the reason we can't see certain stars is because you can't see through the earth. Next one.
Ditto for everything I just said before.
That's why in the Northern Hemisphere we can't see the Southern Cross. That's why in the Southern Hemisphere we can't see Polaris. Next one.
Which would work exactly the same way on a flat plane. I mean, it's hard to believe he's this dumb. I mean, he's got to be playing stupid, right?
Almost done. Quick one here. So it actually gets a lot worse than that in the Southern Hemisphere because you've taken a globe and you've unwrapped it. The Southern Hemisphere makes absolutely no sense. People in the Southern Hemisphere who are all looking at the Southern Cross are somehow supposed to be, we're believing that they're all looking in completely different directions and seeing the same object often at the same time. Next one.
Well, he's also presupposing those distances are what they are. Again, that's where there could be some issues with Stellarium because, again, burden of proof. I don't know if the flat earthers are claiming the distances between the continents are the same. I mean, I don't know what they're claiming here, but Professor Dave is straw manning because look at his whole diagram is a straw man in terms of distances.
It might be that because Ash is doing this. Has he done it? Is it worked?
Yeah, that's it. I think this is the last one. So again, on a globe, south actually means something. People who are looking south are all looking at the South Pole. They're all looking in the same direction. So that's why they all see the same thing, such as an object like the Southern Cross.
All right, can you go
I
back
think
to
that's the last one.
So again, if Professor Dave was interested in good faith logical debate, he would at least examine the argument for the Southern Cross and the theory that if this is some kind of a projection planetarium, what would the actual rotation of the Southern Cross be? Like, what are the axes and distances? Because if you don't have that information, you can't just hallucinate and pretend it's only this point over this point and try to plug in the variables of the heliocentric globe theory, plug it into the flat earth theory and use that to disprove the flat earth theory. That's the ultimate straw man. And again, the reductive logical fallacy, because he's assuming that there's no other way that you would see that except on a globe model. I mean, again, this kind of silliness is just getting really painful.
Let me go through the
Just
slides.
Check if it's the next one.
Yeah.
Check if it's the last one.
And if you can go back to the first one, that would be great. So in your world, we have people standing upside down, and you're assuming hemispheres on a sphere.
What do you mean upside down? What do you mean upside down? What does that mean?
Compare their feet are antipodal to my feet. People in the south.
Okay, so yours are upside down compared to them. What's the difference? What's down on a globe?
I'm not saying. I'm just saying.
Yeah, he's not saying there's a difference. So I don't know what would this be classified as. This would kind of be a red herring logical fallacy because he's kind of trying to frame it as if Flat Earth Dave is saying that they're wrong or upside down. Obviously, if the globe theory is true, then in the north it would be opposite. So the other people would be upside down. Obviously. This is all obvious, and yet Professor Dave wants to red herring it for whatever reason. I mean, again, just trying to embarrass himself as much as possible. Or the other thing I kind of noticed, he doesn't want to let Flat Earth Dave speak, so he always wants to interject as often as possible. So Flat Earth Dave can't actually expand upon his points in any way. So obviously this is not a good faith debate in any way, but it does help Professor Dave set the world record for most logical fallacies in the least amount of time.
People are upside down to each other halfway across the world. So if we can go back to the original slide so I can remember all the points he made so I can address them, that would be fantastic.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know what Flat Earth Dave is saying there. People are upside down. I mean, I never thought I'd say this. I'm going to have to agree with Professor Dave here. So on a heliocentric globe, they would be upside down. And so what? I mean, I don't know what Flat Earth Dave's trying to do here. He's trying to clarify a point. I mean, he's not actually making a claim. He's trying to clarify the globe Earth model, so it's technically not a fallacy. But my next question as well is, so, like, where are you going with that?
I think the issue is that Ash, the producer, is having some issues with his internet and isn't able to do it. Sorry about this, guys. We're usually quite good with the tech and everything.
So,
yeah,
I'll try to.
I can tell you the points again.
I'd rather just see the points rather than hear you say them again.
Okay.
I don't know. He can't change it back.
I don't think so. He's in the Philippines or something mad like that. So he's having some difficulties with it. And I think Sean is as well. Good thing I'm here, saving the day.
Okay, look,
but yeah, what
it was that in the northern hemisphere, the celestial sphere rotates counterclockwise. In the
Sure, okay,
southern
I got it.
hemisphere, rotates clockwise,
let me
and we
respond.
can't see certain stars.
You don't have to do the whole presentation. You can just remind
That
me
was
what the
it.
slide
Go
was.
ahead.
So no matter where you are in the world, all of the stars, all the lights in the sky from things that we call planets, wandering stars, sun and moon, they all rise in the east, set in the west.
Mhm.
If I'm standing on a flat Earth looking out to the south, the stars are coming from my left. If I'm standing in the north, looking at the north, the stars are coming from my right. That explains the opposite direction.
No,
Then
you
when-
just explained the globe model. You didn't
No, I
explain
didn't.
anything.
You don't
How
understand.
on the flat Earth, how do people see the sky rotating in different directions?
Because
Explain
you're
that.
facing in different directions, David.
I mean, he really should have brought up the example, like even just spinning in your chair, looking down versus up. It appears that that there's a rotation one way versus the other way. Now, to be fair, Flat Earth Dave does not explain this very well. But on the other hand, Professor Dave should know the basics of perspective, which he either does not, either he has some kind of mental disability, can't grasp the children's level basics, or he's playing stupid and intentionally trying to appear as stupid as possible. I don't know which, of course.
What do you mean facing in different directions?
I will explain. If I'm
wait,
standing
hang
here-
on. Speaking of facing in different directions, Flat Earth Dave, because we've changed the angles a bit, you're a bit off the screen. There, that's it. You look
I
good
got
now.
it.
Very-
It would be better if you can make me widescreen so I can show what I'm showing. But
Okay, well there you go. And I'll just say, yeah, Sean's just saying that his thing is freezing, so I guess he'll be back when he can. But for now, you keep going.
So on a flat Earth, if you have a flat Earth, north is to the center, south is every direction away from the center. So if the stars are going this way from my right shoulder to left shoulder, I'm looking at the North Star, they're going one way. When I turn around and I look at the south away from the center, they're coming from my left shoulder to my right shoulder. They just change directions. Okay, there's no argument there. There's nothing to argue. That works.
Okay, now do clockwise and counterclockwise,
Well, it
because
doesn't
that's really
matter.
what we're talking about. What do you mean it
Again-
doesn't matter?
Again,
You're
David,
talking about a direction. I'm talking about clockwise versus counterclockwise
And-
when you're looking at the
and Dave,
poles.
the optics
The
of the sky.
poles.
Well, so so now he's presupposing that there are poles. See, again, he's trying to plug in the variables of the heliocentric globe, which Flat Earth Dave does not believe in. He does not believe there's a South Pole. So again, this failure, this utter failure of Professor Dave to understand even basic rudimentary flat earth theory, and yet he's debating on it. I mean, this level of cluelessness, I mean, it really is something else. It's just something else. Again, he's just stacking all these fallacies.
Yeah. Well, you say the poles. So getting back to your point where you have somebody in Santiago, somebody in Johannesburg, and somebody in Australia, when they see the Southern Cross, well, they don't see it at the same time. They see it 12 hours apart from Santiago.
They don't see it at the same time, so people
wait,
looking south can't see the night sky at the same time.
David, if you
Mhm.
understand what the flat earth model is, if somebody's in Santiago...
You don't have a model.
Well, he clearly has a model. It might not be true. So this level of strawmanning, non sequiturs, ad hom attacks, I mean, it's just the stacks are just so crazy. I'm going to let this play for a little bit more because this is going to take forever if I keep calling out each one. So I'm just going to put it on the counter. I think everybody's kind of got an idea of all the different fallacies, and they'll be able to see who commits what.
Listen,
Yeah.
stop being a dick. Okay?
You stop being a dick.
If some-
Your entire existence is being a dick to
Hey.
all of science. So stop telling me to stop being a dick.
Keep going.
Mhm.
So somebody's in Santiago and it's midnight. They're looking at the Southern Cross. Well, somebody in Australia that's looking south, they're looking at the noon sun. You tell me how they can
Noon
see the
sun?
star-
How
the noon
many?
sun.
How many time zones apart are they? Are they 12 time zones apart?
Well, at noon, close to noon, right?
Okay, no, first of all, not close to noon, but it doesn't matter. How about you go 4 hours apart? Why don't you go 4 time zones apart? They should still be looking in completely different directions. 12 midnight, 4 a.m., night sky, both looking south, both can see the Southern Cross. On your pizza world should be looking in completely different directions. Explain that.
Dave, when the only time that can happen is in Johannesburg and Santiago, and if you add magnetic declination in there, they're both looking in the same direction.
Magnetic declination.
Yeah.
So you think just saying the word magnet is going to be an argument here that's going to work for you?
So that's funny because whenever the flat earthers call this out for the heliocentric globers always say, oh, because of gravity. And now Professor Dave is saying, oh, well, you can't just say magnetic declination. That doesn't prove anything, as if it's true the same way the goof mentions gravity. But let's get a little bit into magnetic declination. So this is right from NOAA, National Center for Environmental Information. Magnetic declination, sometimes called magnetic variation, is the angle between magnetic north and true north. Declination is positive east of true north and negative when west. Magnetic declination changes over time and with location. As the compass points with local magnetic fields, declination value is needed to obtain true north. So, depending, again, there's a lot of different theories at play. If electromagnetism is the primary force that we're dealing with, and if there is some kind of a projection system on the dome, if there is a dome, if the flat earth model is true, then without knowing the exact variables of this projection and how it would be affected by magnetic declination as well as electromagnetism and all these other things to obtain the true path, because Professor Dave is of course trying to plug in the distances and variables in the heliocentric globe model of all the constellations and all that into Dave's flat earth model, which does not include those pieces. So his straw man, I mean, he's definitely the king of straw manning because he's pretending all of these variables would fit. And now notice how he interrupted Flat Earth. He didn't even let him explain how magnetic, because when Professor Dave speaks, he just says the terms and then never backs them up. Flat Earth Dave, I don't know if he's going to back it up or not. He's in the middle of making his point, and Professor Dave can only interrupt like a clueless goof. I mean, I guess, is he that triggered, or is he just that much of a troll playing this level of stupid because he gets a kick out of embarrassing himself?
Look up the magnetic declinations of those areas. You don't know what direction you're facing. Right? There's certain areas of Antarctica that the magnetic declination is 170 degrees. So when your compass says north is that way, it's 170 degrees the other way, according to, NOAA or whoever's in charge of that. Right?
You can dress it up however you want. We're talking about looking this way and looking that way, and they see the same thing.
Well, again, so now we're into burden of proof, logical fallacy, because, well, also red herring, because he's claiming you would know which way you were looking. So which model are you on? Because you would have to prove, like the burden of proof, he's saying Professor Dave's making the claim that they're looking this way or that way. They would have to, relative to what? Because on the flat earth model, obviously, that's not the same as the heliocentric globe model. Again, these are children's level basics, but Professor Dave just can't grasp it.
And you're fixating on Santiago and Johannesburg because you think that they're far enough apart that they're not going to both be nighttime. I'm telling you, you can go any distance apart. Just go from Perth to Sydney.
What do you mean any distance? How are those distances verified? Because if the flat earthers are claiming that those distances on the globe between those areas are not the actual distances, then how would any of this be proven? Again, a fundamental lack of understanding of the burden of proof. Logical fallacy.
Right? That's far enough apart that if you're both looking directly south, you're looking in different directions.
And he's also kind of stacking on the circular reasoning logical fallacy to that as well.
And you can see the same thing. You cannot explain that. That's why you're trying to throw out jargon to confuse people.
Oh, that's another straw man. He clearly defined it. And so if Professor Dave doesn't know what magnetic declination is and how it would affect the appearance of the constellations in the sky relative to position, he should not be discussing the subject, of course.
I'm not trying to throw out jargon to confuse people, David.
That's exactly what you're doing.
Another straw man and ad hom.
When you're looking towards the same area. You're looking towards the same area. And
but on your pizza world, south is a different direction for every longitude line. Do you not understand that? On your pizza land, right, you have all these longitude lines. Directly south is towards your magic ice wall. Everybody looking south is looking in a different direction.
Magic ice wall.
Yeah. So stop trying to skip to something else, right? Are you denying that longitude lines, everybody on your pizza world is all looking in a completely different direction when they look south?
NASA or NOAA, they tell us, what longitude lines are you talking about? They tell us that the magnetic declination is a different direction. So
I mean, it's weird. I mean, can Professor Dave be this dumb that he doesn't understand that the flat Earth model does not include those same lines at those same distances? Now, to be fair, I don't know if Flat Earth Dave or any other flat earther is giving a positive claim onto what those distances actually are. I mean, you would need to do that in order to support the claim that the Earth is flat. But that doesn't change just the logical fallacy records here of Professor Dave.
We're listening.
Do they, or are you just randomly grasping at words to try to make sense of something that is absolutely unexplainable for you?
Solid psychological projection there by Professor Dave. Again, his fundamental lack of being able to grasp even the basics of flat Earth theory.
David, it's not true. And the optics in the sky, again, do not prove the shape of the Earth. You say that
Well, I just did prove it with that.
How? He just... How is a reductive logical fallacy is not proof of anything?
So I don't know what to tell you.
Let's move on.
So is that his way of saying he doesn't know how to debate without using logical fallacies? I mean, that is true. I mean, all we've seen is logical fallacy.
So I'm sorry, guys.
Do you want to move on
my entire
from this
system
thing?
crashed.
I want to move on from looking at the lights in the sky to figure out. Yeah, we hear you.
Because I proved the Earth is a sphere by using that.
How so? Circular reasoning, logical fallacy.
Is that why you want to move on?
No, not at all.
Well,
we hear you. We don't care.
It is.
What talking point?
We hear you, but we don't care.
What talking point are we on right now?
I just finished proving the Earth is a sphere by looking at stars, something that we've been doing for thousands of years.
Okay, so what is that? Appeal to popularity, appeal to authority, reification fallacy, circular reasoning logical fallacy, and reductive logical fallacy. Man, Professor Dave is really good at just rattling off fallacies and hallucinating they somehow prove something.
Yeah, so says you. Go ahead.
Yeah, and everybody who's ever lived.
Appeal to extremes and appeal to authority and appeal to popularity all rolled into one.
So NASA isn't going to really help you with that one. Sorry, buddy. They started in the 1950s.
Another straw man because Flat Earth Dave never claimed it was only NASA or whatever.
All right, so we've got a talking point from Dave, which is the Bible has 200 references to the flat Earth. Every major ancient civilization cosmology depicts the Earth as flat.
That's from me or from Dave?
That is
I would
from
never say
you,
that.
I think.
That's not from me. That's not from me.
It's from Ash. It's from Ash.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a Bible believer, you know, from page 1 in the Bible, it says God separated the waters from the waters and created the firmament. That's all interesting. But, you know, I don't use the Bible as science because science will show us on a ball Earth, Dave, you have to have a physical horizon, right? If my fingernail is a boat, as it goes away, it disappears below a physical horizon, and zooming in will not bring it back. However, we can see too far. They say the ball is 24,901 miles around, but we can see things that are way, way, way farther. And with infrared, now we're seeing things 500 to 1,000 miles away. The amount of curvature.
No, you're not.
I know, yeah, we are.
You're not.
Wow, so flat out denial. Okay, lying. I mean, you have to hand it to Professor Dave. In addition to being a master of logical fallacies, particularly the straw man, he's also a pretty good master of psychological projection. I mean, quite accurate. I mean, what are we going to rope this I mean, this is technically would probably be personal incredulity logical fallacy because he can't believe it's true. So he's saying, oh, no, you're not. It's not true.
Go look at Jay Tolan Media's channel.
Go look at some lies that a flat earther said. That is real evidence.
So that would be a genetic logical fallacy and an ad hom. Man, Professor Dave's on a roll. Just fallacy, 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 fallacy. I mean, this has got to be the world record for most fallacies in a single debate in the least amount of time.
It's Dave, it's well documented. You haven't looked at it. And then when you say the curvature formula is a parabola, I absolutely agree. It is. Over 1,000 miles, it gets off a little bit, but anything under 1,000 miles, all three formulas come within a very close proximity of each other.
Yeah,
right?
but the problem is you can't do math, so you just do the math wrong.
Okay, so that's an ad hom and a straw man logical fallacy because he didn't even examine the math and he's claiming it is wrong.
Well, you just say that, but if you look at all of the curvature formulas under 1,000 miles, it's perfectly accurate. And then you think that we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and we don't feel it, and we're changing, we're changing directions. How is that possible? How about when the Earth comes around comes around towards the sun in the winter, in our northern winter, it's speeding up and taking its sharpest turn, and then we don't feel any of those forces?
It's sharpest turn. Okay, so this one's really hilarious to me. So the sun goes around the Earth, the Earth goes around the sun in how long? How long does it take?
A year.
A year, right? So why don't you go ahead and get in a car and do a 360 turn and make it take a year? Are you going to feel that?
Steve, that's not a
Let's
fair...
break it down. 360 degrees, 365 days, that's about a degree a year, right? Why don't you get in a car and drive for 24 hours and over 24 hours veer by 1 degree? Are you going to feel that?
Okay, this guy actually seems genuine, so I think I'm going to have to lean towards mental disability. So this is a false analogy or a non-congruent logical fallacy. Again, Professor Dave is starting to get a little bit more diverse with his logical fallacies here. So obviously, one single motion over a period of time is non-congruent to the claimed motions of the Earth, because there's a claimed 1,000 mile per hour spin on the axis, then there's the claimed movement around the sun, then there's the claimed movement of the entire Milky Way galaxy. So these are all multiple points of direction, not a single point.
That would be equivalent to this. People say, "Oh, I'm just trying to think of the easiest way."
I'm just trying to think of something to say that will make sense.
Stop being a dick, right? Imagine you want to compare that.
Man.
If you want to compare that to reality, imagine you're in an airplane where you remove the outer shell of the airplane, you